Ghosts cannot be killed. Humans cannot fight ghosts. Ghosts have their own rules for killing. Looking at the content on the letter, Liu furrowed his brows slightly. His first reaction was, could this be some April Fool's joke? He had indeed read many supernatural novels and had some understanding of the concept of ghosts, but his materialistic worldview formed over the years made it clear to him that there is no such thing as a ghost in this world. Naturally, he would not be swayed by a mysterious letter. Even though the way this letter appeared was quite strange. Yes, strange. Liu clearly remembered that when he opened the door and walked into his home, he hadn't seen the letter. But when he changed his shoes and turned around, the letter had appeared out of nowhere on the floor behind him. He immediately opened the door to check, but there was no one outside. So, how did this letter appear? Could it be some kind of mechanism? Liu muttered to himself, carefully examining the letter in his hand. The paper of the letter was ordinary, and the envelope was pure black, sealed with wax, giving it a formal appearance. His fingers touched the black envelope, and he could feel a sense of weight and antiquity, clearly indicating that the material of the envelope was unusual. If this were a prank, it was too elaborate. Liu thought to himself, then carefully examined the paper again, turning it over, making sure there were no other words besides those 3 lines. Instead, when his gaze lingered on the black envelope for too long, an inexplicable coldness rose in Liu's heart. Strange. Liu put the letter back and casually placed the envelope on top of the shoe cabinet. He didn't think much of it. After a long day of work, he was finally home, and he didn't want to waste his precious rest time on a weird letter. Just as he was about to go take a shower and relax, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the hallway. Liu's apartment was in an old complex on the outskirts, and the soundproofing was poor. As long as there was a little noise, the people upstairs and downstairs could hear it. Is it the old lady upstairs, returning after her square dance? Liu thought to himself, but the footsteps stopped right outside his door. The next moment. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came, and Liu, who was about to enter the bathroom, paused and turned back to look at the door. Hello, is anyone home? The person outside spoke, and from the voice, it seemed to be a middle-aged man. He spoke while continuing to knock a few more times on the door. Liu walked back to the door but didn't open it right away. Instead, he peered through the peephole. When he saw the person outside, Liu was slightly stunned. Standing outside was a police officer in uniform, probably in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and piercing eyes. It was as if the officer sensed the gaze from inside the house, and his knocking stopped. He looked up at the peephole, as if meeting Liu's gaze through the door. Hello, sir. I'm the patrol officer for this neighborhood. I received a report and would like to ask you a few questions. Please open the door and cooperate with my work. It was the first time Liu had had a police officer knock on his door. Though he was puzzled, he planned to cooperate and open the door. But just as he touched the doorknob and started to twist it, Liu suddenly froze. Something's wrong. He's lying. A thought flashed through Liu's mind. This was an instinct he was born with, the ability to tell if someone is lying. Although it seemed unbelievable, countless experiences had proven that this ability was real. With this in mind, Liu carefully thought back and immediately noticed several suspicious points. Though he wasn't familiar with police procedures, he had heard that usually, when the police come to someone's house, there are at least 2 officers, but outside his door, there was only one. Although the policeman outside the door was wearing a uniform, there was no badge on his chest, nor did he have a walkie-talkie on him. What was even more important was that when Liu recalled the policeman's words, the first thing the man had said was, "Hello, sir." Liu could see the man through the peephole, but the man couldn't see him behind the door. So, how did he know he was a sir? Liu's shoes were kept inside his home, and there was nothing outside the door that could give away his gender. Thinking about this, Liu instinctively stepped back, increasing the distance between him and the door. If there was any possibility that the man knew information about the household, Liu could only think of 2 things. Either the man had been watching him for a long time and knew about the household, or the fake policeman had followed him home. He had seen Liu enter his home, so it was clear he knew the situation inside the house. No matter what the possibility was, the policeman outside the door was definitely fake. It was already past 10 p.m., and at this time, pretending to be a policeman and showing up was definitely not a good sign. I haven't offended anyone recently, right? While Liu was still filled with suspicion, outside, the fake policeman seemed to have lost patience as he noticed there was no movement from inside. He started knocking again, this time faster. Please open the door and cooperate with my work, it's everyone's duty as a citizen. If you don't open the door, I'll use force to break it open. The knocking grew louder, gradually turning into banging. The fake policeman's tone became more aggressive, as if he knew his identity had already been exposed and he wasn't planning to keep up the charade. You think not opening the door will help? Outside, the fake policeman's cold laugh echoed, and then the knocking stopped abruptly. Liu tightly gripped his phone. As soon as the fake policeman started banging on the door, he had already called the police and explained his situation. According to the operator, the nearest officer was on the way and would arrive in about 10 minutes. But from the fake policeman's words, it was clear that he wasn't going to let Liu off easily and was determined to break in. Why is this happening? For money? There's no reason for a robbery in such an old neighborhood. Is it for revenge? But I haven't offended anyone. Liu thought quickly, but then suddenly, he heard a sound from the keyhole of the door. Liu's pupils contracted. The fake policeman had a key to his house. This was impossible. If he had a key, there would be no need to trick him into opening the door. So, was the fake policeman picking the lock? Liu's first reaction was to find something to block the door, but it was already too late. The door in this old neighborhood didn't even have a security chain, so if the man could pick locks, there was no time for him to move heavy objects. Seeing this, Liu immediately turned and rushed into the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife before running back to the door. If things really came to a point where he had to fight, the best moment would be when the man had just opened the door and hadn't had time to see what was inside. Chapter 2 Reality Darkness. Liu crouched low, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the door. The fake policeman was illegally intruding, and even if he injured someone, it would count as self-defense. A stab to the neck could easily be fatal, so for the purpose of limiting the man's movement while waiting for police backup, the best choice was stabbing his leg. In the blink of an eye, Liu had made a calm judgment. At that moment, the lock on the door made a click, and it was unlocked. Liu immediately held his breath, his muscles tensing, ready to tackle the fake policeman the moment he entered. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and something strange happened. The door lock opened, but the fake police officer didn't break in. Could it be that he left? The thought barely crossed Liu's mind, but he immediately rejected it. He didn't hear the sound of footsteps leaving, and more importantly, after putting so much effort into opening the door, it was impossible that the fake police officer would just leave without doing anything. The only possibility was that the fake police officer had guessed he would likely be attacked the moment he stepped through the door, so instead of rushing in when the door opened, he chose to stay hidden outside. At this moment, the only thing standing between the two was a door that had been unlocked. Liu couldn't see the fake police officer's state, and the fake police officer couldn't see his either. He certainly couldn't step forward and peek through the peephole at this moment. Liu was certain that as soon as he made any movement, the fake police officer would rush in without hesitation and attack him. At that point, with the door between them, he would be at a disadvantage. Separated by an unlocked door, Liu and the fake police officer were locked in a silent battle. But clearly, this situation wouldn't last long. After all, Liu had already called the police, and as long as the fake police officer considered that possibility, he wouldn't foolishly waste time waiting for the police to arrive. Either leave before the police arrive, or break in and attack me before they do. Which one will you choose? Liu tightened his grip on the knife. He sincerely hoped the fake police officer would choose the former. After all, he couldn't think of any reason why the fake police officer would risk being caught just to break in. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The next moment. Click. From Liu's perspective, he clearly saw the door handle press down by an inch, and then, slowly, a gap began to open. Liu's breath instantly froze, and his mind was on high alert. However, as expected, the fake police officer still didn't rush in to attack him. The next second, under Liu's watch, an eye appeared through the gap in the door, locking onto him with a fierce gaze. The scene was quite terrifying, and just as Liu's pupils widened in shock, before he could react, the door was pushed open even wider. Then, something was suddenly thrown into the room. In a state of high tension, people often react to anything that appears in their line of sight. Liu didn't have time to think. His gaze instinctively darted to the object thrown into the room. And just at the moment his attention was distracted. Bang! The door was violently slammed open. A shadow with terrifying speed crashed through the door, rushing straight at Liu. Liu didn't expect the fake police officer to be so fast. His body was knocked back and slammed hard into the wall behind him. At the same time, the hand holding the knife instinctively swung toward the attacker. The fake police officer didn't expect Liu to strike back so quickly and so fiercely. In a panic, he could only block the knife with his hand. Instantly, the hand blocking Liu's knife was torn open, blood flowing freely. The pain seemed to provoke the fake police officer. His eyes bloodshot, he growled, "Get away." With that, he completely ignored his injury and, gripping the knife, shoved Liu aside. Liu staggered to the side, taking a few steps back, a look of astonishment in his eyes. The fake police officer's madness had caught him off guard. It seemed like the attacker wasn't afraid of pain at all. No, perhaps, compared to the pain, he was more afraid of something else. What was even stranger was that the fake police officer's target didn't seem to be him. After shoving Liu away, the fake police officer showed no intention of continuing the fight. His gaze quickly swept across the room and soon fixed on one direction with deadly focus. Immediately, he ran recklessly in that direction. Seeing this scene, although Liu felt doubtful and uneasy, it was clear that he could not allow such a dangerous person to rush into his home. Looking at the fake police officer's defenseless back, Liu did not hesitate, raised his knife, and stabbed hard into his thigh. Ah! The fake police officer let out a cry of pain, his leg pierced by the sharp weapon, the severe pain making his body light, and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn! Damn! What did I do to you, to make you use such a cruel hand on me? Looking at the knife stuck in his leg, the fake police officer directly cursed at Liu. Liu frowned, staring at him strangely, instinctively stepping back 2 paces to keep distance, preventing any counterattack. You pretended to be a police officer, broke into my house for no reason, and yet you ask why I acted against you? The fake police officer wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly changed, gazing through the wide-open door toward the hallway. Immediately, his expression turned terrified, not looking at Liu again, struggling to crawl forward. Damn it, damn it! No time! The fake police officer now looked almost insane, frightening Liu. At this moment, Liu also realized the direction the other was moving toward was his bedroom. Liu frowned tightly, thinking of the fake police officer's sudden expression change, turning his head to glance at the hallway. And that glance made him suddenly freeze. The hallway outside was completely dark, not a single bit of light. By reason, with such a loud noise earlier, the motion sensor lights in the hallway should have turned on. Even if the hallway lights did not turn on, his own room's lights were on, the light fully could shine out, the outside should not be so pitch black. Confusion filled Liu's eyes, and when he noticed that the darkness outside the hallway was spreading toward the room as if it were alive, his confusion instantly turned into terror. What kind of ghost thing is this? The scene before him completely overturned his understanding. He instinctively stepped back, away from the darkness that gave him extreme danger. Connecting the fake police officer's strange behavior, Liu realized something, immediately looking at him. Do you know something? The fake police officer struggled to stand from the ground, but Liu's knife had stabbed too deep and too hard, his right leg could not support him at all. Looking at the darkness already spreading into the room, the fake police officer shouted softly. If you don't want to die, come pull me. Only I can keep you alive now. In a flash of thought, Liu had a sudden idea. What the fake police officer said was the truth. Chapter 3, Reality, Door. Whether it was the darkness invading from the hallway, or his almost supernatural intuition, Liu realized one point. His current situation was extremely dangerous. To survive, he had to rely on the fake police officer who knew the truth. No time to think more, Liu quickly stepped forward to help the fake police officer up. This intruder, who 1 minute ago broke into his house and had been stabbed by him, now became his hope to survive. The contrast was too extreme. What exactly is going on? What are those things? How can we survive? While staying on guard against the fake police officer, Liu quickly asked. Door. The fake police officer panted heavily, his voice almost squeezed out through his teeth. Hurry, help me get inside the door. Once inside the door, that thing cannot hurt us. Door. Connecting to the fake police officer running toward the bedroom, Liu instantly realized the door he mentioned was likely his bedroom door. He supported the fake police officer toward the bedroom, glancing back at the darkness spreading behind them. The door you mean is my bedroom door? Yes. That is the entrance of this time's weird domain. Only inside the door are we safe. The fake police officer's eyes fixed tightly on the bedroom door. To stabilize Liu, he directly told him the truth, even revealing more than necessary. When Liu heard the words of the fake cop, his eyes were filled with confusion, but it was clear that now was not the time to ask so many questions. The distance from the front door to the bedroom was only a few meters, and Liu estimated the speed at which the darkness was spreading. It should take about 10 more seconds to cover the bedroom. However, as the darkness continued to approach, Liu could clearly feel an inexplicable chill and a strange sensation of being watched. It felt as if something in that darkness was staring at him, fixated on him. Hurry, open the door, there's no time left. They stopped in front of the bedroom door. The fake cop glanced at the approaching darkness and hurriedly urged. All right. Liu withdrew the hand that had been holding the fake cop and immediately grasped the bedroom door handle. It was at that very moment that a look of fierce determination appeared in the fake cop's eyes. At this distance, once he opened the door, he could directly enter the bedroom, no longer needing Liu's help. With Liu facing him, unprepared due to panic, he did not hesitate for a moment and struck hard with his elbow at the back of Liu's head. This damn guy had just stabbed him, and with this kind of injury, entering the eerie domain would be like stepping half a foot into death. How could he not hate him? It would be a cheap death for Liu if he just died in that darkness. At the moment the fake cop attacked, however, Liu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, quickly squatting down to dodge the fake cop's elbow strike. Then, with a blank expression, Liu grabbed the knife stuck in the fake cop's thigh and twisted it fiercely. Ah! A shrill scream echoed. The intense pain overwhelmed the fake cop's brain, and he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, convulsing uncontrollably. You. The fake cop gasped violently, unable to utter a complete syllable. Liu coldly glanced at him, saying nothing more, and, before the darkness arrived, opened the bedroom door and stepped inside. If you hadn't said we're safe, I might not have noticed your lie. But even if that were the case, I've always been on guard against you. A flash of white light passed, and Liu's figure disappeared behind the door. The fake cop desperately reached out towards the open door, struggling to enter, but it was already too late. The darkness descended, and on the fake cop's face, there was nothing but deep unwillingness, fear, and, just before his death, despair. Just as the darkness enveloped him, a cold, withered, and lifeless hand pressed down on his shoulder. The fake cop knew all too well whose hand it was. It was a ghost. A murderous ghost. After entering the door, Liu saw a flash of light in front of him, and after a brief dizziness, he opened his eyes again. What appeared before him was not the bedroom he was familiar with. Liu realized that, without him even knowing, he had changed into a sitting position. He quickly observed his surroundings and soon discovered that he was on a bus. The bus seats were quite empty. Liu counted quickly. Besides him and the driver, there were 5 other people. To the left front, there was a muscular man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder. Beside him sat a girl with long black hair, her aura extremely cold. The other 3 people sat behind him. One was a girl in a student uniform with black-framed glasses, looking delicate and weak. Another was a young man with dyed yellow hair, looking around nervously. In the corner sat a middle-aged man with a round body, a big belly, and small eyes. At this moment, the 6 people were eyeing each other. Some had eyes full of confusion and bewilderment, while others remained calm. He was not the least bit surprised by the current situation. Although Liu had many doubts in his heart, he chose to remain silent and quietly observe the surroundings. When facing the unknown, it is best to speak less and do less. Liu looked out the bus window. The bus was now driving on a highway, and he did not know where it was going. But soon, the bus turned a corner, entered a service area, and then stopped steadily. After parking the bus, the middle-aged driver got up and walked to the middle of the aisle, smiling at everyone and said, "Hello everyone, I am the driver for this trip. My surname is Wang, you can all call me Brother Wang. We will arrive at the destination soon. Before entering the resort villa, I need to remind everyone of a few things. Before that, if anyone has any questions, you can ask them. I will answer them one by one." After speaking, the driver looked at everyone present. The tattooed man and the woman with long black hair did not react, only calmly looked at the driver. The woman with glasses and the blonde man seemed to have something to say, but felt the situation was too strange and forced themselves to remain silent. Only in the farthest corner, the small-eyed middle-aged man, upon hearing the driver's words, could no longer hold back and finally spoke. "What place is this, and who are you? I was clearly fine at home, how did I suddenly end up on this bus?" Chapter 4, Resort Horror, Resort Villa. After the small-eyed man spoke, the driver's face showed a trace of astonishment, and he turned his head to look at him strangely. "Sir, I do not quite understand what you mean. Didn't you all voluntarily sign up to experience a 4-day, 3-night vacation at the villa? I also verified your identities before you got on the bus, everything was fine." Hearing this, the small-eyed man wanted to say more. But at this moment, a rough voice interrupted him. "Everyone's time is valuable. Do not waste it with such silly jokes." Liu looked toward the direction of the voice. The speaker was the man with tattoos on his shoulders. The tattooed man, who had been sitting with his arms crossed and silent, suddenly stood up and went toward the back seats of the bus. Seeing the tattooed man walking toward him with a fierce look, the small-eyed man opened his mouth, but when he tried to speak, the tattooed man glared at him violently, and the words were swallowed back. "What is wrong with this person? His eyes are so scary. Could he be a murderer?" The small-eyed man shrank his neck in fear. The tattooed man had already reached him, pressed on his shoulder, and whispered harshly word by word into his ear. "If you do not want to die, shut your mouth and listen to the driver quietly. If you dare talk more, do not blame me for being ruthless." Hearing these full of malice words, the fat on the small-eyed man trembled. Feeling the strong force of the hand pressing his shoulder, he did not dare to speak another word. The tattooed man snorted coldly, patted his shoulder, withdrew his hand, and coldly swept his gaze over the remaining people on the bus. Everyone who was stared at could not help but shiver and thought the same thing. This is definitely a dangerous person. Seeing no one dared speak recklessly anymore, the tattooed man nodded with satisfaction and then looked at the driver. "We have no problem. You continue to introduce the resort villa." The driver looked at the small-eyed man, then at the tattooed man. Though his expression was somewhat strange, he did not say much. "Since everyone has no questions, I will explain some precautions for the trip. The resort villa you are going to was originally a private property of a rich man, but after the rich man passed away, his son donated the villa to the local government. After some renovation, the resort is what it is today. You are all about to experience a 4-day, 3-night vacation at the resort, expected to arrive around 5 p.m. today and depart after 10 a.m. on the 4th day. The resort is fully equipped with facilities on par with those of a star-rated hotel. It not only offers an outdoor hot spring but also various fitness facilities and a VR cinema for everyone to enjoy. However, the driver paused here, his expression gradually becoming serious. Clearly, it was after, however, that the driver wanted to focus on the important part of what he had to say. There are some rules at the resort that every arriving guest must follow. These rules were proposed by the son of the wealthy man when he donated the villa. Every guest must strictly adhere to them. If anyone breaks the rules, your resort vacation will end early. Please keep this in mind. The driver said, his gaze scanning all the people in the car one by one. Seeing that no one had any objections, he continued. First of all, during your stay at the resort, your activities are limited to the area around the resort, and you are not allowed to leave the resort's premises. Why is that? As soon as the driver finished speaking, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was the woman with long black hair sitting across from the tattooed man at the beginning. Her expression was calm as she looked at the driver, a well-timed trace of confusion on her face. Liu, out of the corner of his eye, discreetly glanced at the tattooed man behind him. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to interrupt the driver earlier, but now this woman with long black hair had asked a question. How would he respond? What surprised him was that the tattooed man reacted very calmly, showing none of the displeasure he had earlier when the small-eyed man spoke. On the contrary, he also looked at the driver, seemingly curious about the answer to this question. Realizing that everyone's gaze was now on him, the driver spoke. The explanation given by the wealthy man's son is that the villagers in some nearby settlements are very xenophobic. When this resort was being built, there were quite a few conflicts. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he doesn't want guests leaving the resort and disturbing the nearby villagers. No matter what you may think, I'll say it again, since you're here at the resort, you must obey the rules. After listening to the driver's explanation, the woman with long black hair didn't say anything else. She simply nodded. I understand. Everyone turned their attention back to the driver, waiting for him to continue. But unexpectedly, the driver didn't continue explaining other rules. Instead, he clapped his hands and changed the topic. Alright, the only rule I need to inform you about is this one. The rest will be explained once you enter the resort. This is the last highway service area before the resort. You can take a short break, use the restroom, grab something to eat, and we'll depart in 15 minutes. After finishing, the driver opened the bus door and, without waiting for anyone else, got off and walked toward the service area ahead. But clearly, neither the woman with long black hair, the tattooed man, nor the woman with glasses, nor the young man with yellow hair seemed to have any intention of getting off. The only one who seemed to have some thoughts, his eyes flickering, was the small-eyed man, but he was blocked in his seat by the tattooed man and didn't dare to move. From the reactions earlier, Liu had roughly figured it out. Among the 6 people on the bus, including himself, the woman with glasses, the young man with yellow hair, and the small-eyed man were all unfamiliar with the situation. As for the tattooed man and the woman with long black hair, they were different. Their reactions were too calm, clearly understanding the current situation. Seeing that they didn't move, he naturally didn't act rashly either, staying quietly in his seat. It wasn't until the driver walked into the service area, his figure completely disappearing from the sight of everyone on the bus, that the tattooed man slowly stood up and walked to the middle of the aisle. His gaze was cold as he looked at everyone on the bus, then his face darkened as he clicked his tongue and said, "TCH, so many new faces this time. What a hassle. But it's not all bad. With so many new people, the difficulty of this mission shouldn't be too high." Newcomers? Mission? Hearing the tattooed man's mumble, Liu keenly picked up on the keywords in his words. The tattooed man then took a deep breath, his voice rising, "I will only say this once, so you all better remember it." Chapter 5: The Haunted Manor, the World of the Dead. The place you're in now is a world called the World of the Dead. All of us are cursed by fate, and that's why we ended up in such a damnable place. This world is inhabited by real ghosts, vengeful spirits that can kill. You can't communicate with them, they have no humanity. They're cunning, terrifying, and can kill easily. If you break the rules of their killing, death is all that awaits you. The only way to leave this cursed place alive is to complete the tasks given to you by the World of the Dead. Check your belongings. As the tattooed man spoke, he pulled a phone out of his pocket. Liu reached into his own pocket and found that, at some point, he had something inside. He took it out and saw that it was the same model of phone the tattooed man had in his hand. The appearance was identical, a small screen button phone, with basic functions like making calls, sending texts, checking maps, and notes. This is the special phone given to each of us by the World of the Dead. In this world, you can't bring anything from the outside. In other words, your original phones are useless now. You can only use the one provided by the world of the dead. Just as the tattooed man finished speaking, an unpleasant voice suddenly interrupted. What are you even talking about? Ghosts? Where are you getting this from? Even if this is some kind of prank, there should be a limit. Who would believe such ridiculous things? The speaker was the small-eyed man. He had an angry look on his face, his eyes also filled with fear, as if he could no longer tolerate the tattooed man rambling, and stood up to shout at him. After speaking, the small-eyed man turned to look at the others on the bus, urgently asking, You guys too, you can't believe this nonsense, right? What is this, the world of the dead, ghost world? Everything on and outside the bus is perfectly normal, where's the problem? The small-eyed man seemed desperately eager to get confirmation, but unfortunately, his words received no response. Li Yu remained silent. He was sure that what the tattooed man said was not a lie, and he clearly remembered how he ended up in this place. Before stepping into the world of the dead, he had already witnessed the existence of ghosts. If he hadn't entered the door at that moment, he might have already. The long-haired woman didn't even look at the small-eyed man, sitting calmly with her eyes closed as if indifferent to the reactions of others. The woman with glasses and the yellow-haired young man exchanged glances. Although they still found it hard to believe, thinking about the bizarre situation at hand, they couldn't help but believe a little more in the tattooed man's words. You guys? The reactions of the others stunned the small-eyed man, and his anger grew even more intense. Alright, I get it. You guys are all in on this together. Saying such nonsense here to try and trick me, only a fool would believe you. If you want to play, then play yourselves. I'm not joining. The small-eyed man said, storming towards the bus door, about to get off. The tattooed man made no attempt to stop him, only sneering as he watched the scene. Li Yu noticed that the long-haired woman, who had been quiet until now, actually looked over at this moment. The cold indifference in her eyes mirrored the tattooed man's. Even with a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Ghosts cannot be killed. Humans cannot fight against ghosts. Ghosts have their own rules of killing. Li Yu recalled the content from the eerie letter and immediately realized something, a chill spreading through his heart. The tattooed man and the black-haired girl were planning to test the taboo of this instance through the small-eyed man. They wanted to see if the small-eyed man would trigger the killing rule and be killed by the vengeful ghost after stepping off the bus. Is this the survival rule in the eerie realm? After Li Yu figured this out, his gaze slowly grew colder. Under the watchful eyes of the others on the bus, the small-eyed man quickly got off the bus. At first, with so many eyes staring at him, he felt a bit uneasy as he stepped off the bus. But when nothing happened, his expression turned disdainful. TCH. This little trick wants to fool me? A bunch of idiots. He spat heavily on the ground and quickly turned to leave. He didn't want to stay with these people any longer, but since they were at a service area on the highway, he still had to figure out how to get a ride to leave. Once the small-eyed man was far enough, the tattooed man finally withdrew his gaze, his heart now clear. Doesn't stepping off the bus trigger the killing rule? It seems that the real instance is at the resort. It should be safe until we reach there. The tattooed man thought this and looked up, only to find two gazes secretly fixed on him. It was the young man with the yellow hair and the girl with glasses. When his gaze met theirs, they quickly withdrew their eyes, but their faces clearly showed a hint of intention. Clearly, the success of the small-eyed man getting off the bus had eased some of their fear, and they were already hesitating whether they should leave the eerie bus together. Seeing this, the tattooed man sneered coldly, the door is right there. If you want to die, no one will stop you. I explained all this to you not because I care about you newcomers. I just don't want your foolish actions to affect me later. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Anyone who still can't see the situation clearly at this point won't survive in the eerie realm. I'll give you a final reminder, don't forget how you got on this bus. The tattooed man's last words caused the expressions of the young man with yellow hair and the girl with glasses to instantly change. Li Yu, recalling how he had entered, easily guessed that these two must have also come here through some sort of door. This situation can't be explained by science or logic, and naturally, there was no way the small-eyed man's claim that everyone was conspiring to prank him was true. Realizing this, the intention in the faces of the young man with yellow hair and the girl with glasses quickly disappeared, and they obediently sat back in their seats, although their eyes still occasionally glanced toward the direction the small-eyed man had left. At least you're smart. The tattooed man snorted coldly. Alright, you don't need to keep looking. Even if the instance location is at the resort, and the ghost's killing rule isn't triggered now, do you really think that fool will survive and leave? The eerie realm world isn't that kind. The reason this bus stopped at the service area is probably because there are too many newcomers in this instance, and eerie realm is giving you time to accept the reality. Also, it's a chance to eliminate those self-righteous fools. Chapter 6, Resort Fright, the only honest one. The tattooed man's last words were cold. After he spoke, there was no more noise on the bus. It seemed like he had no intention of speaking again. After saying what he had to say, he sat down in a seat by himself, crossing his arms and closing his eyes to rest. The bus became quiet all of a sudden, but at that moment, the girl with long black hair suddenly spoke. Although the Ghost Realm mission hasn't been assigned yet, judging from what the driver just said, this time the dungeon will probably require staying in the vacation villa for 4 days and 3 nights. To survive such a long time in the dungeon world, we will definitely need to cooperate with each other. While we still have a little time, before the driver comes back, we might as well do some self-introductions. It doesn't need to be detailed, just a simple introduction of the basics is enough. The black-haired straight girl suggested, standing up as she looked at the others in the vehicle. I'll start. My name is Fong Yuan. I've participated in 2 Ghost Realm dungeons, so I have some experience. After speaking briefly, her gaze swept over the people in the car, finally stopping at the glasses-wearing girl. She smiled slightly, showing a trace of kindness. And you? The glasses girl, caught off guard by being suddenly named, stammered as she spoke. I am Li Shui, a second-year student. This is my first time here, so I have no experience. After speaking, she quickly lowered her head, as if afraid to meet the eyes of others. Once she finished, the black-haired girl shifted her gaze to the blonde-haired young man. Li Zimming, also your first time here. I was working the night shift at the store, and when I opened the door, I ended up on this bus. After the blonde young man spoke, the black-haired girl nodded, then looked at Li Yu. Her eyes seemed to say, it's your turn. Li Yu didn't speak immediately, but after a few seconds of silence, he said calmly, Lin San, also a newcomer. After Li Yu said this, the others in the car immediately gave him strange looks. After all, the name Lin San felt too careless and obviously like a fake name. Li Yu chose a fake name for his own reason. When the independent black-haired girl spoke, Li Yu sensed a lie in her words. Either it was a lie about her name, or about the number of Ghost Realm dungeons she had cleared. Whatever the case, since the experienced black-haired girl did it, he naturally followed and used a fake name too. Even if the name was a bit careless, as long as he acted calm enough, others wouldn't dig too deep into a name. What caught Li Yu's attention was that, among those who introduced themselves, besides the black-haired girl, the glasses girl claiming to be Li Shui also lied. It's unclear whether she lied about her name like him, or something else. So far, among the 4 self-introductions, only the blonde-haired Li Zimming was telling the truth. The one who looked unreliable turned out to be the most honest. Seeing that Li Yu didn't explain anything, Fong Yuan only nodded lightly, not pressing further. Finally, she turned her gaze to the tattooed man, also an experienced player like her. Do you want to introduce yourself too? For an experienced person, especially one clearly stronger, Fong Yuan had to ask his opinion. The tattooed man didn't lift his eyelids, casually said, Wang Hu, like you, cleared 2 Ghost Realm dungeons. Still a lie. Sure enough, none of these veterans spoke the truth. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Fong Yuan said nothing more and sat back quietly, waiting for the driver. Li Zimming looked left and right, secretly observing the others, completely unaware he was the only honest one. Then. After weighing between Wang Hu and Fong Yuan, Li Zimming chose the latter, stood up, and walked toward Fong Yuan. The driver just said we can rest now. If I get off, it should be fine, right? I want to go to the bathroom. Fong Yuan looked up at him, paused for a moment, and replied, my suggestion is you better not. Since the location of the instance is in a resort, it's better not to casually get off the bus midway. After all, we are in the world of the cursed domain, and there's no guarantee that places outside the bus are safe. If you're not in a hurry, hold it in for now. According to the driver, we'll be reaching the resort soon, so it's not too late to get off when we arrive. But if you really can't hold it anymore, Fong Yuan said, pointing to a corner at the back of the bus, you can go there and solve it. Li Zimming was stunned when he heard this, his eyes wide in disbelief. He never expected Fong Yuan to say something like that. This is... Fong Yuan could immediately tell what Li Zimming was thinking. He shook his head and said, in the world of the cursed domain, life is far more important than your sense of shame. If you manage to survive and leave this instance, you'll understand what I mean. Li Zimming nodded absently, his face full of conflict. At this moment, Wang Hu, who had been silently listening to their conversation, suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Li Zimming with a vicious look. Kid, I warn you, if you dare to spread that urine smell all over the bus, I'll rip that thing off you and shove it up your ass. As soon as Wang Hu said this, Li Zimming was so scared that he took several steps back, his face filled with terror. Seeing Wang Hu's expression, it was clear that he wasn't joking. Li Zimming quickly hurried back to his seat, obediently sitting down. In the end, he neither got off the bus to use the restroom nor dared to relieve himself on the bus. Setting aside his sense of shame, Wang Hu's threat was enough to make him back down. Li Yu had been quietly listening to the conversation between the two. What Fong Yuan said was true, she must have genuinely thought that way. However, in Li Yu's view, her reason for warning Li Ziming was definitely not out of kindness. She probably thought that with one person, small-eyed man, already getting off the bus, there was no need to risk losing more people before they arrived at the resort. After all, there really are ghosts in the resort. The more people there are, the more chances there are to make mistakes. Only then will their situation become safer. Soon, the bus driver returned. Has everyone finished resting? If so, let's depart. We'll try to get to the estate before dark. As he spoke, the driver counted the people on the bus and suddenly froze. He realized that one person was missing. The gentleman who was sitting in the corner earlier, where did he go? Chapter 7, The Estate Terror, the Unmanned Service Area. The driver turned to Wang Hu, who was closest, and asked. Who knows? Wang Hu shook his head and casually replied. Hearing this, the driver furrowed his brow and looked at the other people on the bus, but clearly, no one could provide an answer. He sighed helplessly. It's getting late, and if we wait any longer, it will be dark. The mountain road will be dangerous. Since that gentleman hasn't returned, we'll assume he's abandoned this trip. Let's not waste anyone's time. We'll head out directly. The driver said, turning and walking back to the driver's seat. After hearing this, the passengers on the bus all exchanged strange glances. In a normal tour group, would they leave someone behind without even checking if they were okay when they noticed someone was missing at the service area? The driver's reaction was clearly off. But in the cursed domain world, the other passengers naturally chose to remain silent. The driver returned to the driver's seat and started the bus again. However, just as he was about to close the bus door, a frantic shout came from the service area not far away. Wait for me. I'm not on the bus yet. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the small-eyed man, who had just gotten off the bus, now running toward the bus with an anxious expression on his face, panic written all over him. As he ran, he kept looking back at the service area as if something was chasing him. But from the perspective of the others on the bus, there was clearly nothing behind him. The moment he was about to close the door, he stopped upon seeing him running over. Since the person had returned, waiting for a little longer wouldn't hurt. The short-eyed man was clearly middle-aged and out of shape, struggling with his poor stamina. He took over a minute to run the 100-meter stretch. When he finally made it back to the bus, he was gasping for air, drenched in sweat, looking utterly exhausted. The driver didn't say much, simply closed the door and drove out of the service area. The short-eyed man took a moment to catch his breath before he recovered. He didn't pay attention to the others on the bus, turning his gaze out the window. More precisely, he was staring at the service area they were slowly leaving behind. He only relaxed when the service area completely disappeared from view, as if finally able to settle his nerves. This odd reaction didn't escape the notice of the others on the bus. From the moment the short-eyed man returned to the bus, all eyes were fixed on him. After all, he was the only one who had gotten off the bus and knew what was going on outside. What are you staring at? Didn't you notice someone was missing from the bus? Didn't even wait for me. If I hadn't run fast, would you have just left me at the service area? The short-eyed man who got back on the bus seemed like a different person, completely forgetting that he was the one who voluntarily got off earlier. He now wished to distance himself from everyone on the bus. He muttered angrily, staring at the driver, clearly displeased. But the driver was too busy to care about him. Sir, we are currently on the highway. Please find a seat and sit down. The short-eyed man grumbled a bit more, then reluctantly turned and found a seat. At this point, Fang Yuan turned to look at him and asked, from your reaction, did you see something under the bus just now? See something? The short-eyed man turned to look at Fang Yuan, recalling what happened when he got off the bus, and snorted coldly. If you want to know, just go back and check for yourself. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, coldly firing back, weren't you in a hurry to leave earlier? Why did you sneak back onto the bus? Didn't you say we were all in on it, plotting to trick you? Now, are you afraid of being tricked? The short-eyed man glared, speechless, standing up to glare fiercely at Fang Yuan. What did you say? I can go wherever I want, do whatever I want. What does that have to do with you? If it were Wang Hu, the short-eyed man might not have dared to argue, but facing Fang Yuan, a woman, he clearly felt braver. After weighing the difference in physical strength between the two, he figured he could handle it. But at this moment, Wang Hu had lost patience with their back and forth. He stood up, glaring coldly at the short-eyed man. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and tell us what you saw. If you keep talking, do you believe I'll throw you off the bus? Faced with Wang Hu's imposing presence, the short-eyed man immediately shrank his head in fear. He wanted to say something to save face, but was scared Wang Hu would actually make a move. Reluctantly, he obediently shared what he had seen earlier. After leaving the bus, the short-eyed man's first reaction was to take a taxi and leave, but his phone had no signal, and he couldn't even make a call. He thought of borrowing someone else's phone in the service area to ask for help, but when he actually entered, he realized the entire service area was empty. All the shops were closed, and not a single light was on. By the time he realized this, he started feeling uneasy, but then thought maybe this was still part of Wang Hu's trick to deceive him. No way could there be no one here, right? At this point, the short-eyed man felt trapped, with no choice but to try to find someone in the service area to ask for help. But after walking around the service area, he found nothing. He still hadn't seen anyone. At that moment, the small-eyed man suddenly heard a sound from the restroom, and immediately thought of the driver who had just gotten off the bus. His first reaction was that the driver was in the restroom. After all, he had seen the driver walk into the service area, so he must be here. My phone has no signal, but maybe his does? Thinking this, the small-eyed man decided to find the driver and borrow his phone. If the driver refused, and there was no one else around, he'd just take it by force. But when he really walked into the restroom, he found that it was still empty. The small-eyed man, unwilling to give up, opened every stall door to check, and each one was empty without exception. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the driver went into the women's restroom? Just then, the urge to urinate hit him, so he decided to take care of it right there. After washing his hands, he went out again to search. But when he looked up and gazed at the restroom mirror, the small-eyed man suddenly froze. The him in the mirror was smiling. In an instant, the small-eyed man's pupils widened, and he watched as the smile on the reflection's face grew wider and wider, until it almost reached his ears. He let out a terrified scream and quickly turned to run out of the restroom. At that moment, the small-eyed man heard footsteps coming from behind. Clack! 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 The sound was very close, seemingly coming from one of the stalls. But when he checked earlier, all the stalls had been empty. There was no one there. Chapter 8, The Terrifying Manor Task. In his panic, the small-eyed man quickly glanced behind him, and just that one glance made him truly believe that ghosts existed in this world. He saw a hand, a pale, bloodless hand with extremely long nails, reaching out from the innermost stall and resting on the door panel. Inside the nails, there was something bloody, dripping slowly from the fingers. It was blood. The next moment, under the small-eyed man's terrified gaze, a head slowly emerged from the stall. The small-eyed man was terrified. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and he turned to run out of the empty service area. It wasn't until he was back on the bus that the eerie feeling of being watched finally dissipated. He recounted everything he had just experienced, his face still filled with lingering fear. The few people on the bus listened to his story. Their expressions varied. Wang Hu and Fang Yuan responded calmly. The situation of a ghost in the service area didn't surprise them. In the cursed region, it would be strange if there weren't ghosts. What surprised them was that the small-eyed man managed to come back alive. It seemed he hadn't triggered the ghost's killing pattern. Compared to the calmness of the two, Li Ziming's eyes were filled with fear, and Li Shue's face turned pale. In the very service area they had just been, there was a ghost, and it was so close to them. If the small-eyed man had run a little slower, he might have ended up dead at the ghost's hands. The atmosphere in the bus immediately became heavy, and no one spoke. Although they had already learned from Fang Yuan and Wang Hu that ghosts existed, it was a whole different feeling when a ghost really appeared next to them. People can't fight ghosts. If you want to survive in their hands, you can only try to figure out the ghost's killing pattern, right? Liu looked out the bus window at the rapidly retreating street scene, his heart sinking slightly. He stared out the window absent-mindedly, and as he was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a thin layer of mist appearing outside the bus. Liu frowned. Fog on the highway was very bad news. Especially since this fog was getting thicker and thicker. The thick fog had already blocked the view, making it impossible to see the surroundings. Liu immediately turned his head to look at the road ahead, and saw the same scene. In fog of this scale, the bus's forward direction was completely lost. Driving in such conditions, whether it was a rear-end collision or falling off a cliff, even a slight drift hitting an obstacle, any accident would be extremely deadly. The others on the bus quickly realized this too, and all looked at each other in fear. Hey, what's happening? With fog this thick, you can't see the road. How can you drive? Wang Hu was the first to rush to the driver's seat, holding onto the window, and shouted sharply at the driver. Everyone relax, fog on this section of the road is normal, there are no other vehicles nearby, as long as we go straight, we'll reach the villa soon. The driver explained calmly, holding the steering wheel steadily, not even shaking once. You are saying wah. Wang Hu's words were cut off as he suddenly felt his phone vibrating slightly in his pocket, freezing him for a moment. Not only him, everyone on the bus at that moment felt the phones given to them by the weird realm vibrate in their hands. Everyone quickly took out their phones to check. Liu lit up his screen and saw a new message notification. He opened it and found only a few words. Task: survive in the villa until the end of the 3rd day, and point out the real ghost. Survive 3 days, and point out the fierce ghost? Liu put away his phone, and the others on the bus had also read the message, exchanging glances for a moment. Li Ziming and Li Shui both looked at the experienced Wang Hu and Fang Yuan, seemingly hoping for some advice from them. But neither Wang Hu nor Fang Yuan spoke, just sitting silently after reading the task. The small-eyed boy, however, turned pale after seeing the message. Ghost, he actually had to stay in a place with ghosts for 3 days. Thinking of the scene he saw earlier at the service area, he felt a suffocating panic, shrinking in his seat, trembling. We can only accept it since we are here. Li Yu adjusted his mood and looked out the window again. A ray of sunlight happened to shine through at that moment. Strangely, it seemed that after the weird realm task appeared, the thick fog outside the bus started to clear visibly. Within just a few minutes, most of the fog had disappeared. Li Yu looked ahead and saw the outline of a villa not far away. The bus soon drove into the estate and finally stopped in front of a villa. We've arrived, get off. The driver opened the door and went down first. Seeing this, the others followed. Knowing there were ghosts in the villa but still getting off, the small-eyed boy was completely unwilling. But seeing everyone else leave the bus, he could only grit his teeth and follow. The villa covered a large area. Just the road from the main gate to the villa stretched hundreds of meters. In the center of the estate stood a fountain, flanked by green lawns and a garden full of various plants. But the garden seemed unattended for some time and had grown some weeds. On both sides of the road were rows of stone statues, stretching from the fountain to the villa's front door, giving a feeling of extreme luxury. Is this the world of rich people? It's really extravagant. The blonde youth Li Ziming could not help but sigh. The small-eyed boy, who got off last, looked at the estate, pursed his lips, and said, "It's just okay. But for someone like you, who has never seen the world, it's really a level you can't reach." Hearing this, Li Ziming frowned, thinking this guy really had a sharp mouth. But once thinking here is what place, also then lazy to start a dispute with the other side. At this time the sun had leaned west, the sky color already late. Raising head to look, the setting sun dyed red half of the sky. Very soon it will become night. In such a place with ghosts, the darkness without doubt will give people a feeling of danger. Now the time also not early. Everyone first follow me, go to the restaurant to eat. After eating then assign the rooms you will live in next. The driver said one sentence to the crowd, opened the villa big door and walked toward inside. Chapter 9 Terror of the Mountain Villa. The second rule. A group of people followed the driver into the villa, once again shocked by the luxury inside. It is very hard to imagine that a mountain villa of this level would actually be developed as a tourist area. Very quickly, under the driver's lead everyone arrived inside the restaurant. Above the head hung bright crystal lamps. The restaurant space was very big, even used as a banquet place would have no problem. Everyone chose a position on the long table and sat down. Li Yu silently walked to the very edge, also the position closest to the door. If some accident happens, this position will be the most convenient for escaping. You all wait a moment, dinner is already prepared, it will be sent over right away. After the driver finished speaking he turned and walked toward the back kitchen. A moment later he came back pushing a dining cart with a middle-aged man wearing a chef uniform. The dinner was very rich, each person's table was filled with delicate dishes. Everyone at this time was already hungry with empty stomachs. The small-eyed man looked at the food in front of him with shining eyes. Without another word he began to eat with big mouthfuls. Li Ziming had just planned to move his chopsticks, but from the corner of his eye he noticed that Fang Yuan and Wang Hu, these two veterans, had not moved, and the hand holding the chopsticks stopped again. The two originally planned to check whether the food had a problem, but noticing the chef and the driver both sat down to eat, they both chose to hold still. Only after the chef and the driver also ate the food on the table did they finally feel at ease and begin eating. The meal was eaten very quickly. Li Yu stopped after eating to about 70% full. The fork in his hand pierced a piece of steak. Then he looked again at the obviously expensive red wine on the table, and doubt could not help rising in Li Yu's heart. After such a dinner, each person at least ate several hundred to 1,000 yuan. This was still only the money for one meal, not counting other costs of lodging. According to the driver's saying, they reported as a tour group to come travel in this mountain villa, and the identity they seemed to play did not look like rich people. How could they possibly pay high cost to come here for vacation? But if the fee they paid when joining the tour group was not high, then service of this level would be too strange. It could not be that opening the manor was only to lose money and invite people to come play, right? Obviously they had only entered this manor not long ago. Li Yu already felt that everywhere here was full of strange things. After everyone finished dinner, the driver wiped his mouth, stood up and clapped his hands, pulling everyone's eyes over. Since everyone has eaten full, then next I will take you to choose your own rooms. But before that, I must tell all of you the second rule inside this mountain villa. When the driver said this, except for the small-eyed man, the eyes of everyone else became serious. Under the situation already knowing that ghosts kill people following certain rules, the taboos inside this manor might be related to the ghost's killing ability. Only the small-eyed man who chose to leave the bus when Wang Hu explained the situation knew nothing about the present situation. Looking at the reactions of the others, his face had only confusion. Seeing that everyone was listening, the driver then cleared his throat and said, "The second rule inside the mountain villa is that all outside travelers, at night, are not allowed to live alone in one room. Not allowed to live alone in one room? When everyone heard this, their reactions were different. Wang Hu's brows tightened. Fang Yuan then showed a thoughtful expression. Li Yu was also thinking about the meaning behind this rule. This is a manor with ghosts, and when facing ghosts, being alone makes one feel more vulnerable to attacks. On the contrary, if many people group together, it feels safer, and they can look out for each other. So, could the rule of not allowing people to stay in a room alone be to encourage them to group together for warmth, reducing the chance of being killed by a ghost? While thinking, Li Yu noticed the driver had already gotten up and was heading towards the restaurant. Seeing this, everyone got up and followed him. They followed the driver up the stairs to the second floor of the villa. The layout of the entire villa is square, so the corridors on both sides are long and interconnected. The driver led everyone down the left corridor and walked to the corner, pointing at a row of rooms and saying to everyone, "You can choose any room here, the layouts are all pretty much the same, and the furniture and equipment are all complete, so don't worry. It's getting late today, so you can rest for the night and properly explore the manor tomorrow." After saying this, the driver didn't intend to assign rooms, clearly leaving the choice to them. Before leaving, the driver turned back and reminded them once more, lastly, remember the villa's rules. With that, the driver turned and left, leaving everyone standing in front of a row of rooms. The driver said that the villa doesn't allow anyone to stay in a room alone. Although the NPCs in the ghost domain instance might not always tell the truth, it's still the early stage of the instance, so it's best not to casually break the rules. Fang Yuan was the first to speak out. She was one of the only two experienced players present, and since Wang Hu was clearly not the type to take on a leadership role, she naturally had to step forward to guide the conversation. Next, let's discuss how to divide the rooms. After speaking, Fang Yuan turned her gaze toward the others, waiting to hear their opinions. The man with small eyes was the first to speak, suggesting, "Why don't we all stay in one room? If the six of us stay together, we'll have plenty of yang energy. Even if there are ghosts, they wouldn't dare come in, right?" As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze immediately focused on him. Li Ziming and Li Shui showed signs of interest, clearly somewhat agreeing with the small-eyed man's suggestion. It's said that strength lies in numbers. For newcomers who have just entered the ghost domain and don't understand anything yet, it's obviously best for everyone to group together. Li Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head in his heart, rejecting the feasibility of the small-eyed man's suggestion. In his view, the best room allocation plan would be 2 people per room. Obviously, Fang Yuan and Wang Hu didn't agree with the small-eyed man's proposal either, both giving him a look of disdain. What's with the look? Did I say something wrong? The small-eyed man felt a bit displeased and, with some fear, glanced at Wang Hu before raising his chin and asking Fang Yuan. Before Fang Yuan could respond, Wang Hu sneered, "Of course there's a problem, the biggest problem is, why should I stay in the same room with someone like you, an idiot?" "What did you say?" Wang Hu's blunt words ignited the small-eyed man's anger as well. However, due to Wang Hu's intimidating presence, he didn't dare to confront him head-on. Wang Hu, on the other hand, had no intention of showing any leniency, directly pointing at him and shouting, "I'm talking about you, you fool. Ghosts kill according to rules. If a group of people huddles together, and one of them triggers the ghost's killing ability, bringing the ghost over, everyone in the room could be in danger. So why should I stay in the same room with a fool like you, who has no idea what's going on, and increase my chances of being attacked by a ghost?" Chapter 10: The Mansion Horror Room Assignment. The small-eyed man, scolded by Wang Hu, instantly turned red, but he stammered for a long time, unable to come up with a way to argue back. Even though he wanted to say something to save face, he was afraid of angering Wang Hu and getting beaten later, so in the end, he only managed to say one sentence. "I didn't know that the ghost kills according to a pattern. Can't we just talk properly? Ha, isn't that because you're such an idiot?" Wang Hu snorted coldly and didn't bother wasting more words with him. "Since living together isn't possible, what if we split into 2 groups, 3 people per room?" At this moment, Li Shui timidly raised her hand and offered her suggestion. 3 people per room. It's not impossible, but the risk is still very high. Fang Yuan thought for a moment, then shook her head and explained, "If we are attacked by the ghost, it's likely to result in half of us being lost at once. At that point, the remaining half will probably find it hard to survive and complete the dungeon, leading to a total wipe. The best option, I think, is for 2 people to share a room. This way, it won't violate the villa's rules, and the risk will be minimized. Even if we unfortunately trigger the ghost's killing ability, we won't lose too many people at once. What do you all think?" After Fang Yuan finished speaking, she looked towards the others. Everyone, after hearing her analysis, felt it made a lot of sense, and naturally, no one objected. Fine, let's do it this way. You can decide on these things directly, asking a bunch of rookies is a waste of time." Wang Hu waved his hand impatiently, settling on this plan. Then, his gaze turned to the few men present. After quickly dismissing the small-eyed man, his gaze drifted between Li Ziming and Li Yu. After some thought, he finally pointed at Li Yu and said, "You. We'll share a room. Compared to Li Ziming, who was a bit of a loudmouth, Li Yu, though quiet, appeared calm and steady, at least not as noisy as Li Ziming. In contrast, Wang Hu felt that Li Yu looked more reliable. Okay. Li Yu naturally nodded, having no objections to this arrangement. After all, this was his first time entering the mysterious domain, and living with an experienced person would help him understand it better. Moreover, although Wang Hu's temper was a bit rough, he was clearly much more reliable than the other two. After deciding on Wang Hu and Li Yu as a group, the only two women present naturally looked at each other. Shall we share a room? All right, sure. The two briefly communicated and naturally chose to share a room. Of course, Fang Yuan didn't want to share a room with the obviously troublesome small-eyed man. The remaining choices were Li Ziming and Li Shui, both newcomers. For her, it didn't matter much who she shared a room with. But considering gender, she prioritized Li Shui. Of course, if Li Ziming's abilities were exceptional and he seemed more reliable than Li Shui, Fang Yuan might have made a different choice. After all, in Mysterious Domain, worldly concepts were nothing compared to life. After splitting into groups, the last one remaining was Li Ziming, who naturally had to share a room with the small-eyed man. Li Ziming was a little unwilling. If he had a choice, he would much prefer to share a room with the obviously experienced Wang Hu or Fang Yuan. If that wasn't possible, sharing with Li Yu would also be acceptable. But he had no say in the matter, the initiative wasn't in his hands. After the groups were decided, it was time to assign rooms. This time, Fang Yuan didn't ask for anyone's opinion and simply said, "We don't need to separate, just pick the 3 adjacent rooms. This way, if any problems arise, we can help each other." Lies. Li Yu gave Fang Yuan a faint glance, clearly seeing that this woman was just saying nice things for the sake of appearances. If you truly encounter any problem, don't even think about relying on her. Fine, let's do it this way. Wang Hu nodded directly in agreement, then without saying another word, he chose the room in the middle, pushed the door open, and walked straight in. Li Yu didn't say much either, directly following Wang Hu into the room. Compared to the left and right rooms, the middle one clearly felt safer. Fang Yuan seemed to understand this as well, but since Wang Hu had already made his choice, she didn't want to cause a dispute over such details. She pushed the door open and walked into the room on the left. After Li Shui followed Fang Yuan into the room, only Li Ziming and the man with small eyes remained in the corridor. Looking at the 2 closed doors in front of him, the man with small eyes finally stiffened, cursing under his breath, "What the hell? Not even asking others for their opinion, just acting on your own. Today's young people don't understand respect for others at all." As he said this, he glanced at Li Ziming, who had yellow hair and looked like the type to have dropped out of school and mixed with society, just an ordinary worker with no presence. With a little manipulation, he could be easily controlled. Thinking this, the man with small eyes chuckled and patted Li Ziming's shoulder. "Don't worry, little bro. We're sharing a room now. If anything happens, I've got your back. Don't think those two are so impressive. When it comes to experience in society, 10 of them combined aren't even a match for me. Although the situation here is special, experience is something that works everywhere." The man with small eyes patted his chest, his greasy hand rubbing against Li Ziming's clothes, looking all confident and grand. Li Ziming gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Brother, let's just go into the room quickly. Right now, it's just the 2 of us in the corridor, and it feels a bit chilly." Hearing this, the man with small eyes immediately looked around, then suddenly realized that this was a haunted manor, making him feel a chill down his spine. "Don't worry, I have strong yang energy, no evil spirits can get to me. But you're different, so for your safety, let's just go into the room." As he spoke, the man with small eyes quickly opened the door to the right and walked in ahead of Li Ziming. Seeing this, Li Ziming could only sigh heavily in his heart, feeling a great sense of worry about the future. He didn't dare to stay too long in the corridor, quickly following him into the room and closing the door behind him. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Li Yu finally moved away from behind the door and focused his attention on the room. Of course, he didn't forget to lock the door as well. Just a room allocation issue, and there's already so much scheming involved. Wang Hu seems rough on the outside, but by choosing the middle room, it's obvious that he's not a simple person. In this haunted domain, the world really demands that you tread carefully every step of the way. Chapter 11: The Manor's Horror Calling. Chapter 11: The Manor's Horror Calling. The night quickly arrived. After nightfall, the entire manor was silent, not even the sounds of insects or birds could be heard. The manor was in a remote location, far from any human settlement, and perhaps it was built with that in mind. However, now, aside from the 6 people who entered the instance, there were only a few people in the entire manor, including the driver and the cook. Compared to the entire manor, there was really not much of a crowd. Li Yu pulled back the corner of the curtain and looked at the surroundings outside the villa. The distant forest was dense, and the wind blowing through made a faint rustling sound, with hardly any light visible. Deep within the dark forest, it seemed like something was lying in wait, quietly watching the villa. After observing for a while without discovering anything, Liu pulled the curtain back again, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Stop looking, rookie. For a newcomer like you, it's better to do less and make fewer mistakes. Wang Hu lay on the bed in the room, his hands behind his head, glancing at Liu with a calm expression. Don't take unnecessary actions, try to minimize the chances of triggering the ghost killing rules. You only have a chance to survive and leave this mysterious domain instance alive. Liu glanced at Wang Hu, nodded, and then asked, so, are we doing nothing? In a place like this, taking action at night is very dangerous. If we want to investigate, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. The mission requires us to survive for 3 days, but if we do nothing, based on my experience, we'll most likely end up getting toyed with and killed by the ghosts. After all, ghosts, they're cruel and cunning. Even if you don't intentionally break the rules for killing, they'll still find a way to harm you. Not to mention, the mission also requires us to identify the ghost's identity. Compared to the small-eyed guy and Li Ziming, Wang Hu found Liu more agreeable. He didn't mind giving him a piece of advice. Even though tonight is the first night, the ghosts in this villa will definitely not sit still and let us sleep peacefully until morning. Wait and see, maybe tonight, someone unlucky will die. Wang Hu finished speaking and stopped paying attention to Liu, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. He clearly intended to follow through with his doing nothing is better philosophy. If someone really dies tonight, we can use their actions before death to deduce the ghost's killing pattern. Liu gave Wang Hu a deep look. He could tell that what the other said was true, but he clearly hadn't revealed all his thoughts. It was very likely that he had his own plan in mind. Realizing this, Liu decided to lie down on another bed and rest. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it was to keep both the mind and body in good condition, increasing the chances of survival. Liu lay on the bed, but he didn't actually fall asleep. Instead, he replayed all the events of the day in his mind. From the bus ride to the villa, every detail flashed in his mind. Since I'd been dragged into such a dangerous world, avoiding it is impossible. I can only do my best to survive. Meanwhile, in Fang Yuan and Li Shue's room. Fang Yuan took a shower, dried himself off, and got dressed again before lying back on the bed. Get some rest, keeping your energy up will increase your chances of survival. It was clear that she had the same idea as Wang Hu. If the ghost doesn't show up tonight, fine. But if it does, we have to reduce our chances of becoming its target. Only by letting others make mistakes can the ones who survive have a chance to figure out the ghost's killing pattern. Fang Yuan, I trust you. Li Shue nodded obediently and, after saying goodnight, lay back down on her bed. The two of them were so in sync that neither of them bothered to turn off the light in the room, even though the light would affect their rest quality to some extent. But with the light on, it always felt much safer than in the dark. On the other side, as soon as the small-eyed guy entered his room, he took off his shoes and lay down on the bed without saying a word. I'm exhausted, with all the bus rides and being chased. Finally, I can rest. Thinking about the scene at the service area, the small-eyed guy still had some aversion to that word. Hey, you, I'm going to sleep now. Go turn off the lights, and don't make any noise to disturb me. I have a light sleep, so be careful not to make any noise while I'm sleeping. The small-eyed guy paused, thought for a moment, and added, of course, if something happens, remember to wake me up in time. You're really just going to sleep like that? Li Ziming was confused by the small-eyed guy's actions. In such a dangerous place, how could someone just say sleep and sleep? What else can I do? The small-eyed guy rolled his eyes and retorted. Just close the door. We're two big men here. If that thing really comes, it'll probably pick the weaker ones first. It'll most likely go after those two women. We both have strong yang energy, what's there to be afraid of? If you're really that worried, you can stay awake and keep watch. If anything really goes wrong, wake me up immediately. Li Ziming opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the man with small eyes just waved his hand and turned his back. Alright, turn off the lights and go to sleep. How come these young people are so timid these days? After muttering to himself, the man with small eyes actually started breathing evenly and fell asleep within minutes. Hearing the snoring of the man with small eyes, Li Ziming's mouth twitched, and all he could do was bitterly smile. He truly felt that his situation was precarious. Sharing a room with such a person, if something really happened, he couldn't rely on him at all. No wonder the two old hands, Wang Hu and Fang Yuan, didn't want to share a room with him. Li Ziming turned off the light and lay back down on his bed. He definitely didn't have the same calm heart as the man with small eyes, who could sleep so easily. In such a dangerous place, he dared not fall asleep for real. Anyway, he often stayed up late, pulling an all-nighter wasn't a big deal. Li Ziming thought to himself, deciding that he would stay awake the whole night, keeping watch to preserve his life. Once dawn broke and everyone gathered together, they should be safe, and he would see if he could change his roommate. He thought so, but when it actually reached the middle of the night, drowsiness began to attack him uncontrollably. Li Ziming suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy, and his brain began to feel fuzzy, tempted to just collapse on the bed and sleep until morning. Maybe I should sleep for a bit? Anyway, that man with small eyes seems fine. A light nap should be fine. Li Ziming was about to close his eyes for a short rest, but in the next second, he suddenly heard an extremely faint sound. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but the sound began to grow louder. Li Ziming listened carefully, trying to make out the content of the sound. It sounded like someone was calling his name? Li Ziming. Finally, the voice became crystal clear, and Li Ziming heard the call loud and clear. What's wrong? Almost instinctively, he responded. Chapter 12, The Horrifying Mansion, Ghost Calling the Name. Chapter 12, The Horrifying Mansion, Ghost Calling the Name. He had just thought it was the man with small eyes waking up and calling him, but now, when he turned his head, he saw that the man with small eyes was still soundly asleep on his bed. His sleeping position hadn't changed at all. Since he was still asleep, then, who was calling his name? For a moment, Li Ziming felt a cold chill running down his spine. In the dark room, besides him and the man with small eyes, there was no one else. But precisely because of this, it felt even more terrifying. Li Ziming. In the next moment, that call came again. Li Ziming instinctively looked towards the direction where the sound was coming from, only to find that the door, which had been tightly shut, was now open. In the dark corridor, a pale hand appeared on the doorframe. Then, something slowly started to emerge from the darkness outside the door. It was a person. No, that couldn't possibly be a person. It was a ghost. Li Ziming's body stiffened, his lips trembling. His first reaction was to wake the man with small eyes. But when he tried to shout a few times, the man with small eyes showed no response at all. What was going on? Didn't he say his sleep quality was bad, and that he could easily be woken up? Li Ziming almost cursed inwardly. But he quickly realized something was off. The snoring that had been continuously coming from the man with small eyes since he began sleeping had suddenly stopped without him noticing. More importantly, the man with small eyes hadn't even changed his sleeping position after such a long time. Was that even possible? Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through Li Ziming's mind, sending a chill through him. Could it be that the man with small eyes was already dead? Killed by the fierce ghost in the villa? And now, the ghost's target had shifted to him. Li Ziming. Once again, a calling came from outside the door. The thing standing outside his room was calling his name. At that moment, Li Ziming's heart felt as if it was gripped by an icy hand, a bone-chilling cold covering his whole body. Ah! He screamed in terror, the ghost blocking the door, wanting to escape but finding nowhere to run. In great fear, Li Ziming could only cover himself with the quilt, curling into a ball under the blanket, trembling. Footsteps sounded, the ghost seemed to enter the room, slowly approaching his bed. Li Ziming tightly covered his ears, blocking all outside sounds. He dared not listen, even less dare to look. Finally, the ghost stopped by his bedside, and in Li Ziming's mind appeared the image of the ghost lowering its head and staring coldly at him. Is he going to die at the hands of the ghost? Li Ziming was already crying from fear, but he did not dare move, only praying wildly in his heart. Faintly, he heard the calling again, over and over in his ears, though not so clearly. The ghost was calling his name. This is a ghost calling someone. Li Ziming trembled like a sieve, time passing second by second, each second feeling like a century. This feeling of waiting for death was the most torturing. But, after several minutes, the ghost did not kill him. Li Ziming still dared not move, but in his heart grew a hope to survive. The quilt works, ghosts cannot kill someone hiding under a quilt. It must be so, it must be. Li Ziming kept murmuring, like clutching the last straw of life. He did not know how long the ghost would stand by his bedside. At this moment, he had never wished for dawn to come so much. As long as he waited for daylight, the ghost should leave once it was light, right? Gradually, Li Ziming realized that the voice that had been ringing in his ears had disappeared. The ghost no longer called his name. Could it be the ghost has already left? Li Ziming sincerely hoped so, but he did not dare take a risk, his hands still tightly covering his ears, not relaxing even a little. Naturally, he also could not peek out of the quilt to see if the ghost was still by the bed. Li Ziming felt the night was longer than ever, long enough to rival his 20 years of life. When the morning sunlight finally entered the room, Li Ziming mustered courage and shakily peeked his head out of the quilt. His bedside was empty, the ghost had indeed gone. Li Ziming's whole body went limp, as if all his strength had been taken away, and under the huge psychological drop, he unknowingly fell asleep. Until he felt someone pushing him, Li Ziming struggled to open his eyes. Hey, wake up, it's already daylight. How can you sleep more than me? Get up quickly. The small-eyed boy shook Li Ziming's shoulder hard, stopping only when he saw him open his eyes. But when he looked into Li Ziming's eyes, he was shocked. What's wrong with your eyes? They're all bloodshot. What did you do last night? Li Ziming froze for a few seconds, his confused mind finally clearing. He suddenly sat up from the bed, first looking around in terror, only relaxing after confirming safety. But soon, he recalled last night's events, looking at the small-eyed boy in disbelief. You actually didn't die? What are you saying? I'm fine, why are you cursing me to die? The small-eyed boy frowned, annoyed, speaking harshly. No, but last night you... Last night what? Last night I called you many times, and you didn't react at all. Impossible. The small-eyed boy's eyes widened. I didn't hear you call me at all. If you really called me I would have woken up. I'm saying, you didn't have a nightmare, right? Li Ziming was stunned. Was everything last night just a dream? No, impossible. The feeling was too real. Li Ziming could even recall the details of that moment. The cold feeling from the ghost, that feeling of approaching death, it could not be faked. But the small-eyed boy said he did not hear anything at all. What exactly is going on? And even stranger, that ghost stood by his bed all night, yet he was fine, and the small-eyed boy sleeping soundly was also fine? Then what does this mean? The ghost only appeared to scare him? With doubt in his heart, Li Ziming followed the small-eyed boy out of the room, and by then people were already gathered in the hallway. The driver stood at the door, carefully counting everyone before speaking. I wonder how everyone rested last night. Our guest rooms here are quite nice, right? Among the group, except for Li Ziming, the other 5 seemed in good spirits. Now it's breakfast time. I will take you all to the dining room, and also help you get familiar with the villa's layout. After breakfast, everyone can move freely in the estate. Please follow me. The driver said this, turning to lead everyone toward the dining room. Li Ziming still shivered thinking about last night, and when he looked up, he realized all the others' eyes were on him. Clearly, among everyone, only Li Ziming's reaction was off. It was obvious he must have experienced something last night. After eating, we will have a proper talk. One who glanced at the driver leading the way, placed a hand on Li Ziming's shoulder, showing a friendly smile. Chapter 13, Villa Horror, Team Formation. Chapter 13, Villa Horror, Team Formation. Now everyone should have some understanding of the villa. Mealtimes are at 8 in the morning, 12 noon, and 6 in the evening. Outside these times, everyone can move freely. The villa's facilities are complete, please enjoy yourselves. After breakfast, the driver spoke to everyone. But the villa is in a remote area, sometimes there will be snakes, insects, or wild animals. At night, it is best not to wander around. Is this also a villa rule? After the driver finished, Liu suddenly looked at him and asked. The driver shook his head slightly, smiling, just a small personal suggestion. After speaking, he gestured for everyone to be free and turned to leave the dining room. But after the driver left, no one in the dining room moved to leave, all eyes turned sharply toward Li Ziming. Speak, with that face like you ate shit, what did you encounter last night? Wang Hu crossed his arms, leaning on the chair, his gaze piercing at Li Ziming. Li Ziming shivered, recalling last night's experience. After truly encountering the ghost, he did not dare hide anything, and spoke at all. That's roughly what happened. After speaking, Li Ziming still had a face full of lingering fear. I really thought I was going to die at that moment. After hearing his story, the others all looked thoughtful. You mean, the ghost stood by your bed, called your name all night, and yet you survived? Fang Yuan frowned, his gaze at Li Ziming gradually changing. Li Ziming did not understand the meaning in Fang Yuan's eyes, he just nodded blankly. Suspecting he was already killed by the ghost or even replaced? Li Yu noticed the caution in Fang Yuan's eyes, and understood. He could judge that Li Ziming was not lying, so the truth might indeed be as he said. But before this, he had never truly faced a vengeful ghost, and did not know if his abilities could be affected by the ghost. Naturally, he could not rule out the possibility that a cunning ghost could even deceive his powers. Why did that ghost fixate on me? Li Ziming desperately wanted to know the answer. He really didn't want to experience that again. We don't know how ghosts choose their targets. Maybe you just happened to be unlucky and got chosen. Fang Yuan shook his head and explained, but no matter what, the ghost didn't kill you, which means you didn't trigger the ghost's killing ability. And the ghost kept shouting your name when it appeared, so one of the ghost's killing rules is likely related to that. What did you do at that time? I was so scared. The ghost blocked the door, and I could only cover myself with the blanket and not move a muscle. Li Ziming honestly replied. From this, we can infer that one of the ghost's killing rules might be related to sound, or even names. Fang Yuan seemed deep in thought. Could it be that the ghost can't attack someone covered by a blanket or something? Li Ziming suddenly weakly suggested his own opinion. However, when he finished speaking, he noticed that the others were looking at him strangely. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't rule out this possibility, but based on experience, it's highly unlikely. The vengeful ghosts in Ghost Domain aren't weak enough to be blocked by a blanket. This is just a form of self-comfort. Of course, if you're driven to a dead end by a ghost, you might as well hold on to that last hope and try it. As Fong Yuan finished speaking, an unpleasant voice suddenly interrupted. TCH, I think this kid is just scared and had a nightmare. If a ghost really entered the room, how come I didn't hear any sound at all? The small-eyed man sneered, looking at Li Ziming with a bit of disdain. Impossible. That was definitely not a dream. Li Ziming immediately disagreed, sharply denying it. The feeling was too real, it was absolutely not fake. And I did call you many times, but you didn't hear anything at all. I have anxiety, my sleep quality is shallow. If you really called me, how could I not hear a single sound? The small-eyed man immediately retorted. He could accept being suppressed by Wang Hu, but not taking a hit from Li Ziming. For a moment, the two of them started arguing in the restaurant. Fong Yuan listened to their words, frowning, deep in thought. Wang Hu, having lost patience, angrily shouted, "Why are you two arguing?" He kicked the chair in front of him with a force that made both of them stop arguing immediately. If you have time to argue, you might as well find some clues. All you know is wasting time uselessly. This is exactly why I hate newbies. As soon as Wang Hu spoke, the restaurant went silent. He snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the two of them, then stood up and left on his own. Li Yu looked at the few people in the restaurant, then glanced at the direction Wang Hu left in. After thinking for a while, he stood up and followed him. He's right. In Ghost Domain, it's best to reduce meaningless disputes, as it will only lower your chances of surviving. Fong Yuan said as he stood up and left the restaurant, intending to look for clues. For a moment, only 3 people were left in the restaurant. Li Ziming and the small-eyed man glared at each other, then each turned and left. Li Shui stayed behind, her eyes shifting back and forth between the two who had left, her gaze flashing before she finally chased after the small-eyed man. Kid, why are you following me? After leaving the restaurant, Wang Hu headed to the second floor of the villa and noticed Li Yu following behind him. He turned and asked. I'm sharing a room with you. I just didn't want to break the villa rules, but that doesn't mean I'm taking you along as a burden. I'm a newcomer, true, but I'm definitely not a burden. Li Yu's eyes were calm as he met Wang Hu's gaze, saying faintly, Li Ziming may have encountered the ghost at night, but that doesn't mean ghosts only appear at night. Since the driver said not to move at night, daytime is our only chance to explore the villa and find clues, and 2 people together are always safer than going alone. In this dungeon, the only veterans are you and Fong Yuan, and judging by team selection, I think you are more suitable than her. Oh? Li Yu's overly calm behavior surprised Wang Hu a little, and he looked down on him with a scrutinizing gaze. You think I'm suitable, so why should I choose you as my teammate? If we really team up, wouldn't it be better for me to pick that woman called Fong Yuan? She and I are both veterans, teaming up will give a higher chance of clearing the dungeon. Li Yu just shook his head calmly upon hearing this. Just because she is a veteran, if you team up with her, the risk is higher when danger comes. But I am different, there is an information gap between you and me, so I won't easily betray you. And I can help you. Chapter 14, Villa Horror, The Closed Door. You can help me? Wang Hu raised his eyebrows and sneered. You're confident. I'm very curious what gave you the courage to say that. Team up with me, and you'll see. Li Yu replied lightly. After speaking, he didn't wait for Wang Hu's reaction and walked past him toward the villa's second floor. Enough, don't waste time. The faster we find clues, the safer we are. Aren't you going to check Li Ziming's room too? Let's go quickly. Wang Hu was stunned, he hadn't agreed to team up yet, but this guy had already taken the lead? Fine. I want to see what you can do. In the end, Wang Hu didn't refuse Li Yu's team invitation, because 2 people acting together were indeed safer than one alone. Among all the newcomers in this dungeon, Li Yu's calm and steady performance clearly made him the most suitable teammate. The 2 quickly arrived at Li Ziming's room, the door was open, not locked, and they walked in easily. Just as they entered, Fong Yuan came over. Seeing the 2 already in the room, Fong Yuan was slightly surprised, but said nothing and took the initiative to ask. So, anything discovered? Li Yu and Wang Hu had checked every corner of the room but found no trace of a fierce ghost. No footprints, bloodstains, or ghostly handprints at all. Could it be that the little-eyed boy was right, and it was really just Li Ziming having a nightmare? Wang Hu touched his chin, looking doubtful. No, Li Ziming's reaction is very real, not like he's faking. Li Yu replied. Although he could tell through his ability that Li Ziming wasn't lying, he naturally couldn't say it outright. He could even describe every detail in the dream, and the blood in his eyes isn't fake. More importantly, look here. Li Yu said, lifting the blanket on the bed near the door, pointing at a wet spot on the sheet. This is. Wang Hu froze, then immediately looked disgusted. Not urine, no smell. Li Yu looked at him and explained, he should have just been scared and cried. Surely a grown man didn't just get scared by a nightmare without ever seeing a ghost before? Doesn't seem that cowardly. Wang Hu thought for a moment, touched his short hair, and said. So the ghost really just stood by his bed all night, without attacking him? Then what about what the little-eyed boy said? At this point, Fang Yuan had some guesses but hesitated to speak. She thought, in this dungeon, only she and Wang Hu are veterans. If he dies, she would probably be unable to handle it alone. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a calm voice spoke first. Maybe it's an illusion, or an ability that blocks sound. When neither person is lying. It was the only way to make the little-eyed man unable to hear Li Ziming's voice. He might have been influenced by a fierce ghost, making no sound at all, or perhaps his sound was blocked by the ghost, so the little-eyed man couldn't hear it. Li Yu understood clearly that neither of them were lying. If that was the case, it must have been the ghost's power. When he finished speaking, Fang Yuan gave him a suspicious glance, not expecting this newcomer to have such sharp judgment. When he first arrived, the other had appeared unremarkable, with a demeanor that only seemed a bit steady. Heh, seems like you've got some skills. Wang Hu gave Li Yu a deep look, then shrugged carelessly. But this simple conclusion, of course, I could have come to it too. Li Yu smiled lightly, not wanting to argue with Wang Hu. Alright, it seems like there are no clues here. Let's quickly head somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hu nodded and turned to leave the room first. Just as Li Yu was about to follow him out, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in from the wide-open window. The door, which had been half open, was unexpectedly blown shut by the wind. Where did this wind come from? Li Yu frowned and turned to look at the window. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Behind the curtain that the wind had blown up, a figure appeared. No, wait, that wasn't a human figure. That was a ghost. The figure twisted, its head slanting at an unbelievable angle, slowly peeking out from behind the curtain. Li Yu only saw a pale hand clutching the curtain, and then, a pair of eyes filled with endless malice and resentment locked with his. Those were not human eyes. It was as if a dark abyss that would devour everyone it gazed upon. A ghost had appeared. What's going on? Could it be that the ghost has never left this room? Or have I violated some rule? Even though Li Yu remained calm, when he truly faced a fierce ghost and locked eyes with it, his body involuntarily froze. Fear surged through him, causing his mind to blank for a moment. Noticing Li Yu's strange reaction, Fang Yuan immediately linked it to something and quickly turned to look in the same direction. With just one glance, Fang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. And at that moment, the ghost moved. It stepped out from behind the curtain, slowly approaching the two of them. A cold, suffocating sensation spread throughout the sealed room. Even during the day, with two people in the room, the ghost still appeared. It wanted to kill everyone in the room. Regaining his senses, Li Yu suddenly turned and rushed towards the door, desperately twisting the doorknob, trying to escape the room. But strangely, no matter how hard he twisted the doorknob, the door remained completely immovable. This was not normal. The ghost must have tampered with it. Li Yu instantly thought, gritting his teeth as he slammed into the door. Behind him, the fierce ghost was steadily drawing closer, and the shadow of death loomed near. Li Yu could even feel a chill crawling up his spine. If he didn't escape this room, he would die. Get away! A roar came from behind, and Fang Yuan's petite body suddenly erupted with terrifying strength. She sideways slammed into the door, and with their combined force, the door finally shifted slightly. But that was all. The ghost would never give them enough time to break through the door. Li Yu could already feel an icy, lifeless hand resting on his shoulder. Was this the end? The shadow of death surrounded him, and just when Li Yu thought he was about to be killed by the ghost. Bang! A terrifying force came from the door. Li Yu and Fang Yuan were both thrown back from the impact. For a moment, Li Yu felt like he was falling into a cold, sticky in the embrace. But the next second, that strange coldness vanished instantly. Li Yu and Fang Yuan quickly got up from the ground, anxiously looking around. The room was empty, the ghost had somehow disappeared without a trace. Wang Hu stood at the doorway, frowning at the two in the room, his foot still frozen mid-kick. What happened? Chapter 15, Mansion Horror, Humans. Seeing their expressions like survivors of a disaster, Wang Hu immediately realized something. The ghost appeared? His eyes scanned the room, but he found nothing. We almost died at the hands of the ghost. After real contact with the ghost, Li Yu clearly understood how correct the contents of that letter were. That kind of thing was simply impossible for humans to fight against. He was very certain that if Wang Hu had opened the door just 1 second later, he would have been killed by the ghost with no chance to resist. After I went out, I found the door suddenly closed. No matter how I called, you didn't respond, so I just kicked it open. What did you do? How did you break the rules of killing? Wang Hu urgently wanted to know the answer. Li Yu and Fang Yuan were smart. After calming down, various guesses immediately flooded their minds. But there was not yet a clear conclusion. The ghost appeared after the door was closed. At that time we had already triggered the killing rules. Liu took a breath, paused, and replied. Anyway, let's leave this room first. That ghost is likely still lurking nearby. Li Ziming encountered this room last night, and now we were attacked again. It's hard to say it's a coincidence. Even Wang Hu felt a chill down his spine. The three did not hesitate and quickly moved away from the room. Liu carefully recalled everything that had happened, the door being blown shut by the wind, then the ghost appearing to kill. Their triggering of the ghost's killing rules must have been related to the door being closed. That gust of wind was very likely created by the ghost, designed to make them trigger the killing rules, putting them in deadly danger. Is this the horror of the ghost? Even if we don't actively trigger the killing rules, it can still find ways to harm us, making us trigger them passively? Liu frowned, realizing the ghost's terror once again. But after he spoke, Wang Hu and Fang Yuan both looked strange and shook their heads. No, the ghost can lure us to trigger the killing rules, yes, but it will never make us trigger them directly. For example, looking in a mirror triggers the ghost's killing rules. The ghost can find ways to force you to look in the mirror and kill you, but it cannot put the mirror directly in front of your face. Otherwise, any ghost could easily kill the players entering the realm. The world of ghost domain wouldn't leave us in an unavoidable death situation. Perhaps thinkingly you did well, Fang Yuan patiently explained the rules of ghost domain. So, if closing the door triggers the ghost's killing rules, it cannot actively close the door to kill us? Exactly. Fang Yuan nodded. Liu fell into thought. The chilling wind he felt in the room was real, but if it wasn't the ghost's doing, then what else could it be? Could it really have been just a normal wind, which happened to close the door? How strong would such a wind have to be? Wait, wind? Liu recalled the gust he felt, and a possibility suddenly rose in his mind. Go back. Liu suddenly spoke, then without another word turned toward the room of Li Ziming and the boy with small eyes. His sudden action stunned Wang Hu and Fang Yuan. They exchanged a glance and decisively followed him without hesitation. Looking at Liu's reaction, it was obvious he had thought of something. Although that room was full of deadly danger, inside the ghost domain, people who fear danger can never leave alive. When Wang Hu and Fang Yuan rushed over, they saw Liu squatting on the ground, constantly feeling back and forth on the door, as if he was checking something. Very quickly, Liu stopped the feeling action and stood up from the ground with a frown. What did you discover? Wang Hu quickly looked at him and asked. Liu shook his head, thought for a moment, and still poured out his guess completely. I discovered nothing, but what we may have to face is not only ghosts. What do you mean? From what happened just now, the door being closed is without doubt the trigger that causes the ghost killing rule, but according to what you said, the ghost cannot actively close the door, and with the heaviness of this door, it is also impossible that just a random gust of wind could blow it shut. Then only one possibility remains. When the words reached this point, even Wang Hu reacted instantly. His eyes widened as he shouted angrily, you mean this door was deliberately closed by someone? This is the only possibility I can think of. Liu nodded. But you did not find any problem on the door, right? Fang Yuan was shocked for a moment by Liu's guess, but soon began to think about this possibility. If my guess is correct, and all this was done intentionally by someone, then he or she must have been watching here the whole time. During the time when we left the room and came back again, he had enough chance to clean the scene completely. According to what you say, this person must both know the situation of the villa very well, and also understand the ghost's killing rule clearly. Only then is it possible. And we all only entered this instance yesterday, so this person can only be the original staff of the villa. Fang Yuan crossed her arms and continued to reason down along Liu's thinking. Since he is an NPC inside the instance, knowing clearly that there is a ghost here, not only does he not leave, he even harms us. What is the motive? That is not clear. Liu shook his head. What I said is only a guess based on the current situation. If we talk about motive, 9 times out of 10 it is related to the fierce ghost inside the villa. After all, ghosts cannot appear out of thin air. Something must have happened inside this villa. Wang Hu looked at Liu, then looked at Fang Yuan. Seeing these two talking one after another, already reasoning out most of the whole matter, he could not help but mutter in his heart. Damn it, in the end am I the veteran or is he the veteran? How did it turn into looking like I am the new recruit? You two talked for half a day. What exactly is the ghost's killing rule? Wang Hu coughed dryly and tried to insert himself into the topic, showing his sense of existence. Who knows, there are too many possibilities, for now there is no way to know. Maybe when the ghost makes the next move we can guess it. Fang Yuan glanced sideways at Wang Hu and shrugged as she replied. When Liu heard this, his expression moved slightly, and he secretly glanced at Fang Yuan. This woman is lying. She most likely already has a guess in her heart, but she does not even mention it. Most likely she still cannot confirm it, and needs someone to verify the guess inside her heart. The old players who can survive and clear the ghost domain instance are truly not simple at all. Liu became more and more alert in his heart. Inside the ghost domain, besides ghosts, people are also not trustworthy. Chapter 16, Terror at the Mountain Villa, Old Case. Chapter 16, Terror at the Mountain Villa, Old Case. The task the ghost domain gave us is to survive 3 days inside the mountain villa. Counting from yesterday, today is only the second day. Up until now the ghost has already made 2 moves. Although it did not successfully kill any of us, the ghost's attacks next will only become more and more terrifying. We must avoid the ghost's attacks within the limited time, and at the same time find out the identity of the ghost. Only then can we clear this instance. Fang Yuan's face was serious as she looked at Li Yu and said, "You are right, a ghost cannot appear here out of thin air. Something must have happened inside this mountain villa in the past. To want to make clear the ghost's identity, must within today and tomorrow 2 days find clear the things that happened inside the villa. Then what's still to say, this mountain villa is not small, the matter should not delay. Hurry, go find clues." Wang Hu just prepared to start searching from the villa, but after walking 2 steps, he discovered that Li Yu and Fang Yuan, the 2 people, had no sign of wanting to set out at all. At once he stopped his steps, frowned and looked over. "What is the matter with you two, still not leaving? Stay calm and do not be restless." Li Yu glanced at him one time, and said lightly, "You also know this mountain villa is very big, only this one villa, we fear even spend 1 whole day also cannot turn it over completely. More important is, we simply do not know the thing that happened inside the villa exactly was from what time. Not to say dozens of years, even if it is a thing from 1 or 2 years ago, the clues inside the villa probably already left very few. Directly go search, no different from fishing a needle from the sea." "Not so." Li Yu's words had just finished, Fang Yuan already shook his head and denied. "The strange domain cannot possibly create a copy that cannot be solved. Since the task is to let us find clear the ghost's identity, inside the villa there must be enough clues to let us guess out the answer. But what you said is correct, we ourselves go search. The efficiency truly is too low, the best method naturally is." Fang Yuan spoke while lifting his eyes to meet Li Yu's gaze. The 2 people almost opened their mouths at the same time. "Go find the people inside the villa to ask. That driver must be a key person. We came to this mountain villa, and the earliest activities inside this mountain villa were all led by him. Not to say other things, at least the things that happened inside the villa mostly can be known from him." Fang Yuan raised his own view. Li Yu heard the words and thought for a moment, first nodded, then again shook his head. "The driver indeed may know many things, but I think he is not the most suitable person." "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan asked. "Did you not notice, when we finished eating, the first person to leave the restaurant was that driver?" Fang Yuan froze one moment, carefully recalled for a time, and discovered it was exactly as Li Yu said. "Although the other workers inside the villa also have suspicion, but for now, I think the driver's suspicion is the biggest. When still not clear about his background, rashly contacting him not only will not obtain the news we want, it may also alarm the grass and startle the snake." "What you say has reason." Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and nodded. "But since you say like this, then it seems in your heart you already have a suitable person." Sure enough, Li Yu's next words proved Fang Yuan's guess. "I think find the cook." "Reason?" "From the present view, the possibility that the cook has problem is the lowest." Li Yu explained. "The person behind very clearly is coming to kill us. If the cook has problem, only need to move hands and feet inside the food. Even if our alert heart is very high, it is useless. There will always be a way to trap us to death. After all, we also cannot for 3 days not eat and not drink, like that. Even without the ghost making a move, we ourselves will starve to death or starve until faint, losing ability to act." "You are right." Fang Yuan first nodded, then the topic suddenly turned, asking, "But did you think about it, if all the NPCs inside the whole villa have problem? Could it be, even our present guesses are traps already dug by the person behind? If it is like that, then we find who to ask also does not have much meaning." Li Yu shook his head and replied. "Only making assumptions has no meaning, how it truly is must still be investigated before knowing." Fang Yuan looked deeply at him one time, nodded, and finally no longer tested him. "You are very good, as a new person, your performance already does not lose to some old players. Perhaps you have chance to walk out alive from this copy. Enough, since already decided well, then hurry go." Seeing the 2 people sentence after sentence, directly already set the next action, Wang Hu's heart suddenly felt a panic. He admitted his own reaction also was not bad, but absolutely could not like these 2 people analyze out so many things within such a short time. Compared to them, his small schemes seemed insignificant. No wonder he's so confident in his words. It seems like he really has something powerful backing him. Wang Hu patted Li Yu's shoulder, his expression serious. "I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say you deserve to team up with me. Let's see how you perform next." Li Yu glanced at Wang Hu's hand resting on his shoulder, his brows furrowing ever so slightly. He checked the time and urged, "The chef should be preparing lunch by now. We can catch him in the kitchen if we hurry." Without waiting, Li Yu took the lead towards the stairs, and Fang Yuan followed closely behind, his thoughts aligning with Li Yu's. Wang Hu felt a sudden loss of control, as if he were being led around by the nose, even though he knew that Li Yu and Fang Yuan's judgment was sound. Still, he quickly followed. When they arrived at the villa's kitchen, they saw a man in a chef's uniform busy at work. The chef, a man in his 40s with a thick beard, was cutting meat on a chopping board, his knife skills showing remarkable precision. Upon seeing the visitors, the chef was momentarily stunned, then frowned and said, "What are you all doing here? The kitchen isn't open to the public. If you're hungry, I can prepare something for you." "We're not hungry." Li Yu shook his head, his gaze fixed on the chef's eyes. "We have some questions for you." As he spoke, Wang Hu and Fang Yuan moved to either side of the chef, surrounding him in a triangle. The chef immediately paused his cutting, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He tightened his grip on the knife. "What do you want to ask?" "About this manor," Li Yu said flatly. "Did something happen here in the past?" "What do you mean?" The chef swallowed nervously, becoming even more tense. "Let me be clear. Was there some kind of tragedy here, in this manor, or this villa?" Li Yu's eyes narrowed as he fixed a piercing gaze on the chef's face, speaking each word deliberately. "Has someone died here?" Chapter 17, The Horrors of the Manor. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Who are you people? Police? And I only started working here last month. Even if something happened before, I wouldn't know about it." The chef shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Though his tone was calm, a flash of panic crossed his face when Li Yu mentioned death. Wang Hu and Fang Yuan noticed this clearly, and both of them felt a slight shift in their minds. It seemed like they had found the right person. Li Yu's expression grew colder, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the chef. He didn't need to read his micro-expressions. The moment the chef finished speaking, Li Yu was already certain. He was lying. "We're not police, but since we're here on vacation, we have the right to know about any potential dangers within the manor. Let me be clear, in just one day in this villa, we've already encountered several strange events, some of which even threatened our lives." A murderous look flickered in Li Yu's eyes, recalling the terrifying feeling of barely escaping from the hands of a ghost. "If you have any concerns, I can promise that no one will know the information came from you once we leave this room. But if you insist on keeping quiet, I can't guarantee what we might do." As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, Wang Hu cracked his neck and clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking sharpened the silence. The three of them glared at the chef, making his back shiver with unease. The chef's face changed over and over, and after an internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and said, "Once you leave this door, I'll deny everything." "Deal." Li Yu nodded, "Fine." The chef let out a long sigh of relief. He put down the kitchen knife in his hand. "I did not lie. I really only came to this manor last month, and I also heard about this from others. This manor people have died here before." The last three words of the chef almost squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a chilling feeling. However, the three in front of him showed no sign of surprise, all looking at him calmly, quietly waiting for more. After all, for a haunted manor like this, it would be strange if no one had ever died here. "You are not afraid?" The chef looked around at the three of them, puzzled. "Stop talking nonsense, continue," Li Yu urged expressionlessly. The chef felt a bitter thought in his heart, but still obeyed and continued. "This manor used to belong to a wealthy man. He often held banquets here, inviting some friends to have fun. But their way of playing was special." "What do you mean?" The chef looked around, making sure no one was near, then lowered his voice. "What they played was people. Those rich people were used to a life of abundance. Basically, if they wanted something, they could have it. Ordinary things could no longer interest them. So they built this manor deep in the mountains, for their amusement. The original owner of this manor, it is said, was a complete pervert, who loved to enjoy torturing people. He often lured people to the manor with high-paying jobs or lottery prizes, then would abuse them freely, even playing hunting games in the mountains. And the prey were those unlucky people who were tricked." The three frowned slightly at this. Wang Hu and Fang Yuan had seen some players in the weird realm become mentally disturbed from torture, but even those people rarely took pleasure in torturing others. If the chef was telling the truth, the original owner of this manor was truly a complete pervert. "So many people went missing, did no one call the police?" Li Yu asked. The chef shook his head upon hearing this. Those people did not die, most were seriously injured, the worst cases became disabled. Afterwards, the wealthy man would give them a large sum of money to keep them silent. Even if some still held grudges and wanted revenge, the wealthy man's connections could easily suppress it. "If none of them died, then who is the dead person you speak of?" Wang Hu frowned and asked. The chef paused, lowering his voice a few more levels. "It was a pair of poor young couple traveling nearby. That day, the wealthy man happened to hold a banquet at the manor and happened to meet that couple, inviting them to join the dinner. The young couple were naive and did not understand the wickedness of people. They actually followed the wealthy man back to the manor. Then, the tragedy happened. At the banquet, the wealthy man, drunk and reckless, subdued the boy, and publicly abused the girl. And they did this for no other reason than to enjoy the boy's helpless and pained expression, savoring their despair and breakdown. In the end, the boy was seriously injured while resisting. The wealthy man, not wanting to make a death at first, called for an ambulance and temporarily locked up the couple. But on the way to the hospital, the boy died in the girl's arms. When they realized the boy was dead, the wealthy man simply went all the way and dismembered him to feed the dogs. However, these demons did not stop even after causing a death. The girl, whose heart was ashen watching her boyfriend die, was also abused to death in the end. As the chef spoke, his mood became heavy, and he could not help but sigh deeply. When he first heard this story, the oppression in his heart had not faded much to this day. Liu listened to the chef with a grave expression, frowning tightly. Even Wang Hu and Fang Yuan, who had seen life and death many times in the weird realm, looked pale. Some people in this world are even scarier than ghosts. People fear vengeful ghosts, mostly because they fear death, but for some, the evil in their hearts is what truly terrifies. Such a miserable way to die, there must have been a heavy grudge. No wonder a vengeful ghost appeared in the manor, Liu thought to himself. After that couple died, strange things began happening in the manor. People often said they saw odd things at night. Until one day, the rich man died in the manor, and from then on, the rumors of the haunting spread uncontrollably. The chef adjusted his mood and continued. Later, the rich man's son inherited the family business and donated the entire manor to the local government, turning it into a vacation resort. I heard he also regularly donated money to the government for the manor's repairs and daily expenses. That's all I know. The chef finished speaking and looked back at the three of them. Wang Hu and Fang Yuan nodded slightly. The clues the chef provided were valuable, and it was likely that the ghosts in the manor were indeed the young couple. Chapter 18, A Terrifying Nightmare at the Manor, The Killing Ghost. As the chef had nothing more to add, the two were about to leave, but they noticed Liu had no intention of moving. Even though the chef had said he had shared everything he knew, Liu's gaze remained firmly fixed on the chef. Are you sure this is everything you know? The chef was caught off guard by the question and replied, What I've heard is indeed all I know, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I can't say how credible these rumors are. If you're not sure, you can ask other people in the villa. The older folks who came here before me should know more. Liu squinted his eyes, not saying anything, just coldly staring at the chef. The cold, indifferent gaze made the chef feel a chill running down his back. This young man was strange, his appearance was gentle, yet his eyes were chilling. When being watched, the chef felt a sense of being stared at by a venomous snake. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. At this moment, Wang Hu and Fang Yuan also sensed something was wrong and paused in their steps. The two exchanged a look and turned their attention back to the chef. Looks like you're not being honest. Do I have to use some force to get you to speak the truth? Wang Hu sneered coldly, cracking his knuckles and grabbed the chef by the collar. His towering figure exerted tremendous pressure on the chef, who was lifted effortlessly despite weighing over 150 pounds. I'm telling the truth. The chef tried to argue. Wang Hu glanced at Liu, who gave him a subtle signal. Wang Hu nodded, raising his fist, ready to bring it down hard. Stop. I'll talk. Finally, just as Wang Hu's fist was about to strike the chef's face, the chef shouted loudly. The roaring fist stopped inches from the chef's face, causing the hairs on his neck to stand up. If that punch had landed, he feared he would lose at least a few teeth. Ha, it's better this way. No need to make me use force. Wang Hu released his grip, and the chef staggered backward, catching himself on the stove to avoid falling. He took several deep breaths to calm himself before glancing at the entrance to the kitchen and then at the three men who were watching him closely. Follow me. The chef said, turning toward a room in the back kitchen. Liu and the others exchanged a glance and followed immediately. The chef led them into the storage room, closed the door behind him, and subconsciously took out a pack of cigarettes. He intended to light one, but upon remembering the storage room had no ventilation, he reluctantly put the pack away. His reaction was strange, as if he was afraid of something. I wasn't supposed to say any of this, but since you insist on hearing it, then I will tell you. The chef took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. None of the three spoke, quietly watching him. Those rumors may seem detailed, but no one knows if they are true. However, I can say for sure, there is something unclean in this manor. When you came yesterday, you saw it too, right? The garden in front of the villa was messy, no one taking care of it. That's because the gardener of the manor had already died a few days ago. A few days before he died, he came to me, saying he always felt someone was watching him, and sometimes at night he could hear strange sounds, like someone calling his name. As the chef said this, a flash of fear appeared in his eyes, and his voice began to tremble. I didn't take it seriously at first, but a few mornings later, I saw his corpse. He was hung in the garden, his whole body torn, covered in blood, his eyes wide open. That scene I didn't dare close my eyes to sleep for 3 days. Liu felt a stir in his heart, realizing why the rest of the villa was clean yesterday, but the garden was clearly messy. So the gardener of the villa had already died. Later, the gardener's body was dealt with, the matter was covered up, the villa staff was replaced, and it ended like that. I didn't dare tell anyone about these things, afraid of being targeted by the manor's things. If you hadn't forced me, I would have kept it to myself. Since this happened, why didn't you quit and leave, and still stay in the villa? Fang Yuan frowned and asked. The chef glanced at her, shaking his head. Do you know how much I earn working here for a month? Before the three could answer, he gave the answer himself, 200,000. Before that matter, my monthly salary was only 100,000. After it happened, it doubled. If I work here for a year or half, I could even retire in a small county town. The thing in the manor is scary, but poverty can also kill. Feelings are money-seeking, not life-seeking. Wang Hu snorted. The chef was not angry, replying, people die for wealth, birds die for food. If the price is high enough, someone will always stay to work. Now I've told you everything I know, you must not tell anyone. Saying this, the chef carefully looked at the three, then cautiously scanned around, afraid his words would bring trouble. This time, after confirming the chef wasn't lying, Liu nodded and turned to leave. After the three left, the chef looked at the empty kitchen, feeling a sudden chill on his back. He gritted his teeth and continued preparing lunch, using this to distract himself. After leaving the kitchen, Liu and the others were still thinking about the information from the chef. Our investigation direction is correct. According to what the chef said, the ghost in the villa is very likely that young couple, or one of them. Fang Yuan crossed her arms, showing a thoughtful look. After dying tragically in the manor, they became vengeful ghosts, killing the wealthy, wandering in the manor, killing at random. Do ghosts still kill indiscriminately after revenge? Liu asked. At first, he thought the ghosts only targeted players entering that mysterious domain, but now it seemed otherwise. From what I know, no matter how they were in life, once they become vengeful ghosts after death, they cannot be seen from a human perspective. Fang Yuan explained. Ghosts are cruel and cunning. Their logic is only killing. Even saints in life, after death, are no exception. Once the ghost's killing pattern is triggered, whether you are family, friend, or lover, no one can escape. The only thing that can restrain a ghost's killing impulse is killing more people. Chapter 19, Mansion Horror, Strange Rules. Liu tried to digest Fang Yuan's words, gaining a clearer understanding of ghosts. Now that we know the identity of the fierce ghost, we only need to survive these 2 days, then we can leave this dungeon smoothly. Wang Hu touched his chin, eyes showing some surprise, not expecting things to go so smoothly. It's not that simple. Fang Yuan glanced at him and replied. The mission requires us to identify the ghost's identity. Even if what the chef said is true, the ghost domain would not let us answer a couple who died in the mansion such a vague answer. Since we need to identify the identity, we at least need specific information, like the ghost's name when alive. Tisk, right. Wang Hu pouted, as expected, you can't just ask some NPC casually to pass directly. Even a beginner dungeon isn't that easy. Then the next thing to do is to figure out the couple's names when they were alive. Liu said, but inside he was not very relaxed. The progress was almost too smooth. They learned about the ghost from the chef's mouth, directly locking the ghost's identity? Or was it because many newcomers joined the ghost domain this time, so the dungeon's difficulty decreased? By the way, Lin-san, how did you know the chef was hiding something? While Liu was thinking, he suddenly heard Fang Yuan ask. He looked up and met Fang Yuan's curious gaze. I don't know. Liu's face was calm as he shook his head. At that time, I just thought of tricking him a bit, to test if he was telling the truth. It worked well, he really hid some things. Oh? Fang Yuan looked at him deeply, then lightly laughed, then let's just assume it's like that. At lunchtime, everyone gathered again in the dining hall. Because it was closer to the kitchen, Liu and the others arrived first. When everyone came, Liu noticed Li Ming came alone, while the small-eyed boy returned to the dining hall with Li Shui. During this, the small-eyed boy looked very proud, speaking excitedly to Li Shui, looking very happy. During the meal, the chef and driver appeared again, while the other staff of the mansion seemed not to eat with them. The lunch dishes were still so delicate, Liu simply filled his stomach and stopped eating, still thinking about things. Logically, the rich man died in the mansion, his son should clearly know there are ghosts in the mansion. It is understandable to donate the mansion to the local government, but still giving regular donations to maintain the mansion's daily operation is strange. Not to mention spending a lot to hire staff. Compared to the money he spent on the mansion, the so-called profit from developing vacation projects is probably just a small fraction. The more Liu thought, the stranger it seemed. Everything here was full of oddness. What they learned from the chef was probably far from the mansion's real truth. After lunch, the driver stood up and clapped, attracting everyone's attention. After this half day of play, you should have some familiarity with the mansion. Next, I will tell you 2 more rules in the mansion. The driver raised 3 fingers and slowly said, "Third, the study on the 3rd floor of the villa area is not open to the public, visitors are not allowed to enter. Fourth, the open-air hot spring in the mansion is only open during the day, entering at night is strictly prohibited. Please strictly follow the above 2 rules." After speaking, the driver ignored everyone's reaction and left the dining hall. Not allowed to enter the study, hot spring only open in daytime. What kind of stupid rule is this? As soon as the driver left, the small-eyed boy muttered softly. Li Yu's eyes narrowed, full of doubt as well. They had just learned about the tragedy in the manor, knowing that the vengeful spirit was likely the couple who died inside, when the driver immediately announced 2 strange rules. It felt more like a hint that these 2 places held clues. Could it be that the young couple died in these 2 places? The study and the hot spring. According to the chef, the man might have died in the study, and the woman in the hot spring. But that is only a guess. Maybe these 2 places have some other meaning? Li Yu thought as he raised his eyes to the chef who had not yet left. Feeling the gaze on him, the chef's body stiffened slightly. He did not dare speak, only gave Li Yu a barely noticeable shake of his head, and then immediately got up and left the dining room. Seems like there's nothing to get from him, Li Yu thought. He was about to get up and leave the dining room to continue searching for clues. But then, the small-eyed man's voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, I say you guys, have you found anything after looking for so long?" Everyone looked, and saw the small-eyed man sitting with his legs crossed, a smirk on his lips, looking completely confident. He looked like he knew something amazing. "Oh? Seeing you like that, did you find something?" Fang Yuan put down his knife and fork, looking at the small-eyed man and asked lightly. "Haha, seeing you all like this, I guess you found nothing, right?" The small-eyed man smiled proudly, his eyes scanning everyone's faces. When he looked at Li Ziming, he snorted with disdain. Li Ziming's face stiffened, the veins on the back of his hand gripping the chopsticks bulging. This man was really asking for a beating. If this place wasn't so dangerous, he would have rushed over to hit him. "I'll tell you the truth, I already know the ghost's identity in this manor. If we can survive until tomorrow night, we can leave this haunted place." At these words, Li Yu, Fang Yuan, and Wang Hu's expressions all slightly shifted. Li Ziming's eyes were full of disbelief. It was only the 2nd day at noon, and this fat man already knew the ghost's identity? He instinctively wanted to ask, but stopped at the last moment, too embarrassed to ask him directly. "Don't keep secrets, what did you find? Just say it." Wang Hu's eyes locked on the small-eyed man, asking directly. "This is what I found out. Why should I tell you?" The small-eyed man raised his head, the fat on his face trembling, his eyes almost squinting into a slit. "If you want to know such important news, at least show some respect in your attitude." Chapter 20, Manor Horror, Critical Question. Chapter 20, Manor Horror, Critical Question. "I think you are Pianping's brother, Itching, huh, daring to show off in front of me?" Wang Hu smiled coldly, stood up, and walked directly to the small-eyed man, looking down on him. Being stared at by those piercing eyes, the small-eyed man clearly felt scared, but still pretended to stay calm. Now he had the advantage of information. If these people wanted to survive, they had to rely on him, so he naturally felt more confident. "Rough, always hitting people. Without my news, let's see how you leave this ghost place after tomorrow." Ho Wang Hu laughed, his eyes showing a fierce light. "Whether I can leave here or not is uncertain, but your useless mouth will soon be torn apart by me." Seeing Wang Hu really ready to act, the small-eyed man shrank back, opening his mouth to say something, but a figure blocked between them. Li Shui stopped the aggressive Wang Hu, quickly saying, "We learned from the villa staff that people have died here before. The manor originally belonged to a rich man. He killed a young couple passing through here. Later, that couple likely became vengeful ghosts and killed that rich man. That is to say, the ghost in the manor right now." Wang Hu paused his movements, clicking his tongue. He thought this little-eyed man had learned something incredible, but it turned out to be this? It sounded like they didn't even know as much as he did. "Hey, why did you tell them the news on your own?" The little-eyed man became anxious when he heard this, glaring at Li Shui angrily. "I worked hard to get this information, who gave you the right to just tell others?" Li Shui's smile froze on her face, a flicker of anger appearing in her eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. I just thought we're in this together. If we can share information and help each other, our chances of survival would be bigger." TCH, unnecessary. The little-eyed man curled his lips, though he had indeed planned to reveal this when Wang Hu was about to act, it didn't stop him from now blaming Li Shui. Seeing his attitude, Wang Hu didn't spare him. He grabbed Li Shui, shoved her aside, and kicked the little-eyed man hard to the ground. "With this little bit of information, what are you showing off for? I knew it all along," Wang Hu said, then gave the little-eyed man 2 hard slaps across his face. "If you dare act tough in front of me again, don't bother with the ghost, I'll break your legs myself." You. The little-eyed man was dizzy from the beating, and after recovering, he wanted to say something fierce, but before the last word could come out, Wang Hu's fierce glare made him shut up. He shrank his neck, and now, in front of Wang Hu, he was completely obedient. This guy relied on his big fists to make his point, and didn't bother with much chatter. Damn barbarian, muscle-brained fool, you're going to die in the hands of a ghost sooner or later. The little-eyed man cursed in his heart angrily. The farce ended, and Fang Yuan was the first to stand up and leave the restaurant. Though she had been with Li Yu and Wang Hu in the morning, she seemed to have her own thoughts and wasn't planning to stay with them. Wang Hu glanced at Fang Yuan's retreating back but didn't say anything more, turning to approach Li Yu. Let's go, Lin-san, let's find out who the ghost in the manor is. Li Yu nodded, following Wang Hu as they stood and left. The risks of acting at night were definitely greater, and if they didn't consider investigating at night, they were already running out of time. They had to hurry. The ghost in the manor is a couple? Hearing this from Li Shui, Li Ziming was still a little shocked inside. Seeing that everyone was leaving one after another, he also stood up and left the restaurant. After everyone left, Li Shui stepped forward to help the little-eyed man up. During this time, the little-eyed man kept complaining, blaming her for acting on her own. The little-eyed man's attempt to salvage his face made Li Shui very uncomfortable, but she still patiently tried to soothe him. If it weren't for my reminder, how could a fool like you have found out this much? Li Shui's eyes flashed with a cold light as she looked at the still jabbering little-eyed man, secretly sentencing him to death in her heart. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Hu couldn't help but sigh and spoke. That fool was actually able to find out all this. Could it be that he's been pretending? Trying to lull us into a false sense of security? Wang Hu thought back to the little-eyed man's actions since entering the ghost domain, and it didn't really seem like that. He's not smart, but he can't resist having someone guide him from behind. Li Yu said calmly. Wang Hu froze for a moment, then quickly understood what Li Yu meant. His eyebrows lifted. You mean, that Li Shui? Li Yu nodded. That's the only possibility. That woman has always acted a bit timid, like a newcomer, but I'm afraid she's been pretending all along. Hiss, now that you mention it, I also feel something's off with that woman. Wang Hu crossed his arms, saying, if she was really a newcomer, why would she deliberately approach that little-eyed man, who is obviously the most unreliable of all? If that woman is indeed hiding her true strength, then her purpose for doing this. Perhaps they want to use that small-eyed man as cannon fodder, to test the ghost's killing pattern. This is indeed a common tactic among many veterans in the strange domain, but this woman acts well. If that small-eyed man weren't so stupid, he might really have been fooled. Wang Hu said this and couldn't help but glance at Li Yu. Could this kid also be pretending? The more he looked, the more Wang Hu felt Li Yu's behavior didn't seem like a newcomer. Forget about them for now. The key is to find out the ghost's identity. Li Yu shook his head calmly. What do you plan to do? Go to the hot spring? Or the study? Wang Hu also showed a thoughtful look. According to the rules inside this villa, these two places might be full of trouble. I think the same. Li Yu squinted. The timing when that driver announced these two rules was too strange. It's like he knew we were likely to find out the ghost's identity as that couple, and he deliberately wanted to remind us. Wang Hu nodded. He felt the same. But the study is forbidden to enter. If we go in to look for clues, wouldn't that break the villa's rules? So we should check the hot spring first? Wang Hu spoke while looking at Li Yu, seeking his opinion. I agree, but before that, there's one more thing we need to confirm. What? Wang Hu was puzzled and asked. Come with me. Let's find the chef first, he probably hasn't gone far yet. Li Yu said this and immediately moved in the direction the chef had left. Wang Hu frowned. Hadn't he already asked the chef everything he wanted that morning? What's the point of going again? Though confused, he still followed. Li Yu's actions had already proven his ability, so Wang Hu naturally did not doubt his judgment. Chapter 21, Villa Terror, Hot Spring. Soon, Li Yu and the others stopped the chef at the villa gate as he was about to go out. Why are you here again? The chef looked at the two in front of him, his eyelids twitching. Don't be nervous. We just have one last question. After you answer, we won't bother you again, Li Yu said soothingly. You also have questions? The chef's expression became even stranger. Also? Li Yu keenly caught the key word in his sentence. Yes, that girl with you this morning also came to ask me a question just now. She just left, and you come right after. The chef rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. Li Yu and Wang Hu were stunned, recalling the first person who left the dining room after the meal. Well, it seems you two thought the same thing. Li Yu frowned. This woman was not simple, and her methods were probably not very honorable. He had planned to block her first, deliberately delaying to ask the chef questions, but she had actually beaten him to it. You wouldn't also want to ask me where I heard about the villa, right? Seeing their reaction, the chef spoke cautiously. Wang Hu said nothing, his gaze fixed on Li Yu. Yes, Li Yu nodded. You said you came to the villa a month ago, so how did you know what happened in the villa long ago? Who told you? Li Yu quickly adjusted his mind. Even if Fang Yuan had come first, the question still needed to be asked. It's true, the chef twitched his lips and answered honestly, I heard it from driver Wang. He should be one of the oldest employees in the villa. One night after I joined, while drinking together, he mentioned the villa's past, and that's how I knew. At first, I didn't pay much attention, just listened as a story, until recently that gardener was killed inside the villa. Another driver? Li Yu's expression subtly shifted. They had indeed guessed correctly, that driver was definitely an important figure. Perhaps, he might know the specific details of that incident. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Seeing the two of them deep in thought, the chef waved his hand and turned to leave. Li Yu and his companion then returned to the villa. That driver really is suspicious. If it were me, I wouldn't bother looking for clues, we'd just capture him and interrogate him. Maybe then we'd know everything. Wang Hu rubbed his fists, already feeling impatient. Li Yu weighed the pros and cons and finally nodded. Although it's a bit rash, it's definitely the fastest way. No matter what, we need to find him and ask. At the same time, outside the villa, at the open-air hot spring. The small-eyed man soaked in the hot spring, closing his eyes in comfort. Warm currents flowed throughout his body, and he felt all his fatigue being washed away. Feels great, this hot spring is pretty nice. The last couple of days have been full of crap, ghost encounters, clue searches, it's been exhausting. Finally, I can relax properly. The small-eyed man let out a sigh, turned around, and glanced at the changing room, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I say, Li Shui, aren't you coming in for a soak? The hot spring is closed at night. If you don't soak now, you won't get another chance. Don't be shy. Don't worry, I'm a good guy. I won't do anything to you. How about this, I'll close my eyes while you come in, I promise I won't look. The small-eyed man's eyes flickered, licking his lips, and his smile gradually became lecherous. Inside the changing room, Li Shui sat on the bench, ignoring the small-eyed man's calls. What a joke, fat and sleazy, like a pig, and he dares to have ideas about me. We're already in the haunting domain, and you still can't understand the situation? If you don't die, who will? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Shui's mouth. Her patience with the small-eyed man had completely worn out. Taking advantage of the time the small-eyed man was soaking, she planned to search the entire changing room. The boyfriend died in a villa room, and the girlfriend. Although there's no specific report on her death location, considering the rules of the villa, she most likely died here, at the hot spring. Li Shui thought to herself, already visualizing that scene. A group of bloated men gathered around the hot spring, each tearing away the facade of civilization, turning into beasts of desire, eventually humiliating a fragile girl to death. Gradually, the images of those people in her mind started to overlap with the small-eyed man. Li Shui's smile grew even colder. When the small-eyed man triggers the ghostly murder pattern, she would watch the scene of his miserable death. Using his life to test the ghostly killing rule, this was the only value he had left. Although I know the identity of the ghost, finding their exact names probably won't be that easy. I can only look for clues from their death locations. Li Shui thought while continuing to open the various cabinets in the changing room. Since Haunting Domain posted this mission, it means there must be clues about the ghost's identity in the villa, but it's still unclear where exactly. During this time, the small-eyed man kept calling out. But as time passed, seeing that Li Shui had still not responded, he finally stopped. TCH, what a piece of crap. A girl who hasn't even grown fully, really thinks I'd be interested in her? The small-eyed man scoffed and his fat body squirmed in the hot spring, turning the hot spring into his own swimming pool. It's fine, I'll enjoy it myself, nice and comfy. After swimming for a while, the small-eyed man felt a little tired and leaned against a fake mountain by the hot spring to rest. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a door being pulled open. The small-eyed man looked toward the sound, and through the mist, he saw. A figure was slowly walking from the entrance. The figure held a towel to cover the body, slowly coming to the edge of the hot spring. The small-eyed man's eyes immediately lit up. Hee hee, Li Shui, you came? That's right, isn't it a waste not to enjoy such a good hot spring? Don't worry, I'm a gentleman, I really won't look if I say I won't. Saying this, the small-eyed man, as if to let her let down her guard, actually turned his back. The next moment. Splash. The sound of entering the water came. A smile spread across the small-eyed man's lips, just thinking about how to accidentally turn and feast his eyes, when he felt someone behind him seemingly getting closer. The small-eyed man froze, and before he could react, a pair of soft hands suddenly landed on his shoulders. Li Shui? The small-eyed man's heart jumped, his heartbeat quickened. What did this mean? A boy and girl alone in a hot spring, and she was so forward, there could be no other meaning, right? Chapter 22, Mountain Villa Horror, Illusion. The small-eyed man felt a thrill and was about to turn and rush to her. But the hands on his shoulders pressed lightly, stopping his movement. The next moment, the hand slid along his shoulders, stroking his fat body, while a soft body pressed against his back. He, didn't expect you, girl, to be this type? Not bad, I like it. The small-eyed man leered, feeling like he was floating as her hands touched him, though he didn't understand why Li Shue's hands felt a little cold. Was it because her body was weak? The small-eyed man grabbed Li Shue's hand, playing with it in his palm. Li Shue, you are a bit weak. Don't worry, I'll help balance your yin and yang, it's nothing. But as he touched her, the sensation grew colder. Even cold? Though in the hot spring, the temperature in his palm felt like an icehouse. And it wasn't just the hand, even the touch on his back started to feel icy. At the same time, a faint rotten smell entered his nose. The small-eyed man sniffed carefully. It was like rotting, decaying flesh. His pupils shrank. At this moment, even in the height of lust, he could sense something was wrong. Trembling, he looked down. The soft little hand in his palm was not a hand at all. It was black, shriveled, nails sharp and bluish, and even worse, patches of corpse spots covered the back. The stench grew stronger instantly, nearly making him gag, flooding his nose. His body froze, a wave of terror surged in his heart. He didn't dare move. What was behind him really? The next moment, whatever it was pressed even closer. The small-eyed man felt something brushing against his face, probing from the side. His whole body stiffened, shaking like a leaf, too scared to turn, only using his peripheral vision to glance. The moment he saw it clearly, his pupils almost shrank to pinpoints, fear flooding him like a tidal wave. The face was decayed, eye sockets hollow, cheekbones protruding, half the face without skin, the eyeball nearly popping, the eyes full of malice and cruelty staring at him. It was a ghost. Ah! A terrible scream escaped the small-eyed man's mouth. He pushed the thing behind him, struggling desperately to get away. He kicked frantically, swimming towards the shore without care. But then, his left leg suddenly felt sharp pain, eyes rolling back, thinking the thing had grabbed him, endless despair rising. His body sank violently, plunging straight into the hot spring. The hot spring was originally just over a meter deep. The small-eyed man, however, could not stand up no matter what. A large amount of water poured into his mouth and nose, and every cry for help was drowned. Inside the changing room, Li Shue had already searched through the entire room, yet she did not discover any useful clue. Could it be that after the matter it had already been dealt with? But if the clue is not here, then where else could it be? While Li Shue was thinking, she suddenly realized that the time the small-eyed man entered the hot spring seemed a little too long. And from just now, that foul mouth of his that had been chattering non-stop had not made a single sound anymore. Li Shue tentatively shouted inside twice, yet she did not receive even a bit of response. Could it be? Li Shue immediately realized something. After a short hesitation, she suddenly opened the door of the changing room. The small-eyed man dying did not matter, but at least she had to know how the ghost killed him. Her gaze swept across the inside of the hot spring. Li Shue quickly walked in, and very soon her sight locked onto a corner. Their bubbles were constantly floating up. Walking closer to look, the small-eyed man's whole body had fallen into the hot spring. He was desperately struggling trying to stand up again, but no matter what he could not do it. His whole face had already been suffocated purple, as if he could suffocate at any moment. Li Shue slightly frowned, looked around, yet she did not discover any trace of a fierce ghost. She quickly took a stick from the changing room, and handed one in to the front of the small-eyed man. At this time the small-eyed man's whole body was soaked in the hot spring. The water temperature burned him so much that he simply could not open his eyes. He could only wave both hands wildly, until he grabbed something hard. Like grabbing a life-saving straw, the small-eyed man tightly grabbed that thing, and finally could borrow the force to prop up his body, stretching his head out of the water surface and fiercely taking a breath. Li Shue looked at the other party with a face full of disgust, but she still pulled the stick, dragging the small-eyed man to the shore. After a round of struggle, the small-eyed man finally crawled up, his whole body kneeling on the ground coughing desperately, water constantly spraying out from his mouth and nose. Li Shue saw this and stepped back a few steps, pulling a little distance away from him. After waiting for a while, until the small-eyed man recovered a little, she then quickly asked, "What happened just now? How did you almost drown in the hot spring?" When the small-eyed man heard this, his face instantly became deathly pale, his lips trembling non-stop. Just now there was a ghost appeared. I thought it was you. She stood behind me, grabbed my leg, I almost drowned." The small-eyed man spoke in fragments. Although the words were messy, Li Shue still barely judged the process at that time. She thought for a moment, and replied, "You should not have triggered the ghost's killing rule, otherwise it could have directly killed you. It simply would not need to be this troublesome. As for the ghost you saw, maybe it was only an illusion created by its ability, just to frighten you, making you panic. Under the situation that you did not trigger the killing rule, the ghost also could not kill you by pulling you into the water. When I just came in I also did not see the ghost's figure. So you most likely had a leg cramp in the panic, that is why you almost drowned in the hot spring." At this moment the small-eyed man looked absent-minded. He simply could not think, his mouth only kept repeating those few sentences. Luckily you came in time, otherwise I would have died." Looking at the small-eyes man's expression of surviving after disaster, in Li Shue's eyes there was only contempt. It seemed the previous judgment was not wrong, the hot spring indeed was an important place, the girl among the couple was most likely really killed here. After the matter just now, after the small-eyes man recovered, he simply did not dare to stay here anymore. He did not even change clothes, he only draped a towel and hurriedly fled from the hot spring. This trash! Li Shui cursed in her heart. Once the small-eyes man left, she also did not dare to stay here casually. In case she triggered the ghost's killing rule, she might not even know how she died. The two had just left the hot spring when they ran into two figures head-on. Li Yu and Wang, who looked at the two coming out of the hot spring, both slightly stunned. Chapter 23, The Villa Horror, Acting Separately. Chapter 23, The Villa Horror, Acting Separately. You. Li Yu furrowed his brow, seeing the panic on the small-eyed boy's face, his gaze shifted to the hot spring behind them, and he immediately understood. A ghost attacked you inside? Yes. There is a ghost in the hot spring. The small-eyed boy was almost scared out of his wits, no longer daring to put on airs, nodding like a drum being hit. Li Yu's gaze sharpened at this. It seemed the hot spring was indeed an important place, otherwise the ghost would not have specially appeared to attack them. But it looked like the small-eyed boy had not triggered the ghost's killing rule, luckily escaping a disaster. The two had originally planned to search the manor for the driver to question him, but after turning the manor upside down, they could not find any trace of him, so they decided to first check the hot spring for clues. Unexpectedly, it seemed their visit already yielded something. Did you find any clues? As Li Yu spoke, his gaze moved from the small-eyed boy to Li Shui behind him. Li Shui rose, quickly waving her hand. No, inside there was only a changing room and an open-air hot spring. I looked carefully but found nothing. Nothing at all? Li Yu's eyes became suspicious. If the hot spring was an important place, and the ghost might have died here, it should not be empty-handed. Could it be that this woman discovered something, yet deliberately hid the clue? Feeling Li Yu's gaze, Li Shue's face gradually darkened, his words were pointing straight at her, without even needing to act. Indeed, using the small-eyed boy as a shield was a mistake, it could not fool a clever person. Before she could explain, the small-eyed boy snapped, saying there's nothing means there's nothing. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourselves. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you want to die, I won't go with you. He quickly put on his clothes and ran straight toward the villa, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Seeing this, Li Shui awkwardly smiled at the two and ran after the small-eyed boy. This is what they said. What do you think? Wang Hu pulled his gaze back from their retreating figures and looked at Li Yu. This is a key place. We can't fully trust the woman's words, we still need to go in and see. Although they met the ghost, none of them died. As long as we are careful not to trigger the ghost's killing rules, it should be fine. Li Yu thought for a moment, then gave his opinion. Since the hot spring is closed at night, something might change then. It's already afternoon, we have to hurry. All right. Without hesitation, the two decisively headed into the hot spring. After entering the gate, a straight corridor appeared before them, ending in a changing room, which connected to the hot spring entrance. The layout was simple and clear. They carefully searched the changing room first, opening every locker, checking corners and the walls behind the lockers. But as Li Shui said, they found nothing unusual. Let's go into the hot spring and see. Li Yu decisively stepped into the hot spring area. The scorching steam immediately covered his vision, everything around became blurry. The two searched the hot spring carefully along the pebble floor, of course not daring to soak in the water, but still found nothing. Considering that a fierce ghost might be present, Li Yu glanced at the time and did not dare to stay too long. With heavy hearts, the two left the hot spring pool. Could it be that we have to wait until night for something to happen in the hot spring? The risk of acting at night is very high, and doing so would also violate the rules of the villa. It will soon be night, and it will only get more dangerous after that, but tomorrow is the deadline, according to the task requirements of the eerie domain. There is not much time left for them, and if they cannot confirm the exact identity of the ghost before the deadline, they will not be able to escape this instance. Even if they are lucky enough to survive these 3 days, they will ultimately be killed by the ghost. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. It seems we must take a more aggressive approach tonight. Li Yu squinted slightly, thinking that they could not afford to wait any longer, not with any room for error. At the same time, Li Ziming walked through the villa, lost in thought. The entire day, he had been searching for clues related to the evil ghost in his own way, but had found very little progress. The only breakthrough was something he heard during lunch from the man with the small eyes, which only made him feel more anxious. And being alone all this time had made him feel very unsafe. If he could, he would have liked to team up with someone, but none of the others seemed to have any intention of including him. Half an hour ago, the woman named Fang Yuan suddenly approached him, saying that she had found some clues and wanted him to help search. Naturally, Li Ziming was eager to team up with an experienced person, and was about to agree right away. But as soon as he heard that Fang Yuan planned to explore the study on the 3rd floor of the villa, he hesitated. Isn't the study on the third floor off limits? If we violate the villa's rules, could that provoke an attack by the evil ghost? Li Ziming asked anxiously. The rules of the villa don't necessarily represent the killing pattern of the evil ghost. Even if you don't violate them, there's still a possibility of being attacked. Fang Yuan said with an indifferent expression. Didn't you not violate the villa's rules last night? Yet the ghost still came after you? Besides, risk often comes with clues. From my experience, the study is definitely a key location, and there's a high chance we can find clues about the evil ghost there. Li Ziming was still hesitant. Since encountering the ghost last night, he had become overly sensitive and paranoid, unwilling to take any risks. His intuition told him that Fang Yuan was probably right, but why should he take this risk? Fang Yuan was an expert, more experienced, but teaming up with her might just mean he'd be treated as cannon fodder to test the ghost's killing patterns. Moreover, even if he didn't go with her, would Fang Yuan not go searching for clues? And then there was the man named Wang Hu. As long as one of them could identify the ghost's identity, everyone could clear the instance. At that point, all he would need to do was lie back and win without risking an attack from the evil ghost. Li Ziming's thoughts began to lean in this direction. Though it felt a bit dishonorable to enjoy the results of others' hard work, if his life was on the line, there was no choice but to do so. After all, he was really afraid of dying. Chapter 24 The Horror at the Manor Enter or Die. Chapter 24 The Horror at the Manor Enter or Die. After he rejected her, Fang Yuan only glanced at him coldly before turning and walking away. People who don't want to do anything can't survive in the eerie domain. Even if you manage to pass this instance by luck, luck won't always be on your side. And with your current condition, I don't think you'll make it out of this instance. Fang Yuan's words before leaving deeply hurt Li Ziming. But in the end, he still did nothing, just watching her walk away. Walking through the long corridor of the villa, Li Ziming kept replaying the conversation in his mind. When he snapped out of it, he realized that the layout around him was unfamiliar, and he had no idea where in the villa he had ended up. He now stood in the middle of the corridor, with no one in sight, and the entire hallway seemed empty. On both sides were rows of rooms. On the wall hung a painting whose name he could not speak. Li Ziming glanced at his phone. It was almost dinner time. Better go back to the dining hall first. Thinking this, Li Ziming prepared to return the way he came. But he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a soft creak. The sound was like some door behind him opening. Li Ziming instinctively wanted to turn around, but just at that moment, Li Ziming! A faint voice came. In an instant, Li Ziming's body stiffened sharply. That voice, he knew it too well. Last night, when the fierce ghost stood at his bedside, it was this voice he heard. The ghost is coming for him again. A strange, cold chill spread from behind. Li Ziming listened as the footsteps drew closer, step by step behind him. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. At this moment, Li Ziming felt his hair stand on end, even his teeth chattered. Why is it targeting me again? I clearly did nothing. I clearly did not break the killing rules. Why is it just me? Li Ziming. The second call rang out. Li Ziming could no longer care about anything else. A scream of terror escaped his mouth, and he ran wildly down the corridor. Run, run fast. Find others. As long as someone else is there, the ghost won't target me. Yes, the ghost didn't kill me yesterday, I can survive today too. Li Ziming ran for his life, at the fastest speed of his life. In just over 10 seconds he reached the corridor corner. And during this time, the ghost had not killed him. A flame of hope surged in Li Ziming's eyes. He did not look back, nor dare glance at the ghost, fearing that a moment's delay would let it catch him. But in the next instant, as he ran past the corner, Li Ziming's pupils shrank, his face frozen in shock. He stared ahead in disbelief, mouth open, unable to make a sound for a long while. Why? Why is there a wall here? It had been such an ordinary corridor when he came, yet now, a wall stood in the middle of the corridor, blocking all escape. Li Ziming's mind went blank, listening to the footsteps behind him drawing closer. Despair completely engulfed him. It was close, the ghost had caught up. Just a short distance behind him. Li Ziming bit his lip hard, blood spilling down the corner of his mouth. The pain forced him to calm himself, his brain working at unprecedented speed, desperately searching for a sliver of hope in the hopelessness. Killing rules. Yes, the killing rules. As long as I don't break the ghost's rules, it can't kill me. What exactly are they? What are the ghost's killing rules? Li Ziming. That strange, icy, snake-like voice whispered again beside his ear. As if someone was right there, murmuring to him. The ghost was calling his name. The voice. In an instant, a flash of insight struck Li Ziming's mind. He had once heard from some elders that when walking at night, if someone calls your name from behind, you must not turn around. Once you turn, the 2 soul lamps on your shoulders will extinguish, and then the evil thing can kill you. Could it be, the ghost's killing rule is not to turn around? There was no time to think further. The footsteps behind had stopped. Li Ziming could clearly feel the ghost standing right behind him, its cold eyes fixed on him. He could even smell the extreme rotting stench, the ghost's own smell. Li Ziming, as if grabbing the last straw of life, suddenly squatted, pressing his hands tightly over his ears, trying to block out the voice. At the same time, he buried his head between his knees, not daring to make any motion to look back. Ming. I can't hear, can't hear. Li Ziming tightly closed his eyes, praying wildly in his heart. Time passed second by second. Gradually, the ghost's voice no longer sounded. Even the strange cold feeling behind him slowly disappeared. Everything seemed to return to normal. The ghost did not kill him, so his guess was right? With this thought, Li Ziming shakily opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was a grotesque and terrifying human face, the skin gone, blood dripping, in the hollow eye sockets, a pair of eyeballs almost popping out, staring at him with endless hatred. It was almost pressed against his face. Li Ziming's brain shut down, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to make a sound. The next moment, a smile appeared on the ghost's face. Twisted, cruel. Dinner time. Everyone gathered in the dining room. When Li Yuan who walked into the dining room, 3 people were already seated: Fong Yuan, Li Shui, and the small-eyed boy. Li Yu's gaze paused on Fong Yuan, then he quietly took a seat. This woman had not been seen in the manor all afternoon, and he didn't know what she had been doing. Knowing that Fong Yuan had probably guessed part of the ghost's killing pattern and might act to test it, Li Yu was now full of caution toward her. But compared to Fong Yuan, there was something that worried Li Yu even more at this moment. He lifted his eyes to scan the dining room but did not see the driver. He had always appeared on time at the hotel before, but now he was gone, as if sensing something and deliberately avoiding them. We just pointed to the driver, and he disappeared. Li Yu frowned. All of this felt too coincidental. Could it be that every move they made in the villa had been under that driver's watch? Chapter 25, Villa Horror, 2 Rules. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Li Yu felt heavy-hearted, ate a little simply, then put down his chopsticks. Until the meal ended, the driver did not appear in the dining room. Not only that, one person was missing from the player team. Has anyone seen Li Ziming? Li Yu asked. Hearing this, everyone stopped, looking at each other. No, haven't seen him all afternoon. The small-eyed boy spoke first, remembering the hot spring incident. He hasn't already. I have seen him. Fong Yuan picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, then slowly said. When she said this, everyone looked over. I asked him if he wanted to act together, he refused, and I haven't seen him since. But he hasn't appeared in the dining room at this time, most likely he's gone. Fong Yuan spoke calmly, her voice without much emotion. In Weird Realm, people dying was nothing unusual. Li Yu checked the time, past 6:30, the sky outside darkening, soon it would be night. There's still some time, let's go look. Even if he's dead, we at least need to find his body. Li Yu said, walking quickly toward the outside of the dining room. Wan Hu and Fong Yuan thought for a moment, then agreed with Li Yu's suggestion. Dead or not didn't matter, but leaving no clue was unacceptable. Finding Li Ziming's body might help them guess the ghost's killing pattern. The small-eyed boy was unwilling, but seeing everyone leave one by one, he did not dare stay alone, so he followed. Everyone tacitly did not go outside the villa to search, first because it was more dangerous at night, second because they had returned from outside the villa and had not seen Li Ziming, meaning he was likely inside the villa. Searching the whole villa would be difficult, but if it was only the villa, a few people splitting up could search it quickly. Soon, the sound of Fong Yuan's voice came from somewhere on the second floor of the villa. Found it, the person is here. A few people rushed to the sound and found Li Ziming's corpse in the hallway. The body was lying on the corridor floor, its face pale, eyes rolled back, and there was no breath left. On that bloodless face, the mouth was wide open, showing a deep expression of fear, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. Li Yu tentatively touched it with his hand, and it felt ice-cold, as if the person had been dead for a long time. But Fong Yuan had clearly seen Li Ziming in the afternoon. From his death until now, at most 2 or 3 hours had passed, so it was impossible for him to be so cold by now. Is this also one of the ghost's abilities? Li Yu frowned deeply. Dead, really dead? The short-eyed man stared at the body on the floor, his gaze blank. In the afternoon, he was also attacked by a ghost in the hot spring, and he almost died from the vengeful ghost's attack. Just like Li Ziming lying on the ground now. Thinking of this, the short-eyed man's face once again filled with terror. He must have triggered the ghost's killing rule. Li Yu thought back to the scene in the room in the afternoon when he and Fong Yuan were attacked by the vengeful ghost, his gaze heavy. But from the situation at the scene, the killing rule triggered here is different from the one when the ghost attacked us. As Li Yu spoke, he glanced at Fong Yuan, who nodded gravely in agreement. After all, Li Ziming's death did not occur in the room, and there was no closing the door situation. There are likely 2 ghosts in the manor right now, the couple who were killed by the rich man. Two ghosts, corresponding to two killing rules, it makes sense. Fong Yuan calmly analyzed. This person is already dead, and you are still talking here. The short-eyed man looked at the calm reaction of the two and couldn't help but raise his voice. Hurry up and leave. The ghost killed him, and it is very likely nearby. If we don't leave now, once it gets dark, that ghost might come after us. The short-eyed man wanted to turn and run, but after seeing Li Ziming's corpse, he became even more afraid to act alone, only able to anxiously urge. Fong Yuan gave the short-eyed man a disgusted glance, but still nodded. The risk of moving at night is indeed higher than during the day. We are still unsure of the ghost's specific killing rules, it's best to act with caution. Li Yu responded and then pointed to Li Ziming's body on the ground. What about his body? Are we just leaving it here? Wouldn't it be a problem if someone in the manor sees it? The body doesn't matter. Fong Yuan shook his head. Those who die in the mysterious domain will naturally have something responsible for cleaning them up. Even if someone in the manor sees it, it won't matter much. Tomorrow is the last day of the mission, and after the mission ends, the only two outcomes for us are either leaving the instance or being killed by a ghost. And right now, we don't have time to deal with his body. Li Yu nodded in understanding and didn't ask further about what would clean up Li Ziming's body, knowing that it couldn't possibly be a human being. Before the sky completely darkened, everyone returned to the guest room area of the villa. But soon, a new problem arose. The villa's rule did not allow a person to stay in a room alone, but now that Li Ziming was dead, the short-eyed man became the extra one. Realizing this, he quickly looked at the other four people. Now that there's one less person, where should I stay tonight? You can stay in a room by yourself. Wang Hu laughed mockingly. You? The short-eyed man clearly panicked, his voice rising again. I won't do it. If I stay in a room by myself, won't that break the villa's rule? The ghost might come and kill me directly. Any of you will do. I want to stay with one of you tonight. The short-eyed man's eyes kept scanning between the two groups of people. TCH, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I'm not staying in the same room as you, you idiot. If a ghost comes because of you, it will damn well drag me into it. Wang Hunyao didn't even care about the small-eyed man, giving him a cold glance before walking straight into the room. The small-eyed man was burning with anger inside, but he dared not shout at Wang Hu. He could only look towards Fong Yuan and Li Shui for help. I'm staying with you tonight, you two sleep together, just give me a bed. Or I can just sleep on the floor in the room without taking a bed from you. Fong Yuan and Li Shui exchanged a glance. Wang Hu clearly had no intention of taking care of the small-eyed man. If they didn't agree, the small-eyed man would have to stay alone in a room. This would definitely violate the villa rules. Whether he lived or died didn't matter, but it was crucial not to get others involved. And seeing the small-eyed man's attitude, if they refused, who knew what he might do? Chapter 26, The Hilltop Manor Terror Setting a Trap. How about this, you stay in our room tonight? Fong Yuan thought for a moment, then said. The small-eyed man's face instantly lit up with joy. Before he could even say thank you, Fong Yuan continued. But tonight you will stay with Li Shui. I'm switching to a different room. The small-eyed man was stunned, and even Li Shui's face showed a look of surprise. Fong Yuan turned to Li Shui and said, I saw you were with him all day. It shouldn't be a problem for you two to share a room tonight, right? This. Li Shui furrowed her brows, her face clearly troubled. Then where will you sleep? Of course, I'll find someone else to take me in. Fong Yuan said, her gaze drifting towards Li Yu. The two exchanged a brief look, and Li Yu didn't say much, merely nodding slightly. You two will stay together, we three will stay together. This way, no one will violate the villa's rules. Why do you need to switch rooms? Why can't we three stay together? The small-eyed man asked after a moment of silence. He thought that the more people there were, the safer it would be. Fong Yuan saw right through his thoughts and calmly explained, the ghost's goal is to kill. More people doesn't mean it's safer. In fact, the larger the group, the easier it is for the ghost to target us. You two are new at this. If the ghost attacks us together, your chances of dying are much higher. The small-eyed man frowned upon hearing this, wanting to say something more, but Fong Yuan's expression turned visibly impatient. If you're unwilling, you can stay alone in a room tonight. No one here has the obligation to take care of you. Upon hearing this, the small-eyed man immediately swallowed all his thoughts. He gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, then Li Shui, we'll stay together tonight. Li Shui felt a surge of disgust in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She secretly glanced at Fong Yuan, seeing no change in her expression, and after a moment of thought, nodded slightly. All right, let's do that. Rest early tonight. As long as you don't do anything unnecessary, you won't trigger the ghost's killing rule. Fong Yuan waved her hand, giving them one last kind reminder. After Li Shui and the small-eyed man returned to their room, Fong Yuan looked towards Li Yu. The two didn't say anything but returned to their own rooms as well. They both tacitly avoided mentioning the fact that they were attacked by a ghost in the room earlier that day. What happened in the end? Did that idiot stay by himself, or did the two women take him in? Wang Hu lay on the bed, glancing at Liu who had walked in alone, and asked. His luck is bad. He's staying in the same room with Li Shui tonight. Liu casually replied before walking into the bathroom. Oh? Wang Hu's interest was piqued upon hearing this. How did that come about? Liu quickly washed up, then lay back on the bed, replying, Fang Yuan set a trap for them. I just went along with her plan. Interesting. Wang Hu touched his chin, looking at Liu with more curiosity in his eyes. Your adaptation to the ghost domain world is faster than I imagined. Are you really a newcomer? This is indeed my first time entering a dungeon. Liu answered truthfully, then closed his eyes. Tomorrow is the final deadline given by Ghost Domain. Liu originally planned to take a risk and try, but since Fang Yuan has his own ideas, cooperating with him is fine. After tonight, many things can be verified. Elsewhere. Little Eye's boy and Li Shui returned to the room, locked the door, and looking at the bright light, finally felt some safety. Little Eye's boy didn't think much, took off his shoes, and lay directly on the bed. Li Shui leaned against the door, frowning slightly, still thinking about Fang Yuan's sudden strange behavior. Why did he suddenly give up the room and go share with Liu and Wang Hu? Could it be that the three of them had secretly formed an alliance? If that's the case, it's not good news for her. Fang Yuan and Wang Hu are veterans, while on her side, Little Eye's boy is not only a newbie but also weak in every way. In her mind, he was already labeled cannon fodder. When Little Eye's boy dies, she will be alone. If the three of them team up to trap her, what can she do? Thinking and thinking, Li Shui could only sigh faintly. No matter what, first survive until tomorrow. The hot spring has been checked. Nothing was found. The only place left is the study. Although the villa rules forbid entering the study, tomorrow is the last day, so we must risk it. As long as we can find the ghost's name tomorrow, surviving until the end of tomorrow means clearing this dungeon. Li Shui made up her mind, but when she looked up, she saw Little Eye's boy lying on the bed, winking at her. Hey, Li Shui little sister. Little Eye's boy sat up, the fat on his body shaking slightly, showing a lewd smile. Now we share a room. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will protect you. Li Shui's eyelid twitched. She clearly understood the meaning in Little Eye's boy's eyes. She couldn't understand how someone could be this stupid. Living in a haunted villa, almost dying from several ghost encounters, yet still thinking about that kind of thing. She was too lazy to fake a smile, sentenced him to death in her heart, and directly went back to her own bed. If nothing happens, just sleep. Tomorrow is the last day. Life or death depends on tomorrow. The ghosts will never let us leave the dungeon. The later it gets, the more terrifying the ghost attacks will be. Keeping yourself in good condition gives you a chance to survive. Li Shui finished speaking and ignored Little Eye's boy, turning her back to him. Little Eye's boy's mind unconsciously recalled today's events, almost dying in the hot spring and seeing Li Ziming's death. That thought was scattered for a moment, but soon, looking at Li Shui's back, he couldn't help swallowing. Damn, they say dying under the peony is still romantic as a ghost. Anyway, it's so dangerous, might as well enjoy a bit before dying. Little Eye's boy lay quietly, but never closed his eyes, his side glance always on Li Shui. Gradually, Li Shui's breathing became even, as if she had fallen asleep. The room was silent, only the two of them breathing. Li Shui little sister? Little Eye's boy called softly, getting no response. He moved, slowly got out of bed, and walked toward Li Shui's bed. Li Shui little sister, are you asleep? This afternoon in the hot spring, you saved my life. Otherwise, I would have died then. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. The ghost by the bed. The man with small eyes said, one hand already pressing against Li Shui's bed. And the other hand quietly reached toward Li Shui's shoulder. They say there's no way to repay a life-saving grace, so how about I offer myself in return? With my looks, it wouldn't be a disgrace to you, right? The man with small eyes spoke, his gaze dripping with lust, nearly overflowing. Li Shui lay on the bed motionless, as if she was deep asleep, with no response at all. If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agree. Finally, the man with small eyes placed his hand on Li Shui's shoulder. Through her clothes, he felt the smooth, tender skin of the girl, and his desires could no longer be controlled. With a forceful push, he turned Li Shui's body over. But when he saw her face clearly, the man with small eyes' pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint, and his mouth opened in horror. Fear crashed over him like a tidal wave. Li Shui's face was rotting, blood flowing from her eyes and nose, her eyes wide open, filled with bloodshot veins, showing endless terror. As the man with small eyes stared, Li Shui's skin began peeling away from her face, inch by inch, and her entire face turned into a bloody mess. Her eyes, wide open in death, were staring at him. The man with small eyes felt his scalp go numb, a nauseating, rotten smell invading his nostrils. He trembled uncontrollably, letting out a sharp, chilling scream, and collapsed onto the ground. Li Shui, he didn't even know when, had already been killed by an evil spirit. And he had no idea. The man with small eyes struggled to get up from the ground, but his legs would not obey, and after several attempts, he failed. He could only crawl towards the door, desperately trying to escape this terrifying room. But at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from under Li Shui's bed, grabbing his calf. The man with small eyes turned in terror, only to meet the wicked gaze from beneath the bed. That black, twisted ghostly hand gripped his leg tightly, and then the ghost began to slowly crawl out from under Li Shui's bed. Fear completely shattered the man with small eyes' sanity. A large patch of wetness spread beneath him as tears and snot streamed from his eyes. He could do nothing but watch as that hideous, terrifying ghost face slowly pressed closer. Click. The light in the room, which had been on, suddenly went out. The soft sound immediately alerted Li Shui. She suddenly opened her eyes but didn't turn around at once. Instead, she twisted her head slightly to glance at the man with small eyes' bed. The man with small eyes' plump body lay still on the bed, motionless, showing no signs of anything unusual. Did he turn off the light? Li Shui thought subconsciously. She had just turned her gaze back when a sudden realization hit her, and her eyes widened in shock. No! The light switch in the room was clearly near the door. The man with small eyes was lying on the bed. How could he have turned off the light? Li Shui immediately connected the dots, her body tensing slightly. She dared not make any large movements, afraid of exposing her awareness of the fact, and could only slightly adjust her position. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she glanced towards the door. Li Shui's pupils trembled sharply. She saw that the door to the room had somehow been opened. Outside was a dark corridor, and nothing could be seen. The faint moonlight shining through the curtains seemed unable to reach the darkness of the corridor. How is this possible? Li Shui was shocked inside. She clearly remembered locking the door securely. She couldn't have made such a silly mistake. But now the door was open. Could it be the ghost opened it? The thought made Li Shui's gaze suddenly shift. She looked back at the man with small eyes on the bed. He remained still, appearing to be in deep sleep. But when Li Shui studied him closely for a moment, she immediately noticed something was wrong. The small-eyed man's body had no rise or fall at all, which means he wasn't breathing at all. He was already dead. When did it happen? How did I not notice at all? Could it be that he did something to trigger the ghost's killing rule? Li Shui's brain raced wildly, fear inevitably crashing into her heart. All the signs now suggested the ghost was very likely inside the room. Being in the same room as the ghost, even without triggering its killing rule, was extremely dangerous. Should I run? Run out of the room to seek help from Wang Hu and the others? No, I can't. We still don't know where the ghost is. Acting rashly could be even more dangerous. Maybe trying to escape would trigger its killing rule. And even if Wang Hu and the others knew the situation, they might not save me. More likely, they'd just watch me die to clear their own path. Li Shui desperately thought of a strategy, her breathing becoming rapid, yet her body dared not move an inch. At that moment, her peripheral vision suddenly noticed something seemed to be stretching out from under the small-eyed man's bed. The shape seemed to be a hand. The ghost was under the small-eyed man's bed. Seeing the ghost's body slowly crawling out from under the bed, Li Shui hurriedly withdrew her gaze, her body trembling, no longer daring to look. A bone-chilling coldness surged from behind, slowly creeping up her spine. Li Shui did not hear footsteps, yet could clearly feel the ghost approaching, even already standing at her bedside. Even with her eyes closed, Li Shui felt as if a pair of icy eyes were staring at her relentlessly. Damn. The ghost is targeting me. Could I have triggered the killing rule too? Despair grew and spread in her heart. At this moment, a faint calling voice reached Li Shui's ears. Li Mei. Li Shui's heart jolted sharply, the ghost was calling her name. And it wasn't the fake name she used, but her real name. This must be some killing ability of the ghost. Li Shui understood something in an instant. The ghost was not all-powerful. She had always used a false name in the instance, so the ghost shouldn't know her real name. But now, the ghost called her real name. There was only one possibility. It was some ability of the ghost, surely connected to its killing rule. Li Mei. While Li Shui thought, the faint voice called again in her ear. The shadow of death instantly enveloped her. Though she did not know the ghost's exact killing rule, Li Shui was very clear on one thing. At this rate, she would definitely die. She had to do something, absolutely had to do something. Damn it, the ghost was now standing at the head of the bed. Where was a way to live? Li Mei. In the dark room, the ghost's third call echoed faintly. Chapter 28, Mountain Villa Terror, The Survivors. Chapter 28, Mountain Villa Terror, The Survivors. At dawn, Liu opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Awake? Wang Hu's voice came. Liu turned to look and saw Wang Hu leaning against the head of the bed, eyes faintly bloodshot. You didn't sleep all night? Liu asked, slightly surprised. About that. Wang Hu yawned, his gaze calm. 2 days without sleep is normal for people like us. Today is the last day, to be safe, we just have to get through it. But you look like you slept well. Such a good mood? Liu shook his head, replying, I did sleep, but stayed alert. Any little sound would wake me up. Since I could sleep till dawn, it means last night was very calm. At least, no problem here. Oh? That is interesting. Wang Hu looked at Liu with some surprise but did not doubt him exaggerating. After all, lying in these matters brings no benefit. What do you do in real life? Could it be something like a secret agent or a spy? No, nothing like that. It's just an ordinary job. Liu shook his head, showing no interest in continuing the topic. These irrelevant questions can wait until we survive and leave the dungeon. After saying this, he stood up and walked into the bathroom, quickly washing up. Then, the two of them left the room on time. As they stepped out of the room, Liu glanced at the door on the left. Originally, they had Li Shui and Fang Yuan on the left, and on the right were the guy with small eyes and Li Ziming. But after Li Ziming died, the guy with small eyes moved to the left room and stayed with Li Shui. This left the room on the right vacant. As Liu and Wang Hu stepped out of their room, not long after, the door of the second room on the left was pushed open, and Fang Yuan's figure walked out. Good morning. Fang Yuan greeted them with a calm tone as she saw the two in the hallway. Good morning. You look like you slept well. Liu replied. He had to admit, he was somewhat impressed by this woman, bold, attentive, and willing to take risks when it mattered. Was this the value of a veteran in the Bewitched Domain dungeon? Compared to her, Wang Hu had enough drive, but his judgment was clearly not as sharp as Fang Yuan's. I slept okay, nothing happened here last night. Fang Yuan said calmly, her gaze shifting toward the closed door beside her. But last night, I heard footsteps in the hallway, and the sound of a door opening next door. Was it a ghost? Hard to say. Fang Yuan shook her head, narrowing her eyes. But, I leaned toward it being a person. Didn't you open the door to check? Wang Hu interrupted their conversation. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled softly. I chose to stay in a room alone last night, which already carried a lot of risk. Do you think I would intentionally take more chances? Looking at you, you probably didn't sleep last night. Why didn't you open the door to check what was going on outside? TCH, you're such a careful woman. Wang Hu shrugged, not really angry. Complaints from someone without abilities were like the barking of a dog to him, annoying but bearable. However, this woman was clearly different, so Wang Hu naturally had more patience. So last night, the ghost chose to attack them instead of you. That means. Liu looked at the door in the middle, his voice lowering slightly. The so-called rules of the villa were nothing but complete deception. I've always had doubts, but now it's finally been confirmed. Fang Yuan responded calmly. To know the truth, we just need to open the door and see. As she spoke, she had already walked up to the door of Li Shui and the guy with small eyes room, about to open the door. But at that moment, with a creak, the door slowly opened from the inside. The three in the hallway froze, not expecting anyone to still be alive after the fierce ghost had attacked this room the previous night. Their gazes instantly became alert, and then, Li Shui slowly walked out from the room. When she saw the three standing at the door, her face looked dreadful. Her entire face was devoid of color, her eyes were bloodshot, and there were heavy dark circles under her eyes. At first glance, she looked like a ghost. You're still alive? Fang Yuan squinted, eyeing Li Shui up and down. Could you have already died, and it's just a ghost pretending to be you? She didn't say it out loud, but the meaning in her eyes was unmistakable. Upon seeing this, Li Shui's face grew even more unpleasant. With the strange actions of Fang Yuan yesterday, how could she not realize she had been set up by this woman? Isn't it all thanks to you? Li Shui snorted coldly and pulled out her phone, showing it to Fang Yuan. Do you need me to add you as a friend and send you a message to prove it? If you can, that would be perfect. Fang Yuan expressionlessly took out her phone and added Li Shui as a friend. While they were talking, Wang Hu noticed the confusion on Liu's face and casually explained, the fierce ghosts in the ghastly realm cannot use players' phones. After people die, their phones are taken back by the ghastly realm. Maybe some ghosts can pretend to be phones, but they will never have the function of a real phone. This is also one way for players to tell if someone has been replaced by a fierce ghost. I see now, Liu finally understood. At this moment, Fang Yuan had already added Li Shui as a friend and completed verification, confirming the person in front of him was really Li Shui, not a ghost disguise. I didn't expect you to actually survive. How did you do it? Also, from the looks of you, you are not planning to keep pretending to be a beginner, right? Since you have seen through me, what is the point of pretending any longer? Li Shui sneered and asked back. As for how I survived, do you think I would tell the one who hurt me so badly? Facing Li Shui's hostility, Fang Yuan did not get angry at all, but calmly said, the moment you decided to pretend to be new, to play dumb while hiding your strength, you should have expected this. Wanting to use others, treat them as cannon fodder, but not realizing you could also be used as cannon fodder? There is no such thing as something that good in this world. Li Shui's face darkened, and she could not help clenching her fists. You are also an expert in the ghastly realm, you know what matters most without my reminder. Fang Yuan seemed completely unaware of Li Shui's expression change, continuing to speak to himself. Personal grudges between players are nothing compared to being able to survive and leave the dungeon. Only those who survive have the right to hold grudges, right? Li Shui was silent for a moment after hearing this. In the end, she nodded and said, you are right. As long as you can survive and leave the dungeon, temporarily putting aside hatred is indeed nothing. I could tell you how I survived, but... Li Shui said, looking at the three people in front of her. What clue can you give me? Chapter 29, Mansion Horror, The True Law of Killing. Chapter 29, Mansion Horror, The True Law of Killing. Equivalent exchange. Very reasonable, Fang Yuan nodded and replied. Don't worry, I will not let you lose out. I can give you one important clue, and also a very likely killing rule of the fierce ghost. How about that? Okay. Li Shui had no complaints about this result. You go first. The driver has a big problem, Fang Yuan said concisely. The rules in the mansion, and everything that happened there before, all came from him. The former was directly told to us, the latter spread to others in the mansion. But based on the current information, I judge that his so-called mansion rules are all fake. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and his voice lowered. Even if they were real, those rules were definitely not meant to protect travelers inside the mansion. More likely, they were aimed at killing us. Li Shui frowned. Seeing that Li Yuan who showed no reaction, she gestured with her eyes for Fang Yuan to continue. Yesterday, the timing when the driver announced the third and fourth rules was too coincidental, and the content was very strange. Logically, since the hot spring and the study are key places, why forbid us from entering? The hot spring is fine, at least it is open during the day, but the study is always strictly forbidden. If breaking mansion rules triggers the killing rule, then how are we supposed to find clues? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his voice calm, and told his speculation clearly. After hearing these two rules, I began to doubt what the driver said. After further confirming that the mansion's past stories all came from him, I was basically sure the driver had problems. Yesterday afternoon, I wanted to take Li Ziming with me to the study to look for clues, but he refused. Then I went alone to the third floor of the villa. But before I entered the study, I felt a pair of eyes watching me from the shadows. I couldn't be sure whether it was a person staring at me, or a ghost, so to be safe, I didn't risk entering the study. Hearing this, Li Yu turned to look at Fang Yuan. He had suspected something yesterday afternoon when he hadn't seen this woman, and now it turned out she really intended to explore the study alone. Without confirming whether there was a problem with the mansion's rules, this was quite a risky move. If the deadly ghost's killing pattern was related to the study, she could easily be killed directly by the ghost. What exactly gave her such confidence? It couldn't possibly be that she was truly that sure of her own guess. There's one more thing. Yesterday during the day, Lin San and I were attacked by the deadly ghost in Li Ziming's room, Fang Yuan continued. Hearing this, Li Shui's eyes narrowed, her gaze sweeping between Li Yu and Fang Yuan. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Before is before. Back then, I hadn't even decided to cooperate with you. Why would I tell you these things? Would you ever show your true heart to others in the ghost domain? Fang Yuan asked lightly in reply. Li Shui was silent for a moment, then nodded. Continue. When the door was closed, the deadly ghost attacked the two of us who were still inside. Combining this with the mansion's first rule, I guessed that the ghost's killing pattern might be related to the number of people in the room. After last night's verification, we can now conclude that one killing rule is, when there is only a single pair of a man and a woman in the room, the deadly ghost will appear and kill both of them. Li Shui's face darkened upon hearing this. Fang Yuan didn't even pretend, he admitted it boldly. But since she had decided to cooperate, she could only temporarily remember this grudge. If before it was only speculation without solid evidence, now we can assert that the mansion's rules are all fake. Living alone in a room won't attract the ghost's attack, it's only when two people share a room that there's danger of being attacked. The mansion's second rule clearly exists to trap us. If on the first day we had assigned rooms by pairing a man and a woman, half of us would probably have died that very night. Fang Yuan's voice was icy, and the others' faces showed fear as well. But considering that gender is an important factor when assigning rooms, most of the time we would use male-male or female-female pairings, so this rule mostly serves as a lure, Liu said. It seems they are using the hit everything idea, trying to maximize the chance that we trigger the killing pattern. But even if we survive that, the ghost has other ways to kill us. Li Ziming's fate that night is the best proof. Wang Hu frowned tightly as he listened, suddenly understanding something. Damn it, could the first rule exist to prevent us from escaping, deliberately limiting our activity area? That bastard really is cunning and malicious. But whoever set the rules probably didn't know we couldn't leave the mansion anyway, so this rule is meant to harm real vacationers at the mansion. No wonder the driver disappeared yesterday afternoon. Maybe he knew he was exposed and deliberately hid. Wang Hu said through gritted teeth. If the driver appeared now, he would slap him twice and then interrogate him harshly. NPCs in the G-Ghost domain can be good or bad, some help us, some set traps to hurt us. This is very common, Fang Yuan said lightly, his gaze turning to Li Shui. I've said what I needed to. This is my sincerity. Now it's your turn. As her words fell, Li Yu and Wang Hu's eyes both turned toward her. They were all very curious about what exactly happened in the room last night. And how Li Shui survived. Li Shui snorted and said, let's get to the conclusion first. Your guess about the pattern of the killings is correct, but not complete. I think the correct pattern should be, when only one man and one woman are left in a room, the ghost will appear and kill one of them, most likely the man. How do you know? Fang Yuan asked. I didn't see the process of the little-eyed man's death. When I noticed something strange last night, she was already dead. Li Shui said coldly. I think it was because he violated this killing rule that he died. But after the ghost killed him, it didn't immediately kill me. Instead, it stood by my bed and started calling my name. Chapter 30, The Mansion Horror, The Eyes in the Dark. Just like what Li Ziming encountered. Li Yu frowned and asked. Yes. Li Shui nodded, that should be the second killing rule. Considering the ghost's identity as that couple, the one who killed the little-eyed man and the one who stood by my bed calling my name should not be the same ghost. Then how did you survive? Wang Hu directly asked the key question. Li Shui paused, looking somewhat embarrassed. At the crucial moment, I remembered what Li Ziming said and followed his method by covering myself with the quilt. And then the ghost really didn't kill me. What the heck? Wang Hu was stunned. Don't tell me, the ghost in this scenario really can't hurt someone under the quilt. If that's the case, I'll go get a quilt right now and carry it everywhere. It's not that simple. After confirming that Li Shui wasn't lying, Li Yu thought for a moment and said, there must be another reason the ghost didn't kill her. Maybe, the quilt affected the ghost's ability to kill. But the ghost called names twice, so the killing rule is most likely related to sound. Of course, we can't rule out that all of this is part of the ghost's plan to cover up the real killing rule, causing us to make a wrong judgment. After all, we never really saw the ghost call someone to death. TSK, this is really complicated. Wang Hu clicked his tongue, and his face grew serious. Today is the last day of the mission. If we can't identify the ghost before midnight tonight, we won't be able to leave this scenario. The killing rule is important, but what's more urgent now is to find out the ghost's name. Li Yu nodded. The fastest way is to find the driver, he must know a lot of things. Have you told us everything you know? Fang Yuan looked at Li Shui for a final confirmation. Seeing Li Shui nod, Fang Yuan said, discussing it here won't lead to any conclusions. Anyway, let's go to the restaurant for breakfast first, we can also see if the driver is really avoiding us. The group naturally had no objections, and soon they headed toward the restaurant. At breakfast, the chef arrived on time with the meal cart, but still, there was no sign of the driver. Until breakfast ended, the driver had not appeared. Li Yu put down his utensils and looked at the chef, asking, where's driver Wang? Why haven't we seen him since last night? I don't know. He said he had something to do yesterday afternoon and rushed out, didn't say where he was going. The chef was stunned and replied truthfully. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan frowned and tossed his utensils on the table. If this line with the chef is cut off, our only lead left is the study. Not necessarily a bad thing. Li Yu thought for a moment, then knocked on the table and said. Remember how we were suddenly locked in Li Ziming's room yesterday? The driver disappearing is basically an admission of guilt. The one who tried to kill us must be him. He must know the complete killing rule. Only then could he set up such a trap. If he really disappeared, at least we eliminated one hidden danger, but considering the footsteps you heard last night, I guess he's probably still hiding somewhere in the manor. The night before last, Li Ziming's room door was opened by him, and last night it was the same for the little-eyed man's room. Li Yu's eyes narrowed, showing a cold glint, the ghost, it was he who let it in. Li Shui's eyes widened, her face instantly turning ugly. She clearly remembered closing the room door last night, but when the ghost appeared in the middle of the night, the door was open. It turns out it was all that driver's doing. So it seems, this copy's ghost probably cannot affect the physical world, so someone must cooperate to open the room door. Fang Yuan immediately realized, guessing. That should be the case. Li Yu nodded. If the ghost could affect the physical world, it could have just pulled off the covers directly. There are ways to kill Li Ziming and Li Shui, but it didn't do so. Li Yu paused suddenly as he spoke, immediately thinking of another possibility. Unless the act of pulling off the covers is directly tied to the ghost's killing pattern, so it cannot do it. If that's the case, then the killing pattern of the other ghost, could it be? What should we do next? We only have a little over 10 hours left. Should everyone go to the study together to look for clues? Li Shui suddenly spoke, pulling Li Yu's attention back. No, since the driver is likely still hiding in the manor, we have to find him, and prevent him from causing trouble behind our backs. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly, saying. My suggestion is to split into two groups, one group to find the driver in the manor, and the other to go to the study for clues. What do you think? Fine. Then Lin San, you go with Wang Hu, and I'll go with Li Shui. Fang Yuan straightforwardly proposed. I have no objection. Wang Hu tapped the table, glancing at Fang Yuan. The question is, who looks for the driver, and who goes to the study for clues? Last night I stayed alone in a room and tested that the manor's rules do have problems. So today you go to the study for clues, no problem, right? Fang Yuan glanced at Wang Hu and replied. Hearing this, Wang Hu frowned, opening his mouth to say something, but Li Yu had already nodded in agreement. No problem. Taking turns to face danger, this is fair. After speaking, he didn't waste time and stood up to leave directly. After finding clues, meet in the dining room to exchange information. Act quickly. Out of the dining room, Wang Hu followed Li Yu toward the villa's third floor. Li Yu walked ahead. Wang Hu looked at his back and asked in a low voice. That woman wanted to go to the study for clues yesterday, but she gave up in the end. The study must be dangerous. You just agreed so easily? The study is dangerous, yes, but there must be clues. Risk and opportunity are equal. Li Yu said. We don't have much time left. One killing pattern is confirmed, and I also have a hint of the other. Even if the ghost really wants to attack us, we still have a chance to survive. You are quite confident. Wang Hu snorted, fine, taking some risks is nothing. If I didn't dare take risks, I wouldn't have survived until now. Anyway, if we can't find out the ghost's identity, it's death either way. I'll risk it and fight with you. The two rushed to the villa's third floor, turning two corners, and soon found the study. Li Yu and Wang Hu exchanged a glance, stepped forward 2 paces, and put their hands on the door handle, ready to press down. But at that moment, a feeling of being watched arose. Li Yu's movement froze instantly. Sure enough, something had been staring at this study all along. Chapter 31, Manor Fright, Escape. What's wrong? Wang Hu, seeing this, immediately became alert and looked around, asking in a low voice. I feel like something is watching me. Li Yu's voice darkened as his eyes kept scanning both sides of the corridor. The whole corridor had no obstacles. The only place someone could hide was obvious at a glance, only 2 corners. But Li Yu vaguely felt that the eyes watching from the dark were not coming from the left or right sides. It felt more like coming from above. Li Yu slowly looked up, and Wang Hu noticed his movement and also looked up. The next moment, their pupils shrank sharply, huge terror flashing in their eyes. On the ceiling, a twisted figure clung in a horribly strange posture, limbs folded and entangled, body rotten and black, no different from a corpse. When Li Yu and Wang Hu's eyes fell on it, the fierce ghost lowered its head, hollow eyes filled with abyss-like malice, staring at them unblinkingly. The next second, a terrifying, grotesque smile appeared on the ghost's face, the excitement of a hunter seeing prey. A huge, nauseating stench suddenly surged, hitting their nerves, making their brains blank for a moment. Until... Run! Li Yu snapped back, shouting loudly. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted forward at his fastest speed. Wang Hu's reaction was just half a beat slower. Almost at the same moment Li Yu's voice fell, he started running wildly. Bang! A sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from behind. Then, terrifying footsteps continued approaching from behind. The ghost had caught up. Damn! We didn't break the killing rules, why is the ghost targeting us? Now is not the time to say that, run. They rounded a corner, and when they saw what was ahead, both froze in shock. A high wall had appeared ahead, blocking the entire corridor, as if the ghost was silently mocking them. The footsteps behind grew closer and closer. Li Yu. The ghost's call came at the same time. Li Yu paused only briefly, then ran straight toward the wall ahead. Don't stop. It's fake. Wang Hu immediately realized. The ghost could create illusions. This wall was made to confuse them. Thinking carefully, there was no way a wall could appear out of nowhere. Wang Hu hurried to follow Liu, but even prepared, when about to hit the wall, he felt a chill run down his spine. If they misjudged, at their current speed, crashing into it would not be a joke. The moment their bodies touched the wall, Wang Hu instinctively slowed slightly. Luckily the worst didn't happen. Their bodies passed straight through the wall, rushing forward. Even though they saw through the ghost's trick, Liu felt no happiness. The ghost was right behind, clearly intending to kill them. Rounding another corner, a few seconds later, the ghost's call came again. Li, you. This time, the voice was colder, piercingly icy. It is calling my name. This really is another killing rule. Liu gritted his teeth, trying to block the ghost's whispers, but the voice rang directly in his mind, impossible to shake off. At this moment, Liu had a strong premonition: if he did nothing he would die. We can't run. Get into the room. Hearing the footsteps closing in, Liu didn't hesitate, made a sharp turn after the corridor corner, pushed open a door, and dove in. In a flash, Wang Hu had no time to think, only trusting Liu, and followed him into the room. The moment Wang Hu entered, bang! Liu quickly shut the door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu breathed rapidly, nervously listening to the sounds outside. Strangely, after the door closed, all the sounds disappeared. The footsteps, the eerie howls of the ghost, the chilling cold, seemed to have been completely cut off by this door. The ghost can't come in? Wang Hu gasped, asking Liu. It shouldn't be able to. Liu nodded. The silence in the corridor outside was too quiet, so quiet that there wasn't even a single sound. It was as if the ghost had already left. But Liu didn't dare to open the door easily. After all, the bigger possibility was that the ghost was standing right outside, staring at them. Looks like the ghost in this instance is indeed restricted, at least it can't easily enter a locked room. After waiting a bit longer and confirming that there was no sign of the ghost breaking into the room, Wang Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Liu with lingering fear and said, "You really took a gamble. If the ghost could open the door, wouldn't we be seeking our own death, sitting ducks?" It wasn't that I wanted to gamble. In that situation, there was no chance to escape. If I kept running, I would definitely die. Liu carefully relocked the door, then slid down to the floor, leaning against the door. It had been really close, one wrong move, and it would have been the end. By the way, the name the ghost shouted earlier, that was you, right? After calming down, Wang Hu realized something, looking at Liu with an expression that was half smile, half knowing. So your real name is Liu? I was still wondering, a fake name like Lin San, could that really be your real name? Same to you. Liu gave him a faint glance and chuckled lightly. You also use a fake name, don't you? Hey, who told you that? Wang Hu is my real name. I never change my name, I'm proud of it. I'm not the kind of person who needs to hide even my name. Oh, really? Liu pointed to the door outside and said, I don't believe it. Unless you go outside now and let the ghost shout your name. Wang Hu choked, the corner of his mouth twitching. Do you think I'm an idiot? Would I run out to prove my name and let that ghost chase me? Who knows? Liu shrugged, looking innocent. The two of them joking around made the feeling of just barely escaping death finally dissipate. Alright, real name or fake name doesn't matter. If we can't get out of this instance alive, no one will care whether you used a fake name. Wang Hu waved his hand and stood up from the ground. Now the problem is, that ghost has trapped us here. What do we do? Chapter 32 Mountain Villa Horror Vision. Don't rush, let me think. Liu patted his pants and stood up, walking over to a chair in the room and sitting down. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Hu and asked, could the ghost have the ability to know other people's names? Wang Hu thought for a while, then shook his head, replying, not to my knowledge. Ghosts are not omnipotent. Unless you revealed your real name, there's no reason it should know. Got it. Liu nodded, and the last shred of hope disappeared from his heart. I thought for a moment that maybe the name shouting was a smokescreen released by the ghost, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Since I entered the instance, I've always used the name Lin San. The ghost couldn't possibly know my real name. But it shouted it earlier. Wang Hu raised an eyebrow, realizing something. So, this is probably one of the ghost's killing patterns. So it knows your real name. Yes. Liu said, the exact killing pattern is still unclear, but it definitely has something to do with shouting names. After saying that, he furrowed his brows, lowered his head, and fell silent, lost in thought. Wang Hu saw that Liu was thinking deeply, so he quietly stopped bothering him and also began to think about the ghost's killing ability. Liu carefully recalled the experience of being chased by the ghost earlier. The ghost had shouted his name twice, with a pause between the two shouts. It seemed, it always shouted when he was running straight down the corridor. When he turned the corner and briefly disappeared from the ghost's sight, the ghost's voice showed an obvious pause. The pause didn't last long, perhaps only a few seconds. Could it be a coincidence? Li Yu narrowed his eyes, thinking about the actions of Li Ziming and Li Shui when they avoided the ghost's attack. In that moment, the guess in his mind seemed to have been confirmed. The ghost's pattern of killing by calling names must have some limitations. Wang Hu, deep in thought, suddenly heard Li Yu say this and immediately looked up. What is it? Li Yu met his gaze and slowly spoke two words, line of sight. The ghost doesn't kill those under the blanket because the blanket blocks its line of sight, affecting its killing ability. When the ghost chased us earlier, every time we ran around a corner, it paused briefly. That's because we disappeared from its view. In other words, as long as the ghost can't see us, even if it knows we are right in front of it, it can't kill us. Wang Hu thought carefully, nodding slightly. What Li Yu said made sense. If line of sight is the factor affecting the ghost's ability to kill, then it makes sense that it can't take the blanket away and kill the person in bed. After all, the ghost can't force people to break its killing rule. How confident are you? Wang Hu asked. I can't be sure. Li Yu shook his head. But it should be about 80 to 90% correct. Wang Hu took a deep breath when he heard this. So, the ghost kills just by calling a name. It's a simple and crude killing pattern. If that's true, it also explains why the ghosts in this scenario can't affect the physical realm. Otherwise, the ghost could easily kill everyone, and the players entering the scenario wouldn't stand a chance. At this point, Wang Hu was pretty sure that this was the second ghost's killing pattern. One ghost kills when men and women are in the same room, and the other kills when a name is called. This was the full picture of the two ghosts in this scenario. But the one that kills when men and women are together, I can understand. Wang Hu frowned. After all, the guy in that couple died while in the same room with his girlfriend. It's not surprising that a killing pattern like this would develop. But killing when a name is called, where did that come from? Wang Hu noticed the surprised look in Li Yu's eyes and explained, the killing pattern of ghosts is often related to their actions while they were alive. Not 100%, but most ghosts follow this pattern. Li Yu suddenly understood, nodded, and after thinking for a moment, said, maybe, it's because that girl kept calling her boyfriend's name before she died? So, a killing pattern was created where calling a name leads to death. After speaking, Li Yu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling like something was off. This explanation felt a bit forced, but it still made some sense. However, if that's the case, then where does the line of sight factor come in? After all, when the girl died, her boyfriend should have already been dead. It's not likely that those rich perverts placed her boyfriend's body beside her while they were abusing her, right? Forget it, it doesn't matter how the killing pattern came about. Not wanting to dwell on it, Wang Hu decided not to investigate further and turned to look at the door. So, as long as we stay in the room and the ghost can't see us, it won't be able to kill us. But if that's the case, don't we just get trapped here? Even if they figured out the killing pattern, without knowing the ghost's name, once the time ran out, they would still be doomed. The ghost could drag things out, but they didn't have the time to waste. Li Yu looked around, and the room seemed to be a storage room, filled with a lot of miscellaneous items. Soon, his eyes locked on the only window in the room, where a bluish-gray curtain hung. Wang Hu followed his gaze. He quickly noticed the curtain and immediately understood what Li Yu was thinking. He walked to the window and quickly took down the curtain, measuring its size. The curtain was not small, but at its height of 1.83 meters, it could at most completely cover one person. Any more than that, and there would be a risk of being exposed in the ghost's view. This thing is only enough for one person, what do we do? Wang Hu asked Li Yu. Li Yu said nothing, his eyes moving, looking toward the pile of boxes in the corner. Wang Hu glanced at the boxes and immediately smiled, hey, you really are a genius. A few minutes later. The door opened, and a figure draped in a curtain, with only a pair of feet visible, stepped out. Behind him followed a box placed upside down. A small gap lifted slightly in the box, vaguely showing the outline of 2 feet underneath. How is it, is the ghost still there? Wang Hu could see nothing and could only whisper to Li Yu. A pair of eyes peeked through 2 holes in the box, carefully watching the surroundings. After the box turned in place, Li Yu finally said, I don't see it, but don't relax, the ghost is probably nearby watching us. Follow me, I will lead the way. Li Yu said, beginning to return the way they came, heading toward the study. Moving in a crouch, he went slowly, carefully watching his feet to avoid tripping over anything. Thus, a scene appeared, a box leading in front, a curtain person slowly following behind. Chapter 33, The Mansion Fright, Difficult Search. Wang Hu's vision was extremely limited, he could only see the carpet under his feet, forced to stick close behind Li Yu, following the box forward bit by bit. Can we go faster? This is too slow. At this speed, how long will it take to reach the study? Stop talking, stay close. If you try my position, you will move even slower. Li Yu snapped. The box was not very big, he could only squat, hugging his knees, moving slowly. It was slow, but it minimized exposed parts, avoiding the ghost's killing rules. The two moved slowly along the corridor. The surroundings were eerily quiet, only the sound of their footsteps. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Liu realized that besides their footsteps, a third set of footsteps sounded. The steps were right behind them, very close. In an instant, both imagined the ghost following them, step by step. Even knowing the ghost could not attack unless the killing rules were triggered, the thought of a ghost behind them was chilling. Neither dared to speak, even breathing softly, moving forward in silence. They struggled around two corners, moving along the long corridor toward the study. Liu carefully watched each doorplate through the holes in the box. Just as he focused, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew. The box almost got lifted by the wind. Liu's quick hands grabbed the edge of the box, breaking into a cold sweat instantly. Damn! Wang Hu cursed under his breath, clearly not expecting the sudden wind. He held tightly to the edge of the curtain, not daring to move. No one knew how much of their bodies had to be exposed for the ghost's killing rules to trigger, so they did not take risks. Only after the wind stopped did they breathe a sigh of relief. Liu turned the box, looking toward the wind, realizing the window had been opened. There was no doubt, it was the ghost acting. The mansion was already isolated, surrounded on three sides by mountains. Nature often has mountain winds. As long as they are slightly careless, they might lose this fragile barrier. If exposed to the ghost's eyes, the ending is predictable. You should know the ghost already called out Liu's name twice before, but he did not die, which only shows the ghost's name-calling kill needs a certain number of times. Maybe 3 times, maybe 4 times. Liu did not dare to gamble whether the ghost's calling number had reset after so long. The worst possibility may be as soon as he is exposed to the ghost's eyes, the ghost can instantly call his name and kill him. This feeling is like walking on a tightrope on a cliff, death almost clearly visible. Be careful. Liu whispered the 2 words, then moved forward again little by little. This time, he walked even slower. That ever-present third footstep brought huge mental pressure, constantly reminding them that the ghost was right behind. The two walked past one door after another, each time passing, Liu would glance at the doorplate. But until they reached the end of the corridor, the doorplate that said study never appeared. Still not found? Wang Hu asked in a very low voice. You should know behind Liu, at least he was standing, but behind him it was the ghost. That bone-chilling cold seemed to penetrate through pores straight into the bone, even if he had a big heart, now he could barely stand it. We ignored a very important point. Liu's voice was low, with suppression. What? The ghost can create illusions. Now our vision is extremely limited. In this case, for the ghost to deceive us through illusions is very simple. It is very possible that we already passed the study, but didn't notice at all. Damn! Wang Hu frowned, secretly cursing. Then what do we do? If really not possible, we just run. As long as we rush into the study before the ghost kills us, there is no problem. Now this posture was really suffocating, both body and mind under huge pressure, he could barely endure. Maybe the ghost wants us to do exactly this. Liu's voice grew cold. It is mocking us now. Once we cannot bear the pressure, we might fall into the trap it made. Liu said, taking a deep breath. Although it is very hard, the ghost's illusion can only deceive the eyes. As long as we feel our way room by room, we can surely find it. Liu's words stopped halfway. Suddenly, the vision plunged into total darkness, and then, in the next moment, a pair of bloodshot eyes without eyeballs, full of endless malice, filled his entire vision. Those fierce ghost eyes showed mockery and ridicule. Li. You. The ghost called his name for the 3rd time. At the moment when one person and the ghost looked across the cardboard box, the ghost could see him. A chill instantly broke through the scalp. Liu felt the urge to run. The body reacted faster than thought. Liu held the cardboard box tightly, forcibly suppressing the impulse to turn and escape. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu opened his eyes with difficulty. Nothing happened. He did not die, which meant the ghost's killing rule was not triggered. So lucky, so lucky. Liu felt a long sigh of relief inside. If he had really been overwhelmed by fear just now, what awaited him now would be real death. Luckily, in that instant he made the most rational judgment. After all, if the ghost could kill him in this way, it would not wait until now. The hole on the cardboard box was very small, he could see the corridor through it, but if the fierce ghost wanted to see him through that hole, it was almost impossible. When the ghost pressed its eyes to the hole on the cardboard box, it would block the only light source, and all it could see would naturally be pitch black. Just now what happened? Wang Hu felt Liu shiver for a moment, and asked. Nothing. Liu calmed his heart and whispered back. Whether we can find the study next, it depends on you. Only you can open the room through the curtain. Better hurry up. Chapter 34, Mansion Horror, the one you can't catch. Chapter 34, Mansion Horror, the one you can't catch. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and Li Shui were now searching around the whole mansion. From last night's noise, the driver didn't leave the manor, he must still be here, just hiding somewhere unknown. The two circled the entire mansion, but found no trace of the driver. Asking the others in the mansion, the answer was always that they didn't know where the driver went. They returned to the villa, searching every room except the third floor, but still didn't see the driver. The whole mansion is only this big, we searched everywhere except the third floor, where did he go? Are we sure he didn't leave the manor? Could it be he went out during the day to hide and came back secretly at night? Seeing no one, Li Shui gradually became anxious. Or maybe he is hiding in some room on the third floor of the villa? The possibility you said exists. Fang Yuan glanced at her lightly and nodded slightly. But Lin San and Wang, who already went to the third floor, just leave it to them. If he really is up there, after they find the clues and come back, at worst we search together. As for whether he left the manor, we still need to search several more times to know. Neither suggested going upstairs, since just now they vaguely heard footsteps above. The sound was heavy, deep, like someone running fast. Combined with Fang Yuan feeling watched when trying to enter the study, there was no doubt, there could now be a ghost on the third floor. Li Yu and Wang, who might be facing the ghost's chase right now. Without knowing what's upstairs, they would not rush up. By the way, did you notice a problem? Li Shui suddenly asked. What? The driver said in the car, our vacation is 4 days and 3 nights, which means tomorrow is the last day. But we just searched the whole mansion, and besides the driver, one more thing is missing. You mean, the bus that brought us here? Fang Yuan understood Li Shui's meaning. She thought a moment, shook her head, it doesn't matter, now it's clear the driver's plan is serious, he wants us all to die in the manor, or by the ghost's hand. Since so, he naturally won't leave any way for us to escape. Fang Yuan said, looking through the window toward the manor gate in the distance. In this remote forest, if ordinary tourists see the manor has a problem and want to escape, without transport it is not easy. More likely, they would get lost in the forest, or face other accidents, but we don't need to think about that. After all, if we don't find the ghost's name tonight, we will all die here. Li Shui frowned, her voice heavy, but since the bus is gone, doesn't that mean the driver probably wasn't in the manor during the day? If we can't find anyone here, then we can only hope for Wang Hu. Li Shui stopped halfway, her peripheral eyes sharply catching a fleeting shadow in the garden. She immediately turned her head and stared hard in that direction, seeing only a corner of clothes vanish into the garden. Fang Yuan noticed her strange behavior, immediately looked where she was looking, but saw nothing. What did you see? Seems like that driver? Li Shui's face was full of shock and doubt. It was only for a moment, but a shadow flashed in that garden. The clothes he wore seemed to be the driver's set. Go! Fang Yuan did not hesitate at all upon hearing this, pulling Li Shui straight toward the stairs. The two of them rushed out of the villa, heading toward where they had just seen the shadow. When they reached the garden, they pushed aside the overgrown bushes and followed the cobblestone path, soon finding a footprint on the muddy ground. He really didn't leave, he's been hiding here all along. Fang Yuan crouched down and checked the shoe size, it was a man's size. Looking from this spot toward the villa, they could just see the window where the two of them had been standing moments ago. Chase him, we must catch him. Following the footprints on the ground, the two quickly passed through row after row of bushes. Damn it, why is the garden so messy? Without noticing, Li Shui's back was scratched by a thorny bush, leaving a long tear in her clothes. Is there no one responsible for maintaining this villa? There used to be, but that gardener died not long ago. Fang Yuan said calmly. Before we arrived, he was killed by the ghost, and I heard the death was very miserable. Li Shui did not speak after hearing this. The ghost's target is not only the participants who enter the haunted domain dungeon. NPCs in the dungeon are also the ghost's prey. But when participants enter the dungeon, the ghost prioritizes them as targets. Following the footprints, they pushed aside a plant in front of them, and Fang Yuan's ears twitched, sharply catching a strange rustling sound from the side and behind. She quickly turned around, seeing a shadow pass through the bushes ahead, then vanish from sight in an instant. Was he deliberately leading us here? This thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The driver's behavior was too strange, luring them step by step through the garden. What was his purpose in doing this? Fang Yuan had a bad feeling in her heart, and the more she felt it, the more it proved the driver was suspicious. Perhaps, if they caught him, they could directly know the truth of this dungeon. There he is, chase! Fang Yuan shouted and led the way in pursuit of the driver. Li Shui reacted a bit slower, but gritted her teeth and followed. Next, the driver, using his knowledge of the terrain, led them to wander all over the garden, appearing at the edges of their vision, but no matter how they chased, they could not catch him. Fang Yuan's uneasy premonition grew stronger, and she stayed alert, wary of traps hidden in the garden. But in fact, except for a branch scratching her face leaving a cut, she did not encounter any real danger. On the contrary, Li Shui's clothes were torn by thorns in several more places. When the driver's figure appeared again in the deep bushes ahead, Fang Yuan's face darkened extremely. After a brief moment of weighing options, she gritted her teeth and said, "Stop chasing, he's playing with us. Let's leave here first." Chapter 35, Villa Horror, Sudden Death Descends. After saying this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate and decisively turned back the way they came. Li Shui had long sensed something was wrong. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, she immediately followed her out of the garden. "That bastard, he lured us here and toyed with us. What exactly does he want?" Li Shui looked messy, her clothes tattered, and after leaving the garden, she glared back with hatred. "I don't know, but I have a very bad feeling." No sooner had Fang Yuan spoken than she heard footsteps behind them. She suddenly turned, her gaze gradually freezing. The driver slowly walked out from the garden. He looked at them with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "You two seem to be in quite the mood, huh? Even got the energy to play a game of tag with me. But why did you come out so quickly? I haven't even had enough fun yet." Hearing the driver's tone, full of unhidden mockery, Fang Yuan's face slowly showed a cold smile. "From the look on your face, it seems like you know you've already been exposed. You're not planning to keep acting, are you?" He. The driver narrowed his eyes, the smile on his face gradually faded, and he stared at the two with a blank expression. After a moment, he suddenly sighed, scratching his head with a helpless look. "You people are really strange. I just don't get it, how have you managed to survive until now? This is already the third day, and only 2 of you have died. The others were all dead by the second or third day. I was even starting to worry that you guys were some kind of special people, but after seeing you like this, it doesn't seem like it, huh? At least you definitely don't have the ability to deal with ghosts." The driver shrugged and looked at the two with an expression that actually carried a hint of sincerity. "Can you tell me where you came from? From now on, I'll make sure to avoid people like you when choosing who to take." Hearing the driver's blatant words, Fang Yuan and Li Shui's faces gradually became serious. This was the first time they had encountered such an NPC in a side quest. From these few brief words, it was clear that the driver not only knew about the existence of ghosts but had even planned the whole trip to the manor. Moreover, before they arrived, many others had probably been tricked into this manor, never to leave again. "Who exactly are you, and what's your goal in doing this? Before you ask, shouldn't you answer my question first?" Fang Yuan stopped speaking and simply stared coldly at the driver. The driver saw this and sighed lightly. "Fine, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say. Since that's the case, I'm under no obligation to explain it to you. If you're really curious, I can wait until after you die and stand by your body to tell you." With that, the driver pulled out a folding knife from his waist, his cold eyes fixed on the two. In the next moment, he suddenly drew the knife and charged at them. "Heh, I was just afraid you wouldn't come." Fang Yuan coldly smiled and fearlessly met the driver's charge. Li Shui wanted to rush forward to help, but she hesitated, unsure how to fight, and was caught off guard seeing the driver holding the knife. In the moment of her hesitation, Fang Yuan and the driver had already locked in a fierce struggle. The cold blade came at her, but Fang Yuan showed no fear in her eyes. Just before being stabbed, she swiftly sidestepped. Then, she kicked the driver straight in the groin. No man could avoid this kick. The driver's face immediately darkened, his body recoiling backward. Fang Yuan's kick missed, but the momentum drove her foot into the ground, and with a quick move, she disarmed the driver with a swift hand strike. In the next moment, in Li Shui's stunned gaze, Fang Yuan locked the driver's hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground, stars circling around his head. Without giving him a chance to fight back, Fang Yuan immediately grabbed the driver's throat. Her thin arms, surprisingly strong, squeezed with immense power. The driver's face turned from white to green, then to red and purple. In less than half a minute, he was knocked out by Fang Yuan's grip. Heh, useless. Once she confirmed he was unconscious, Fang Yuan released her grip and kicked the folding knife that had fallen to the ground away. You. Li Shui opened her mouth in shock, but couldn't say anything for a long time. What's so surprising? If I didn't have the strength to subdue him, do you think I would have chosen to bring someone? Fang Yuan glanced at her coldly, her face expressionless. Stop standing there like an idiot, come help me take him away and tie him up. This guy knows a lot. If we get him to talk, we might just get the answers we need. Oh. Fang Yuan looked up, while Li Shui raised her feet, and together they lifted the driver, dragging him towards the villa. Li Shui's eyes were full of excitement. From the words the driver just said, she could tell he must know the truth about the evil spirit in the manor. This way, they wouldn't need to risk searching for clues in the study on the 3rd floor, they could directly clear the mission. Compared to Li Shui's excitement, Fang Yuan's expression was much calmer. She stared intently at the unconscious driver's face, still thinking about his deliberate attempt to lure them to the garden. The ominous feeling in her heart hadn't faded with the driver's capture. On the contrary, she felt even more uneasy. And this feeling of unease was confirmed the moment the two of them stepped into the villa with the driver. We need to be careful and hide from the people in the villa, or else it'll be hard to explain if we're seen. In these final moments, we should still avoid any extra. Li Shue's words suddenly stopped halfway. She looked at Fang Yuan in surprise, confused as to why Fang Yuan's face had suddenly turned so ugly. And why was she looking at herself with such a terrified expression, as if something was behind her? The next moment, Li Shue felt a sudden heaviness on her shoulder. It felt like a hand pressing down on her shoulder. Her thoughts came to a complete halt at that moment. Li Shue didn't even have time to react before her eyes uncontrollably rolled back. Her bones made a crisp crack sound as her hands and feet twisted in an eerie way towards the back. It was as if something had grabbed her limbs and was forcefully twisting them backwards. Crack! 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 Under Fang Yuan's watch, Li Shue's joints were twisted into unbelievable positions in just a few seconds. She was dead. Undoubtedly. Killed by a ghost. How could this happen? Fang Yuan's eyes widened, and the fear in her heart spread uncontrollably at that moment. Neither being alone with a man nor hearing the ghost call her name had happened to Li Shue. Yet she was still dead. Is this the third rule, the rule for killing? Chapter 36, The Haunted Manor, Clues in the Study. Damn it, this is definitely the most dangerous door I've ever opened. Wang Hu pushed the door shut with all his strength, locked it in one go, and only after confirming there was no movement outside did he yank down the curtain he had been holding. Even though they had already figured out the ghost's killing pattern, just thinking about the ghost standing right behind him made him feel a sharp chill down his spine. Li Yu checked the room's safety once again before daring to open the cardboard box and stand up. What he didn't tell Wang Hu was that the ghost had been staring at him through the small hole in the cardboard the entire time. Just entering the room already wasted too much time. We need to quickly search for any clues. Li Yu dared not delay. His eyes quickly scanned the room. Thankfully the study wasn't large. 3 rows of bookshelves were connected end to end, starting from the door, forming a semi-surrounding shape around the desk in the middle. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, from classical literature to modern history, but these books looked quite new, showing little sign of having been read. Li Yu casually picked up a book from the shelf, flipping through it quickly, but it showed nothing special, just an ordinary book. Where could the clue be hidden? Wang Hu knocked down a row of books and began carefully inspecting the bookshelf. After finding nothing unusual, he crouched down and flipped through each book one by one. Could there be some hidden mechanism or a secret room here? Like taking a particular book or rotating a decoration to make the bookshelf open up and reveal a hidden chamber inside? You've been watching too many movies. Li Yu walked over to the only desk in the room and opened every drawer to check. Apart from some miscellaneous items, there was nothing else. He sat down in the chair, observing the layout of the entire study, comparing it to the spacing between the adjacent doors in the hallway outside, feeling as though there wasn't enough space for a hidden room. By the way, have you ever considered the worst possibility? Wang Hu's flipping of the book paused, and he suddenly turned to look at Li Yu, asking. What do you mean? The rules inside the villa were all told to us by the driver, and his goal was to have the ghost kill us. If that's the case, what if there's nothing in the study at all? It's just a decoy, tricking us into taking risks, leading us to a dead end. I've considered that possibility, Li Yu replied. But the study is a key location, this point should be correct. Otherwise, why would the ghost keep lurking here, going to great lengths to stop us from entering the study? It can only mean that there are clues about its identity here, which is why it's focusing on this place. As for the driver, I'm more inclined to think he knows the ghost is here, so he deliberately mentioned those 2 rules, luring us here to find clues, so that the vicious ghost could kill us. This is his attempt to play a reverse psychology game with us, realizing that his intentions have been exposed. Wang Hu heard this and felt it made some sense. The deadline for their mission in the eerie domain was only 3 days. If there were no clues about the ghost's identity in the manor, the task would be impossible to complete. The clue must be here, they just hadn't found it yet. Search again carefully, if necessary, we'll flip the entire room to find it. Li Yu slammed the table as he stood up, intending to tear down the whole study with Wang Hu to find the hidden clue. But in the next moment, his gaze suddenly froze, and Wang Hu's flipping of the book also halted. Both of them almost simultaneously sensed something and looked toward the desk in front of them. That sound just now, something's wrong. Li Yu furrowed his brow. The desk was wooden, and judging by the distance between the tabletop and the cabinet, this thickness should have made a muffled sound if he had hit it with full force. But when he hit it just now, it seemed to have an echo. So, there's no hidden room. Wang Hu's eyes lit up with joy. Li Yu also slightly raised the corners of his mouth, but there's a secret compartment. Li Yu squatted down, reached into the cabinet under the desk, and began feeling around the top. Did you find anything? Wang Hu urged anxiously. I found it. Li Yu felt a gap and gently pried it open. The wooden panel above actually fell directly off. Then, two items fell down together with the wooden panel. The two of them each picked up one. Li Yu was holding a photo, while Wang Hu was holding a magnetic card. What's this? Li Yu focused his eyes. It was a family photo, with three people in the picture. The man was handsome with sharp features, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking scholarly. The woman was graceful, exuding an air of a refined lady. Sitting on a chair in front of them was a little boy, about 5 or 6 years old. All three faces were smiling, clearly a happy family of three. However, when Li Yu looked closely, he noticed the woman's smile seemed a bit forced. Li Yu frowned and flipped the photo over, noticing that on the back of the photo, next to the three people, their names were written. The father's name was Chen Yuran, the mother's name was Li Yuping, and the little boy's name was Chen Mingyong. Who are these three people? Wang Hu's gaze also fell on the photo, looking puzzled. Since the photo appears in this study, it can only be the original owners of the villa, the rich man and his wife and child. But, is this the clue hidden in the study? A photo? What can a photo prove? Li Yu turned his head to look at the magnetic card in Wang Hu's hand, carefully examining it, recognizing its origin. This should be a camera's storage card, but it looks like an old model, at least from 20 or 30 years ago. Li Yu and Wang Hu exchanged a glance. At this moment both of them shared the same confusion in their hearts. These two things must be related to the ghosts in the villa, but currently there are too few clues to make a judgment. The storage card must be very important. If we can see the contents inside, maybe we can know the truth behind the vicious ghosts in the manor. Wang Hu nodded, agreeing with Li Yu's judgment. But as you said, these are things from 20 or 30 years ago, it probably won't be easy to find the matching camera model. No, I think I know where the camera is. Li Yu's gaze shifted to the cardboard box on the ground. If he remembered correctly, when the box was emptied of its contents, a camera was at the very bottom, pressed under everything. No time to waste, let's act quickly, Li Yu said, picking up the cardboard box and heading for the door. But at that moment, their phones rang one after another. They opened the messages and found a message from Fong Yuan. On the bus earlier, they had exchanged contact information. The message was simple, just one short sentence, but when they saw the content, both of them changed their expressions. Li Shui is dead. The one who killed her is the third murder pattern. Chapter 37, The Terrifying Villa, Video. Chapter 37, The Terrifying Villa, Video. Villa's second floor. When Li Yu and Wang Hu arrived, Fong Yuan was leaning against a door, her expression indescribably serious. Li Shui is dead? How did she die? Although they felt that Fong Yuan had no reason to lie, when they didn't see Li Shui's figure, both of them still felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Let's talk inside. As the sky darkened, the light in the hallway grew dim, and an indescribable chill spread through the villa. Just standing in the hallway, the three of them inexplicably felt a coldness in their hearts. Fong Yuan opened the door behind her and said to the two of them. Li Yu and Wang Hu didn't hesitate, following her into the room. Once the door was closed, they felt the chill subside a little. As soon as they entered the room, the two saw a figure lying on the floor. The driver's eyes were tightly closed, clearly unconscious, and he had been bound up with ropes in a crisscross pattern. How did you find him? We didn't find him, he jumped out on his own. Fong Yuan shook her head and roughly recounted what had happened earlier. You mean, he actively appeared to lure you to the garden, led you around in circles, and after you realized something was wrong and left the garden, he tried to stop you? That's pretty much what happened. But he didn't beat me, I subdued him. Fong Yuan spoke in a calm tone, as if it was just a trivial little thing. Of course, to her, it truly was such a thing. After completing the Ghost Domain instance, the player's physical speed would be somewhat enhanced. Plus, her skills were already quite good, so handling an NPC from the instance was no difficulty at all. I had a vague feeling that something was off at that moment, but I still reacted too slowly. Now I think about it, he was probably trying to set up a situation where the ghost would kill us, using that unknown third murder pattern. Fong Yuan coldly looked at the unconscious driver on the floor, speaking as she added 2 more kicks. And it really worked, Li Shui is dead. She died right in front of me, her limbs twisted like a knot, and she painfully died from the torture. I watched her die in full, but I don't even know what rule she broke. The moment we stepped into the villa, the ghost appeared behind Li Shui. She didn't even have time to turn around before the ghost killed her. Tell me more details about the situation at that time. Li Yu frowned and spoke. Fong Yuan thought for a moment, then repeated all the details from that time. She carefully recalled the events, making sure there were no mistakes. There are too few clues, and too many possibilities. This third murder pattern can't be determined at all. Li Yu tried to analyze, but quickly shook his head, giving up. What worries me now is The ghost actually has a hidden third rule for killing, could there possibly be a fourth? Fang Yuan glanced at him, paused for a moment, and then explained, a ghost with 4 killing rules is rare, even in the mysterious domain. It would only appear in a very high difficulty instance. This time, half of the participants are newcomers, and the ghost having 3 killing rules already makes it incredibly difficult. The likelihood of a 4th rule is very low. Besides, up to now, the ghost hasn't shown any additional killing abilities, so we can probably stop worrying about that possibility. The most important issue now is that night is almost here, and we only have a few hours left. Have you found any clues about the ghost's identity? At this point, there was no need for further concealment. If the players couldn't cooperate at this stage, they would all likely die in this instance. Liu quickly brought out 2 items he had found in the study. Apart from the storage card in the photo, he was also holding a camera. To get this, they had practically walked under the ghost's nose, wasting quite a bit of time. This family photo. Fang Yuan looked at the photo, his expression slightly shifting. The man in the photo looks somewhat like the driver. Although the driver is older, could they possibly be the same person? Fang Yuan said as he picked up the photo and carefully compared it to the driver on the ground, then shook his head, dismissing the possibility. Although they looked somewhat alike, the differences in their features were still quite obvious. A change this drastic couldn't have happened in just a few years. I don't know when this family photo was taken, but this camera is a model from 20 to 30 years ago. It could even be called an antique. Just based on that, it doesn't match. The driver is not the man in the photo. Liu continued as he fiddled with the camera, putting the storage card back in, and then he tried to turn it on. After a few moments, the camera screen gradually lit up. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario didn't happen, the camera was still functional. The driver is an unstable factor. Apart from him, the contents of this storage card are currently our only clue. If we want to uncover the ghost's identity, we can only hope it's on here. The storage card only had one video, which wasn't long, just a bit over 10 minutes. Liu decisively clicked to play it. The screen flickered, and after a brief pause, the not-so-clear video footage began to play. The initial scene showed a dimly lit corridor. From the silhouette, it seemed to be nighttime. The camera was shaky, and the cameraman's skills left much to be desired. This corridor looks like it's in this villa, said Wang Hu. Liu waved his hand, signaling for him to be patient. Hold on, keep watching. The camera began moving, heading down the corridor toward the deeper parts. The hallway was eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of wind. But soon, a few discordant sounds entered the frame. The image paused briefly, then quickly moved toward the source of the noise. What had been vague, distant sounds began to grow clearer. It sounded like an argument between 2 people. As they got closer, the arguing turned into crashing sounds, like someone was throwing things. The already shaky camera shook even more violently, the cameraman seemingly in a state of fear. Soon, at the end of the corridor, a room appeared. The door was ajar, and dim yellow light spilled out. The cameraman seemed to be hiding outside the room, holding the camera toward the door to observe what was happening inside. Next, a man and a woman appeared in the frame. It was the same couple from the photo. But compared to when the photo was taken. At this point, the couple clearly seemed older. The woman, despite her maintenance, still had faint wrinkles on her face. The man, too, had lost his gentle manner, and his eyes now held a trace of hostility. Who is that man? Are you hiding someone from me outside? Didn't I warn you? You need my permission to leave the villa. Why did you go out again without telling me? Do you just want to see that wild man? Chapter 38, Villa Panic, the Imposter. How many times do I have to tell you? These are all just fantasies of yours. Since the company went bankrupt and the partners ran off with the money, you've been getting more and more paranoid. Have you ever reflected on how all of this is your fault? You want to control everything, so you end up with nothing. No one can stand your personality. The woman's voice was hysterical, filled with a sense of despair as years of suppressed resentment came flooding out. Since we got married, you've become more and more twisted. I have to report everything I do, where I go, and in the end, you wouldn't even let me talk to anyone. You locked me in this villa. What do you want from me? In your eyes, what am I to you? Your property? Shut up. The sharp slap echoed, and the man slapped the woman to the ground with all his strength. He grabbed her by the hair, his eyes cold, completely devoid of any warmth, as if she wasn't even human. Now I'm the one asking you. So you've finally spoken your true feelings, right? If it weren't for you dressing like that, acting seductive, would I have done this? I knew it all along. You've been having an affair with that man named Wang, haven't you? Were you planning to run off with him and take the money with you? You both want to ruin me, don't you? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. You won't be going anywhere. You'll never leave here in your life. The woman cried out in pain, her head held back by his grip, her face filled with suffering as she looked at the man. But the mockery in her eyes was like a sharp knife stabbing into the man's heart. Over the years, you've beaten and scolded me because of your fantasies. Is there any part of me that hasn't been hit by you? For Mignon, I've endured it and haven't divorced you. I prayed that one day you would change, that we would have a chance to go back to the way things were. But that's no longer possible. Now I finally see through you. You didn't become like this because of those things. Your perversion is carved into your bones, into your genes. It's in your nature. You've hidden it well all these years, deceiving everyone. With nature like that, how could it ever change? I've had enough of you. I will file for divorce and take Mignon away from you. Before the woman could finish her last sentence, the man's bloodshot eyes widened, and his fist slammed into her head. Her hair was torn out in chunks, and without any surprise, she was knocked to the ground. Dream on. I told you, you're not going anywhere. If you want to leave, if you want to abandon me, then you all can just die. The man straddled the woman, his fists falling like rain. In just a moment, the woman's face was covered in blood, having lost all ability to resist. At this moment, the camera shook violently. You could even hear heavy breathing. The cameraman seemed to want to rush in several times, but in the end, he stayed outside, never taking that step. In the camera, the man gripped the woman's neck, his arms bulging with veins, his face twisted into a horrific expression, almost like a demon. Die. Die, all of you. The man roared, trying to choke the life out of his wife. The woman's face turned red from the blood, her head limply tilting to one side. Then, it seemed she suddenly noticed someone outside the door, her eyes met the camera's lens. In her dull gray eyes, a faint light flickered. The man noticed the strange change in the woman. He immediately turned his head and, upon seeing the figure holding a camera behind the door, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his grip instinctively loosened slightly. Ming-Yong. The woman struggled to open her mouth, calling out to her son through the lens. Her limp hand trembled as she raised it, struggling to stretch it toward the figure at the door. However, even though the violence was witnessed, the man, who had already lost his sanity, showed no intention of stopping. His maddened eyes stared fixedly at the figure at the door, and a voice, devoid of emotion, echoed. Don't rush, you're next. The hands gripping the woman's neck tightened even further, and as he felt her life gradually fading, a wild smile spread across his face. Ming-Yong. Ming-Yong. In the final moments of her life, the woman repeatedly called her son's name. The next moment. The shaking camera suddenly fell to the ground, followed by hurried footsteps fleeing in panic. At the end of the video, the man released the woman, who had already stopped breathing, and slowly walked toward the fallen camera. This. Wang Hu muttered, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Liu and Fang Yuan also furrowed their brows, falling into silence. Before this, the three of them never imagined the storage card contained such content. A complete criminal record. A murder video. So, that man finally killed his wife, and even wanted to kill his son. Truly heartless, Fang Yuan sighed after a long while. What's even scarier is that while he did all this, his son was there witnessing the whole thing, even recording it with a camera. Li Yu's expression was complicated as he exhaled deeply. But the current situation clearly didn't allow for them to dwell on these emotions. As expected, the rumors about the manor were wrong. The so-called couple who died in the manor and became vengeful ghosts were nothing more than a smokescreen. From the start, the driver never told the truth. Then why did he spread such rumors? Wang Hu frowned in thought. Li Yu glanced at him and said, the fact that there are ghosts in the manor is undeniable, we can't cover that up. So, he most likely spread these rumors to hide the true identity of the ghost. By giving the ghost a perfect backstory, no one would investigate the manor's past and discover the ghost's true origins. Of course, this is just my guess. To know for sure, we can directly ask the person involved. Li Yu said, turning to look at the figure tied up in the corner of the room. Now that you've seen the video, do you have anything to say? Wang Hu and Fang Yuan turned around as well, only to realize that the driver had somehow woken up and was now staring at them coldly, expressionless. Seeing the driver silent, Li Yu slowly walked up to him, looking down at him coldly. The only clues we found in the study are this video and a family photo. So, the identity of the ghost in the manor must be related to these two things. As for you, you resemble the man in the video, but you can't be him. After all, the ages don't match. But you must be that man's son, Chen Yoren's son. Am I wrong? Chen Mingyong? The driver, upon hearing this, only slightly lifted his eyes and gave a cold glance at Li Yu without any intention of responding. What? Can't speak when you're faced with a difficult question? Li Yu sneered coldly, with a tone of mockery, just like when your mother called for you in the video? Shut up. Upon hearing this, the driver suddenly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Li Yu, his eyes filled with intense rage. Are you angry? Liu met the driver's gaze, his own eyes calm and without any warmth. If you're so full of blood and fire, why didn't you rush in to stop that demon back then? Maybe your mother wouldn't have died. You. The driver gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious, like a wild beast that chooses its prey to devour. That look. It was even somewhat similar to the man in the video just now. Look at the expression on your face now. How is it different from when your father killed your mother? Indeed, like father, like son. The inherent flaws carved into your bones. No wonder you didn't stop your father from killing your wife back then. Did that scene excite you? Or maybe you even couldn't wait to participate. Liu's words were like poisoned daggers, deeply stabbing into the driver's heart, completely making him lose his composure. Wang Hu frowned as he listened, unable to understand why Liu was doing this. What good could torturing an NPC do for them? Even though the driver's actions were despicable, wasn't the more pressing issue to figure out the identity of the ghost? If they wanted to get information about the ghost from the driver, wouldn't severe interrogation be more straightforward? With that thought, Wang Hu secretly clenched his fist, already feeling a bit restless. But just as he was about to make a move, Fang Yuan reached out to stop him, giving him a subtle shake of her head. After thinking carefully, she could understand the purpose behind Liu's actions. Since the driver's goal was to kill them, it wasn't certain that harsh methods would force him to give up any information. But if they could provoke him, causing him to lose control, it might make him spill details about the ghost. At the very least, they could judge from the driver's reaction by observing him. What do you know? Stop condemning me here. Do you think you'll leave here alive? Don't dream. The ghost in the manor, my mother won't spare you. You will all die here today. He wasn't lying. Liu closed his eyes, making the final confirmation. The video wasn't a trap, and there would be no more twists. The ghost's identity was finally revealed at this moment. It was the driver in front of them, Chen Yangming's mother, Liu Ping. Liu glanced at the time. Less than 4 hours remained until the mission's deadline. The first 2 rules of the ghost's killings had already been confirmed. The next question was, what was the third and final rule of the ghost's killings? Even if the task for the ghost domain was completed, the ghost in the instance wouldn't easily let them leave. The attacks from the ghost would only grow more terrifying as time went on. Especially as they were about to leave the instance world, the ghost would stop at nothing to kill them. To survive and leave the instance, they still needed to figure out the third rule of the killings. Liu moved a chair over, sitting opposite the driver, crossing his legs and looking down at him. After your mother died, she became a vengeful spirit. If nothing else, your father probably died at the hands of the ghost, but you survived. After surviving, not only did you not escape, but you also tried to lure more people to the manor, to be killed by the vengeful spirit your mother turned into. What do you want? To keep your mother trapped here? Or to fulfill your mother's desire to kill, making up for the guilt you feel inside? Liu narrowed his eyes, filled with mockery. You say I don't understand anything, but I truly can't understand your logic. There's still time. Say it. I'm listening. The driver instinctively opened his mouth, but before the words came out, the anger on his face suddenly froze, turning into a silent, cold smile. You want to know? But why should I tell you? Haven't you already decided that we can't escape here and will definitely die at your mother's hands? Liu's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, since that's the case, what harm is there in talking to a group of dead people? Anyway, you've probably never said these words to anyone before. You've been bottling them up for years. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? The driver was silent, and after a moment, he snorted coldly, it does no harm to tell you, it won't change your ending anyway. You have seen the video too, I never thought the devil would keep the video, I don't even know what he was thinking, luckily you were able to find it. Just like my mother said, Chen Yuan, that man is a complete and utter devil. He is not only mentally twisted, but has an extremely strong desire to control and possess. From the moment I have memories, my mother has always lived in his shadow. Besides domestic violence, he often tormented my mother mentally, giving her false accusations from time to time, using her as a tool for venting. Yet in front of outsiders, he always pretended perfectly, people thought they were a model couple, and for years no one saw the true face of that man. Ever since his company went bankrupt and his partners ran off with the money, he became crazier than ever. That day my mother finally could not endure his torment and planned to escape with me from this hell, but that very night, that devil came back. He caught my mother trying to take me away, and what happened next was exactly as you saw in the video. After killing my mother, he tried to kill me too to silence me, completely insane and lost all humanity, but just before he was about to kill me, my dead mother suddenly came back to life. She killed that man, did what she always wanted, and protected me from that devil. I knew she was no longer human, she became a ghost, but so what? She was still my mother, still would protect her child, that is enough. As for wanting to kill people, then I, as her son, bring some unlucky ones for her. What's wrong with that? Why can't you just die quietly? As the driver spoke, tears first fell, his face full of painful memories, then his expression twisted, eyes poisonous, staring at the three before him. So boring. Liu looked at the driver expressionlessly, shaking his head with scorn. You say your father is a devil, but what you did is no different from him. He kills his wife, you harm people, in essence, it's the same. As a son, knowing your mother became a ghost, you did not think about how to let her rest, but to let her kill freely. Saying you are the same kind as your father is not wrong at all. Chapter 40, Mansion Horror, Countdown. The moment Liu finished speaking, Wang, who could no longer hold back, grabbed the driver by his collar and punched him hard. You damn bastard, killed so many people and still have the nerve? You son of a dog, just like your bastard father. If I don't twist your head off and kick it like a ball today, it would mean your head is too hard. As Wang Hu spoke, his fists rained down. At his strength, the first 3 punches made the driver scream. By the 4th, he could only let out faint muffled sounds, too weak even to scream. Enough, don't really kill him, he still has use. After Wang Hu vented enough, Liu finally stopped him. Wang Hu spat at the driver viciously, then let go of the driver who was already beaten beyond recognition. You say your mother would still protect her child after death? Fang Yuan now looked at the driver coldly, speaking lightly. I regret to tell you, that is impossible. Once a person dies and becomes a ghost, all that remains in the heart is the thought of killing. All actions of a ghost are only for killing. If there is anything that can stop a ghost from killing, it is only killing more people. A ghost has no trace of humanity. Even those who were closest in life, once turned into a ghost, will be killed without mercy. The only reason you're alive right now is that you haven't triggered the ghost's killing rule. Once you trigger the killing rule, the mother you think still loves you after death will kill you without hesitation, no exceptions. The driver, who had been beaten to the point of breathing more heavily than before, lying motionless on the ground, couldn't help but lift his head when he heard Fang Yuan's words. He looked at her with a mocking gaze. That's just what you think. No matter what, my mother would never kill me. From that night until now, it has been 28 whole years, and I'm still alive and well. This is the best proof. Fang Yuan nearly shook her head and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, he was just an NPC and a copy. How could he understand the true horror of ghosts? The ghost didn't kill him, probably not because he hadn't triggered the killing rule, but because the ghost wanted to use him to kill more people. Otherwise, after all these years, the driver definitely should not still be alive. After all, even without triggering the killing rule, the ghost could have found plenty of ways to trap him. Looking at the driver's determined expression, Liu's eyes flickered. He could tell that the driver was speaking from the heart, without any lies. In other words, he was genuinely convinced that the vengeful ghost would not kill him. But in this regard, Liu's thoughts aligned with Fang Yuan's. The ghost not killing him could never have been because of some protecting the son reason. On the issue of the ghost killing without discrimination, both Wang Hu and Fang Yuan, the veterans, shared surprisingly consistent views. Both had gone through several strange domain instances, and their judgment was obviously more trustworthy than that of the driver, an NPC. Alright, don't bother with this idiot. Let's think about how to survive and leave this instance. Wang Hu kicked the driver back to the ground and then turned to Liu and Fang Yuan. Now that we've confirmed the ghost's identity, we just need to make sure we survive until midnight, and this instance will be over. Wang Hu said, taking out his phone first. According to the rules of the instance, as long as any participant answers the ghost's identity correctly, the level is considered cleared. Just to be safe, I'll submit the task first, and after confirming there's no issue, you guys can submit it. Liu and Fang Yuan exchanged a glance and nodded, having no objections. Wang Hu opened the strange domain task message and quickly typed Liu Ping into the response field, then clicked send without hesitation. As soon as the success message appeared, a line of text soon popped up on the phone screen. Identification successful, task completed. When Wang Hu saw that line, he let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. He had feared that something strange might happen at the last moment, but fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. However, the feeling of relaxation only lasted for a moment. Wang Hu quickly regained his focus. Completing the task didn't mean the instance was over. On the contrary, the real challenge might have just begun. After confirming there was no problem with the ghost's identity, Liu and Fang Yuan quickly submitted their tasks as well. Looking at the task completion message, neither of them showed much emotion and silently put away their phones. Next comes the question of how to leave the instance. Liu said, looking at the other two, asking, after all tasks are completed, how do we leave this place? I had considered whether you might be pretending, but since you asked this question, it seems you're really a newcomer. Fang Yuan gave him a deep look, not hiding anything, and explained, once the instance ends, a door will appear. As long as we walk through the door, we'll be able to leave the instance, just like when we entered the strange domain. A door? Liu's expression shifted slightly as he asked, where will the door appear? That's hard to say. Fang Yuan shook his head and said, the door's location is random. But you don't need to worry about not finding it. Usually, doors appear in obvious places, and when a door appears, there will be clear hints, often visible at a glance. But it is important to note that the time the door is available is limited, no more than 15 minutes. If you haven't left the dungeon before the door disappears, what awaits you is being trapped forever in the dungeon. And being unable to leave the dungeon is equivalent to declaring death. Liu sighed deeply upon hearing this. Even if the task is completed, we still have to race against time in the final moments? Next, the three began discussing the action strategy after the door appeared. The known killing rules of the ghost are, first, that men and women in the same room will die. This is likely related to the abuse the ghost suffered in life. The second rule is that anyone appearing within the ghost's line of sight and being called by the ghost's name a certain number of times will be killed. We confirmed this when we went to the study for clues. As long as we block our bodies with some object, this rule won't be triggered. Liu looked at Fang Yuan and explained the second killing rule in detail. While speaking, he carefully observed the driver's reaction, knowing that the driver likely knew all the killing rules. By watching the driver's response, he could further verify whether his assumptions were correct. But unfortunately, the driver at this moment was like a corpse, just lying quietly on the ground, with no change in expression from beginning to end. Chapter 41, Mountain Villa Horror Escape Plan. Does the killing rule relate to the line of sight? Fang Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. This matched her guess, and based on the experiences of Li Ziming and Li Shui, this killing rule could be confirmed. How exactly does the ghost call a name? It can't be that you die after just one call. We only know that the number of times is more than 2, but the exact number is unclear. Of course, I hope we won't have to find out the exact number anytime soon. More than twice? This meant that one of these two people had already had their name called by the ghost twice. Fang Yuan glanced at the two of them and understood in her heart. Indeed, if you die after just one call, then the ghost's killing rule would be too powerful. It could easily kill most of us at the beginning. In fact, if we reacted a bit slower, the ghost could have wiped us all out right away. It's lucky that we've managed to test the limits of this rule. This way, we also have a bit of margin for error. The three of them knew very well that the ghost would not just let them leave. Fortunately, they were now in the room, and with the driver subdued, there was no one to cooperate with opening the door, so the ghost couldn't enter the room to attack them. They still had a safe environment to think. But once the door appeared, it would be a race against the ghost, and what awaited them would surely be a full-on pursuit by the ghost. If necessary, we can take a blanket or curtains when we run. If the ghost targets us, we can quickly cover ourselves, which is a way to save our lives. Fang Yuan suggested. But this will also affect our movement, and once we lose our vision, we could easily fall into the ghost's trap, since the ghost can create illusions. Liu thought for a moment and gently shook his head. Let's consider it a backup plan. The first killing rule is unlikely to be triggered, and we have a countermeasure for the second one, so now the problem goes back to the beginning. The third unknown killing rule, which poses the biggest threat to us, is the one we need to figure out. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that we won't suddenly be killed by the ghost using this rule while trying to escape. The three of them began to think again about the third killing rule of the ghost. The driver, along with Li Shui and Fang Yuan, was seen walking in circles in the garden. This must be the reason that triggered Li Shui to follow the third rule of killing. All three of you entered the garden at that time, but the ghost only killed Li Shui, and in these 2 days, Wang Hu and I also entered the garden, yet the ghost did not attack us. Then it can only be that while in the garden, Li Shui did something special. Considering the driver deliberately lured you into the garden, this action must be related to the garden's environment. Liu spoke, looking at Fang Yuan. Think again, did Li Shui do anything unusual at that time? Fang Yuan recalled the scene carefully and shook his head. Li Shui followed me the whole time. I did not see her do anything special. Even if she did, it would be very secret, very subtle, something even I did not notice. If that is the case, it will be very hard to guess. Liu frowned, thinking, then suggested a new angle. In that case, let's think from a different angle. From the first two killing rules, it is clear that the ghost's killing rules are connected to her life experiences. Maybe she was often beaten when alone with her husband, which evolved into the rule that men and women cannot be alone in a room. And calling names, that must relate to seeing her own son before dying, but being killed by her husband while calling her son's name over and over. Sight and calling, both points match. Then the ghost's third killing rule must also be something that had a huge impact on her life and probably closely tied to her husband. This angle is good, but it is a bit broad. Many possibilities remain. Fang Yuan pondered, having several vague guesses, none verifiable. Unless someone else dies under the ghost's third killing rule next. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked deeply at Liu and Wang Hu, but after a moment's thought, he abandoned the dangerous idea. Both of these men are hard to deal with, one is new but calm and sharp, thinking as well as a veteran. The other is cunning, and his fists are not weak. If you fail to kill him outright, he will take mad revenge. Maybe even a last fight that drags you to death together is possible. And now it is the critical moment to exit the dungeon. Internal conflict is really unwise. I say, do we really need to think about all this? Seeing their different expressions, Wang Hu could not help speaking. Li Yu and Fang Yuan immediately looked at him. Wang Hu shrugged, pointing at the driver lying silently on the ground. The answer is right in front of us. This guy survived under the ghost's hand for so long, he knows all the killing rules, 100%. We still have time, so why not directly torture him to make him spit out the information? Li Yu and Fang Yuan were stunned, exchanging a glance, both shaking their heads. What, did I say something wrong? Wang Hu frowned. Not exactly, Li Yu replied, eyes on the driver. The problem is, how can you ensure that the killing rules he tells are true? Even if he does tell, do you dare believe him? We cannot verify it right now. This concerns our lives. If he hides key information, or tells a false killing rule, it could very well kill us instead. Li Yu thought a moment, then added, but you can still try, even as a reference, it's fine. If the driver lies, it can be treated as eliminating wrong options. Li Yu just feared a montage-style lie, or small modifications to key information to mislead, which would be hard to judge. Fine, leave it to me. Wang Hu nodded, then looked at the driver. A sinister smile hung on his face. Combined with the tattoos on his body, he truly did not look like a good person. Don't worry, I have experience in this area. It's fine, even if we can't get anything out of him, it's still good to vent some frustration. After all, he's planning to kill us, said Fang Yuan at this moment. She wouldn't feel any sympathy for an NPC in the game who had probably killed countless people. Wang Hu clenched his fist, walked a few steps forward, grabbed the driver's collar, and looked at him with a cold smile. I'll count to 3, if you don't talk, I won't be polite. The driver gasped, and at this moment, even breathing was accompanied by a sharp pain all over his body. He opened his mouth, just about to speak. But Wang Hu's voice came with the sound of his fist rushing through the air. 3. Chapter 42. A nightmare at the manor. A difficult choice. This is torture, but there's no real interrogation happening. Li Yu and Fang Yuan both looked at the scene with strange expressions. Wang Hu's face was twisted with a sinister grin, completely treating the driver as a punching bag. It was hard to imagine that a grown man weighing at least 150 pounds could be so easily lifted and swung in the air with just one arm. Are you sure you won't kill him? Fang Yuan asked. She didn't think it was too cruel, just worried that Wang Hu might kill the driver, cutting off the last lead. Even if the driver wouldn't speak, using him as cannon fodder would still be a good choice. Don't worry, I have experience. Wang Hu kept moving, without even turning his head. The force I'm using is just right, it'll leave him stunned and hurt, but he definitely won't die. Li Yu watched Wang Hu interrogate for a while before finally speaking. Alright, no need to torture him anymore. You won't get anything out of him like this. Don't rush, I've only just started. Give me a little more time, he won't be able to hold on. Wang Hu didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, seemingly confident in his interrogation skills. Li Yu and Fang Yuan exchanged a glance, both showing some helplessness, and decided to let Wang Hu continue his interrogation. After all, as long as he didn't kill the man, it was fine. They were about to continue discussing the third murder rule of the ghost when suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from one side of the room. Both of their eyes immediately focused, and they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Even Wang Hu stopped his movements, surprised, and turned his head. Bang! 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 The dull crashing sounds rang out one after another. The sounds seemed to be coming from behind the window. However, because they had drawn the curtains earlier to prevent the evil spirit from appearing at the window, none of them could see what was happening outside. What's going on? Wang Hu frowned, slowly moving towards the window. Could it be the ghost is doing something? He instinctively reached for the curtains to look outside, but Li Yu immediately grabbed his arm. Don't, if this is the ghost trying to lure you into opening the curtains, once you expose yourself to its view, it might just call your name through the window and trigger the killing rule. Wang Hu froze for a moment, his brow furrowing tightly. But the ghost's name-calling requires a certain number of accumulations. If I open the curtains, take a quick look, and immediately close them, the ghost wouldn't be able to kill me, right? But we aren't sure if the ghost's name-calling accumulates within a specific time, or if it's permanent. If it's the latter. Li Yu's expression turned serious, his voice deep. The ghost may be doing this to accumulate the number of times it can call a name, so that it can kill us faster later. You make a good point. Wang Hu thought for a moment, and the possibility Li Yu mentioned seemed quite likely. Even if the ghost's name-calling reset after a certain period of time, no one could say how long that period would be. After all, only 2 or 3 hours were left before the door would open. Maybe the ghost is just waiting for the right moment to cause trouble. What should we do then? If we do nothing, what if the ghost is actually setting a trap for us right now? If we ignore it, wouldn't that make things even more dangerous? Wang Hu's expression was troubled, and as he listened to the dull thudding sound still coming from outside the window, his hand on the curtain tightened and then loosened. The ghost definitely won't do anything pointless, so this is a matter of choice. No matter what, pulling open the curtain right now is the riskiest move. The ghost is probably watching us from outside the window. The moment you pull the curtain, you might end up face to face with the ghost. Fang Yuan also shared her opinion. She was also against checking the situation outside right now. Since the ghost is targeting the layout of our room, what if we switch to another room? Wang Hu suggested after thinking for a moment. That brings up another issue. What if the noise outside is something the ghost deliberately created? Its goal might be to trick us into opening the door, to invade our room. After all, it can't break into the room and attack us on its own. The best strategy would naturally be to trick us into opening the door ourselves. Li Yu's tone was heavy, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the current situation was grim. Whether they acted or not, they could still fall into the trap set by the ghost. And the ghost had done all of this with just a little noise, forcing them into a difficult decision. I suggest we remain still for now. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before saying, at least for now, the room is safe. No matter what, we need to wait until the door appears. If we move around recklessly before that, the risk will only be greater than it is now. After some weighing, the three of them decided to wait and watch for now. The thudding outside continued, and time passed second by second. The constant sound was undoubtedly a mental torment. Thinking that the ghost might be just outside the window, plotting something to kill them, their mood inevitably grew heavy. This torment lasted for a long time. Until at some point, the three of them suddenly heard the sound stop. The noise ceased all at once, returning to silence, with no warning. Immediately, all three of them turned their gazes toward the window again, each of them filled with suspicion. The ghost stopped? Could it be that it's finished with what it wanted to do? Or maybe it couldn't trick us and decided to change its strategy? After waiting for a moment, and confirming there was no further sound from outside, Wang Hu walked back to the window. After a mental struggle, he made a decision. I'll just open the curtain and take a quick look. As long as I look for just a second and then close it again, even if the ghost is still outside, it won't be able to do anything to me. He asked Li Yu and Fang Yuan for their opinions. Seeing that neither of them objected, Wang Hu no longer hesitated. He held his breath, grabbed the corner of the curtain, and swiftly pulled it open, glancing outside before the curtain naturally fell back into place. So? What did you see? Wang Hu stood by the window, his tall frame blocking the view of the other two, preventing them from seeing what had happened when the curtain was lifted. They could only ask him. Wang Hu's face showed a moment of disbelief, as though he had seen something unbelievable. Then, his expression turned terrified. The other two saw his change in expression and an ominous feeling surged in their hearts. I'm not sure, but if what I saw is real, the ghost shouldn't be outside the window. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled the curtain open. Immediately, everything outside the window was exposed to the three of them. Chapter 43, The Mountain Villa Horror, the ghost enters the room. This is... The moment they saw the scene outside the window, Li Yu and Fang Yuan's expressions both changed. Outside the glass window, dozens of steel bars crisscrossed, fixed onto the outer wall, completely blocking the window. With this density, not even a cat could squeeze through, let alone an adult. Did the ghost seal the window? Was that noise just now the welding of steel bars? Wang Hu's eyes were full of shock. Where did this many steel bars come from in the villa? And ghosts can't touch the physical world, so how could it weld them on? Don't panic yet. Fang Yuan frowned slightly and reminded, don't forget ghosts can create illusions. Maybe what we see is just a fake image made by the ghost. Even the noise just now was made intentionally to fool us. Try to open the window and see if it's really an illusion. Wang Hu didn't hesitate either. Hearing this, he immediately tried to push the window, but with just a little force, his face turned even paler. It's not an illusion, these steel bars are really fucking real. This window cannot be opened at all now. Looks like we were wrong. Li Yu took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. The ghost is not unable to touch the physical world. It can't open doors, can't forcefully lift blankets, but that's because of its own limitations. Or maybe it's the weird domain limiting the ghost, otherwise facing it would leave us no chance to survive. Hiding in the room lets us avoid the ghost's killing rules, but it also limits our movement. Since the ghost chose to seal the window, it clearly wants to cut off our escape route. The three of them were now on the second floor of the villa, about 4 to 5 meters high. From this height, if they hung on the windowsill and jumped down carefully, it wouldn't be a big problem. The ghost obviously knew this too, which is why it prepared defenses in advance. Damn, I should have opened the curtains immediately. Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Even if you did, you would still be in the ghost sight. It could act on you through its name-calling killing rule. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression calming after the brief initial shock. Even if we try to move rooms, the ghost might come directly to the door to block us. This is an unsolvable problem. No matter what we choose, we face danger. Enough, what's done is done. Discussing this further is meaningless. Li Yu sighed and then turned his gaze toward the door. Through the bottom door gap, a faint smell of blood seeped into the room, a chilling air spreading inside. The three faces became extremely grave. Since the ghost chose to seal the window and block their escape, now the ghost is probably right outside their room. The only thing between them and the ghost was a single door. Just thinking about the ghost outside the door made their scalps tingle. Sealing the window and then blocking the door, does it want to trap us to die in the room? Fang Yuan said in a deep voice. The ghost's arrival at the door is very close. As long as it focuses on us, we cannot leave the room and will surely die. It can delay, but we cannot afford to wait. Li Yu said, his face darkening, and now I'm more worried that if the ghost blocks the door, we'll have no chance to survive. Fang Yuan and Wan Hu were suddenly alarmed. Fang Yuan immediately said, if that happens, we must break through immediately. We absolutely cannot be trapped in the room. The three did not hesitate and quickly gathered usable materials in the room. The blanket was too thick, so they just tore off the sheet to use alone, along with bedsheets and curtains. There was more than enough in the room. The third killing rule is still unclear, but the situation is urgent. We have to take the risk. The three held their breath, listening carefully to the noises outside the room. Li Yu glanced at the time on his phone. There were only 15 minutes left before the door appeared. Strangely, all three could clearly feel that the ghost was standing outside the door, but there was still no movement. Apart from the increasingly chilling sensation in the room, nothing else had changed. But it was precisely because of this that Li Yu's unease grew stronger. The ghost's lack of movement only meant it was brewing something. Keep an eye on the time, Fang Yuan said in a low voice. No matter what the ghost is planning, once the door appears, we must rush out of the room immediately and find the position of the door. No, that's still too risky. It's better if we break out a little earlier. Fang Yuan was still thinking about discussing their escape plan when halfway through her sentence, a faint creak sound came from the door. The sound was subtle, but it clearly reached the ears of the three inside the room. Upon listening carefully, it sounded like something was being inserted into the keyhole. The next moment. Click. With a sharp sound, the three's pupils trembled violently. The door lock was unlocked. Creak. Creak. The doorknob was being pushed down, and something outside seemed to be about to push the door open. Can the ghost open the door? This is impossible. Li Yu and Fang Yuan almost simultaneously exclaimed. Wan Hu's eyes were also filled with fear. How could a ghost open a door? In the past 2 nights, the ghost's entry had clearly relied on the driver's cooperation, but now the driver had been restrained by them. According to logic, the ghost should have lost the means to enter the room. If the ghost could open the door, the difficulty of this instance would be hellish. The ghost would have countless ways to force them to die. When Wang Hu and I hid in the room on the 3rd floor, the ghost couldn't enter. If it can open doors, then Wang Hu and I wouldn't have been able to escape. In a flash of thought, Li Yu's brain raced, but the reality of the situation didn't give him time to think carefully. From the time the door lock opened to the door being pushed open, the entire process happened in less than 3 seconds, so much so that they didn't even have time to react. Quick, block it. Finally, at the moment the ghost entered the room, the three of them almost simultaneously moved. Wang Hu grabbed the curtain at his feet and covered his head with it. With his size, only the curtain could fully cover him. Li Yu and Fang Yuan seemed to have a telepathic connection, each grabbing a bedsheet and a blanket, spreading them out as they lunged toward the driver. The two surrounded the driver, one on the left, one on the right, and the bedsheet and blanket completely concealed the three of them. At this moment, the ghost had already walked into the room. Click. 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 The clear sound of footsteps rang out, slowly approaching the three's position. Finally, it stopped right in front of them. At this moment, the three held their breath, not daring to move. Li Yu's hand, holding the bedsheet, began to sweat slightly. If the ghost could tear open this fragile barrier now, they would all likely die at the hands of the ghost before the door appeared. Chapter 44, The Horror of the Mountain Villa, The Bait. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this moment, and smelling the putrid odor that was so close, Li Yu and Fang Yuan couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario they feared did not happen. Even though the ghost was right in front of them, it did not attack. The barrier works. The ghost can't directly lift the covering from our bodies. Li Yu and Fang Yuan exchanged a glance and communicated with their eyes, both of them smart enough to figure out the key point. That means, the previous assumption was correct, the ghost really can't open the door by itself. So, there's only one possibility left. The person who opened the door just now wasn't the ghost. Fang Yuan's eyes turned cold, a surge of hatred rising in her heart, her teeth gritted. Damn it, we've been played. The driver has an accomplice in the villa. It must be that chef. Li Yu's eyes also turned cold at this moment, and the image of him talking to the chef flashed in his mind again. Upon further thought, they realized that the incorrect information they had received earlier had come from the chef. Since the true owner of the estate was the driver, the chef must have been hired by him. Whether Chen Mingyong approached the chef as the estate's owner or as the driver, the chef needed the driver in order to get paid. With the other's life-for-money attitude, as long as the price was right, what would it matter to him to open a door for a ghost? No wonder the driver knows everything about us. The staff and the estate must all be his eyes and ears. It was a foolish idea from the beginning to gather information from the estate's employees. It was never going to work. With that thought, Li Yu's face became extremely grim. The biggest deception in this was that the people who had leaked this information had spoken only known facts, with no lies involved. The rumors about the vengeful ghost in the estate were told by the driver to the chef, who didn't know the truth. Even the estate's gardener really did die, killed by a ghost, and the chef did witness the gardener's death. Li Yu's judgment was correct, the chef had only told what he truly believed to be the truth. But it was precisely this series of truths that formed a huge curtain, tightly covering the real truth. After all, when someone tells you only the truth, it's hard to doubt them. Heh, he. Ha 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 ha. Li Yu and Fang Yuan's thoughts spun rapidly, yet suddenly a low, insane laugh echoed between them. The laughter grew louder, carrying an overwhelming sense of madness. The two looked over and saw the driver grinning widely. Despite the pain from his facial wounds, he showed no signs of stopping his laughter. I told you, none of you can leave this place. No one can walk out of this manor alive, not in the past, and not in the future. Li Yu coldly stared at the driver's manic expression and spoke expressionlessly, by saying that, you must no longer consider yourself human, huh? Why waste words with a dead man? Fang Yuan's words were even more direct, she completely ignored what the driver said. Whether or not she could leave the estate alive was uncertain, but she would never let the driver continue to live. Someone who had repeatedly harmed them and killed countless others before letting him die at the hands of the ghost would actually be too good for him. The ghost is standing right in front of us. If the chef comes over now to lift our bed covers, won't we be done for? It shouldn't happen. Li Yu shook his head, although the chef values money over his life, he wouldn't dare to actually team up with the ghost. After all, the ghost won't spare him. If he really did that, the first to die would definitely be him. He's not that stupid. Most likely, the ghost was standing far away, so the chef dared to come over and open the door. Once it opened, he probably ran away. No ordinary person can have the psychological strength to stay with a ghost that could kill them at any moment. Now, what we need to think about is how to escape from here. Although the bed sheets and covers could protect them from the ghost's gaze, they couldn't afford to waste time here. Li Yu checked his phone, and with less than 3 minutes before the door would appear, there was no time for them to stall. The two of them turned to look at the still madly laughing driver, their eyes devoid of any emotion. I'll give you one last chance. If you tell us the third rule of the ghost's killing, after we leave the manor, you can go back to playing your motherly kindness game here. Otherwise, you can die right now. Fang Yuan coldly stared at the driver, her eyes openly revealing murderous intent. Li Yu glanced at her and immediately knew that Fang Yuan wasn't joking in the slightest. Even without borrowing the ghost's hand, she herself would still make a move and kill the driver. Ruthless enough. You want to know the third killing rule? The driver gasped with rough breath, the smile on his face faded, and his expression suddenly became calm. He laughed in a low voice, the strange eyes sweeping back and forth over the two people, and finally staring straight at Fang Yuan. Sure, come a little closer, I will tell you right away. The three people were hiding together at this moment, although they were very close to each other, but the driver was tightly tied up and had no room to resist at all. Fang Yuan originally only asked casually, not expecting the driver to answer at all, yet she did not expect the other side would suddenly say such a sentence. Hearing this, Li Yu cast a searching look toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly spoke, forget it, you should just go die directly. As soon as the words fell, without giving the driver any time to react, Fang Yuan pressed one hand on his shoulder and pushed forward, while the other hand pulled the bedsheet backward in one motion. Without any accident, the driver's whole body fell out of the protection range of the bedsheet. Anyway, you would not tell the truth, and there is no need to give you any chance to play tricks. The sudden change came too abruptly, and Fang Yuan's decisiveness was beyond Li Yu's expectation. No time to think, less than 1 minute before the door appears. As long as it opens its mouth, we run. Fang Yuan spoke quickly, deliberately raising her voice to make sure Wang Hu behind could also hear. Although she spoke briefly and clearly, both of them understood her meaning. As long as the ghost called out the driver's name, it meant the killing target had shifted to the driver, and that would be their best chance to escape. Even if the ghost's priority target was them players who entered the instance, when it could not make them the target, would the ghost really let go of a living person sent right before its eyes? Even if this living person was an NPC. Chapter 45, Terror of the Mountain Villa, Escape. Chapter 45, Terror of the Mountain Villa, Escape. The three people's minds were stretched to the extreme, only waiting for that one call to sound. Chen Mingyang. It came. Just as expected, the ghost locked the target onto the driver, the only one it could kill at the moment. The so-called "a ghost turn from the mother can never kill herself" was in the end nothing but the driver's foolish dream. At that very instant, Liu, Fang Yuan, and Wang Hu all felt the phone in their pockets vibrate once. The door appeared. Fang Yuan and Wang Hu realized this instantly, and although it was Liu's first time meeting such a situation, he also reacted immediately. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the three had no hesitation, lifting the cover over their bodies and rushing toward the door of the room. Using curtains and bedsheets as cover could block the ghost's killing rule, but it would also greatly limit their sight. At this life-and-death moment racing against seconds, even if they had to face the ghost directly they could not hesitate. When the bedsheet was lifted, the ghost's true face was completely exposed in sight, and even with mental preparation, Liu's heart still trembled. A tall black shadow stood right before their eyes, less than half a meter away. That shadow was over 2 meters tall, long black hair hanging loose and covering most of the face, and on the half of the face exposed outside there was no skin, like a large mass of flesh and blood squeezed together. At this time, under the black hair one eye full of endless malice was staring fixedly at the three people with a mocking look. Although the ghost's body faced the driver and its mouth was calling the driver's name, those eyes clearly said, "The ones I stare at are you." Fortunately the three had strong enough mental strength. After less than half a second of hesitation, they recovered from the terrifying scene before their eyes and rushed headlong toward the direction of the door. Although the ghost blocked the front of the door, it did not completely block the whole path. As long as they turned their bodies and crossed from its left or right side, they could still go around it and escape the room. Wang Hu's position fell at the very back. Fang Yuan and Liu, who were closest, didn't hesitate at all, instinctively choosing the nearest direction, sidestepping past the ghost. Chen Mingyang. The ghost was still calling out the driver's name. But Liu clearly felt, as he passed the side of the ghost, that its terrifying eyes were fixed on him. Killing pattern. Without the limits of a killing pattern, humans would never survive against such a horrifying thing. I told you can't run. Liu moved a little faster than Fang Yuan. Just as he rounded the ghost and dashed to the door, a low growl suddenly sounded behind him. His legs, tied by rope, kicked fiercely at the ground, lunging at Fang Yuan who was closest. Trapped hands and feet, he simply opened his mouth to bite Fang Yuan, his eyes full of madness. The moment the driver struck out, Fang Yuan sensed it, but the situation was urgent. She could not waste a second, only able to slip past the ghost faster. Fortunately, the driver's last-ditch attack, though frightening, was limited by his movement, and he only barely bit the corner of Fang Yuan's clothes. Get off! Fang Yuan kicked back hard at the driver's face, tearing a large piece of her clothing, but she had no time to care. Freed from the driver's grip, she dashed quickly toward the outside of the house. Swiftly, Wang Hu, though last, was only 3 seconds slower than the two, and also rushed out of the room. Chen Mingyang. At this moment, the ghost's third call drifted eerily from the room. No one dared look back. The three ran one after another down the villa corridor, where no lights were on, only dim moonlight spilling through the windows. The scene before them seemed exactly like the night the driver recorded his mother being killed. That guy's dead for sure, just don't know how long he can last. Find the door quickly. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, her voice echoing sharply in the silent villa. Running at the front, Liu glanced quickly out the window and exclaimed. Though I've never seen the door, it must be that one. Outside, at the villa's entrance, at the estate. Hearing this, Fang Yuan turned to look out, and saw at the estate entrance something shining, and from its glowing outline, it seemed to be a door. Damn, lucky it wasn't blocked by the ghost. If we were trapped in the villa, we'd all be dead. Wang Hu also saw this, cursing quietly. Stop talking, just run. Liu ran at full speed, trying to stay calm, not looking back, only shouting loudly. The ghost can make illusions. Could the door at the estate entrance be a trap made by it? The door ghost of Weird Realm can't be faked. The chance it's a trap is very small. But just in case, you can take out your phone and check. The Weird Realm phone reacts when near the door. Fang Yuan kept running, shouting loudly as well. The three were racing against time. The ghost could kill the driver and catch up at any moment. Taking the phone from the pocket would slow them down. Plus, the surrounding was dark. Looking at the glowing phone while running, it was easy to lose balance and fall. And falling in this situation was almost certainly fatal. Fang Yuan didn't want to take any risk and wanted Liu at the front to confirm. Liu understood this clearly, but even a moment's hesitation, he still took out the phone, adjusting his steps while doing so. If the door was fake, a trap, running fast now would be useless. From the villa to the estate entrance was over 100 meters in a straight line. Adding the time to leave the villa, the ghost couldn't give them a chance to leave and come back to find the door again, so confirmation was necessary. Li Yu's movements were quick, from taking out the phone to putting it away. In less than 3 seconds, he had already clearly seen the prompt on the phone. The door was real, not a trap. But just because of this 3-second delay, Fang Yuan, who was only slightly behind him, had caught up. The two of them were almost side by side, and Wang, who was only a few meters behind. The three of them rushed to the stair corner, quickly heading toward the first floor of the villa. Going downstairs, right ahead was the villa's front door. But, just at the moment the three were about to rush out of the villa, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop more than 10 degrees instantly. A stench of extreme decay, impossible to resist, surged into their noses. Li Yu only had time to glance quickly with the corner of his eye at the person beside him, and he met those eyes full of mockery and malice. The ghost appeared. Silent, standing right next to them. Before it appeared, no one had noticed anything. Why, how can this be? Without giving them any time to react, a long, thin, ice-white ghostly hand pressed straight onto a person's shoulder. No name was called, the killing rule had already triggered. The ghost was going to kill. The target was Fang Yuan. Chapter 46, Villa Horror, Death Chase. Chapter 46, Villa Horror, Death Chase is that the third killing rule. What did Fang Yuan do to trigger it? Thoughts flashed rapidly in Li Yu's mind, and Fang Yuan's face was full of shock and disbelief. Her joints and limbs began twisting uncontrollably, as if countless hands were pulling her, trying to break all the bones in her body. Intense pain came from every corner of her body. Fang Yuan cried out in pain, but just at the moment she was about to be tortured to death by the ghost, something slid out from her sleeve, tightly clutched in her hand. Tick. Tick. The sound of seconds ticking came from Fang Yuan's palm, a soft white light wrapped around her, and instantly the strange pulling feeling vanished. Fang Yuan's limbs, about to be broken, broke free from the restraint. She did not pause for a moment, not even daring to glance at the ghost beside her, and without hesitation, she slammed open the villa door and ran out. What are you standing there for, aren't you running? As Fang Yuan's angry shout rang out, Li Yu and Wang, who had already rushed out of the villa's front door. The change happened too fast. From the ghost appearing, Fang Yuan nearly killed, to her breaking free from restraint, everything happened within 5 seconds. Even with many doubts in their hearts, the instinct to survive at this moment overpowered everything, forcing them to take off running. Fang Yuan clearly triggered the killing rule, so why didn't the ghost kill her? Was it that thing she held in her palm just now? Could it protect her from the ghost's attack? Li Yu was full of suspicion, desperately running while recalling that scene. In the strange domain, could there really be an item that can protect players? No wonder Fang Yuan always acted so fearless, even daring to risk testing the villa's rules. It turned out she had confidence. Even if she triggered the killing rule, she would not die. But judging by how urgent she looked, this item probably had limited uses or time restrictions. The three ran in a straight line along the villa's stone path toward the main gate, not caring about any obstacles in their way. Time was life. None of them dared to look back, but all could feel the ghost closely following behind. The ghost's speed was very fast, extremely fast, impossible to shake off. Now they were fully exposed in the ghost's sight. If they couldn't pass through the door before the ghost killed them, death was inevitable. Wang Jianhua. A cold call, as if it rang in all three of their ears at the same time. Li Yu even had the illusion of feeling the ghost's cold breath on his neck, a chill rushing straight up his spine to the top of his head. His body could not help but stiffen. The ghost moved. This was the second rule of killing. Judging from the state of the driver in the room at that time, the ghost wanted to kill by calling the name, and the number of times should be more than 3. But Wang Jianhua? Li Yu's gaze swept over Fang Yuan, who was charging with his head covered, then fell on Wang Hu, whose face looked extremely bad. So this was Wang Hu's real name. Wang Jianhua. The three passed through those 2 rows of bronze statues, and the ghost's second call had already sounded. The interval between the 2 calls was less than 3 seconds. The ghost's speed of calling names increased. The ghost's killing ability became stronger. Or is the suppression of the ghost by Guiyu weakened? Why is it because the dungeon is about to end? Li Yu's mind turned rapidly. At this moment, the three were still nearly 100 meters from the door, and because of the surrounding darkness, they had to watch out for obstacles underfoot while running to avoid falling. At their current speed, if they fell and got hurt it would be light. If they fell and temporarily couldn't stand, it was basically equal to death. Considering this factor, it would take at least another 15 seconds to reach the main gate. Judging by the ghost's current speed of calling names to kill, in this time it could probably kill at least 2 people. Wang Jianhua. The sound of the fountain was close at hand, and the ghost's third call had already sounded. Wang Hu's face had completely lost color. He had lost the last margin of error. Very likely the ghost's next call could kill him. And in this time, it was absolutely not enough for him to reach the door. What to do? Should I just cover my whole body with the curtain to avoid the ghost's attack? Even though Wang Hu's heart was in chaos, he knew clearly that doing this would only lead to slow death. In this environment, blocking his sight, he could not possibly find the door in the dark. Even if the ghost did nothing, he would likely lose his sense of direction, not to mention the ghost had the ability to create illusions. Covering himself with the curtain, the ghost had countless ways to trap him, drag him to the door to disappear, and slowly play him to death. But that is still better than just being killed by the ghost, right? Wang Hu's hesitation lasted only a short moment. He gritted his teeth and was about to cover himself with the curtain. The ghost's fourth call was about to sound. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan did something completely unexpected. She suddenly turned back and grabbed Wang Hu's hand. Immediately, white light spread from Fang Yuan's palm, covering Wang Hu entirely. Wang Jian. The ghost's fourth call abruptly stopped. The eye that showed under its black hair revealed endless resentment and hatred, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. At the moment it was about to kill Wang Hu, Fang Yuan had used a tool to save him. This action was like taking a tiger by the teeth. But Fang Yuan did not dare to delay, urgently shouting, "Don't stand there, keep running." Wang Hu had never expected Fang Yuan to turn back and save him. He froze for a short moment, then snapped back to his senses at her shout and hurriedly continued running wildly. Determined, he abandoned the other hand holding the curtain, gambling that he could escape the dungeon before the ghost killed him. "You saved my life in the room back then, now I return it to you, I owe you nothing." Fang Yuan's steps did not stop, she shouted as she ran. Wang Hu, running, glanced at Fang Yuan out of the corner of his eye and finally understood why she had saved him. It turned out that when they were trapped in the room, triggering the killing rule, it was he who had knocked open the door and saved them. Unexpectedly, that unintentional act back then had now saved his life. At this moment, they had passed more than half the distance. The escape door was in sight. In at most 5 seconds, all three could rush through that door and leave the dungeon. But the ghost had not given up killing them at all. Unable to kill Fang Yuan and Wang Hu in a short time, its cold eyes turned strangely, locking onto Liu at the front. In an instant, Liu felt the hairs on his back stand on end, a shadow of death looming over him. "Li, you!" The ghost called his name once again. Was this the first time, or the third? Chapter 47, Mansion Terror, Life and Death in a Moment. If the ghost's counting of name calls that kill resets after a certain time, then this is the ghost's first time calling his name. Then the ghost would need at least 3 more times to kill him. With the distance he had now to the door, he could easily escape before that. But if this count does not reset, or if it's not time to reset yet, the ghost just one more call of his name and he would die. Li Yu's heart felt gripped by a cold hand, his body instinctively shivering as if sensing death. Could the ghost really do something meaningless like this? Both body and mind warned Li Yu, this is the third time. Maybe if the ghost calls his name one more time, he will die. What should he do? Ask Fang Yuan for help. When Li Yu glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes met Fang Yuan's indifferent gaze. In that instant of eye contact, Li Yu read the meaning in those eyes and rejected the plan in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan never intended to help, maybe Fang Yuan's device can only protect a limited number of people at once. In either case, he could not rely on anyone to escape this crisis. So he could only cover himself with a sheet, gambling that he could run to the door without losing direction despite blindness and restricted movement? If so, it was undoubtedly leaving everything to luck. In this dark place, both body and mind were tortured, no one could guarantee they would run straight. The odds were now infinitely close to 0. In these few moments, countless thoughts swirled in Li Yu's mind, and he had to find the one right choice among the chaos. The ghost's cold eyes were locked tightly on him. At the life and death moment, Li Yu turned back, staring straight at where the ghost stood. He wanted to gauge when the ghost would call his name next, but when his eyes hurriedly passed over the ghost's terrifying figure, he was uncontrollably drawn to a blurry figure in the distance. Li Yu's brain froze for a moment. Even from far away, he clearly saw a figure standing at the villa's door, looking toward them. Who was that? The chef? Other villa staff? No, none of them. The chef wouldn't dare stay in the villa, and other staff who hadn't left the mansion were probably already dead. At this very moment, the only person who could still be alive and standing there was just one. The driver, Chen Mingyon. In a flash, Li Yu understood everything. His chaotic thoughts were not fully clear, but his body's instinct had already acted first. All out. The next moment, Li Yu's voice rang out almost simultaneously with the ghost's fourth call. Li Yu. I'm here, I'm here. It's me, Mother. Mom. In that instant, Li Yu shouted every word he could think of. The ghost's hand, ready to press on the back of his head and take his life, stopped, the distance less than half an inch. The ghost paused, frozen like it had crashed, standing still for a moment. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Yu, without looking back, smashed through the mansion's entrance door, his figure disappearing inside the villa. Although Fang Yuan and Wang Hu were momentarily stunned by Li Yu's shout, their steps did not stop at all. Only 2 seconds behind Li Yu, they also crashed through the door. The ghost had no time to trigger any more killing patterns. All three had left the mansion. At the entrance of the entire manor, only that lonely door stood there. The ghost's eyes slowly moved, those emotionless, cold eyes landing on the door. It slowly reached out its hand, trying to pass through the door that was so close, but the hand that passed through the door only appeared behind it, as if it was just an ordinary door. The next moment, the door disappeared. The manor returned to silence, with only the chilly night wind howling. The ghost stood still for a few seconds, then turned around, its gaze locking on the only living person in the manor at that moment. The ghost began to slowly walk back toward the villa's entrance, slowly calling out that name. Chen, Ming, Yong. I'm here. Mom, I've always been here. Covered in wounds, the driver, leaning against the stone pillar at the villa's door, also moved. He struggled to move his steps, walking toward the ghost. One person, one ghost, as if heading toward each other, face to face beside the villa's fountain. Chen, Ming, Yong. The ghost called the driver's name once again. A strange smile appeared on the driver's face, and he slowly spread his arms, embracing the huge figure before him, burying his head into the other's chest, like a child hugging their mother. Mom, it's me. Although something went wrong this time, don't worry, next time. I'll bring more people, and you can enjoy yourself properly. In the silent night, in the empty manor, the ghost's call was repeated again and again. Chen Mingyong, tireless, responded again and again. Li Yu was on his hands, panting heavily. The intense running, coupled with just escaping from the ghost's grasp, made him feel as though he had just survived, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fang Yuan and Wang, who were also not in better shape, both temporarily exhausted, with Fang Yuan leaning on his knee to catch his breath, while Wang who simply collapsed on the floor. After a while, Li Yu finally had the energy to examine his surroundings. At this moment, the door that would take them out of the instance was quietly standing behind them, but it was closed, indicating they didn't have to worry about the ghost chasing them. But upon closer inspection, apart from that door, the ground beneath their feet, the area around them, even the entire space, was filled with doors, countless doors connected together, forming this strange space. Li Yu looked up, the high wall formed by countless doors seemed to reach the sky, and it stretched endlessly. It was unimaginable just how many doors there were here. If every door represented an instance, then how many instances were here, how many vengeful ghosts were there? It's really surprising that you were able to think of the method to break the killing rule at such a critical moment. Fang Yuan's voice brought Li Yu back from his shock, and at that moment, Fang Yuan was staring directly at him. To be honest, there was quite a bit of luck involved. At least until I was sure the ghost hadn't killed me, I couldn't guarantee my guess was right. Li Yu sighed softly as he spoke. How did you think of it? Fang Yuan asked again. When I turned back, I saw the driver standing at the villa's entrance, looking at us. He didn't die. He survived the ghost's grasp. Chapter 48: The Horror of the Manor, the Cursed Artifact. What? That bastard didn't die? Wang Hu sprang to his feet, incredulously staring at him, and Fang Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard it. Li Yu continued, when we escaped the room, the ghost was already calling his name. The killing rule was about to activate, and the ghost definitely wouldn't have let him off. After all, you all said that the ghost doesn't recognize anyone, not even family, it kills without hesitation after death. But he didn't die, and with his constant belief that the ghost wouldn't kill him, I thought he might know how to avoid the killing rule when the ghost calls a name. Considering that the ghost's killing rule often relates to the encounters in their life before death. It's not hard to guess the answer then. You mean acknowledge Mom? Wang Hu recalled the few words Li Yu had shouted, his eyes turning a bit strange. He had only heard of acknowledging a thief as a father before, now there was acknowledging a ghost as a mother. Li Yu's face stiffened, he glanced at Wang Hu sideways and explained, not acknowledging Mom, I lean more toward responding. Li Yuping kept calling her son's name before she died, but her son turned and ran, which created this killing rule. So I guess, as long as you respond when the ghost calls your name, you can avoid this killing rule. As for why I shouted like that, it was just that the situation was urgent, I didn't want to miss any possibility. If you think carefully, you'll find that the rule of ghosts killing when they call names is really strong. Without a way to respond, the ghost could even block us as soon as we enter the mansion and chase us to kill. But it waits until we are alone to act, probably to prevent anyone from accidentally finding a loophole in this killing rule. Isn't that still acknowledging Mom? Wang Hu curled his lips and muttered. Li Yu rolled his eyes, too lazy to answer him. Fang Yuan thought a little, then nodded. A normal person, knowing it's a ghost calling, wouldn't have the courage to respond. Naturally, no one would think such a simple action could be a way to survive. No wonder every time the ghost appears and calls names, it exposes itself openly, just to scare us and make us afraid to respond. Now thinking carefully, this killing rule might have even more restrictions. For example, on the first night, Li Ziming and the little-eyed boy stayed in one room, but the ghost only called Li Ziming's name, not touching the sleeping little-eyed boy. At that time, the little-eyed boy was completely unable to resist. Maybe the rule of calling names requires the target to be awake. If asleep, it doesn't work. The simpler and more direct a killing rule is, the more restrictions it often has. This is a kind of balance in weird domain, a protection given to the players. I see now. Liu suddenly understood, his knowledge of weird domain deepened further. By the way, what exactly is the third killing rule? Wang Hu thought about what had happened and asked Fang Yuan. When you were at the villa gate, you can only have triggered the third killing rule to be attacked by the ghost, right? The details are hard to verify, but we can make some guesses. Fang Yuan thought, then said in a deep voice. Maybe it has to do with clothing? Clothing? Wang Hu raised an eyebrow. At that time the driver lured me and Li Shui to the garden. After coming out, Li Shui was killed by the ghost. Her clothes had been torn by bushes in the garden. When I escaped the room, my clothes were also torn on the back by the driver. This was the only common point we could think of. So roughly it should be inside the villa, one cannot have exposed clothing? Li Yu directly drew the conclusion. This also fits Chen Yoren's sick control over his wife. As long as she had improper behavior like exposed clothing, she would get beaten. Li Yu paused, then continued, also, since Chen Yoren's domestic violence was done in private, this killing rule probably also has a spatial limit, maybe only triggers inside the villa? This also fits the situation where Li Shui was fine outside, but as soon as she stepped into the villa, the ghost killed her immediately. Most likely, yes. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing with Li Yu's guess. She said, suddenly turning her head to look at Li Yu deeply, it seems I underestimated you before. If in just the first copy you could perform this way. After a few more copy experiences, you might surpass most people in weird domain, and maybe become part of the top tier in the future. In this world where life hangs by a single thread, this kind of words cannot really count as any blessing. Li Yu shook his head and smiled helplessly. Indeed. Fang Yuan slightly nodded, then as if casually explaining said, just now it was not that I did not want to save you, my ghost artifact has a time limit, one time at most it can only shelter 2 people. In the situation where it had already sheltered me and Wang Hu, there was no way to add you one more. Ghost artifact? Li Yu's eyebrow lifted slightly, he judged that what Fang Yuan said was the truth. It could be seen that Fang Yuan did not want him to have any misunderstanding, but Li Yu actually did not care about this. The 2 people originally had no friendship, it was never something you could expect that a stranger would come to save yourself. Can you explain to me what a ghost artifact is? Li Yu asked. And some basic situations about the ghost domain, right now I still know very little. Fang Yuan thought for a moment, even if she did not say it, with Li Yu's performance he would quickly understand these things, since she could see that the other side's potential was not ordinary, giving a favor was also good. If it truly did not work, in the future if there was still a chance to enter the same dungeon again, there could also be a few more points of closeness. She stretched out her hand and displayed the thing she had been tightly holding in her hand, not only Li Yu, even Wang Hu at this moment cast a curious gaze. Lying in Fang Yuan's palm was a pocket watch. What was strange was that this watch had no hour hand and no minute hand, there was only 1 second hand, at this moment it was pointing exactly at the direction of 12 o'clock. Ghost artifact is a kind of special prop inside the ghost domain, this watch of mine is one kind of ghost artifact, it was something I accidentally obtained in the first 2 dungeons. The first 2? If he remembered correctly, when Fang Yuan introduced herself on the bus, what she said was that she had only passed 2 dungeons. That means, she obtained the ghost artifact in the first dungeon? This clearly was not very possible, for a newcomer being able to leave the dungeon alive was already very difficult, not to mention also being able to obtain this kind of prop. This woman, it seemed that the number of dungeons she had passed was far more than 2. The function of this watch of mine is that after using it, within 1 minute it can avoid the attack of ghosts, when the seconds walk 1 full circle, the already triggered killing rule will also be reset. It can be counted as a very powerful life-saving prop, but it also has a limitation, inside 1 dungeon it can be used at most 1 time. Chapter 49, Reality, Return. Chapter 49, Reality, Return. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, then continued saying, as for the other situations of the ghost domain, I also know very little. Basically it is also just those things Wang Hu said on the bus. The origin of the ghost domain is extremely mysterious, no one knows where it comes from, but from the moment you are chosen by the ghost domain, what waits for you is only struggling to survive inside 1 door after another. But there is one saying, after you clear 99 doors, you can completely leave the ghost domain. However, this saying has no way to be proven, I am more inclined to think it is only self-comfort of certain people. 99 dungeons. Only the first dungeon was already so thrilling and dangerous, if someone could truly clear 99 doors, that person would probably be more terrifying than ghosts. Li Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Alright, what I know is only this much. Fang Yuan said, then put the pocket watch away again. She looked at Li Yu, a trace of hesitation appeared on her face, looking like she wanted to speak but stopped. You. What is it? Forget it, it's nothing. You have only cleared 1 door, at least it still needs to wait until after you clear 3 doors. Fang Yuan murmured in a low voice, feeling the strange gazes of Li Yu and Wang Hu. She did not give any more explanation. She pointed to the doors all around and said, after clearing the dungeon, we will enter here. From this first floor just randomly open one door, and you can return to the original place. Fang Yuan said this and had already walked to the nearest door. Before pushing the door and going out, she seemed to think of something again and turned her head to look at Li Yu. Finally, I will give you one more reminder. Inside the world of the ghost domain, there are ghosts. The outside world is also not very safe. Before you could not touch these things, so maybe you had no feeling, but from the moment you step into the ghost domain, those things will notice you. When you receive the notice that the second door has opened, Ghost Realm will first give you a rough direction and the time the door will appear. Only when the time comes will you know the exact location of the door, but at the same time the things in reality will also target you. If you fail to enter the door within the set time, I don't need to tell you what will happen. Fang Yuan finished speaking, waved his hand, and turned into the door, his figure quickly disappearing inside. Good luck, newbie. If leaving the dungeon means being chased by ghosts, does entering the dungeon also mean being chased by ghosts? Li Yu murmured softly, deep in thought. He recalled the fake police officer who had broken into his home, and suddenly understood everything. So this is how it was. While thinking, a strong hand pressed on his shoulder. Li Yu turned and met Wang Hu's gaze. This dungeon, I have to thank you. You're very good, I acknowledge you. Wang Hu smiled, patting Li Yu's shoulder with such force that it caused a sharp pain, making his smile stiff. Although I wanted to share some information as thanks, that woman just now almost said everything. I have no more information about Ghost Realm to tell you. It's okay. Li Yu shrugged, I do this only to survive. Besides, you saved my life in the dungeon, so we helped each other. Wang Hu was stunned, then laughed loudly, not bad, kid, you're getting more interesting to me. Now you know my real name, and I know yours. If we meet outside, I'll buy you a drink. Next time we enter Ghost Realm, if we meet again, we'll cooperate. Wang Hu said, pushing open a door ahead, and strode inside. After he left, Li Yu rubbed his aching shoulder and smiled helplessly. With both gone, the space was left with only him. Li Yu turned back, looking at the door still standing behind him, his gaze seeming to penetrate it, seeing the manor beyond. To have benevolence but not benevolent, to be brave but not brave. It's really an ironic story. Li Yu murmured softly. Without Chen Yuran, this tragedy would not exist. If Chen Mingyong had been braver, his mother might not have died, and even if she did, she might not have become a vengeful ghost. Shaking his head, Li Yu turned toward the nearest door. A flash of light later, he vanished inside. The door leading to the manor slowly disappeared after Li Yu left. The world in front of him wobbled, and when he came to, Li Yu had exited the dungeon. He was standing in his familiar bedroom, looking back, the door wide open, no spreading darkness outside, the fake police officer nowhere in sight. Li Yu stepped out of the bedroom, checked the whole room, then looked through the peephole at the hallway, and only then breathed a little easier. Everything was so real, it almost made him doubt whether the dungeon experience had been a dream. But clearly, such good luck would not happen. Li Yu touched his pocket. The phone from Ghost Realm lay quietly there. The phone didn't seem to need charging, and it was unknown what energy kept it running. Opening the contacts, he saw numbers for Wang Hu and Fang Yuan. As for Li Ziming, Li Shui, and the others, they seemed erased, nowhere to be found. After hesitating for a while, Li Yu did not try to call either of them. Even though both had shown goodwill before he exited the dungeon, contacting them recklessly in reality was risky. Human hearts are unpredictable, no one could guarantee they wouldn't suddenly change their minds the next moment. Just as Li Yu thought this and was about to put away the phone, a call came in directly. Looking at the caller ID showing the two characters Wang Hu, Li Yu froze for a moment, then chose to answer. Hello? Leo, no, Lin third brother, left the dungeon? How about it, want to go out for a drink, celebrate that we can live a few more days? Li Yu's eyelid twitched, although Wang Hu did say before leaving that they would drink together in reality. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Which city are you in? Li Yu asked, not in a hurry to answer. Dongjiang Province, City A. Lin third brother, where are you? I'm also in Dongjiang Province, but in the neighboring Tianhai City. I see, that's a bit of a pity. At this hour, it's not convenient to meet. Over the phone, Wang Hu's voice carried a hint of regret. Then next time, when I have time in a few days, I'll come over to hang out. Okay. Li Yu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If it were Fang Yuan saying this, he might have thought carefully, but Wang Hui was not as scheming, so contacting him wasn't a problem. After all, a name like Jianhua couldn't be too bad, right? Chapter 50, Reality, Stalked by a Ghost. Okay, then let's say it like this. After hanging up, Li Yu leaned against the sofa, closing his eyes and thinking for a moment. Then he got up, walked to the TV cabinet in the living room, moved the old screen aside, and took out a phone from a hidden compartment in the wall. He inserted the SIM card, powered on the phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang only 3 times before being answered, but no sound came from the other side. Until Liu spoke first. I need you, come out and meet me. Okay, the usual place. A brief reply came from the other side, and the call was hung up immediately. After this call, Liu did not hesitate. He quickly went into the bedroom, packed his things simply, and carried his suitcase out the door. Before leaving, he sent the landlord a text about early termination and slipped the keys through the door crack. Although everything seemed normal now, Liu did not want to stay longer in a haunted building. Fang Yuan's final warning was clear: ghosts do not only kill in the weird realm, they do it in reality too. Half a minute after Liu left his home in the darkroom, the bedroom door suddenly opened from the inside, and a figure silently stepped out. The figure appeared quietly, as if it had been hiding inside the bedroom all along. It scanned the empty room, then slowly moved toward the balcony, opened the glass door, stepped out, and lowered its head slightly, its eerie eyes fixed on a direction. Elsewhere, just as Liu reached the community gate, he suddenly felt something and turned to look at the building. In the next moment, his pupils twitched sharply. Liu clearly saw, on the balcony of his old apartment on the 8th floor, a dark shadow standing. Even though it was far and unclear, Liu had a strong premonition that ghost was staring at him. Liu did not dare linger and turned away, walking until he got into his car. Only when he drove far from the community did he breathe a little easier. The fake police must be dead. The ghost killed him but didn't leave, and it stayed in the room waiting for me. If I had stayed in that room tonight, the ghost would probably have attacked me. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Liu's back. Just escaping the dangerous, weird realm, dungeon, yet the real world was also unsafe. Normal people relax unconsciously after leaving weird realm, and the ghost takes this opportunity. If Liu had been careless even a little, he might have died at the ghost's hands tonight. Wang Hu was right, this really is a kind of curse. Looking at the night view outside the car window, Liu could not help but sigh. The next day, Liu woke up from the hotel bed, having had a long-awaited good sleep. Although the bed at the hotel was a bit too soft and uncomfortable, it was much better than the constant state of alertness in the eerie domain. After walking into the bathroom and finishing his grooming, Liu glanced at the time. It was just past 11 a.m., and there was still some time before the appointment. After checking out of the hotel, Liu casually found a shop nearby to solve his lunch problem, then headed to the agreed location. At 2 p.m., Liu walked into a coffee shop. After scanning the situation inside, he headed straight for a seat in the corner by the window. You haven't been waiting for long, right? He casually ordered a coffee from the server and sat down, noticing that a man was already seated across from him. The man was probably in his 30s, with a full beard, wearing a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth. He looked like a carefree troublemaker. He looked exactly like the kind of creepy guy who would whistle at girls on the street. Although I know it won't make much difference, can you please pay attention to your image? Liu looked at the man's full beard, shaking his head. At least shave, and wear something more ordinary. What do you know? People in our line of work have to be discreet. The man spat the toothpick out of his mouth, gave a sly grin to the female server who had brought the coffee, scaring her so much that she set the coffee down and ran away. See? Who would guess I'm an information broker like this? Discreet. Liu's eyelid twitched. An information broker, sure, but are you sure you won't be reported by a kind passerby for being a thug if you walk down the street like that? Alright, don't bring up that stuff. The man waved his hand dismissively. My time is valuable. I'm talking millions every minute. Just get to the point. Liu didn't want to waste any more time. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and pushed it toward the man. Help me check out this place. The more detailed, the better. The man took the paper, unfolded it, and immediately raised an eyebrow. Written on the paper were the basic details about the mansion in the eerie domain instance. The climate, surrounding terrain, the scale of the estate, and the current situation, etc. Interesting. What are you checking this place for? Did the owner of this mansion offend you? You planning on taking him out? Don't make such boring jokes. Liu shook his head, looking at the man. I have my reasons. Just tell me if you can check it or not. Piece of cake. The man tucked the paper into his pocket, shrugging. The information you provided is a bit vague, but with this much, it'll be enough. At most a day, I'll get you what you need. Alright, notify me as soon as you find it. Liu nodded, stood up, and was about to leave. The man quickly stopped him. Hey, where are you going? Your business is done, but mine isn't. Liu sat back down, and the man slowly took out an envelope, pushing it toward Liu. A new job, the client wants it done within a week. Liu glanced at the envelope coldly but did not reach for it. What does this mean? I'm not taking on any new jobs for now, I've turned it down. The man was taken aback, put down his coffee, and frowned at Liu. What, did something happen? An enemy came looking for you. Impossible, I haven't heard a thing. Did you get hurt? The man sized Liu up, shaking his head. You don't look injured though. Just dealing with some things, don't worry about it. Liu didn't intend to explain further and said lightly, anyway, don't take any jobs for me recently. I'll let you know when I'm ready. For your safety, it's best to reduce contact with me for now. The man frowned even more deeply when he heard this, staring at Liu for a long while. He couldn't read anything from Liu's face. Fine, the man sighed. Finished the coffee in one gulp. Then I'll just take it that you need to rest for a while. After all, in our line of work, not relaxing at times can mess with your mind. The bearded man said, putting the envelope away, then patted Liu on the shoulder. I'll temporarily assign the mission to someone else. Once I find the information you want, I'll send it to you. Rest well, contact me if anything comes up. After saying this, the bearded man hurriedly left the cafe, not daring to stay a moment longer. Liu watched his departing figure and clicked his tongue. Coward. Chapter 51, Reality, Second Door. Chapter 51, Reality, Second Door. Liu stepped out of the cafe. The sunlight outside was glaring, and he couldn't help squinting. In this country where peace was the main theme, his profession seemed completely out of place. Assassin. Mainly helping some high-ranking officials deal with enemies who couldn't be handled openly. Occasionally he would take on missions to protect targets, but rarely. And the bearded man, who called himself Qin Shan to him, was a professional information dealer and also his contact for missions. Life is already hard, now cursed by something unknown, really. As Liu was sighing, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He was about to take it out, but his expression quickly changed. It wasn't his own phone vibrating, but the special phone given by Guiyu. Could it be? With a nervous heart, Liu lit the screen and frowned deeply. Next entrance countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Location, Shishan People's Hospital. The second door. It's been less than a day. Liu put his phone away again, his face serious. He had just survived Guiyu last night, and now the next dungeon was already opening? The Guiyu dungeon opens so often? Not even a moment to breathe? Liu sighed slightly. He had wanted to investigate the last dungeon's holiday villa to see if Guiyu had any link to reality, but now he had to postpone it. Liu hadn't forgotten. Fang Yuan reminded him before leaving that if he didn't enter the door within the set time, even in reality he could be killed by ghosts. Just like that fake police officer who broke into his home. In the end, even the corpse disappeared without a trace. Shishan People's Hospital. Liu took out his own phone and searched for the hospital. He had never heard of it before. He just hoped it wasn't too far, at least not a place he couldn't reach in a day. After typing the hospital's name into the browser, information quickly appeared. Luckily it's not some unknown small clinic. Liu thought, browsing the information about the hospital. The address was in the suburbs of Tianhai City, not too far, about an hour's drive. But the deeper he looked, the more he frowned. The hospital had already been abandoned. Due to poor management and medical resource adjustments, it merged with another city hospital 2 years ago. Suburbs, abandoned hospital, Guiyu, dungeon. All these factors together made it hard not to imagine the worst. Liu looked at the time on his phone, just past 3 o'clock. Good thing the dungeon opens in the afternoon, not late at night. But I still need to prepare. Liu thought. Since it wasn't a mission, some forbidden equipment would stay unused, useless against ghosts, and unnecessary against people. Liu then drove to a nearby hardware store to buy some things that might come in handy. At night, Liu did not return to the hotel he had stayed at before, thinking of the scene when the fake police officer was chased and injured by ghosts. If a ghost really has its eyes on me, staying in the same place would be way too risky. Let alone being on the edge of entering the cursed domain. To be safe, Liu packed his bags, checked out, and drove to another hotel several dozen kilometers away. This one was closer to the West Mountain People's Hospital, making it more convenient for his plans tomorrow. Lying on the hotel bed, Liu reviewed everything he'd done throughout the day. The hotel I'm staying in tonight was chosen randomly. Even if something evil is after me, it couldn't have predicted I'd stay here. I should be fine getting through this night. Liu didn't expect that. Just as he had finally escaped the tense environment of the cursed domain and managed to get a good night's rest, he was now facing the same predicament. At least in the scenario, there was a Wang who, though they couldn't exactly rely on each other, it was at least some company. But now, he was completely alone. Luckily, his years of professional experience had given him strong adaptability to high-pressure environments. If someone with worse mental toughness had been in his place, they'd probably be mentally exhausted in no time, possibly facing psychological issues. That ghost, could it really have already set its sights on me? Liu closed his eyes, but his mind flashed back to last night, when the ghost that killed the fake police officer stood on his balcony, staring at him. All day long, Liu had felt a strange sense of being watched. At first, it was faint, but after the message from the cursed domain appeared, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. Now, it had reached a point where it couldn't be ignored. It was hard to believe it was just his imagination. Looks like it's best not to sleep tonight. Liu simply got up, moved to the hotel sofa, and rested his eyes while leaning against it. Though he was confident that even if he fell asleep, he'd wake up at the slightest sound, ghosts didn't care for logic. In this situation, Liu wasn't about to take any chances. The night passed, and suddenly, the door of the neighboring room slammed shut. Liu's eyes snapped open. The hotel rooms weren't well soundproofed, so the sound of a door opening and closing was very clear, especially on a quiet night. Liu focused his gaze on the door and listened to the footsteps in the corridor. The muffled sound of shoes on the carpet gradually faded, seeming to head toward the elevator and away from his room. Is it just me being too sensitive, or? Just as he was about to close his eyes again, the footsteps suddenly changed direction and came back. Finally, the footsteps stopped right in front of his room door. Liu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately sprang up from the sofa, grabbing his backpack by the side. Bang! 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 In the silent night, the sudden knocking sounded particularly oppressive. Liu had already moved to the window, his hand resting on the window handle. Hello! At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out from outside the door. I'm the tenant in the room next door. I rushed out and accidentally left my key card inside. Could I borrow your key card to use the elevator? Liu froze for a moment, frowning as he stared at the door but made no move to approach it. At this point, through the light in the corridor, a shadow was cast into the room through the gap in the door, but due to the obstruction, Liu could only see the outline of a pair of feet. It didn't seem to be anything unusual. Considering the noise from before, even if a ghost was after him, it wouldn't have predicted he'd stay in this hotel. So, could the person knocking be just the tenant from next door? Chapter 52 Reality Endless. Chapter 52 Reality Endless. What a joke. Which normal girl staying at a hotel would knock on the door of a stranger next door just because she left her keycard in the room? Moreover, even if such a person existed. After knocking on the door a few times and hearing no reply, it was time to leave, but the person outside the door showed no sign of going away. Sure enough, the next moment, Liu clearly saw the lights in the corridor begin to flicker. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Along with the harsh sound of electric current, the flickering of the lights grew even more violent. At the same time, the shadow creeping through the door gap began to spread toward the door in a strange way. With each change from light to dark, the shadow spread a little further into the room. The knocking continued, but the person outside seemed to know they could no longer trick Liu, and stopped speaking, just silently knocking. Knock after knock. The sound of electricity, the knocking, and the strange shadow creeping into the room made the atmosphere inside unbearably oppressive, almost suffocating. That door, that thin barrier, seemed ready to be broken at any moment. Or perhaps, before the door opened, the strange shadow would kill whoever was inside. Finally, at a certain moment, the lights in the corridor went out completely, plunging everything into darkness. The ever-spreading shadow disappeared from sight, but that did not mean safety. The unknown danger was what truly made people shiver. Since there's no one, then I will come in. A sinister laugh floated from outside the door, and immediately, the door slowly pushed open inward. But faster than the door opening was the window in the room. The howling cold wind rushed in through the window, and Liu tightly grabbed the safety rope tied to his waist, sliding quickly down along the hotel's outer wall. The other end of the safety rope was tied to the solid wooden bed inside the room. Learning from the lesson of nearly being trapped by ghosts in the last copy, Liu had specifically asked the hotel front desk to arrange a low-floor room when he checked in. As soon as the corridor lights began to flicker, he quickly took out the safety rope he bought in the afternoon from his backpack, tied it on, and without hesitation jumped out the window. At the same moment the door was forced open, Liu's feet landed steadily on the ground. He quickly untied the safety rope from his body and ran toward the main road without looking back. When he checked in today, Liu had even parked his car on the street, risking a parking ticket instead of using the dark, cramped underground garage of the hotel. Parking in that dark, narrow place, if a ghost blocked him, it would have been hopeless. A fine was nothing compared to that. Before getting into the car, Liu glanced back at the hotel room, and his eyes instantly hardened. A black shadow now stood by the window of the room he had stayed in. Darkness hid the figure's shape, but Liu still felt its gaze staring at him. That gaze was cold, full of malice, with no good intentions. Just like when he left the community yesterday. Sure enough, it has set its eyes on me. Liu did not hesitate and pressed the accelerator, driving away immediately. This ghost was probably the one that killed the fake police officer, but why was it after him now? Was it because he was present when the fake officer was killed, becoming the ghost's target? Or did this ghost see him enter the haunted realm, and therefore fix its eyes on him? Liu was puzzled, but at the moment, the reason did not matter. Being targeted by the ghost was an undeniable fact. Next, he still had to enter the haunted realm, while being chased by the ghost in order to survive. But that did not mean safety, it was just stepping into a deeper hell. Whether in reality or the haunted realm, there was no safe place. Liu could now understand why the fake police officer had acted so crazily. This mental pressure, no matter how strong a person's psyche, how long could one endure it? Ghosts cannot be killed. Humans can never fight against ghosts. The words from the mysterious letter surfaced again in Liu's mind. On the pitch-black street at night, only a faint glow remained in his eyes. For the next few hours, Liu didn't dare to stay in one place for too long, basically parking his car at one spot for less than an hour before moving again. He wasn't in a hurry to reach Shishan People's Hospital, as being chased by ghosts, arriving too early at the destination would actually be a bad thing. Otherwise, before the door appeared, he would continue to face the ghost's attacks. Under the current circumstances, with no knowledge of the ghost chasing him, Liu had no confidence in surviving. It wasn't until dawn, when the sunlight poured down on the city, that Liu finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Although it had already been proven that daylight didn't affect the ghost's movements, sunlight always gave a sense of safety. He found a breakfast shop by the roadside to fill his stomach, then bought plenty of dry food to keep in the car, just in case. For the entire morning, he continued driving around the city at the same frequency, making sure not to stay in one spot for too long, so the ghost wouldn't have a chance to set a trap for him. Perhaps this strategy was indeed effective, as throughout the whole morning, Liu did not encounter another ghost attack. He timed it carefully, filling the car with gas, then, with about 2 hours left on the countdown, drove toward Shishan People's Hospital. After a detour and nearly an hour of travel, Liu finally arrived. Although it was on the outskirts and already abandoned, there were still residential areas nearby, so it wasn't completely deserted. At around 2 in the afternoon, with the sun blazing enough to warm people, the chill in the air seemed to dissipate. When Liu arrived near the hospital, he didn't drive straight in but instead circled the entire building. After getting a rough idea of the outer terrain, he parked his car 2 streets away. Turning off the engine, Liu grabbed his bag and got out of the car. Though reality-based items couldn't be brought into the ghost realm, it was still unknown what he would encounter before entering, so Liu cautiously brought some self-defense items with him. Initially, Liu had planned to enter through the front gate, considering the hospital was already abandoned. However, when he was observing the terrain, he noticed that there were still people standing guard at the security booth at the main entrance. Though he was confused, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Liu decided to bypass the front gate. He found a low outer wall at the side of the building, threw his backpack over it, and then climbed over, landing silently on the other side. Picking up his backpack, Liu was about to slip into the hospital to find a place to hide and wait for time to pass, but suddenly, he had a feeling of being watched. He quickly looked up in the direction where the feeling of being watched came from. On the 3rd floor of the inpatient building ahead, it seemed like someone flashed by the window. Is it a ghost? Or Chapter 53 Reality: The Ghost in the Door. Liu was startled and uncertain, but without hesitation, he entered the building and then circled around before slipping out through a side door, making his way into the nearby outpatient building. After confirming no one had noticed this process, Liu finally felt a little relieved. Looking at the time, there was only half an hour left until the door would appear. From his past experience, the door in the instance would only last for 10 to 15 minutes, and the one in reality should be about the same. Liu found a hidden corner to hide and quietly waited as time passed. It's a pity I don't know the exact location of the door. I can't make any preparations in advance and will just have to adapt on the spot. The closer it got to the final moment, the more alert Liu became, constantly keeping an eye on any signs of movement around him. Suddenly, Liu's ears twitched, and he heard a very faint sound of footsteps. The sound seemed far away, so faint that one would doubt if it was just a trick of the mind, but when Liu listened closely, he could still hear the intentionally suppressed footsteps. The footsteps seemed to have no intention of approaching him, but instead wandered aimlessly around. Is it a person, or a ghost? Liu's heart tightened. Having security at the entrance of this abandoned hospital was already strange enough. Something was clearly in the neighboring inpatient building, and now there was an additional sound of footsteps. Since when did this abandoned suburban hospital become so lively? Liu took out his phone again to check the time. There were less than 15 minutes left. At this critical moment, Liu didn't want to stir up trouble and just wanted to quietly wait for the door to appear. But gradually, the footsteps suddenly halted, then a hurried running sound followed, as if the owner of the sound had also entered this outpatient building. Before Liu could carefully discern the direction of the sound, the next moment, the footsteps abruptly vanished, and no further noises came. The building suddenly returned to silence, quiet enough to make one doubt whether the earlier sounds had been an illusion. Liu tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack. The thought of changing position flickered in his mind and then quickly vanished. He focused his mind, slowing his breath, lowering his presence as much as possible. Whether those footsteps belonged to a person or a ghost, since they weren't coming straight for him, it meant his position was likely still concealed. Rash actions were obviously unwise. At this moment, Liu was behind a chair in the corner of the outpatient hall, with a corridor in front and the entrance on the other side. The layout was spacious. No matter which side faced danger, at least he wouldn't fall into a situation with nowhere to escape. He concentrated all his energy on listening, occasionally glancing at the countdown on his phone, and the time for the door to appear was drawing near. At this time, the light outside the building suddenly dimmed. It seemed the sun was covered by clouds, dimming the light inside as well. The whole building had no lights on, and it might have been without power for a while. The only source of light was the sunlight streaming in from outside. At this moment, with the clouds thickening, the hall where Liu was located was still acceptable, but the corridor ahead had noticeably darkened, creating a more oppressive atmosphere. Ever since realizing the existence of ghosts in this world, any unusual occurrences would make Liu alert, let alone in the current situation. From the moment the light dimmed, Liu's spirit was suddenly tense. A vague sense of being watched surged in his heart. That feeling was as if there were unseen eyes in the dark, staring at him, observing his every move. Yet no matter how he peered around, whether inside the building or outside, his sight revealed no one. Liu was not naive enough to think this was his imagination. He carefully observed his surroundings, searching for any signs of the unusual. On the phone screen, the countdown to the appearance of the door showed only 1 minute remaining. Crash! A harsh sound of shattering glass suddenly came from the inpatient building ahead. Liu was startled, quickly turning his head towards the direction of the sound. Through the gap between the chairs, he clearly saw a glass window on the 3rd floor of the inpatient building break. A figure, protecting their head with their hands, leaped down from the 3rd floor. The figure quickly adjusted in midair, rolling upon landing to dissipate most of the impact. Even so, the figure still remained rooted in place for several seconds, only then recovering from the momentum of the fall. Liu could see clearly, it was a man with a shaved head, but it was too far to make out more details. Once the bald man got up, he quickly darted towards the hospital's green belt, glancing back occasionally with a look of panic on his face. It felt as if something terrifying was right behind him. And at this moment, by the broken glass window on the 3rd floor of the hospital ward, a blurry figure stood, staring straight at the fleeing bald man. Is he also a participant in this mission? Liu immediately guessed the truth. In this abandoned hospital building, suddenly appearing like this, combined with the strange behavior of the other, the answer was obvious. But judging from how panicked the bald man looked, he must have just encountered the ghost's chase. That ghost was probably still somewhere in the hospital ward building. Liu suddenly remembered the fleeting shadow he saw when he first entered the hospital. It was either the ghost or that bald man. But the latter was more likely, otherwise, the one being chased by the ghost now should have been himself. The door hasn't appeared yet, and the ghost's attack has already started? Liu thought to himself, as his phone in his pocket just vibrated. The countdown had reached 0, and the exact location of the door had appeared. Liu just wanted to look at his phone, but at the moment he lowered his head, his peripheral vision suddenly caught something, and Liu froze. Because the light outside the building had dimmed, the glass door at the entrance of the outpatient building reflected the scene inside the hall. Although it was only a flash, Liu still saw it. Right above the chair where he was hiding, a shadow sat, face unclear. But the chair in front of him was clearly empty. A chill ran from his toes straight to his head, and Liu suddenly looked up at the hall's glass door again, his pupils trembling. It was not his illusion. In the reflection of the glass door, on the chair in front of him, a figure was indeed sitting, head bowed. As if sensing his gaze, the figure slowly raised its head, revealing a face without features. The next moment, where the mouth should have been suddenly split wide, almost to the ears, blood slowly flowed from the split hole. Tick. Tick. This faceless person was smiling at Liu. Chapter 54, Reality, 3 People. The moment the faceless person raised its head, Liu's body had already leapt to the side. He quickly left the hiding behind the chair and grabbed his backpack, plunging into the corridor. Cold sweat had already appeared on his back. Liu felt his scalp tingle, but his body moved without delay. Even without knowing the building's layout, this move was risky, but Liu could not care. He did not even know when the ghost had appeared or how long it had been sitting on the chair. No wonder he had always felt someone watching, yet never actually saw anyone. The ghost was right next to me but never attacked. Did I fail to trigger the killing rule? It seems even in reality, the ghost cannot kill unconditionally. Liu kept his mind clear, trying to stay away from the ghost while quickly taking out the phone given by Weird Domain. Entry point, rooftop of Shishan People's Hospital outpatient building. The original countdown had long disappeared, replaced by another line of words. Outpatient building rooftop. Liu felt a surge of joy. That was exactly the rooftop of the building he was currently in. When he just noticed the faceless ghost, worried that running outside might meet a ghost from the ward, he instinctively ran inward, not expecting this move to hit the mark. I can't take the elevator. Forget whether it works. If the ghost blocks me in a closed space, it's over. Liu made this decision in an instant. Following the guidance of the safety passage all the way, he decisively headed for the stairs. At a time like this, every second counted for survival, and Liu couldn't care about anything else. But what he didn't expect was that almost the moment he charged into the safety passage, above his head footsteps could be heard. Liu froze slightly. Those footsteps sounded hurried and panicked, also heading upstairs. People. Also participants of the dungeon. Only hesitating for a moment, Liu made a decision and rushed upward along the safety passage. At a time like this, forget about whether the ones upstairs were people, even if they were ghosts, he had no chance to look back. If he couldn't get through the door, there would be no way out but death. The air was full of dust, the safety passage had no windows, the light was several degrees dimmer than outside, and only the flickering green entrance signs on each floor gave faint illumination. Liu took several steps at a time, holding tightly to the stair rail with the other hand. At a moment like this, a slip could be fatal. That bald man, and the unknown guy upstairs, are they both participants in this dungeon? Could the footsteps that suddenly disappeared in the building just now be the person upstairs? Liu had roughly counted the hospital outpatient building when he entered. It had about 13 to 15 floors, and at his current speed, from the moment he appeared at the door, reaching the top floor would take no more than 5 minutes. Plenty of time. Liu's steps were steady and fast. When he reached the 5th floor, he heard the sound of the safety passage door below being violently slammed open. Then, hurried footsteps came from below. Was it the bald man? Or the faceless ghost, or the ghost chasing the bald man? Liu couldn't tell, but the next moment, a voice called from below. Brothers above, slow down, wait for me. It seemed most likely the bald man, though it could also be a ghost trick, but either way didn't matter. Liu had no intention of looking back, continuing to dash toward the rooftop. In the dark stairwell, 3 sets of footsteps sounded one after another. The last set, though fast, could not close the distance with the ones ahead. Instead, when Liu reached the 7th floor, he saw a figure flash around the corner ahead. The person in front had the initial position advantage, but clearly lacked the stamina compared to the 2 chasing behind. By the 9th floor, Liu could clearly see the figure in a security uniform, running upstairs with his back turned to him. It's that security guard? Liu remembered the security guard he saw at the hospital gate at first. In a place like this abandoned hospital, where else would a security guard come from? Surely he was also a participant. But this person could silently reach the floor above him. Clearly, he wasn't simple. Turning another corner, Liu suddenly noticed the sign above the safety passage starting to flicker. The faint green light blinked irregularly, and the familiar scene instantly made Liu's heart tighten. It was the ghost that had targeted him. It had indeed chased him. Liu knew well how terrifying that ghost was, and he increased his speed a few notches. By the 12th floor, he was almost level with the security guard in front, only slightly 3 steps behind. This was still deliberate on Liu's part. Finally, both of them, gasping for breath, rushed onto the 13th floor, with the top floor door clearly ahead. The security guard's face lit up with joy, recklessly rushing toward the door. Liu's steps suddenly stopped. He stood at the corner leading to the rooftop, eyes fixed on the violently flickering sign. If this door was the entrance to the weird domain, Liu would not hesitate to charge forward at this moment. But the hint said, the door is on the rooftop of the hospital's outpatient building, which means the actual entrance should be behind this door. Even though he knew that every second of delay would make the situation even more dangerous, Liu remained calm. After all, at least 2 ghosts were in the building right now, and the closer it got to the end, the less impulsive one should be. Otherwise, it was easy to fall into the ghost's trap. Sure enough, just as the security guard ahead pushed open the rooftop door, he suddenly screamed in agony, leaning back and falling straight down. Liu's eyes flashed, and with 1 step forward, he used both hands to steady the security guard's back and caught him securely. At this moment, Liu finally saw the security guard's face clearly. He looked like a young man in his 20s. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Are you all right? Liu asked in a low voice. I'm fine, thank you. The security guard trembled as he thanked him, then pointed to the open door at the rooftop. I saw a ghost in there, right behind that door. Liu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked at the rooftop door. Due to the dim light, he couldn't see clearly from this angle, so he naturally couldn't see the ghost the security guard mentioned. But, since the security guard wasn't dead, it meant he hadn't triggered the ghost's killing pattern. He had most likely just been scared by the ghost, which caused him to fall down the stairs. At this moment, hearing the footsteps getting closer from below, Liu's gaze sharpened, and he urged, "There's no time, hurry, get inside." Chapter 55 Mysterious School Suspicion Exam. The security guard, despite his fear, could only close his eyes, grit his teeth, and rush toward the rooftop. Liu was half a step behind him, and the 2 rushed through the rooftop door one after the other. Fortunately, during this time, neither of them was attacked by any ghosts, and they successfully stepped onto the building's rooftop. At this very moment, the safety exit sign went completely dark, and a piercing scream suddenly came from the stairwell. Liu could tell that the scream was exactly like the voice of the person who had called out earlier. It was most likely the bald man. Looks like he's in big trouble. The ghost that was targeting me probably killed him. If it couldn't find me, it would kill the nearest target first. Behind. The security guard turned back, trembling, and looked toward the pitch-black stairwell. Liu glanced at him indifferently, shook his head, and said nothing. The security guard naturally didn't have the heart to look back and save anyone. The two of them quickly scanned the rooftop and soon locked onto the only door at the top. That door stood in the center of the rooftop, looking unremarkable, yet behind it connected to an unknown world. The bald man was dead, but the ghost's pursuit wouldn't stop, and there would always be danger before entering the door. Liu could already see that the darkness in the hallway was slowly spreading toward the outside. He didn't dare waste any more time and rushed toward the door leading to the mysterious domain. The security guard quickly followed him. Finally, no harm done. Liu's hand rested on the doorknob, and just as they were about to push the door open, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Damn, before even entering the mysterious domain, I've already used up my cursed tool. Where can I go to complain about this? Liu froze for a moment. Standing right in front of the door, ready to enter the mysterious domain, gave him a sense of safety. The two of them turned around in unison, only to see a bald man emerging from the darkness behind the rooftop door, quickly running toward them. The bald man was tightly clutching a broken Buddhist bead bracelet in his hand. When he saw them, his eyes were filled with urgency. Hey, wait for me, brothers. Let's go in together. The bald man shouted loudly, as if afraid that they might leave him behind. At this moment, his cursed tool was already used up, and if he couldn't get inside the door, the ghost would immediately come for him. Liu frowned as he looked at the bald man. This person has a strange device on him, clearly an experienced individual. But since he is neither a relative nor a friend, there's no way he would just stand still and wait for the other person to come over. Entering the door a second later would only make him more dangerous, and he certainly isn't kind enough to risk himself for a stranger. Liu stopped hesitating, turned around, and pushed the door open, his figure disappearing behind it. The security guard hesitated for less than a second, before also walking through the door. Seeing that both of them acted without hesitation, the bald man couldn't help but click his tongue. Fortunately, he was not far from the door, and the ghost behind him would no longer be able to kill him before he entered. In the end, before the darkness could engulf him, the bald man also dashed through the door. The darkness surged forward but stopped right at the door. A shadow, its face unclear, stood silently in the dark, its gaze full of resentment and malice, staring intently at the door that was gradually vanishing. The ghost's pursuit would be endless. After a brief moment of dizziness, his vision gradually returned. Liu focused his eyes and saw that he was already sitting at a desk, surrounded by many others. He immediately looked up, casually observing his surroundings. At this moment, he seemed to be in a classroom. In front of him were the teacher's podium and the blackboard, while on both sides of the classroom, desks were filled with students wearing school uniforms. Looking down, he noticed that even his clothes had somehow been changed into a school uniform. His phone, which came from the eerie domain, vibrated, signaling that the task for this instance had arrived. Liu wanted to take out his phone to check, but when he noticed the situation around him, he suddenly stopped his action. There was a teacher seated at both the front and the back of the classroom, and all the students were bent over, focused on their test papers. It was clear that he was currently in an examination room. From the exam information written on the blackboard, it was easy to tell that this was a midterm exam for the school. Anyone who has attended school knows that many middle schools prohibit students from bringing phones, let alone having them during an exam. In the last instance, Liu played the role of a visitor to a mountain villa, but in this one, he was clearly a student of this school. To be safe, Liu decided to wait until the exam was over before checking the new task from the eerie domain. He glanced down at the test paper on his desk. It was a standard high school physics exam, likely for students in their senior year. Although the questions were a bit deep, they weren't too difficult for him. Feeling reassured, Liu secretly observed the other people in the classroom. Since he had become a student, the other participants in this instance must have the same disguise. Soon, Liu easily spotted the participants in this instance among the students in front who were focused on their exams. Although they were wearing the same school uniforms, their age was clearly out of place, and they looked odd compared to the youthful faces around them. What's more, their attention wasn't on the test papers at all. Each of them was either looking around or subtly observing others. Their behavior was far too noticeable. But strangely enough, it seemed that the other students didn't notice anything unusual about them. Only those with exaggerated movements were reminded by the teacher not to look around and focus on their own exam papers. Liu could only attribute this to the peculiarities of the eerie domain. Liu was sitting in the second-to-last row of the classroom, giving him a clear view of the entire room. He casually counted the number of participants in this instance. 1, 2, 3, 7. Including himself, there were 8 participants. Among the 7 in front, there was also the security guard who entered with him, but he, too, had changed into a student uniform. It is worth mentioning that the bald man was also among them, now sitting in the first row of the classroom. That shiny big bald head was really eye-catching, almost becoming a scene. Last time the instance had 6 people, this time it is 8. The number has increased. Does it mean that difficulty will also rise? Liu subconsciously twirled his pen in his hand, thinking, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. Damn it, what is this thing? I don't understand English, can't you just write in Chinese properly? Liu was slightly stunned, slightly turning his head and using his peripheral vision to look back, immediately seeing a face that was extremely familiar. Wang Hu. Chapter 56, Strange School Suspicion, Hint. Before this, Liu could hardly imagine a burly man with a dragon tattoo over his shoulder, wearing a middle school uniform, sitting in an exam room taking a test. It had to be said, it was really eye-piercing. The school uniform on Wang Hu was so tight that Liu even worried it might burst at any moment. Originally scratching his head over the test paper on the desk, Wang Hu suddenly felt a gaze from the front, and when he lifted his head, he met Liu's eyes. After a brief moment of daze, joy exploded in Wang Hu's eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but realizing the surroundings, even without Liu's reminder, he wisely swallowed his words. He just raised his eyebrows at Liu, unable to hide his happiness. Because an invigilating teacher was sitting right behind, Liu also did not dare make big movements. After exchanging a glance, he withdrew his gaze. Without knowing the situation of this instance, any extra action could put oneself in danger, so naturally, neither of them would make such a basic mistake. However, judging by the reactions of other participants in the classroom, it seemed there were no newcomers confused about the situation. Could it be that all the participants of this instance are veterans? Liu thought. He entered the second instance only a day later, and Wang Hu also did, ending up in the same instance. Was this a coincidence or? The exam time written on the blackboard was until 11:30, while the clock on the podium showed it was now 10:30 in the morning, 1 hour left before this subject's exam ended. Liu secretly observed the reactions of other participants. A few people had already picked up their pens and started the test paper in front of them. It seemed that when unsure about the instance, most people still chose the conservative approach, playing their current role well. However, a few people just glanced at the test paper, without the intention to write. It was unclear whether they could not do it or simply did not want to. Among them was that bald man. This guy sat not far in front and to the right of Liu. They were only 2 or 3 seats apart, and Liu had been carefully watching him. It was clear the bald man had thoughts. His eyes kept subtly scanning the invigilating teacher on the podium while observing the actions of the teacher at the back of the classroom. What was he trying to do? Soon, Liu got the answer. A few minutes later, the invigilating teacher at the back stood up. When passing the bald man's seat, he immediately looked a little restless. Seizing the moment when the teacher on the podium yawned, the bald man quickly took out his phone from his pocket, eyes rapidly scanning the screen. His actions were smooth, too fast, the whole process even less than 2 seconds. By the time the teacher turned around, the phone was already back in his pocket. Only Liu, who had been paying attention to the bald man, saw the whole process clearly. But soon, after looking at his phone, the bald man's expression became strange. His brows gradually furrowed, thinking for a few seconds. The bald man looked again at the exam paper on the table. Then, he picked up a pen and actually began to answer seriously. What's going on? Why did the bald man's attitude change after looking at his phone? Could it be that this mission in the copy has something to do with it? Seeing this, Liu withdrew his gaze and focused on the exam paper in front of him. Although he still didn't fully understand the situation, it seemed that this paper really couldn't be left undone. Thinking this, Liu already picked up a pen. His answering process was smooth, with almost no pauses. In just half an hour, Liu put down his pen. Except for the last extra question, which had a slightly complicated calculation, the rest were not difficult. At this moment, the examination room was still filled with the rustling sound of pen tips scratching paper. Looking at the clock on the podium, Liu idly twirled his pen and his mind began to become active. So much time had passed, and the bald man had not encountered danger, which showed that looking at the phone did not trigger any taboo. At least, it wouldn't if no one noticed. Although waiting patiently until the end of the exam would be safer, the bald man's reaction after checking the phone was truly noteworthy. Liu thought it was better to understand the copy situation early, so he could feel more assured. After all, they were not really students here. A few minutes later, seizing the moment when the invigilating teacher was walking around, Liu directly copied the bald man's action. For him, it was not difficult. He only needed to wait for the other invigilator on the podium to look away for a gap, and it would be fine. From taking out the phone to putting it away again, Liu's eyes stayed on the screen for only 1 second, but he had already firmly imprinted the line of information in his mind. When he raised his head again, Liu's brows slightly furrowed, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. This time, in the copy, the mission of Weird Realm still consisted of only a short sentence. Mission: survive 7 days in Xinghe Middle School. But what really caught attention were the 2 small lines of text below the mission. Hint 1, play your role well. Hint 2, the number of killings in this copy is 2. Both hints were easy to understand. In this copy, they were obviously playing the students of this middle school, and hint 1 meant they should play their roles well, indicating it likely had to do with the killing rules. As for hint 2, it was literal and didn't need guessing. But the problem was, how could Weird Realm be so kind, giving them survival hints and even directly stating the number of killings by ghosts? In the last copy, at least they had to identify the ghost, but this time it only asked them to survive 7 days. Although Liu had only passed 1 copy, he had already deeply felt the terror of Weird Realm. Even experts like Fang Yuan would die directly in the last copy without protection from the strange artifact. The 2 hints appearing this time did not make Liu feel reassured, instead, they made him sense a deeper malice. Could it be that Weird Realm thinks that if no hints are given, the player's chance of survival in this copy would almost be 0? Liu stopped twirling the pen, his fingertips unconsciously pressing slightly. After digesting the information on the phone, he calmly re-evaluated his current situation. Through the window, he could clearly see the tall buildings outside. The school's location was obviously very good, likely in the city center. The desks and chairs in the classroom were new, the equipment advanced. Looking carefully, the 2 invigilators were clearly experienced teachers, at least giving a reliable impression, and their teaching ability was probably good. The difficulty of the paper was aimed at top-level high school seniors, but few students in the classroom looked distressed. The students here can answer questions in an orderly manner, which shows that their level is quite good. All signs indicate that this is a first-rate, perhaps even top-tier, high school located in the city center. And they need to play the role of students from this school in the next 7 days. Chapter 57, Mysterious School Suspicion, 10-person instance. Chapter 57, Mysterious School Suspicion, 10-person instance. Wang Hu in the back seat was still scratching his head and ears, and even without turning around, Liu could feel how the exam paper was torturing him. However, despite this, Wang Hu still hadn't given up on answering the questions. Even though he hadn't seen the instance prompt yet, he still adopted the safest approach. Play our roles well. Liu carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence. It means they need to follow the school rules, study well, and not let others notice anything unusual? The prompt from Mysterious Domain shouldn't be this simple. When his gaze returned to the exam paper on the desk, Liu frowned immediately and came up with another guess. Since they are supposed to play the role of top students in a first-rate high school, their academic performance must be excellent. Then, would scoring low be considered a failure in playing their roles? If this hint is indeed directly related to the rules of murder, the worst possibility is that if they fail the exam, their identity will be exposed and they will be killed by the ghosts in the instance. Thinking of this, Liu instinctively glanced behind him. He wasn't worried about himself, but Wang Hu obviously looked like someone who had never been to high school, and even if he had, he was definitely the type to just slack off. After all, this was the guy who could look at a physics paper and say, "Why is there an English word after just 2 sentences?" For multiple-choice questions, Wang Hu might be able to guess his way through, but there was absolutely no chance he'd answer the fill-in-the-blanks and short-answer questions correctly. In other words, the probability of Wang Hu failing was almost 100%. If left unchecked, he might not even make it out of the exam room. If you think about it, in the previous instance, Wang Hu did save Liu's life, and he himself didn't actively try to harm anyone. There was already a certain foundation of cooperation between them, and in such a large instance, they were naturally the best allies to choose. After weighing the pros and cons, Liu decided to help him out. There were only 20 minutes left before the exam ended, so how could he pass the answers to Wang Hu? Cheating was a sudden idea, and they hadn't agreed on any signals beforehand, so passing the answers through body language was obviously impossible. The simplest method would naturally be to exchange their exam papers and let Liu re-answer the questions in the remaining time. But the action of exchanging papers was too obvious, and doing so would be a bit insulting to the invigilators. It seems the only option left is to pass the answers to Wang Hu via a note. Liu pondered, his gaze turning to the only piece of scratch paper on the desk. He was about to copy the answers onto it, but as soon as he picked up the pen, Liu realized another problem. In order to prevent cheating, many exams now collect both the exam paper and the scratch paper at the end. If he gave the scratch paper to Wang Hu, the invigilators would notice it was missing when they collected the papers, and it would put him in a dangerous situation. Even if he could get the scratch paper back from Wang Hu, it would be hard to explain the answers on it. Liu's brow furrowed as he racked his brain, trying to figure out how to help Wang Hu cheat. Just then, he heard a soft murmur from behind. "Damn it, why does this scratch paper have borders and lines? Doesn't this school even have plain paper?" Liu closed his eyes and casually threw the pen onto the desk. Forget it, let it be destroyed. He couldn't possibly explain to Wang Hu what an answer card was on a note. And then, Liu carefully thought for a moment. Failing the exam didn't necessarily mean exposure. The difficulty of the test was not high for him, but for others, it was another story. The participants of the strange domain were a mixed crowd, with all sorts of people, and at least from Liu's observation, among the first 7, only 2 or fewer would be able to complete this test. If failing meant death, then probably more than half of the people would die in the exam room right from the start. In that case, the difficulty of this instance would be unreasonably unbalanced. For those who had never been to school, or those with low education levels whose knowledge had long been forgotten, it was almost a guaranteed death trap. The strange domain wouldn't leave participants with no chance at all. It seemed that the phrase "play your role well" must have some other meaning. Finally, 10 minutes later, Liu noticed that most of the students in the exam room had put down their pens and were now checking their papers. There were still a few participants who were deep in thought, but these people would likely also struggle to pass. When the broadcast announced the end of the exam, the two proctors signaled everyone to stop writing and began collecting the papers one after the other. After confirming the count was correct, the proctors gestured for everyone to leave, then were the first to exit the classroom. By now, it was lunchtime, and once the exam ended, the students in the classroom rushed out in droves, clearly heading for the cafeteria for lunch. Soon, the ordinary students had all left, and only a few figures remained in the classroom. Those who stayed behind were naturally the participants of this instance. Although no one had suggested it out loud, everyone had tacitly agreed to stay. Even though they all wore school uniforms, those who had been through the ups and downs of society were easily distinguishable from the students on campus. Liu quickly took another head count and frowned. He had originally thought there were only 9 people, but now there were 10 left in the classroom. His gaze quickly landed on one of the figures, the only one he hadn't recognized earlier. It was a girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with fair skin and an expressionless face, giving off an air of aloofness. The other people in the classroom subconsciously looked at her, mainly because she seemed out of place compared to the other participants, and she looked more like a student of this school. "You don't have to stare at me like that. I'm one of the participants in this instance, just like you." The cold girl spoke slowly, her voice as frosty as her expression. Once everyone confirmed that she was also a participant, they relaxed. They had all taken the opportunity earlier to confirm the task of this instance of the strange domain, and if their conversation was overheard by the school students, it might violate the first hint's instructions. It seems there are no rookies in this instance. In that case, let's keep it simple. A man wearing black-framed glasses, looking like an office worker, stepped forward from the crowd. You've all seen the information about the strange domain. This instance is not only tough with 10 participants, but the only requirement is survival. They even gave us 2 hints. Without a doubt, the difficulty of this instance is terrifying. To survive, we must cooperate with each other. Now it's lunchtime. Since the first hint tells us to play our roles well, it's better not to linger here for too long. I suggest we briefly introduce ourselves and then head to the cafeteria for lunch. Chapter 58, The Strange School Mystery, 6 Men and 4 Women. I'll go first, Bayou, this is my 4th door. The man with glasses pushed up his black-framed glasses. In brief and to the point. After him, others began to introduce themselves one by one. There were 6 men and 4 women in this instance, and the security youth who entered with Liu called himself Yi-sun. It was his second time entering the instance, and the bald man chuckled, stating he couldn't be bothered to give a fake name, so everyone could just call him Baldy or Monk. Wang Hu, I've passed through the mysterious domain instance twice. When it was his turn, this guy said the same thing without a change in his expression. Liu glanced at him, although he already knew Wang Hu's real name, he still preferred to call him that. Lin San, 3rd gate. Liu followed suit, copying the content of his introduction. After all, so far, no one in this group was speaking the truth. The others had all lied about either their names or the number of instances they had passed, while the bald man had certainly reported a false number of instances completed. Just call me Scar, also at the 4th gate. The last man present was a big guy with a scar over his eye and a fierce look on his face. He coldly spoke while crossing his arms, facing everyone's gaze. Among the 4 girls remaining, the youngest, who was initially mistaken for a student, was the aloof girl named Song Qian, who had passed through 2 instances. The other 3 were Han Ling, with long brown wavy hair and somewhat haughty, Chen Ro, who had freckles and a slightly weak personality, and Zhang Qingyi, who exuded a scholarly air, giving a quiet impression. Han Ling and Chen Ro had only passed 1 instance. This was their 2nd gate, while Zhang Qingyi was also at the 3rd gate. Liu assessed them throughout and determined that the aloof Song Qian was telling the truth, while the other 3 had, to varying degrees, lied. However, Liu did not care much about lying in such matters. After all, he had also lied, and self-introductions were just to help everyone get a name for each other. The content itself was not important. Moreover, in this mysterious domain instance, where death could occur at any moment, Liu was even too lazy to remember the false names these people had provided and simply labeled each person by their characteristics in his mind. Alright, everyone get to know each other first. We can discuss anything else while having lunch later. Seeing that no one had any objections, Bayou took the initiative to lead the group's pace. Before leaving the classroom, he took out the backpack from his desk cabinet and said to everyone, "You should also have backpacks in the desk cabinets where you were sitting. Since the instance requires us to play our roles well, there must be some hints provided. There might be our identity information inside, so it's best to collect it during the lunch break." Yu's reminder was indeed useful, though a few, including Li Yu, had noticed this point. It was clear that the brown-haired girl Han Ling and the freckled girl Chen Ro had overlooked it. This was a small detail those familiar with school exam arrangements or with keen observation skills would naturally realize, but those who had been away from campus life for too long often overlooked it. Since they were unsure of the school's layout, everyone quickly left the teaching building after packing up, preparing to follow the student group heading to the cafeteria. Before exiting the classroom, Li Yu noticed the class rules hanging at the door and quickly scanned it, roughly memorizing its content. The cafeteria at Xinghe High School was large, with 4 floors, and divided into first and second cafeterias. To facilitate communication, everyone naturally gathered in the same cafeteria. However, when it came time to get food, the group dispersed to different windows. Wang Hu stood with Li Yu, and along with them in line was the security guard Yi Sun. Taking advantage of the time waiting in line, Li Yu searched through his backpack and picked out the useful items. A student ID, a meal card, a class schedule, and an exam schedule. The student ID had details about his class and dorm number, while the exam schedule made it clear that there were chemistry and biology exams in the afternoon. The times were from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., and 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. You should also have a meal card in your bag, you'll need it when we go for lunch. Li Yu waved his meal card at Wang Hu and Yi Sun, while looking toward the meal window ahead. The two, who were also searching through their bags, immediately took out their meal cards as soon as they heard this. Wang Hu looked at Li Yu, about to say something, but Li Yu glanced at Yi Sun behind them, giving Wang Hu a look. Wang Hu instantly understood, nodding ever so slightly. Although the ghosts in the game were terrifying, the participants had to be cautious of each other as well, keeping their relationship hidden so that they could exchange key information if needed. Seeing that it would take a little longer for his turn, Li Yu shifted his focus back to Yi Sun. It's a kind of fate that we entered the game from the same place, so we'll need to work together more. Li Yu took the initiative to show goodwill, wanting to take this chance to test Yi Sun. Same here, I just entered through one door. I hope I won't drag you down, Yi Sun scratched his head, giving an embarrassed smile. Lie. By the way, before the door appeared, I had been hiding in the outpatient building. I remember you were still at the hospital's front gate, right? Later, you managed to sneak up to my floor without a sound. Seems like you're quite good at this. What? Yi Sun was stunned, staring at Li Yu in surprise. I entered the hospital half a day earlier and hid in the outpatient building. You must have mistaken me for someone else. When Yi Sun said this, Li Yu froze. Yi Sun was telling the truth. But, how could this be? At that time, while he was driving around the hospital, he had clearly seen someone in a security guard uniform at the front gate. He had even heard footsteps when he hid in the outpatient building. If it wasn't Yi Sun's footsteps, could it have been a ghost? Li Yu frowned, but chose to keep this matter to himself for now. Right now, the priority was getting through this instance. Everything else could wait until they escaped the strange domain. However, Wang Hu was eyeing the two of them, scanning them back and forth. So, you two entered the game together? Yeah, we were being chased by at least 2 ghosts at the time, almost died outside the door. Li Yu sighed, glancing over at the bald man who was in line not far away. That bald guy entered through the same door as us. He was even carrying a strange artifact, but it was used up when he got attacked by the ghosts before entering. Wang Hu gasped when he heard this. Wow, you guys really had it rough. Chapter 59 Suspicious School. What's missing? After everyone finished getting their meals, they silently found a spot in the corner of the cafeteria to sit down. It was lucky that Scarred Man and Bald Guy had grabbed seats in advance, which cleared a row of chairs, creating enough space for everyone. We've all felt the danger of the strange domain firsthand. Honestly, this is the first time I've entered such a bizarre instance. During the meal, Bai was the first to speak up, breaking the silence at the table. I still hold the same opinion. I hope we can all cooperate well going forward, as it will increase our chances of survival. I've already checked the schedule and the exam arrangements. This afternoon, we still have 2 exams, and there's a study session in the evening. The evening study session ends at 10:20 p.m. The time left for us to be free, except for the noon period, is only the little more than an hour of dinner. And the course schedule starting tomorrow is also very tight. Basically every day the time left for us is only this. The school is so big, if we act alone, efficiency is really too low. I am afraid after 7 days we will hardly make any discoveries. Discoveries? Han Ling looked at Bai, frowned, and asked, this time the Ghost Domain dungeon task only requires us to survive 7 days. We don't need to risk investigating anything, right? As long as we honestly play the student role, don't trigger the ghost's killing rules and survive these 7 days, isn't that enough? Bai was stunned, as if he had never expected Han Ling to ask such a question. The others also turned their eyes over, feeling everyone's gaze. Han Ling was for a moment looked at quite uncomfortably. Why look at me like that? Did I say anything wrong? Bai thought. Han Ling introduced herself as only having passed the Ghost Domain dungeon once, maybe that explained it. He shook his head, and explained, what you said is not wrong, but the ghost domain dungeon is not so simple. Even if you do nothing, the ghost will try every way to kill people entering the dungeon. Being passive only gives the ghost more time to set traps and target you. From my experience, people like this in the end often cannot leave the dungeon alive. Don't forget, this time the ghost domain directly told us, the ghost's killing rules are 2, that can only mean these 2 killing rules are extremely terrifying. If we cannot figure it out early, I even feel it is possible all of us will die here. Hanling's face turned pale at these words, the others mostly nodded in agreement. Veterans who passed the ghost domain dungeon more than twice had the same opinion as Bayou. Everyone knew clearly, lying flat and giving up in ghost domain only leads to one way, death. Seeing Hanling silent, Bayou no longer looked at her, his gaze turned to the other people present. Considering our number this time is 10, even if everyone acts together the efficiency is not high, and although in the morning we are in the same exam room, the afternoon exam may not be the same. Also, school arranges exams in most cases to disrupt classes. In the next few days of class time we may not even be in the same class. My suggestion is, whether finding someone to team up or acting alone, every day our lunch and dinner time is fixed here to meet once to exchange information. If key intelligence is found and risking is needed, we can also notify others to act together. What do you think? Bayou said this, looking one by one at others at the table, asking for everyone's opinion. Okay. The bald man nodded first. The scarred man followed, waving his hand, I have no objection either. The rest also expressed one by one, no one opposed. Bayou's proposal was considered very comprehensive, even if he didn't mention it, experienced veterans would basically feel the same. Liu looked at Bayou deeply. From the end of the exam until now, in such a short time this person could calmly analyze the situation, and also gather everyone to make the best plan, really impressive. Thinking back to Feng Yuan's performance in the last dungeon, indeed veterans who survived multiple dungeons in Ghost Domain all had exceptional traits. During the meal, Liu also silently observed the reactions of the other students around. Since we need to play our role well, learning from the templates around is definitely the correct choice. Many students in the cafeteria even held textbooks or vocabulary books while eating, remembering a knowledge point with each bite. The study atmosphere was excessively strong. It seems his previous deduction was not wrong. This school placed inside the middle school is truly the very top tier. What made Liu feel a little strange was that the students around actually could all carry out the clean plate action. When each person stood up, the food inside the plate was basically eaten completely clean. Although it is said that in youth the appetite is big, eating more is also reasonable, but when meeting food you do not like, even leaving a little is also very normal. If only a part of people did this then it would be fine, but every student he saw was basically like this, which seemed a little strange. Liu thought about it, lowered his head to look at the few mushrooms left inside the plate. Originally he wanted to directly pour them away, but simply took 2 or 3 bites and ate them all. During this time, people at the table also finished eating one after another, carrying their plates and leaving. Time is precious, gathering together now also cannot discuss anything out, it is better to spread out and each go investigate the school situation. After Liu emptied the plate he also stood up. Beside him Wang Hu, who had already finished eating and had been waiting, saw this and quickly picked up his plate. He now just wanted to find a chance to have a good talk with Liu. But when the two walked to the tableware recycling area, Yi-sun actually also carried a plate and followed over. The words already at Wang Hu's mouth were forced back again. Placing the tableware in order, Liu deliberately looked around, but did not find the thing he wanted to find. Lin-san, what are you looking for? Noticing Liu's strange action, Wang Hu immediately asked. Yi-sun put the tableware onto the conveyor belt, hearing this also looked over. Have you discovered, one thing here is missing? Missing what? Wang Hu frowned and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. Liu thought that this guy might never have even gone to school, so it was reasonable he did not react. But Yi-sun quickly also discovered something wrong and said strangely, why is there no swill bucket here? In a normal dining hall tableware recycling area there must be a swill bucket, for people to pour away the food they cannot finish. Yi-sun said this, his eyes looking at Liu. Lin-san, the thing you said is missing is this? At this time Wang Hu also suddenly understood. It was not strange that he reacted half a beat slow. After all, in his understanding it was very hard to have food that could not be finished and needed to be poured away. Chapter 60 Strange School Suspicious Cloud Secret Code. Chapter 60 Strange School Suspicious Cloud Secret Code. So that is why those students all eat the food completely? Liu did not answer Yi-sun's question. He frowned and fell into thought. And at this time, a figure inserted between the three people, waved a hand and said impatiently, what are you doing? After putting the things down then move away, standing here blocking the road, do you know that? Hanling pushed Yi-sun, who stood at the back, and made an unhappy tisk sound. Yi-sun did not stand steady for a moment, his body staggered a few steps to the side. After steadying himself he frowned and looked at Hanling, but did not say much. What are you looking at? Doing wrong and still not letting people say it? Hanling glared at Yi-sun, too lazy to bother with him. Her eyes swept around, very quickly her brows frowned. What the hell, there is not even a swill bucket? What broken school? Forget it, if there is none then none. Seeing that she could not find a swill bucket, Han Ling was too lazy to look again. She directly threw the tableware onto the conveyor belt, and some unfinished food in the plate even splashed out a little. What broken school, the food is cooked so badly, I do not know how the students here can eat it. Han Ling muttered while turning and leaving. When leaving she also shook that brown big wavy hair. Wang Hu looked at her leaving back, touched his chin and seemed to think about something. I just like this kind of person. Suddenly, Wang Hu said this sentence from his mouth. Beside him Liu and Yi Sun both froze for a moment and looked at him strangely. Do not look at me like that, what I said is not that kind of like. Wang Hu shrugged and said, a fool like this is the most suitable to be cannon fodder. When she dies she can also help us test out information about the rule of how the ghost kills people. If there can be several such cannon fodder one after another give for free, we maybe can directly figure out the ghost killing rule. I even thought you had some strange hobby, turns out you are purely bad. Liu slanted a glance at Wang Hu, his gaze also looked toward Han Ling who left. Did she not also clear one, ghost domain, instance? By reason she should not be this unable to see the situation. You say, is there a kind of possibility that she is hiding clumsiness to cover herself, pretending pig to eat tiger? When Liu said this, he could not help linking to Li Shui from the last instance. But Wang Hu only snorted with disdain at this. Lin San Yu, this person everything is good, just like to think too much. Do not treat everyone as smart people, in this world stupid people only more not less than smart people. With a little better luck, meet a low difficulty, ghost domain, instance, even people like that kind also have chance to be carried to Lai win. But want to live in, ghost domain, only rely on luck cannot, after all if truly luck good also would not be unlucky pushed to come to this kind of place. If you ask me, that woman called Han Ling absolutely cannot live past 3 days, no, 2 days. Yi Sun listening at the side was stunned again and again, his gaze looked back and forth on the two people. You knew each other before? It is not strange he asked this, mainly Wang Hu performance really somewhat too self-familiar. What, I and brother Lin San meet once and feel like old friends, not allowed? Only now did Wang Hu suddenly wake up, take back the hand that was patting Liu's shoulder, and by the way also glared at Yi Sun. Yi Sun mouth corner twitched, awkwardly smiled, answered once, as for whether he believed Wang Hu's explanation, only his own heart knows clearly. The three people walked out of the dining hall together. At the dining hall entrance, Liu noticed a board on the wall full of dining hall rules, on it clearly written there is one line, not allowed to waste food. His heart moved, secretly also remembered the rest rules. After leaving the dining hall, originally Wang Hu still planned to chat with Liu, result Yi Sun actually followed up with a natural face, completely had no meaning to leave. After walking a section of road, Wang Hu really somewhat could not hold back, stopped and looked at him. Hey, how come you also meet once and feel like old friends with brother Lin San? Why are you always following us? Me? I just feel acting alone is not safe, thinking fine people hold group act together. Then you go find other people group up not okay? Wang Hu asked without letting go. Yi Sun opened his mouth, looked toward Liu, awkwardly smiled. Mainly before entering the door, Lin San he saved me once, also counts as having kindness to me. And I feel this person quite reliable, following him my chance to live down also a bit bigger. You kid really clever. Wang Hu curled his lips, looked at Liu's reaction, seeing he had no opinion, then also did not pursue anymore. You said brother Lin San saved you, what kind of saving method was it? At that time I wanted to open the door, result was frightened by the ghost inside the door, almost fell down from the stairs, luckily Lin San he held me from behind. While Yi Sun spoke, recalling the scene at that time, his face still had some lingering fear. Only now did Liu remember, at that time Yi Sun opened the rooftop door, result suddenly fell down the stairs, so it was this kind of matter. The ghost inside the door, could it be the one he met when hiding in the outpatient hall? Forget it, first do not talk about these. Liu shook his head, looked toward Wang Hu, take out your exam seat chart to look, know which exam room you are in this afternoon or not. When Wang Hu heard this, only then remembered there is still this matter, hurriedly took his own seat chart out from the backpack. After a round of confirmation, the two people were actually still in the same exam room, only the seats changed to slanted front and back, Liu in the front. Let me first confirm, what level education are you? Education? I studied several years primary school then dropped out. Alright, then I first explain to you the difference between the exam paper and the answer card. It took a full 15 minutes before Liu explained clearly all the exam matters to Wang Hu. Although there is still no evidence proving that getting low scores is related to the murder pattern, just to be safe, it is best to pass the exam. The afternoon exam seating arrangement happens to have this condition, so I will first check the secret code with you, remember it well. Hearing this, Wang Hu's face also became serious. Thinking about the paper he submitted in the morning, he suddenly felt a panic in his heart, and hurriedly remembered the code proposed by Liu. For multiple choice questions, the left hand represents the question number, and the number of stumps represents the option. As for fill in the blank and long questions, the left hand first gestures the question number and then the blank number. As for the answer, it can only be guessed by observing Liu's handwriting strokes. To reduce mistakes, Liu slows down the strokes, and each character is repeated 3 times. Although this method makes it hard to convey complex answers, as long as the multiple choice and simple fill-in-the-blank questions are correct, one can basically pass. Time is tight, and hurriedly Liu can only use the simple and rough way to set the code. After all, even if he taught Wang Hu Morse code now, the chance he would learn it is 0. For now, basically just like this, did you remember everything? Don't worry, I remembered everything. Wang Hu patted his chest to promise. Yi Sun stood quietly on the side the whole time, silently listening to their conversation. During this, he also took out his own exam seating list from his bag to check. Just right, sitting right behind Liu. This is secured. Chapter 61, Ghost School Suspicion, None Are Human. After confirming the code with Wang Hu, seeing that there was still a bit of time, the 3 were not in a hurry to return to the exam room and directly started wandering around the school. Xingha High School has a large campus. Just the teaching buildings alone are 5, not counting the lab buildings, library, and other places. Entering from the school gate, there is a flag-raising platform. Looking around, there are hundreds of meters of open space, next to it are 2 playgrounds, and the fitness equipment is complete. As for the student dorms, there are even more, 6 buildings, one of which happens to be connected to the cafeteria where they just ate. Just a simple walk around the school gave Liu an understanding. Indeed, as Baiyu said, with such a large school and only 2 or 3 hours of free time every day, there is basically no way to explore much. Moreover, some places are clearly off limits for students. To figure out what happened at the school, the murder pattern of the ghosts, participants in this copy need to cooperate. It is best to find some smart people to cooperate, divide work, and explore some dangerous areas. After walking around, Liu already had some targets in mind. 10 minutes before the exam started, the 3 hurried back to the exam room. They had just entered the classroom when the invigilator followed in. After finding their seats, Liu roughly scanned the exam room and did not see other copy participants. Apparently, they were assigned to other exam rooms. Everyone being assigned to the same exam room in the morning could only be considered a small early benefit. When the paper was handed out, taking it from the teacher, Liu and Wang Hu subtly exchanged a glance. Of course, Yi Sun, sitting behind Liu, saw it all. In just 20 minutes, Liu quickly finished the entire paper. Checking against the answers, his left index finger slightly lifted, lightly tapping on the desk, looking like an unconscious small gesture while thinking. Mechanically transmitting answers using the code, Liu occasionally glanced up at the class rules posted on the wall by the entrance. At noon, he just quickly remembered some parts. Seeing the same board in the cafeteria, Liu then paid attention, planning to memorize all the content. The class rules were more than 10 in total, and they were basically some common rules that most schools have. For example, no talking during class, no small movements, no looking around, no running or playing in the classroom, homework must be submitted on time, follow the teacher's instructions, and so on. What caught Liu's attention were 2 rules: no casually looking up during self-study and strictly prohibited from bullying classmates. Liu had heard before that some particularly strict schools even had something called head-up rate, or if leaders checked and found a certain number of students looking up during class, they would be punished. Before, Liu had only laughed it off, never expecting to encounter it in this school. As for the rule, strictly prohibited from bullying classmates, it wasn't that there was a problem with it, but generally, such borderline behavior wouldn't be specifically pointed out. It's like how school rules wouldn't specifically state, no robbing classmates with knives. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Liu noticed that the last rule seemed to have been added later, as the font was slightly different from the others. This was definitely eye-catching. After all, when it comes to ghosts on campus, people usually think of things like bullying, students jumping off due to pressure, or maybe even rarer cases like encounters with perverted teachers or threats from the principal. Since it was clear there were ghosts in the school, something must have happened. And in a school, once something big happens, news always spreads quickly, even if the school administration tries to suppress it. Some rumors will inevitably spread. So, if something like bullying leading to a student's death really happened, it definitely couldn't be kept under wraps. Most students and teachers would know about it. It looks like the easiest way to find out what happened at this school is to ask a few students. Asking NPCs in the game is always the most direct source of information. Although in the last game, the actions of the driver Yang Mingyong really dug a big hole for Liu and the others, that was an exceptional situation. The villa was in a remote area with poor communication, surrounded by the driver's people, so they couldn't gather useful information and were even misled. But now they were at a school. Even though some students might know only partial information, as long as they asked a few students and cross-checked, it would work out in the end. It shouldn't be like the last game, where all the NPCs were kept in the dark or even collaborated to deceive them. After the first exam of the morning ended, Liu planned to take advantage of the break between exams to ask around for information, but when he looked up, he was stunned. None of the students in the classroom had stood up, not even to go to the bathroom. Everyone had taken out materials for the next exam and was reviewing. Liu turned his head to look at the hallway. 10 minutes had passed since the exam ended, yet the hallway was empty, with not a single person leaving the classroom. This scene was truly eerie. Even if some people were thinking of cramming for a few extra points, it couldn't be that everyone was doing the same, right? Listening to the rustling of books being flipped and the low murmurs of students reciting, Liu couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. Lin-san, what are they all doing? Wang Hu approached at that moment. He had intended to confirm the answers to the previous exam with Liu but was instead greeted with this strange sight. Even though he hadn't spent much time at school, he could still feel an intense sense of discomfort. Do the students nowadays really study this hard? I don't know, let's go back to our seats and wait until the next exam is over to talk about it. Liu shook his head and looked at Wang Hu, giving a reminder. The rules for killing were still unclear, any action against the people around could mean danger. The scene before him was really strange, and Liu could only temporarily suppress the idea of asking for news. When Wang Hu returned to his seat, Yi-sun from the back suddenly leaned forward and lowered his voice to ask Liu. Lin-san, don't you feel that the students in this school are very strange? What, did you notice something? Liu looked back at him. I can't really say. Yi-sun frowned, his face troubled, and after a long moment he spoke. Actually, I had this feeling at lunch. They seem not like humans? Chapter 62, Mysterious School Cloud, Strange Atmosphere. Chapter 62, Mysterious School Cloud, Strange Atmosphere. You mean they are not human? Liu's eyelid twitched as he looked at several students around. They all have flesh and blood. You can't just say they are ghosts because they study hard, right? How to say it? Yi-sun paused, lowering his voice even more. If I must say, these students feel more like machines. After Yi-sun spoke, seeing the exam proctor walk in with test papers, he hurriedly returned to his seat. Liu looked at him deeply, then turned away. Although Yi-sun had shown a timid feeling since entering the dungeon, he at least understood how to judge the situation. After all, he had passed the ghost domain dungeon, it was impossible for him to be completely useless, so Liu paid some attention to his words. Put away materials not related to the exam is about to start. On the podium, as soon as the proctor finished speaking, the students below quickly packed up, as if carved from a template. Liu stared at their actions, recalling Yi-sun's words, and suddenly felt he understood a little. The exam ended, and when the proctor left with the collected papers, the students swarmed out. Liu and the other two exchanged glances, then packed their things and followed the crowd leaving the classroom. At dinner, all participants gathered in the cafeteria, not a single one missing. Although he also thought no one would die so quickly, seeing the scene, Liu still felt relieved. Of course, he also knew this was only temporary, ghosts would not stay inactive all day. If that happened, it would surely be brewing a big conspiracy, making them even more dangerous. Did anyone find anything today? At the table, seeing everyone silent, Bai took the initiative to start the topic. It's only the first day. We have been busy with exams, where is the time to investigate the school? Hanling twirled her hair with her fingers and replied casually. Bai glanced at her, said nothing, and turned his gaze to the others. I did take some time at lunch to walk around. There's a small island in the back of the teaching building, and it seems there's a museum there. The bald man touched his head and chuckled, but it looks pretty eerie. There's no one nearby, so I didn't dare to go in. If the ghost tools were still there, he wouldn't mind investigating, but since life-saving items were used before entering the dungeon, he had to be careful. This school is very large. Without a specific investigation direction, it would be hard to check the whole school in limited activity time. The cold girl Song Qian spoke up, picking up the conversation. And I don't know if you noticed, but I always feel the atmosphere in this school is very strange. Song Qian said this, looking at the students eating around. Hearing her words, the others instinctively looked around. There are ghosts in this school. The atmosphere being too normal instead feels strange, isn't it? Han Ling curled her lips and muttered one sentence. But obviously no one cared about her sentence. It is true there are ghosts in the school, but the students and teachers here may not necessarily know this matter. What do you mean? Bai pushed his glasses and looked at Song Qian to ask further. I cannot say well, I just feel the atmosphere here is too oppressive to the point that it makes me feel a bit deathly lifeless. Song Qian frowned, her face became somewhat strange. If it were in another place, hearing the word deathly lifeless everyone might only treat it as a description. But in this kind of school with ghosts, saying this word gives a completely different feeling. After carefully observing the surrounding students, one will discover, during the entire dining period, inside the dining hall besides faint chewing sounds, there is only the sound of book pages turning. From beginning to end, unexpectedly not a single student opened their mouth to speak, everyone silently ate food and looked at the books and materials in their hands. And this situation also happened during lunchtime at noon. It was not an accidental phenomenon, but always like this. The people at the dining table at this moment all subconsciously closed their mouths, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Did the dungeon prompt not say, let us play our own roles well? At this time, the girl with freckles on her face, Chinro, suddenly spoke timidly. However, she deliberately lowered her voice, and her tone still carried trembling. If speaking is not allowed while dining, otherwise it will trigger the killing rule, then right now wouldn't we? No. Before Chinro finished speaking, Liu opened his mouth and interrupted her. Chinro was stunned, then her gaze also looked toward Liu. How are you so certain? The others hearing this also all turned their attention over. Liu finished eating the last bit of food left in the tray, then lowered his voice and said. Because if that were really the case, all of us would die tonight. In order not to have this worst situation appear, you all had better also pray it is not like that. Liu's voice was calm, and the words also appeared somewhat cold. Of course he did not say his real inner thoughts. Since the prompt asked them to play students, then in the school naturally they must follow class rules and school rules. Liu had already looked at the dining rules posted at the dining hall entrance. Above there was no rule saying speaking is forbidden while eating, which means their behavior at least until now fits the student identity. Exactly, saying one sentence then will die or something, what joke is that, pui pui pui. Hanling glared at Chun-Ro unhappily, frightening the latter to shrink her head. If you cannot speak then do not randomly open your mouth, casually cursing others to die, what kind of matter is that? Chen-Ro originally looked quite introverted in personality. After Han Ling said this she immediately closed her mouth. Seeing the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat wrong, Baiyu quickly opened his mouth to smooth things over. What Chen-Ro said is also one kind of guess, although the possibility is not big, but since we gather here we should all express our own opinions. But Lin-san is also right, worrying about things that already happened is useless now, and I also think the probability that speaking will trigger the killing rule is very low. Although Baiyu said probability is very low, his tone was quite certain. Liu could judge that he was saying what he truly thought, and could not help glancing at this person again. Baiyu most likely also noticed the rules posted at the classroom door in dining hall entrance. During the noon rest period I also roughly investigated the school. Now we can summarize the information, and it will also help the following investigation. As Baiyu spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket, spreading it open to look. On it was a hand-drawn simple route map of the school. Obviously it was prepared in advance. Chapter 63 Ghost School Doubtful Cloud Campus Route. Chapter 63 Ghost School Doubtful Cloud Campus Route. The school teaching buildings have 5, respectively: Mingda Building, Food Building, GU Building, the Sports Building, the Art Building, and besides these, there is the Lab Building, the Library, and so on. Baiyu spoke, glancing at the bald man. Add the museum on the lake island you mentioned, these should be the main buildings of the school. At noon, I roughly looked around the lab building, and found that floors 1 to 3 are open experimental areas, while 4 to 6 are offices for some school leaders, and the top floor is the principal's office. Besides that, there are 2 cafeterias and 6 dormitory buildings. We are now at the first cafeteria, near the senior class teaching area. Behind the south gate of the cafeteria are 3 dormitory buildings. On the other side of the school, the second cafeteria is near the first and second year teaching areas, and there are also 3 dormitory buildings. This is roughly the layout of the whole school. Baiyu said this, pushing the map in front of him to the center of the table, saying, this is the school route map I drew. There may be some mistakes, but the overall structure should be fine, everyone can take note. Hearing this, everyone looked at the map, their expressions suddenly changing. This guy such strong action ability. Several people had the same thought in their minds, looking at Baiyu with surprise. In the short lunch break, not only did he explore the school layout, he even drew such a route map. Bold, careful, and absolute, ghost domain, expert. Although he claimed he had only completed 3 ghost domain dungeons, the real situation was probably more than that. After dinner, the next is evening self-study time. After night falls, we will mostly return to our own dormitories. What will happen then, you all can only pray for luck. Before Baiyu finished speaking, a click sound came, and a flash suddenly appeared in his vision, making his expression stiff. Others also looked in surprise toward the direction of the flash. At this moment, Han Ling was holding that ghost domain phone, looking at the photos in the album, nodding with satisfaction. When she looked up, she saw several people staring at her strangely, immediately frowning. I just can't remember this map for now, just took a photo, why are you all looking at me like this? No one answered her question. Liu looked around, noticing that several nearby students were subtly looking at them, more precisely at Han Ling holding the phone. Although it was only a moment, Liu clearly saw their fleeting strange smiles. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became even more eerie at that moment. So strange. Han Ling muttered, tidying her hair against the phone screen, then put the phone away. Baiyu cleared his throat twice, thinking and still reminding, although it's unclear whether the school rules forbid carrying phones, I didn't see any students using them all day. Just in case, it's better for us to use phones when avoiding other people in the school. After Baiyu spoke, Han Ling only then realized the strange gazes around her. She immediately looked around, but the students had already turned away their eyes when she put the phone away. Of course, she saw nothing. Bringing phones to school is not rare. At most, they are taken away, right? No one else can take this ghost domain phone. As if comforting herself, Han Ling murmured softly. If nothing else, let's dismiss first. Scar-faced man glanced at Han Ling with disgust, then turned and walked away. He didn't mind cooperating with Bai Yu and others, but staying with such thoughtless idiots would get him trapped sooner or later. Heck, evening self-study time is almost here, let's slip away. After Scar-faced man, the bald man waved and stood up, walking away. He took 2 or 3 steps and caught up with the scar-faced man, the two walking while talking about something. It looked like they planned to join hands. What do you mean? Han Ling looked at the backs of the two leaving with a face full of anger. Before she could explode, Li Yu and Wang, who also stood up holding their food trays and left the table, Yisun hurried to follow behind. Seeing everyone scatter and leave one after another, the few people left behind also stood up and walked away. At this moment, Han Ling suddenly felt a strange feeling of being isolated by everyone. She quickly looked toward Bai Yu, the only one left at the dining table, and seeing the other person put away the drawing paper and about to leave, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, I only took 1 photo, did I really do something wrong? What do they mean, did I violate the killing rule or something? Bai Yu had just been about to leave when the corner of his clothes was suddenly grabbed by Han Ling. He turned his head and saw the other person looking at him with a face full of asking for help. After pausing for a moment, Bai Yu opened his mouth and said, Don't think too much, you may not have triggered the killing rule, after all we still do not even know what the killing rule is. But if you are worried, tell me all the actions you did during this whole day, I can help you analyze it. While speaking, Bai Yu pushed his glasses and looked at Han Ling with a calm face. That calm gaze also slowly made Han Ling become steady again. Okay. Perhaps there was still some uneasiness in her heart. After hearing this, she honestly told Bai Yu everything she did during the whole day. Actually, there was nothing special, 2 rounds of exams in the morning and afternoon, excluding the time for lunch and dinner. The only free activity time was only during the noon break. And during this time, Han Ling did not do any extra thing. She even had absolutely no intention of actively exploring the campus. Bai Yu slightly nodded, his gaze paused for a moment on Han Ling's brown big wavy hair. He suddenly thought of one question. Today's exam, how did you answer? The exam? Han Ling was stunned for a moment, then replied, Those questions I could not understand at all, I directly handed in a blank paper. Bai Yu was silent for a long while. In his mind the thought of using Han Ling as useless waste flashed past. But considering that this woman probably had already violated several taboos, it seemed there was no need to use her to test the rules anymore. Speak less, do less, watch more, as long as you can stay safe tonight, there will not be any problem. After finally leaving behind this one sentence, Bai Yu turned around and left, afraid of being tangled by the other person. Only leaving Han Ling standing alone in a daze at the same place. After the others left, she strangely felt the surrounding atmosphere become even more weird. It seemed there were always lines of gaze falling on her body, appearing and disappearing. Han Ling instinctively shivered, but when she looked around everywhere she found nothing. She did not dare to stay at all. She even forgot to take the food tray left on the dining table, and ran out of the dining hall with small quick steps. Chapter 64 Strange School Suspicious Cloud Homework. Chapter 64 Strange School Suspicious Cloud Homework. Evening self-study time. Li Yu walked into the classroom of grade 3, 12. The participants in the same class as him were Yisun, the bald man, and Han Ling. Because the seats during the exam were broken apart and assigned among each class, although he and Wang, who were in the same exam room, in fact the two were in different classes. Now the exam had already ended. During evening self-study everyone naturally had to return to their own classes. Li Yu's seat was in the corner of the first row. Walking to his own seat and sitting down, his gaze could not help but look toward Yisun and the bald man. These two entered the strange domain through the same door as him. Could it be that this class assignment method was also related to that? Li Yu thought in his heart, and his gaze then turned toward Han Ling on the other side. At this time Han Ling's brows were tightly wrinkled, sitting on the seat staring at the desk in a daze, her eyes empty, as if thinking about something. Very clearly, she had already realized that something about the situation was wrong. Although she did not want to admit it, since leaving the dining hall after dinner, she had always felt faint gazes coming from around her. It was very hard to believe that this was only her illusion. Then add Bai Yu's words when she left, which made her feel even worse. What do 1 and 2 mean? Do you all think I won't survive tonight? Han Ling bit her nails, her eyes full of hatred. Li Yu glanced at her twice and then ignored her, thinking if she survived until tomorrow, they could directly rule out many wrong murder patterns. From the current situation, this possibility was extremely tiny. During evening self-study, the other students in the classroom buried their heads in their own work. The teacher didn't even need to sit at the podium, and not a single person spoke or moved, showing extraordinary self-discipline. Li Yu looked at several students around, seeing them writing and doodling in their exercise books, and suddenly realized something. He looked up, and in the corner of the blackboard, today's homework for each subject was clearly written. Students, handing in homework on time is your duty. Although he hadn't written homework for many years, Li Yu quickly took out the corresponding exercise book from his bag and started writing according to the blackboard assignments. Yi Sun's seat was in front left of Liu, but he kept an eye on Liu from the corner of his eye, and seeing him suddenly start writing homework, Yi Sun didn't think much and also took out his exercise book to write. The bald-headed boy sat in the front row, originally staring thoughtfully at the classroom rules sign at the entrance, and when he came back to his senses, he found only the sound of pencils scratching on paper around him. He quickly glanced around and saw that all students were doing homework, even Liu and Yi Sun. The bald-headed boy withdrew his gaze, touched his chin, squinted at the blackboard assignments, and then quickly took out his exercise book from the bag. Half an evening self-study passed in a flash, and when Han Ling came back to her senses, she found that everyone except herself in the classroom was writing homework. Bai Yu's words flashed in her mind again. She gritted her teeth and also took out her exercise book. When the first evening self-study ended, Liu put down his pen and stretched, finally finishing all the homework. It had been a long time since he used his brain so intensely, and finishing so much homework left him a bit tired. But if just doing homework could avoid playing mind games with ghosts, Liu would decisively choose the first. During evening self-study dismissal, the corridor was still mostly empty, only occasionally one or two students came out to go to the toilet or get hot water. Liu was already used to this, picked up his exercise book, and walked out of the classroom. He went to the stairs, heading to the 4th floor of this teaching building. Liu's class was on the 3rd floor of food building, while Wang Hu was in class 16 on the 4th floor. Entering the classroom, Liu immediately spotted Wang Hu, whose presence stood out much more than the other students. To Liu's surprise, when he walked to Wang Hu's desk, he found Wang Hu was deeply thinking in front of his exercise book. Liu quietly walked behind him and glanced over, all wrong. Or rather, he couldn't understand at all what Wang Hu was writing. You actually take the initiative to do homework? The voice from behind made Wang Hu, who was fully focused, shiver and turn around, only to see it was Liu and breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Hu lifted his pen and pointed to Bai Yu on the front rows, saying, when he entered the classroom, he noticed today's homework on the blackboard and reminded us. Since it concerns my life, no matter how much I don't want to, I have to do it. Liu looked in the direction Wang Hu pointed, and seeming to feel their gaze, Bai Yu also turned back, their eyes met, and they nodded to each other in a friendly way. In the same class with Wang Hu were Bai Yu and Song Qian, while the remaining 3 were in other classes. How is your progress now? Liu asked. Wang Hu threw down his pen and leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. I blindly wrote 10%, completely unreadable, planning to just scribble the rest randomly. Reasonable. Liu placed the workbook in his hand on the desk, then immediately took Wang Hu's workbook. I'll take this one to finish, return it after evening self-study ends. He said it and without waiting for Wang Hu to respond, turned and left. Wang Hu paused, and when he snapped back, Liu had already walked out of the classroom. Looking at the finished homework on the desk, Wang Hu grinned, this is good karma bringing good results. Meanwhile, Liu was already holding Wang Hu's workbook back in the classroom, time pressing, he still needed to finish the homework before evening self-study ended. Though just tossing the workbook to Wang Hu to copy would work, Liu's profession made it impossible for him to fully trust those around him. He was willing to help Wang Hu because the other had saved his life in the last instance, but Liu still kept a measure of caution in his heart. Even if the chance was low, if Wang Hu destroyed his workbook and could not submit homework tomorrow, he might trigger a killing rule. When it comes to matters of life, no amount of caution is too much. After 2 evening self-study sessions, Liu finished double the homework, feeling a bit sore in his right hand when he put down the pen. When the class bell rang, all students stopped writing and packed up, their movements almost identical. Just as he grabbed his things ready to leave, Liu saw Han Ling running out in panic, her face full of terror. Liu only glanced once, then withdrew his gaze, following the crowd towards the dormitory, Yi Sun closely behind with his bag. Coincidentally, the 3 of them were in the same dorm, while Bai Yu, bald guy, scarred guy were also assigned to another dorm. As for the girls, they were split into 2 groups, Song Qian and Zhang Qingyi in one, Han Ling and Chen Rou in the other. Liu and Yi Sun entered the dorm first, and Wang Hu followed right after. Only, behind Wang Hu, another figure followed. Chapter 65, Strange School Suspicion, Ghost Event. The school dormitory is a 4-person room, but this dorm only housed the 3 participants, leaving the last one naturally to be a normal student. Liu glanced at the last male student entering, the student ID around his chest had his name, Zhao Qi. Upon entering the dorm, Zhao Qi went straight to his bed. The dorm had a bunk bed with desk underneath. He put his backpack on the desk and hurriedly pulled out his homework to continue writing. Clearly, he had not finished his homework during evening self-study. The 3 exchanged glances. In this situation, in front of the instance NPC, many words were inconvenient to say. Why don't the 4 participants live in one dorm? Why must there be a student added? It makes talking inconvenient. Yi Sun looked at Zhao Qi's back and whispered his complaint. With the gender ratio of this instance, if 4 people per dorm, the remaining 2 males would also have to share with 2 students. The 3-3 split is probably to balance the number. Liu replied casually. But as soon as he said it, he suddenly felt strange. If that's the case, the girls' side has 4 people, they could all stay in one dorm, why split into pairs? Is it simply because dorms are randomly assigned? But that ratio is too balanced. Could it be? I feel like this dorm arrangement is deliberately placing at least one instance NPC among us participants. Yi-sun muttered, and Liu instinctively glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, surprised their thoughts matched. Hiss, after you say that, it does seem like it. Wang Hu frowned, puzzled. Could there be some special intention behind the way that mysterious domain arranged things? The three of them all stared at the back of Zhao Qi. For this dungeon, they were outsiders, but in this dormitory, Zhao Qi was the uninvited guest. Logically, if several people were staring at someone at the same time, even if their back was turned, they would still feel it to some extent. However, Zhao Qi seemed to be completely unaware, focusing only on finishing his homework. What should we do? Wang Hu didn't speak, but threw a questioning look at Liu. Just right, some things need to be asked from the NPCs of the dungeon. Liu thought for a moment. Now was the perfect time to gather information. He quickly walked over to Zhao Qi, gently patted his shoulder. Zhao Qi, can't you finish your homework in 2 evening classes? Since you're back in the dorm, don't rush to do it. Let's chat about something interesting. Liu's tone seemed very familiar, speaking with a face full of curiosity, like he wanted to gossip. Since they were roommates, it wouldn't feel strange anyway. Since the dungeon required them to play their roles well, they should act more naturally at this moment. Wang Hu and Yi-sun quickly understood Liu's intentions and also gathered around. Talk later, I'm busy now, don't bother me. But faced with Liu's enthusiasm, Zhao Qi's tone was cold, not even lifting his head. Seeing his attitude, Liu's expression shifted slightly. He had originally thought of coordinating with Wang Hu and Yi-sun to naturally steer the conversation in, but it seemed like that wouldn't be effective. It's no big deal if you didn't finish 1 or 2 assignments. You just finished the exam today, why push yourself so hard? Liu's eyes flickered as he tentatively spoke. Zhao Qi paused in his homework, raised his eyes, and coldly glared at him. What nonsense are you talking? Teacher Sun's temper is not good. If you don't hand in his homework on time, you'll be severely punished. Oh. I see. But I see you still have quite a bit left to do. To finish the rest, it'll take you quite a bit of time. How about I let you copy my homework? Liu wasn't angry with Zhao Qi's attitude. If the other person ignored him, that would have been the real problem. Copy homework? Zhao Qi's face showed a little interest, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head in the end. Forget it, if Teacher Sun finds out, the consequences will be worse. Don't bother me, I need to catch up on a little more before lights out. I still have a chance to finish before class tomorrow. After saying that, Zhao Qi buried his head back into his homework, looking impatient. Liu furrowed his brows, still thinking about how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, standing on the other side, couldn't hold himself back anymore. He grabbed Zhao Qi's workbook, making Zhao Qi cry out in surprise. What are you doing? Zhao Qi was both shocked and angry. Wang Hu snorted, holding Zhao Qi's workbook high, glaring at him with a displeased face. You've got quite the attitude, huh? Trying to talk to you and it's impossible. Since you don't want to chat, then don't think about doing your homework. I'll see how Teacher Sun punishes you tomorrow. You. Zhao Qi glared at Wang Hu with an angry face. He tried to snatch his workbook back, but with their difference in size, it was impossible. What do you guys want to talk about? Zhao Qi finally softened his tone in helplessness. Liu was a bit surprised. Although Wang Hu's actions were a bit reckless, the effect was surprisingly good. This guy must have dropped out of school early, otherwise, he would definitely be a campus bully. Zhao Qi softened, Wang Hu grinned, and immediately changed his attitude. Now that's more like it. He patted Zhao Qi on the shoulder but didn't seem to intend to return the workbook. His gaze shifted to Liu. Liu looked at Zhao Qi. Rising naturally, he asked, have you ever heard about a strange thing that happened in our school before? Strange thing? What strange thing? Zhao Qi's face changed, and he looked at Liu with a mix of surprise and fear in his eyes. Seeing Zhao Qi react so strangely, Liu felt a sudden joy in his heart. Clearly he knew something. It's the one the school suppressed, the one where someone died. Liu deliberately spoke vaguely. Surely someone had died at Xingha High School in the past, and the school would definitely suppress such matters. So saying it this way was certainly fine. Since Zhao Qi had already started imagining, no matter what Liu said, Zhao Qi would instinctively think in that direction. But Liu had only said half of it when Zhao Qi's face suddenly changed drastically, and he lunged at him, tightly covering his mouth. Are you crazy? Don't you know what could happen if you talk about this in school? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. At this moment, Zhao Qi was full of fear, his face pale, hands icy cold, eyes filled with intense terror. The three of them obviously did not expect Zhao Qi to react so strongly. But from Zhao Qi's words, they all immediately thought of one possibility. Could it be that everyone in Xingha High School knew that the school had ghosts? Chapter 66, Ghost School Mystery, Lights Out. Chapter 66, Ghost School Mystery, Lights Out. Zhao Qi's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes constantly looking around the dorm. Finally he relaxed after seeing nothing unusual. He released his hold on Liu and slowly stood up, speaking in a cold, trembling voice. Luckily, you did not mention that forbidden name, otherwise you would have ruined me. After speaking, Zhao Qi glared at the three of them. I don't care why you acted so strange today, but I don't want to continue talking about such boring things. Give me back my workbook, I need to continue doing my homework now. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Wang Hu. Wang Hu frowned and did not plan to give up. Obviously Zhao Qi knew a lot, so he wanted to get more information from him no matter what. But before Wang Hu could speak, Zhao Qi grit his teeth and said coldly, if you don't return it, I will go to the dorm supervisor and say you bullied me and took my things, stopping me from doing my homework. Hey! Wang Hu smirked. Even if he were truly a student at this school, this threat had no power over him, especially since they were just participants in this scenario. I want to see what you can do to me? Wang Hu teased with a smile, lifting the workbook provocatively. Seeing this, Zhao Qi wasted no words and walked toward the door, while Wang Hu crossed his arms and watched calmly. But then Liu suddenly spoke, blocking Zhao Qi. We are just joking with you, no need to go to the teacher for this, just give back your workbook. Zhao Qi paused, looking back. Wang Hu was about to say something, but saw Liu give him a glance. Though confused, he returned the workbook to Zhao Qi. We are all classmates, just joking, don't mind it. Wang Hu chuckled, showing no embarrassment at all. The contrast left the others stunned. Zhao Qi snatched back the workbook and ignored the three of them, returning to his spot and burying his head in homework. Let's talk outside. Liu gave Wang Hu and Yi-sun a glance, and the three of them went to the dorm balcony. Why did you suddenly stop me, Lin-san? That guy obviously knows a lot. Closing the balcony door, Wang Hu immediately asked Liu. When entering the dorm, the rules in front of the main door were very clear, no bullying of classmates. Liu looked at Wang Hu and explained, no matter what. Before you understand the murder rules, it's best not to break any school regulations. Wang Hu clicked his tongue at the words, I didn't expect you to see so clearly, how come I didn't notice this thing at the time? There are class rules in the class, the same in the cafeteria, and dorms having dorm rules is also normal. I specifically paid attention at that time, the sign was hanging behind the entrance gate, if you didn't turn back naturally you didn't see it. Yi-sun looked at Liu with surprise and doubt, not expecting the other to observe so carefully. It seemed that choosing to team up with him was the right decision. Then what now? Finally some progress, are we really going to give up like this? Yi-sun asked. The situation is more complicated than expected, I didn't think having a ghost in school was not a secret. Judging from Zhao Qi's reaction, maybe most people know about it. Liu touched his chin, showing a thoughtful look. Zhao Qi just mentioned the forbidden name, according to him it seems that mentioning this name might bring danger. Maybe this is one of the ghost's murder rules? Normally the deduction should be like this, but Liu felt even stranger in his heart. It is known that there are 2 murder rules. If one is saying a certain name, this information is almost semi-public, and these people completely don't know the exact name, the chance of triggering this rule is almost zero. Logically, this dungeon's difficulty should be extremely terrifying. How could this happen? Could it be that the ghost's second murder rule can be triggered almost unconditionally, easily killing participants who enter this dungeon? But speaking of school, the biggest chance of death should be bullying or suicide from too much pressure, something like that, right? Yi-sun thought for a moment and spoke his opinion. But I also saw a news report before, saying a girl got accidentally pregnant, and in the end the school and family pressured her so much she jumped off a building. But judging by this school's situation, the possibility should be small. Not necessarily. Wang Hu shrugged. The more pressure people have, the more likely they do extreme things. Just staying in this school for one day today made me feel I couldn't bear it. Students here live this every day. Even if their mind has problems, it's not strange. Tomorrow we'll go find other people to ask, or see if we can find clues another way. With limited information, after a discussion with no result, Liu could only say this in the end. Yi-sun was about to return to the dorm, but when he turned, he saw Liu and Wang who had no intention of moving. You go first, we will go to the bathroom then come back. Wang Hu waved his hand to urge. Yi-sun saw the two seemed to want to talk alone, so he wisely didn't ask more, entering the dorm and closing the balcony door. Wang Hu and Liu looked at each other, both with bitter smiles on their faces. I say brother, are they playing with us? Wang Hu kicked the bucket on the balcony angrily, looking very upset. How long has it been? Less than 2 days, damn, we were out of this ghost place for just 1 day and already got back in. We even said we'd go to your place in 2 days to drink, now fine, we see the person, but there is no alcohol here, I also don't dare drink here. This kind of thing shouldn't happen often, right? Seeing Wang Hu's reaction, Liu realized how unlucky it was to be pulled into ghastly realm in less than 2 days. Not just that, I have gone through several dungeons, the shortest once lasted a month, the longest even half a year, damn this time only 2 days, it's too crazy. I heard before that some unlucky guy entered twice in 1 week, I laughed at him then. Now, fine, I broke the record for the shortest time myself. Wang Hu said, suddenly realizing that this was only the second time Li Yu had entered the eerie domain, and his eyes involuntarily filled with sympathy. The two of them each shared their experiences of entering this time. Wang Hu's entry point was in a park, and he was the only one to enter. Although it was eerie and sinister around him, thankfully, there was no real danger. A 10-person dungeon, and it's my first time experiencing it. Brother Lin, this is only your second time entering the eerie domain and you directly encountered it. Your luck is really something else. Wang Hu shook his head, his face full of emotion. And we still have to stay in this haunted place for 6 days. How do you see this dungeon, Brother Lin? While they were talking, Li Yu was just about to speak, when suddenly, there was a click sound. The next moment, the once bright dormitory was suddenly plunged into darkness. It wasn't just their room, the entire dormitory building went dark at that instant. The lights went out. Chapter 67, The Eerie School Mystery, You're Not Sleeping. As soon as the lights went out, Zhao Qi, who had been focused on catching up with assignments in the dorm, immediately stopped his actions. He threw his pen aside, and within a few movements, climbed into bed. Lin-san. Before Wang Hu could speak, Li Yu decisively said, "Stop talking, go back to bed and sleep." He suddenly remembered a rule in the dormitory, no chatting after the lights went out, and everyone must return to their beds to sleep. Seeing Zhao Qi's quick response, it was obvious following him would be a good move. The two didn't dare delay and quickly returned to their respective beds. When Yi-sun saw this, he didn't hesitate and hurriedly went back to his own bed. Don't speak, it's best to communicate with your phone from now on. As soon as Wang Hu got into bed, he received a message from Li Yu. But be careful when using your phone, don't let others see it. Wang Hu understood immediately upon reading Li Yu's second message. The others here obviously didn't refer to the other dungeon participants, but to NPCs in the dungeon, such as Zhao Qi, or perhaps the dorm manager who might come to check on the dorm. They already knew the class rules, hall rules, and dorm rules, but Li Yu still hadn't seen the school's overall regulations. If one of the school rules prohibits bringing phones, exposing the phone in front of others would violate the rules. As for whether carrying the phone itself was already a problem, Li Yu didn't think the eerie domain would make them break the rules the moment they entered the dungeon. Therefore, the specific violation of the rules clearly had a big premise, being discovered. There's a saying, isn't there? A crime that hasn't been discovered isn't a crime. The mechanisms in this dungeon should work like that. In the dark dormitory, only the faint light from the phone illuminated the room. To be safe, Li Yu hid his phone under the blanket to use it. Otherwise, the light from the phone would be too conspicuous in the dark. Li Yu had originally wanted to give Yi-sun some advice, but since they hadn't had any suitable opportunity to exchange contact information all day, he could only hope Yi-sun would take care of himself. After giving Wang Hu some simple instructions, Li Yu also put away his phone and closed his eyes to review the actions of the day. This habit developed from the last dungeon was something Li Yu felt was good, and he thought it was worth continuing to cultivate. As time slowly passed and Li Yu was starting to feel sleepy, he suddenly heard faint footsteps outside the dorm. The footsteps were coming from the stairway. Though light, they were still quite noticeable in the quiet dorm building. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, passing by one dorm room after another, they finally reached the door of their room. Li Yu opened his eyes a crack and suddenly glanced toward the dormitory door. Through the dim light outside, he vaguely saw a pair of feet appearing under the door. The owner of those feet paused briefly at their dorm door, as if he was crouched down, listening for any sound from inside. Making sure everyone inside was already asleep, the dorm supervisor moved his steps again, heading toward the next dorm room. Li Yu quickly calculated the time in his mind. The dorm supervisor stayed at their door no longer than at other rooms, so nothing seemed unusual. He was about to close his eyes again when the figure passing by the window suddenly paused, leaning back against the glass. A pair of extremely wide eyes pressed against the glass, staring fiercely into the dorm room. That gaze, unerringly, locked onto Li Yu's bed. Li Yu's eyelashes twitched, he dared not make any extra movement and simply closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The eyes slowly withdrew, faint footsteps sounded again, gradually fading away. Even so, Li Yu didn't dare open his eyes to check if the dorm supervisor had really left. That scene had truly shocked him. Li Yu decided he wouldn't open his eyes no matter what happened tonight. It's hard to say how much time passed. In the silent dorm, only the ceiling fans creaked turned. Summer nights were still a little stuffy, the air conditioner and fans in the dorm were both on. Perhaps because the parts were old, the fan kept making noise as it turned. Creak. 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 The third crisp sound made Li Yu's heart jump suddenly. Unlike the first two sounds from above, the third came from Zhao Qi's bed. It was the sound of the wooden bed shaking, as if someone on the bed was about to get down. Getting up in the middle of the night, could it be to go to the bathroom? Zhao Qi's bed was originally near the door, now the quiet dorm suddenly carried the sound of slippers moving toward the balcony. Li Yu hoped Zhao Qi was just going to the bathroom, but it was obviously not so simple. The footsteps finally stopped at Li Yu's bed. Tap. Tap. Li Yu could clearly feel it, as if someone was knocking on his bed. The next moment, Zhao Qi's voice came. Lin San, I want to talk to you. Li Yu didn't even twitch his eyelids at the words. Zhao Qi paused 3 seconds, then continued. Aren't you very interested in that matter? I know the truth, the real reason that guy will die. I can tell you everything. Do you want to know? Zhao Qi's words carried an inexplicable temptation. Listening, Li Yu felt a sudden urge to open his eyes. But it was only a moment, he forcibly restrained that urge. Then, Li Yu naturally turned to the side toward the wall, leaving only his back to Zhao Qi. He had decided that no matter if the one by his bed was Zhao Qi or not, he would not open his eyes tonight. Zhao Qi seemed silent because of Li Yu's action. Just as Li Yu wondered if he would leave. Creak. Creak. The ladder to the bed carried heavy footsteps. Li Yu's wooden bed suddenly sank, making a sound from the impact. The Zhao Qi standing by the bed seemed to climb onto Li Yu's bed at this moment. A cold air suddenly passed from behind Li Yu, he could clearly feel an extra figure at his back. Whether it was really Zhao Qi, Li Yu had no certainty now. Everything we talked about during the day can be heard by him. If you want to know, it can only be now, after the lights are out. Open your eyes, we can talk properly. I will tell you everything you want to know. The voice from behind, Zhao Qi, carried endless temptation. Li Yu felt cold air creeping along his ears to his back, freezing his body stiff. Lin San, do you really not want to know? Zhao Qi's laughter grew closer, finally almost brushing his ear. I know. You are not sleeping. Chapter 68, Suspicious School, Sleep Paralysis in the Girls' Dormitory. Han Ling was now curled up in the blanket, not daring to move a muscle. Her body trembled uncontrollably from fear, her face deathly pale, hands and feet sweating constantly. It was only because, at this moment, beside her bed 2 twisted figures were standing. They stood quietly at the head of Han Ling's bed, staring straight at her. Han Ling was not without brains, but her last dungeon run had been too easy, making her think the dangers in the suspicious realm were nothing to worry about. But this dungeon was obviously very different. Since leaving the cafeteria after dinner, Han Ling had felt a faint sense of being watched. At first, she could dismiss it as her imagination, but as time passed, the feeling not only didn't fade, it grew stronger. By the end of evening self-study, she even felt like everyone around her was secretly staring, and only after running back to the dorm in panic did the feeling ease a little. In this situation, even a fool would realize the danger. The dorm was a 4-person room. Han Ling and Chen Rou shared one room, and the remaining 2 beds belonged naturally to 2 other female students. Han Ling had thought about getting information from them, but they were like blocks of ice, ignoring her no matter how she spoke, only buried in their books. Remembering Bai Yu's warning, Han Ling did not dare cause conflict and could only discuss with Chen Rou. But Chen Rou was timid and had no strong opinions, her suspicious realm experience even less than Han Ling's, which annoyed her. Just as Han Ling could only think of a plan alone, unsure what to do, the dorm light suddenly went out. Then, the 2 female students immediately stopped what they were doing and returned to their beds. Seeing this, Han Ling and Chen Rou did not dare hesitate and also went back to their beds. The darkness always gave a sense of danger. Han Ling thought the dorm supervisor who came to check might be suspicious and could bring danger. But the supervisor only lingered at the door for a while and left without doing anything. After the supervisor left, just as she relaxed and sleepiness surged, she suddenly heard 2 sounds of stepping off the bed. Han Ling instantly became alert, her nerves already stretched to the limit, any small movement would terrify her. This fear reached its peak when the footsteps stopped beside her bed. Unlike the boys' dorm, nearly every bed in the girls' dorm had curtains. Han Ling could not see under the beds and did not dare to pull back the curtain. Even so, she could clearly feel her 2 roommates standing at her bed, through the curtain, staring directly at her. But were they really her roommates? Or, standing by her bed now, were they ghosts? Fear amplified endlessly in the dark. In the silent dorm, Han Ling could clearly hear her own heavy breathing. She did not dare move, her eyes fixed on the curtain, as if her sight met whatever was under the bed through the cloth. Long, there was no movement at all. A hope rose in Han Ling's heart. Could it be it was all her imagination, or maybe whatever was under the bed had already left? Until a moment came. Moonlight poured in, exactly hitting the dorm. Han Ling's pupils widened, fear spreading like a poisonous snake through her body. 2 elongated, blurred human shapes were cast onto her bed curtain. They didn't move at all, yet they stared at her with deadly focus. Han Ling was so scared she almost screamed. She could only press her hands tightly over her mouth, her body stiff, her limbs trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. Why? Why did they fixate on her? Could it be that she had triggered the killing rule, and the ghost was going to attack her? The next moment. Creak. Creak. The shadow under the bed stepped onto her bed ladder. Tears uncontrollably streamed down. Han Ling shrank into her blanket, too scared to move. She covered her whole body with the blanket, tightly holding her head, trying to block out all sounds, as if this could pull her out of the horrifying nightmare. But all of this was just a vain hope. Han Ling felt it, something had already pressed down on her. It was heavy, and very cold, the chill of it clear even through the blanket. Cold to the bone, making her whole body shiver. This was sleep paralysis. Her mind went blank, she could only clutch her blanket tightly, mouth wide open, unable to make a sound. She didn't know how long it had been when suddenly she felt lighter, the thing pressing her seemed to have left. But Han Ling still didn't dare move, not just because her limbs were numb, but because she heard no sound of it leaving the bed. That meant it hadn't gone, it was still on her bed. In her heart, Han Ling prayed desperately, her blanket her only barrier. Don't come in, don't come in. As long as I don't lift the blanket, I'm still safe. Han Ling murmured unconsciously, but the next second. Creak. Creak. The wooden bed shivered. Han Ling felt the weight on her again. The thing pressed down a second time. But unlike before. This time the touch was extremely clear, the cold even more piercing, making Han Ling feel like she was in an ice cellar on this summer night. A strong stench of rotten blood flooded her nose, almost making her vomit. No, not through the blanket. This time, the pressure, there was no barrier between her and it. The ghost pressed directly onto her body. The blanket she clutched high rose, revealing a twisted outline. Han Ling's mouth opened wide, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. A terrifying, hideous ghost face appeared in front of her, almost pressed against hers. With mockery, malice, and pure hatred in its smile, it leaned to her ear, speaking slowly, word by word. I see you now. Creak. 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 The wooden bed shook violently. On the bed next to Han Ling, Shenro pressed her ears tightly with her hands, curling in her blanket, too scared to move. Just like Han Ling's earlier reaction. Chapter 69, Ghost School Mystery, Death's Call for Help. In this eerie atmosphere, Shenro didn't dare fall asleep at all. She stayed completely awake, naturally hearing the whole process of the other two roommates getting out of bed and finally something climbing onto Han Ling's bed. The beds were connected, so when Han Ling's bed shook, Shenro's bed also trembled a little. Shenro didn't know if Han Ling had fallen asleep. She wanted to warn her, but she had no courage. Once she spoke, maybe the ghost would target her. Watch Han Ling be killed by the ghost, or risk helping her. Considering they only met today, the choice wasn't hard. Don't blame me, you triggered the killing rule yourself, it's not my fault. Even if I want to help, I can't. Shenro kept repeating in her heart. Ever since feeling the sudden violent shake of her bed, Han Ling's fate was clear. Especially since she had just clearly heard. A faint whimper came from the bed beside her. It was Han Ling's voice, just one sound, abruptly cut off. But soon, Shenro lost the mood to care about what happened to Han Ling. The movement from the bed next to her stopped, followed by the sound of something leaving Han Ling's bed. Shenro sincerely hoped that whatever it was, it would leave, whether it left the dormitory or returned to the two girls' beds. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as she wished. The thing did not get off the bed, but instead, it stepped onto the ladder and turned to look at Shenro's bed. A feeling of being watched rose, and in the silent dormitory, every little noise was magnified. But now, Shenro couldn't hear anything. The entire dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Shenro. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from outside the bed curtain. Shenro's body trembled, and she instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. Through the moonlight spilling into the dorm, she could see a figure standing by her bed. The figure was holding onto the ladder railing, facing her bed, and from the outline of the hairstyle, it seemed to be Han Ling? Upon closer listening, the voice was exactly the same as Han Ling's. But how could this be possible? Just now, the ghost had clearly climbed onto Han Ling's bed, and from the sounds, Han Ling was most likely in grave danger. Even if she had miraculously escaped, how could she dare to leave the bed and call out to her from the ladder? In a moment of crisis, Shenro's survival instinct made her brain race, and she quickly thought of one possibility. Standing at her bedside now was the ghost. The ghost killed Han Ling, disguised itself as her, and now it wanted to deceive her. It was preparing to kill her too. Shenro, I just had a nightmare, and now I can't sleep. Can I come up to your bed and sleep? I also want to talk to you about something regarding the dungeon. Han Ling spoke calmly, as if just telling a completely ordinary little thing. But to Shenro, it only sent a chilling sensation through her body. She didn't dare to speak, let alone respond, curling up in the blanket, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at the figure by her bed. If you don't say anything, I'll just assume you agreed. I'm coming in. Han Ling spoke again, making Chen Ro's mind go blank. If she didn't respond, the ghost would climb into her bed. She opened her mouth, instinctively trying to shout out a refusal, but just as the words were about to come out, she realized that maybe this was also the ghost's trick, meant to deceive her into responding. Maybe if she responded, the ghost would really get into the bed. Since the ghost didn't kill her directly like it did with Han Ling, it meant she hadn't triggered the killing pattern yet. Maybe, as long as she did nothing now, she would be safe. The thought flashed through her mind like lightning, and just then, Han Ling's hand reached for her bed curtain, as if ready to pull it open and climb in. The moment that hand touched the bed curtain, Chen Ro tightly shut her eyes, no longer daring to look, fearing that a ghostly face would suddenly appear from behind the curtain. Time became incredibly long at that moment, and Chen Ro felt like her heart was about to stop beating. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The ghost, did it come in? Or did it not? Chen Ro dared not open her eyes to confirm, just hearing Han Ling's voice once again. Forget it, I suddenly feel sleepy again, I won't disturb you, I'll go back to my own bed. With that, a noise came from the bed beside her, and Han Ling actually returned to her own bed. Chen Ro looked in disbelief at the head of the bed, and saw that the figure had already disappeared. The ghost actually, really left? A sense of survival after the calamity surged in her heart, and Chen Ro felt an overwhelming relief. She was so glad that she had made the right bet. She hadn't triggered the killing pattern, and the ghost still couldn't kill her. However, Chen Ro didn't dare make a sound. At this moment, that ghost was likely right next to Han Ling's bed. She and the ghost were still separated by just a bed curtain. Thinking about this, the heart that Chen Ro had just calmed down now jumped back up again. The feeling of being so close to the ghost made her feel extremely insecure. Through the moonlight, Chen Ro could vaguely see a figure lying on Han Ling's bed. The figure's head was turned the other way, seemingly sleeping soundly. For a moment, Chen Ro couldn't tell whether it was the ghost or Han Ling, or maybe it was Han Ling's corpse. She leaned against the bed's guardrail, her eyes fixed tightly on Han Ling's bed, her hand under the blanket gripping her ghost domain phone tightly. At this moment, Chen Ro was in a state of mental tension. Even though the ghost had spared her earlier, the night was still long. That terrifying experience, if it happened again, she felt she definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Now, she desperately needed someone else's help. By you. Yes, by you. During the day, they had exchanged contact information. Given how reliable Bai Yu seemed, if she sought his help, perhaps she could get some useful advice. Chen Ro, like someone grabbing the last lifeline, lit up her ghost domain phone. Because she was afraid her actions might alert Han Ling, Chen Ro dared only to hide the phone under the blanket, cautiously tapping the screen without making any sound. She quickly found Bai Yu in her contacts, trembling as she typed a message, describing everything she had just encountered. During this time, she kept an eye on the Han Ling in front of her. Just as she finished typing the message and her fingertip was about to touch the send button, a hand. A pitch-black, dry hand, as if made of charcoal, blocked her vision. That ghostly hand covered the phone screen, preventing the message Chen Ro had just typed from being sent. Chen Ro's pupils violently trembled, her whole body shaking like a sieve. She stared at the ghostly hand that reached out from her side, her mind going blank. The ghost hadn't spared her. It was waiting for this moment when she had just escaped death, her mind relaxed and extremely fragile. In front of the ghost, as long as there's the slightest crack, she would be doomed without a burial. In Chen Ro's eyes, filled with despair, another ghostly hand covered her entire face. Then, a whisper, as if from hell, sounded in her ear. Aren't you awake? He. Chapter 70 Ghost School Mystery Dense Fog. The moonlight faded. When the first light of dawn entered the dorm room, Liu finally opened his eyes and got out of bed. At this moment, soothing music could be heard from outside the dorm, probably the school's wake-up bell. The ghost didn't stay glued to his back all night. After about half an hour, Liu felt the presence behind him disappear, as if the ghost had left. But to be safe, he still kept the same position throughout the night. During this time, the ghost had gone to Wang Hu and Yi Sun's beds, but Liu couldn't warn them. He could only hope they'd rely on their own luck. In the second half of the night, movement came from Zhao Qi's bed, as if he had finally returned to his own bed. Liu dared to sleep for a little while. Getting out of bed, Liu stared at Zhao Qi's bed for a long time. Now he was sure that the Zhao Qi from last night was definitely a ghost. Otherwise, he couldn't explain Zhao Qi's strange behavior. But the problem was Zhao Qi originally a ghost, or did the ghost disguise itself as Zhao Qi during the night, appearing in his place? Both possibilities had things that couldn't be explained. If it's the first option, Zhao Qi had clearly been pretending in front of them all along, so why did he act without any disguise after the lights went out? He did not care at all about exposing himself. Unless he was confident he could have killed everyone in the dorm last night, but reality did not seem so. As for the latter, why did the ghost appear from Zhao Qi's bed? It can't be hiding on Zhao Qi's bed all the time, right? Li Yu felt that everything here was strange. The ghost had clearly appeared, but left no clue, instead creating more confusion. Is this the difficulty of the 10-person dungeon? While Li Yu was thinking, Zhao Qi suddenly poked his head out from the mosquito net, their eyes meeting squarely. Morning. Li Yu raised his hand to greet. Zhao Qi only nodded slightly, said nothing more, looking like he did not want to interact with Li Yu, and took his toiletries into the balcony bathroom. Li Yu quietly stared at Zhao Qi's back. At this moment Zhao Qi looked no different than last night. If the others suddenly acted enthusiastic, that would have been strange instead. Li Yu withdrew his gaze and looked back at Zhao Qi's bed. Zhao Qi had already entered the bathroom. Should he directly check his bed to see what was there? What are you looking at, Lin-san? Wang, who also got down from his bed, seeing Li Yu staring fixedly at Zhao Qi's bed, he could not help asking. Nothing. Li Yu shook his head, dismissing this bold thought. In fact, Zhao Qi's bed was only covered by a mosquito net. Even without going up he could see roughly, at least on the surface nothing seemed wrong. Why risk angering him? After all, now Zhao Qi could also be a ghost. Last night. Wang Hu opened his mouth, looking at Li Yu, seeming to want to speak but held back. He did not say anything. Yisun also got down from his bed. The three of them exchanged glances. It was clear they all had much to say. Go wash first, whatever you want to say, wait until mealtime. Li Yu said, casting a subtle glance toward the balcony. Wang Hu and Yisun understood, nodded, and said no more. By the time the three finished washing, Zhao Qi had already packed up and left the dorm. According to Xinghe High School's schedule, before breakfast they had morning exercise first. All the students gathered on the playground. The two playgrounds were large, but with so many students lined up, it still looked crowded. Everyone almost pressed against the person in front and behind, swaying their bodies slightly, slowly running circles around the playground. The morning exercise lasted half an hour, not very tiring, but the process was particularly wearing. After morning exercise, there was half an hour to eat. Because time was tight, Li Yu had to hurry. He originally wanted to discuss last night's events with others during breakfast, but the cafeteria was crowded, everyone had to sit apart, could not gather together, so he had to find another chance. After breakfast, Li Yu rushed to the classroom. Early self-study was about to start. Honestly, he had not felt this urgent in a long time. Entering the classroom, he first checked the seats of the bald boy and Han Ling, wanting to know their situation. The bald boy sat with arms crossed, face serious, like he was thinking about something. Feeling Li Yu's gaze, he turned and looked, eyes flickering, seeming to want to say something to Li Yu. But the moment was not right, he could only wait. Until the class bell rang, Han Ling's seat remained empty. Li Yu did not feel surprised. Unsurprisingly, Han Ling was likely dead last night. If she appeared today, Li Yu would find it strange instead. Now the question was, if Zhao Qi was a ghost, and the ghost stayed in their dorm last night, then how did Han Ling die? Could it be that ghosts can teleport, or hide and move silently, wandering through each dorm without a sound? If that were the case, it would be fine, but Li Yu imagined another possibility, and a chill ran down his spine. If his second guess was right, their situation would be far more dangerous. Morning reading ended, followed by the first class of the morning, and only after that would there be a 10-minute break. During class, remembering the dungeon hints, Li Yu tried his best to act like a student, not only listening carefully but even taking notes, even if he already knew the material. Finally, the first class ended, and the bald guy couldn't wait to find Li Yu. Before he could speak, Li Yu stood and said, "Let's go outside and talk." The bald guy paused, looked at the students who stayed at their desks even after class, and nodded decisively. Seeing the two leave the classroom to talk, Yisun thought for a moment and quickly got up to follow them. During the break, the hallway was still mostly empty, so speaking quietly wasn't a problem. The bald guy looked at Li Yu and came straight to the point. "You were attacked by a ghost last night too, right?" Chapter 71, Mysterious School Suspicion, Ghosts Disguise. Chapter 71, Mysterious School Suspicion, Ghosts Disguise too? Li Yu's expression twitched slightly. "From what you said, you were attacked by a ghost last night?" The bald guy nodded, spilling all the details of his night. "3 of us in the dorm took part, me, Baiyu, and Scarface, and the last bed belonged to a student named Li Kai. After lights out last night, I heard Li Kai leave his bed and come to mine, calling my name repeatedly. He asked if he could get on my bed and sleep with me. The scene was too strange, of course I refused, and I suspected it was a ghost's trap, so I ignored it. But in the end, he still got on my bed, pressing against my back. I am sure the person on my bed was not Li Kai, very likely the ghost of this school. If I hadn't avoided triggering the killing rule, I would have died last night, never making it to today." The bald guy's face showed lingering fear. His story matched Li Yu's experience from last night. Considering there was no reason for him to lie, Li Yu trusted his words somewhat. "By your words, the ghost attacked you last night, but how can you be sure it attacked us too?" Li Yu asked. "You saw it too, the woman called Han Ling's seat was empty. Since she hasn't appeared yet, she is probably dead. That means the ghost must have gone to her dorm too last night. The bald guy explained, I think the ghost has no reason to only target our 2 dorms. It's natural to guess the ghost attacked all our dorms. You guessed it right. Liu nodded. At this point there was nothing left to hide. The ghost did attack us last night, but the 3 in our dorm survived. However, you probably want to say more than that, right? From the start, the bald guy looked troubled, like he was hiding a big secret. Plus, he approached Liu voluntarily today. Liu guessed the bald guy must have discovered something important. Sure enough, after confirming no one else was around, the bald guy leaned close to Liu and Yisun, speaking word by word. I suspect the ghost in this dungeon may have the ability to disguise itself as a human. And maybe, the ghost has already mixed in with the participants. Hearing this, both Liu and Yisun's expressions changed. Tell me your evidence. Liu frowned. Han Ling's roommate, you should all remember her, right? Remember, the girl with freckles on her face, I think her name was Jinro? Yisun replied. Yes, that's her. The bald man took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly turned grim. I met her this morning, and how should I put it, she gave me a strange feeling. Yesterday, she seemed very shy, socially anxious, and weak, but when I chatted with her this morning, she was so cold. Not only was her expression stiff, but her gaze towards me was also very odd, as if she had become a completely different person. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, but after just confirming that Han Ling is dead, I'm sure she is absolutely suspicious. The bald man lowered his voice even more, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, as if he was afraid someone might overhear him. Think about it. Since the ghost killed Han Ling in the dormitory last night, with Chen Ro's timid nature, if the ghost wanted to trap her, it wouldn't be hard at all. And her abnormal reaction. I strongly suspect that she has already been killed by the ghost, and the ghost is even trying to disguise itself as her to infiltrate us. The bald man spoke with absolute certainty, his voice full of sincerity. His reasoning made sense, and Liu's eyebrows furrowed deeply, his face serious. What the bald man said was the truth, no fabrication. In other words, has Chen Ro really been killed by the ghost and replaced? Thinking about this, Liu instinctively glanced at a classroom on the other side of the hallway. That was the classroom where Chen Ro, Scarred Man, and the quiet girl Zheng Qingyi were. The bald man and Yisun also turned their gaze toward that classroom at the same time. But the next moment, all 3 of them froze in place. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Chen Ro walked out of the classroom at that very moment and started walking towards them. The 3 of them immediately fell silent, trying to act as casual as possible. Liu observed Chen Ro's expression and walking posture, and indeed, as the bald man had said, her expression was stiff, her gaze cold, and even the way she walked had a mechanical feel to it. If he had to describe it, it was just like those numb students in school. Liu's heart sank, and Chen Ro quickly walked right up to them. What are you talking about here? Chen Ro looked at them calmly and naturally asked. We're talking about yesterday's exam. Liu suppressed the nervousness in his heart and replied flatly. At this stage, they still didn't know how much the ghost knew about them, so naturally, he wouldn't mention the topic of the game in front of the ghost. Is that so? Chen Ro stiffly tilted her head, her vacant gaze lingering on Liu. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, why didn't Han Ling come to class this morning? Did you see her? Chen Ro didn't answer. She stared at Liu for several seconds, as if trying to see through his inner thoughts. Liu maintained his calm expression, not showing any signs of abnormality. After a few seconds, Chen Ro suddenly smiled. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange curve. That smile made the 3 of them feel a chill run down their spines. Who knows, Chen Ro said, word by word. Maybe, she's already dead. After saying that, Chen Ro walked past the 3 of them and headed towards the restroom. Her movements were completely natural, as if she had simply left the classroom to use the restroom. The 3 of them stared at her back until she entered the restroom, and only then did they all let out a breath of relief. If she's not the ghost in disguise, I'll jump off the building right now. Yisun patted his chest, looking terrified. Now you believe what I said. The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his head, equally shaken by the experience. Liu glanced at him, paused for a moment, then nodded slightly and softly said, Indeed, it's so obvious now that if anyone still can't see the abnormality, that would be the strange thing. The situation is getting very serious. We must cooperate. The bald man adjusted his mood, his face serious as he looked at the 2 people. Not the kind that stops at a small touch, but a real cooperation with whole heart and whole mind. Chapter 72, Strange School Doubt, Alliance. Chapter 72, Strange School Doubt, Alliance. Only 1 day has passed now, and the participants have already lost at least 2 people. We cannot even make sure whether among the others who are still alive there might also be someone replaced by a ghost. The difficulty of a 10-person instance is truly too terrifying, and we still need to stay in this school for 6 full days. If from now on we still cannot cooperate with sincere unity, I'm afraid no one will leave this instance alive. The bald man looked grave, his brows tightly wrinkled the whole time he spoke. You should know, I am not making frightening words. The bald man's words made Ji-sun's face move with emotion, but he did not hurry to state his position. Instead he looked at Li Yu and waited for him to speak first. The cooperation you speak of, is it only us? Li Yu thought for a moment and asked back. Of course not. The bald man shook his head. Next I will also go find Bai Yu and talk. That guy's ability is very strong. If we want to pass this instance we cannot lack his help. Among the remaining people, if there are smart ones I will also invite them together. The kind of cooperation Bai Yu proposed before was too simple. Only acting separately and then exchanging clues at fixed times is still not enough. Understood. Li Yu nodded, then said, I do not oppose cooperation. And just as you said, it is best to gather all the smart people together. To show sincerity, I can tell you one piece of news in advance. When you go find Bai Yu next, you can also use it as a bargaining chip to move him. As soon as Li Yu said this, the bald man immediately became interested. My eyes for judging people are truly accurate. Yesterday I already felt that you kid are not simple. Quickly say it and let me hear. Li Yu watched the bald man's expression and then told the news he had asked from Zhao Qi yesterday. Inside this school there exists a forbidden name. Once this name is spoken out, it is very likely to bring the attack of a ghost. I heard this news from the extra student that appeared in our dormitory. I guess that inside this school, the existence of ghosts is not some secret. The bald man froze for a moment, surprise showing on his face in just the right amount. A forbidden name. Could it be related to the rule of killing? It is possible. Li Yu said. The only clues known now are that if you cannot play your own role well, it is very likely to bring the ghost's attack. Based on this premise, we must try our best not to break the school's rules in all aspects, and at the same time do well in the duty of a student. But what exactly the killing rule is, there is still no clear answer. The clue you gave is very helpful. Since it is like this, our next investigation direction should start from this name. The bald man clearly did not doubt the truth of Li Yu's words. Joy appeared in his eyes, happy because there was finally a clear clue. Li Yu looked at the time and reminded, the break between classes is almost over. Let's return to the classroom first and wait for the class to start. Don't forget that Chen Ro just went to the toilet. You also do not want to meet her once more after she comes out, right? Hearing this, the bald man and Yi-sun subconsciously looked toward the toilet direction, shock and fear in their eyes. Now that it was clear Chen Ro was already a ghost, they did not want to have contact with her again. Alright, first go back to class. When the next break comes I will go find Bai Yu and talk. As the bald man said this, he quickly turned around and went back to the classroom. Li Yu looked at his leaving back thoughtfully, then turned his head and glanced toward the toilet direction, and his eyelids suddenly jumped. At this moment, Chen Ro's face was slowly stretching out from behind the door of the women's toilet. On her face hung a strange smile, and her eyes did not blink as she stared at them. That gaze seemed to be saying I have been watching you all the time. Could it be that everything we just said was heard by her? Li Yu muttered in his heart. His face looked calm as if nothing happened, and he quickly turned around and also returned to the classroom. Chen Ro's gaze turned to the only remaining Yi-sun. Under the stare of a ghost, Yi-sun's face turned pale, and he hurried to catch up with Li Yu's footsteps. The dull second class ended. As soon as the teacher left, the bald man couldn't wait to exit the classroom and head towards the upstairs classes. It seemed he planned to take the opportunity to talk to Bai Yu. Lin-san, what should we do next? Yi-sun approached Li Yu's seat, looking in the direction the bald man left, and asked. Hanling is dead, and Chen Ro has been replaced by a ghost. Just like the bald man said, our situation is quite bad now. It's still okay on our side, even though Hanling is dead, there are still 3 participants in the class. But for Scarred Man and Zhang Qingyi, it's tragic. Thinking about how they have to stay in the same classroom with the ghost disguised as Chen Ro, Yi-sun felt a bit of sympathy. I wonder if those two have realized that Chen Ro is now a ghost. Don't rush. If the forbidden names really relate to the murder pattern, investigating them is quite dangerous. This risk shouldn't be faced only by us. Let's wait until the bald man finishes talking to Bai Yu before we take action. Li Yu replied calmly. Even though it's very likely that everyone at school knows that name, judging by Zhao Qi's terrified reaction, it seems unlikely they'd let us know the truth. Li Yu already has a direction in mind for the investigation, but he first needs to discuss with others. Yi-sun nodded, glanced at Han Ling's empty seat, and quietly asked, Lin-san, what do you think happened to Han Ling? Did she trigger some kind of murder pattern? Li Yu thought for a while and surprisingly didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, he said, there are too many possibilities. We don't know the situation in the dormitory, but in just the classroom and cafeteria, she has already violated several rules. And besides the classroom and cafeteria, we also don't know if there are hidden school rules. However, based on the limited clues we have, I believe Han Ling has been in a very dangerous situation since she entered this side quest. Yi Sun was stunned, not expecting Liu to say that. He blurted out, "What do you mean?" "It's simple. Even without violating behavior rules, Han Ling's hair is already a big problem," Liu said. "In most middle schools, students aren't allowed to dye or perm their hair, and there are strict requirements on hair length. Although this school doesn't seem to have particularly strict hair rules, Han Ling's big wavy brown hair definitely violates school regulations." Liu's words awakened Yi Sun. He suddenly realized and couldn't help but inhale sharply. If violating school rules could lead to death, then wouldn't Han Ling have been doomed since she entered this side quest? That's what puzzles me. Liu propped his chin with his right hand, his thumb pressing against his jaw, a subconscious action when he thought. The weird domain shouldn't create a situation where one is guaranteed to die immediately upon entry, otherwise, what is the meaning of entering the side quest? Is it just for the ghosts inside to kill us? So you mean, violating school rules won't necessarily trigger the murder pattern? Yi Sun asked. Liu shook his head. Since weird domain has given a clear hint for us to act as good students, doing things that violate school rules must carry significant risks. Perhaps, there is a certain protection time when we first enter the side quest? If that's the case, as long as Han Ling realizes the issue with her hair in time and cruelly shaves it off, she won't violate school rules. After all, normal schools wouldn't have a rule banning students from shaving their heads. Chapter 73, Strange School Suspicion, Who is a person, who is a ghost? Unfortunately, Han Ling's death location was in the dormitory. Shen Ro, the only person at the scene who might know a clue, was also killed by the ghost. From the deaths of these two people, the things that can be guessed out are truly very limited. Before the class bell rang, the bald man returned to the classroom, his face ugly as he walked to Liu's seat and spoke in a low voice. "That guy Baiyu refused, but he said he is very interested in the clue you provided, and next he will start to investigate from this side." Hearing this, Liu's brows frowned. This result clearly was a little beyond his expectation. Clearly the one who first suggested that everyone should cooperate to clear the dungeon was Baiyu, but now only one night has passed, and his attitude actually had such a huge change. Could it be that guy has already been killed by the ghost without us knowing? The bald man left this sentence in a low voice, then hurriedly turned around and returned to his own seat. At this moment the class bell happened to ring, and the teaching teacher walked into the classroom unhurriedly. Liu put on a look of seriously listening to the lecture, but inside his mind he was thinking about the words the bald man just said. Baiyu died? The current him is also disguised by a ghost? After Liu carefully thought about it, he still felt that this possibility was very low. With the calm and experienced way Baiyu showed yesterday, he truly did not look like someone who would make any rash move and easily trigger the killing rule. And Liu suspected that the possibility of Baiyu carrying a strange artifact on his body was very high. After all, even Fang Yuan and the bald man both possess strange artifacts. Baiyu is definitely a veteran not inferior to them, and having a strange artifact on him would not make people surprised at all. Under this premise, even if Baiyu yesterday acted too eye-catching and attracted the ghost's deliberate targeting, it should also be impossible for him to be silently killed and replaced by the ghost. More importantly, since the ghost silently replaced Baiyu, why today would it deliberately show such a huge contrast before and after, letting them participants notice the flaw? Could it be that the ghost's disguise ability is very weak, and the reason Shen Ro behaved with no concealment at all was not because the ghost wanted to intimidate them, but because the ghost simply could not act as a participant? If that is truly the case, then this ability of the ghost is too useless. You must know this is a 10-person dungeon that even many veterans fear. Liu spun the pen in his hand, his eyes flickering. After thinking it over together, he still believed that the probability of Baiyu being killed by the ghost was not big. Since that is so, then this before and after contrast of Baiyu must have some special reason. But even if the possibility is very small, it indeed cannot completely rule out the possibility that Baiyu has already been killed by the ghost. In the end, they still need to meet once to finally confirm. After the third class ended, it came to the time of the break exercise. All the students left the classroom and one after another went to the open ground where the flag-raising platform is located. Liu originally wanted to take this chance to observe Baiyu's condition, but the two classes were far apart, and between them were students packed densely. He could only see the other's figure from afar, yet even talking to him was hard. But considering that at lunch everyone would still gather together, Liu was not anxious. However, when noon came and Liu together with Yi Sun and the bald man arrived beside the table they agreed on, the situation was somewhat unexpected. On the table there was only Wang Hu alone, as for the others they were nowhere to be seen. The four people sat down and waited for a moment, but only the scar-faced man carried a tray and walked over. Seeing this scene, the scar-faced man also frowned. What is going on? Why did the others not come? Could it be that there was some new discovery, and taking the lunchtime they went to investigate clues? The same doubt appeared in everyone's heart. However, after they looked around they discovered that Baiyu and Song Qian actually sat at a position in another corner, with no intention at all of coming toward them. What made Liu feel even more strange was that on another dining table not far away, Chenro was sitting there, her eyes not blinking as she stared at them. Sitting next to Chenro was, surprisingly, the quiet girl, Jiang Qingyi. Ignoring the fact that Chenro had already been replaced by a ghost, the other three suddenly seemed to have a tacit understanding to avoid the gathering place that had been set yesterday. It was truly odd. Bai Yu and Song Qian might have sensed something, unwilling to stay together with everyone anymore. But what about Jiang Qingyi? Could it be she was deceived by the ghost Chenro? Interesting. Wang Hu stroked his chin and suddenly said this. This strange situation would probably be noticed by even a fool. There was something wrong here. The man with the scar glanced at the two groups of people on the other side, then looked at the four people sitting in front of him, his expression changing repeatedly. How could the atmosphere between the participants have become so eerie overnight? In the end, he chose not to sit down. Instead, he carried his meal and walked toward another table in the distance. Not being able to figure out what was going on, he decided to observe for a while, so as not to accidentally fall into a trap. Lin-san, what's going on? Yi Sun leaned towards Liu and curiously looked at the two groups of people, lowering his voice to ask. Didn't we agree yesterday that we'd all gather together to exchange clues at mealtime? How come, after just one night, things suddenly turned like this? Yi Sun really couldn't understand. One person, Han Ling, had already died, and Shen Ro had been replaced by a ghost. Shouldn't the participants now be more inclined to unite and cooperate? Why does it feel like they're each going their own way instead? Who knows, maybe Bai Yu has already been killed by a ghost. Now, over there, Song Qian and Jiang Qingyi are probably both being manipulated by ghosts. Liu casually replied while fiddling with the food in front of him. As he said this, he was quietly observing the reactions of the other three people at the table. Yi Sun's face turned pale instantly, and the bald man frowned deeply, his expression serious. Only Wang Hu's eyes flickered slightly, but he continued eating without changing his expression. Seeing this, Liu had a rough idea in his mind. Hurry up and finish your meal. After eating, we'll go look for clues. Liu said, then stopped talking and buried his head in his food. Yi Sun, though worried, could only choose to fill his stomach first. After lunch, Bai Yu and Song Qian were the first to leave the restaurant. Before leaving, they gave a meaningful glance toward Liu and the others. When Liu raised his head, their gazes met for a brief moment. Watching the two leave the restaurant, Liu muttered, "Who's human, who's a ghost, it's really hard to tell." The other three at the table all looked at him, as if they didn't understand why Liu suddenly said this. Damn it, I thought something was off when Bai Yu refused to cooperate this morning. Could it be, he's already been replaced by a ghost? The bald man slammed his chopsticks down, his face darkening. Liu glanced at him and nodded, it can't be ruled out. After all, his change has been too drastic. Han Ling and Chan Ro are both dead, and now this bizarre situation has emerged. It's highly likely that one of the four is no longer human. Chapter 74, The True Ghosts of the Haunted School. Liu continued, his gaze shifting between the three people in front of him. Right now, I can only be sure that the four of us are fine. If we want to clear this instance, it has to be up to us. As Liu finished speaking, the bald man was the first to speak up. You're right, now we can't rely on anyone else. Working with them is too risky, it might draw the ghosts towards us. We'll have to figure out how to investigate the forbidden names ourselves. But surely not all four of them are ghosts, right? Yi Sun said, his face troubled. It's already terrifying enough for ghosts to kill two people in one night. Killing three would be nightmare level. There should still be a majority of living people among them. Otherwise, the ghosts' killing rules are so terrifying, we won't have any chance to survive. The key problem is, right now we can't tell who is a person and who is a ghost. The bald man shook his head, his voice heavy. Shenro is a ghost, but Jiang Qingyi is acting with her, very likely. Bai Yu suddenly acted abnormally today and teamed up with Song Qian. The chance that one of them is a ghost is also very high. As for Scarface, he didn't choose to act with us, but went alone, which is also suspicious. In my view, the person with the lowest suspicion should be Scarface. Liu thought for a moment and continued. The bald man paused, asking, what is the reason? Think about it, Shenro was clearly replaced by the ghost, yet acted so obviously, not hiding at all. The ghost seems to want me to know. At first I thought maybe the ghost is bad at disguising, so it just doesn't bother to act, but now that possibility can be ruled out. Therefore, the ghost deliberately exposing Shenro can only be a smokescreen. Smokescreen? Yi Sun murmured. Yes, the ghost puts Shenro out front to draw our attention, but actually to hide another among us. Liu said. That person is likely the real ghost, while Shenro is just like a clone or puppet. Liu said this, his eyes glanced at Shenro not far away. At this moment, she had stopped eating, staring at them blankly. Sensing Liu's gaze, Shenro's lips curled into a strange smile. Stiff, numb, hollow. But Zheng Qingyi beside her seemed unaware, still eating her meal. Now I understand what you mean. The bald man's face showed realization. I always felt strange why the ghost disguised as Chen Ro was so bold. Turns out that person was just a decoy. Li Yu nodded, continuing, so, the ghost does all this to disguise and blend in among us, so Scarface is the least likely to be the ghost. Oh, I get it. Yi Sun clapped, looking enlightened. Scarface acts alone, which clearly does not fit the ghost's purpose. Analyzing this way, he should be safe. That means the real ghost is now among Bai Yu, Song Qian, and Zhang Qingyi. Li Yu looked at him with approval, nodding slightly. The analysis so far is enough, no need to say more. We now need to unite our people as much as possible, so my suggestion is you can go talk to Scarface. Best if you can get him on our side. Li Yu said this, looking at the bald man, making the suggestion. The bald man frowned, his face conflicted. But, even though he is least suspicious, we still can't rule out he is a ghost. What if the ghost is tricking us, and Scarface is the ghost? We have to try. Li Yu said calmly, right now there's over 90% confidence Scarface is human. If we do nothing, his acting alone is dangerous. We've already lost 3 people, we can't keep losing more. Then shall we go talk to him together? The bald man looked hesitant. After losing the ghost tool, he now felt very unsafe and didn't want to risk it. Li Yu shook his head, saying, if 4 of us act together, it's too obvious. The ghost will likely notice our plan, and then it will be hard to act. While they were speaking, Scarface had finished cleaning his dishes and was ready to leave the restaurant. Li Yu's voice grew urgent as he hurriedly urged. Alright, stop wasting time. If we don't go now, he'll walk far away. The bald man looked at the direction Scarface was leaving, gritted his teeth, and nodded to follow. Until the bald man and the other left the restaurant. Only then did Li Yu withdraw his gaze, unhurriedly pick up the tray, and stand up. Yi Sun and Wang, who seeing this, followed as well. The 3 people walked to the tableware return area, and in the short moment of putting the trays onto the conveyor belt, Li Yu suddenly said a sentence. Now there is no problem, the ghost has no reason to still monitor us, if there is anything to say just say it. At this moment Yi Sun was standing behind Li Yu, hearing the words he froze for a moment, his eyes full of shock. Lin San, are you talking to me? He is talking to me. Wang, who cast a disgusted glance at Yi Sun, walked around him and came to Li Yu's side. Hey, just now listening to your analysis sounding organized and reasonable, I almost believed it, I thought you really thought that way. Alright, hurry and say it, what message did Bai Yu let you bring to me? As soon as Li Yu said these words, Wang, whose eyes suddenly changed. His good heavens, you even guessed this. Wang, who sucked in a cold breath, looking at Li Yu with uncertain shock. He hinted so obviously, if I still could not think of it then he probably would not want to cooperate with me either. Yi Sun looked left, then looked right, listening to the conversation between the 2 people, feeling as if he had suddenly disconnected from the channel, completely unable to understand the meaning of the 2 people. Look, this is the reaction of a normal person. Wang, who pointed at Yi Sun and joked with a sentence, then looked around, lowered his voice and said. He wants to chat with you, you follow me. After Wang, who finished speaking, he walked toward outside the cafeteria with an unchanged face. Li Yu naturally followed. Although Yi Sun's head was full of doubts, he did not dare fall behind, and hurriedly followed up. What exactly is going on? What thing are you people talking about? I feel like I suddenly cannot understand Chinese anymore. It is a very simple logic. Li Yu was asked until he felt somewhat annoyed, and casually explained. If Bai Yu is not the ghost, why did he suddenly distance himself from us? Think clearly about this point, and you will know who the ghost truly disguised as. Yi Sun froze for a moment, his brain turning rapidly. After a short while his eyes widened, and cold sweat had already come out all over his back. If Bai Yu is not the ghost, and the real ghost had just mixed among them, then Bai Yu's strange actions could also be explained. So, the real ghost actually is. Chapter 75, Strange School Suspicious Clouds, Clue. Chapter 75, Strange School Suspicious Clouds, Clue. The real ghost is the bald man. Li Yu and Bai Yu obviously reached a shared understanding on this point, but how exactly did they see it? And also, recalling the bald man's behavior through the entire day, the shock in Yi Sun's heart grew stronger and stronger. If the bald man really was disguised by the ghost, he could not see any flaw at all. Every word and every action was too natural, completely like something the bald man himself would do. The most crucial point is, when did the real bald man die, and how did the ghost kill him? Yi Sun kept thinking, looking at Li Yu's back ahead, his gaze becoming uncertain and shocked. He increasingly felt he could not see through this person. Without knowing it, at this moment Li Yu was also falling into deep thought. Actually, from the very beginning he had suspicion toward the bald man. This guy's performance today was truly somewhat abnormal. Even though his explanation sounded reasonable and logical, all of this was a little too coincidental. Just happened to meet Chen Ro when leaving the dormitory in the morning. Just happened that when he pulled himself and Yi Sun to talk, Chen Ro suddenly appeared. You must know the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory are not next to each other. Even Liu and Baiyu in the same building did not bump into each other when going out in the morning, so why could the bald man meet the ghost pretending to be Chenro so coincidentally? Of course this is not a big suspicious point. What truly made Liu suspicious was the timing of Chenro's appearance. It was too deliberate, without any concealment. The actions of ghost Chenro seemed as if to prove the bald man's words. If placed in the outside world, all of this might still be treated as pure coincidence. This place is the strange domain. Any suspicious thing must never be ignored. Because you never know if that is a trap set by a ghost. When the bald man went to talk to Baiyu during break, Baiyu refused to cooperate. Liu's suspicion grew even stronger. By the time they ate in the cafeteria, seeing that strange atmosphere, Liu already concluded there must be something wrong between the bald man and Baiyu. But what really made him certain the bald man had a problem was Wang Hu. This guy's behavior at the table today was too abnormal, not only silent, but always looking heavy with thought. If it weren't that Liu was almost certain he had no problem, he would even suspect that maybe Wang Hu was the ghost. Combining the fact that Wang Hu was in the same class as Baiyu and Song Qian, and connecting all the clues, Liu imagined the possibility that Baiyu saw through the bald man being a ghost and told Wang Hu and Song Qian. This way, all the doubts could be explained. And according to this premise, when the bald man invited Baiyu refused to cooperate, and deliberately kept distance while eating, all seemed like giving them a hint. Of course, Wang Hu now also confirmed his guess was correct. But how did Baiyu see through the bald man's disguise? Was it just the few minutes of brief talk during the break? At first I kept thinking, how to get that bald guy away, but after thinking for a long time, I didn't come up with a good idea. Wang Hu led the two of them toward the small forest behind the teaching building, speaking as he walked. Lin San is still reliable, he sent that guy away with just a few words. Wang Hu's words pulled Liu back from his thoughts. He glanced at Wang Hu, said lightly, next time in this situation, you can give me a hint directly, instead of sitting there eating buried in your thoughts. Hey, got it. Wang Hu smiled casually. Next time, I'll just give you a wink, you just watch my eyes. Soon, the three reached deep into the small forest. Here nearby there were hardly any students, and they finally didn't need to hide their words. Wasn't Baiyu supposed to talk with Lin San? Where is he? Yi Sun looked around. Besides the three of them, there were only trees and grass, no one else in sight. Liu gave Wang Hu a questioning look. Wang Hu shrugged, hands spread. Who knows, anyway he just told me to leave the bald man and bring you here. Where they went now I don't know. It's okay, still early, we'll wait. Liu wasn't anxious, he found a tree with thick branches to lean on. Wang Hu and Yi Sun also found places to sit. After waiting more than 10 minutes, they finally saw Baiyu and Song Qian arriving slowly. Talk, what did you find? Liu stood and went to meet them. Baiyu breathed a few times, then pushed his glasses, speaking directly. Just in case, I'll tell you first, the bald man is dead, now he is a ghost. I saw that. Liu nodded, but how did you find out? Baiyu paused, said, I can't say the details, but I share a dorm with him. I am sure last night the ghost already replaced him. Saying it like that seems very insincere. Liu laughed lightly at his words. I judged he was the ghost based on trusting you, but if you hide key information, next to his human or ghost will all depend on your word. Baiyu frowned for a moment, but quickly relaxed, nodded, you have a point. Then I'll be direct, I have a strange tool, I used it to find that the bald man was replaced by a ghost. Sure enough, someone with this level of experience must have some tricks up their sleeve. Would it be convenient for us to take a look? Baiyu didn't speak, but his calm gaze provided an answer. Liu, seeing this, no longer insisted. He also knew that this request was somewhat excessive. The forbidden name, you told the bald guy about it, right? Baiyu shifted the topic and asked. Yes. Although Liu felt that the bald guy wouldn't lie about such a thing, it was still necessary to confirm it to feel completely at ease. After hearing Liu's reply, Baiyu nodded slightly. We also randomly tested a few students just now. The matter of the forbidden name should not be false. Suddenly, Song Qian, who was standing next to Baiyu, spoke. This name is likely the name of a ghost. Even if it's not, it definitely has a significant connection to the ghost in the school. So, you guys were doing this just now? Not just that. Baiyu walked over to a tree trunk on the ground and sat down slowly. We originally wanted to go straight to the academic affairs office to find clues, but unfortunately, we arrived too late. Some teachers were already in the experimental building, and we didn't have a chance. Seems like we were thinking along the same lines. Liu ran his fingers over his chin. Noticing the puzzled looks from Wang Hu and Yi Sun, he still explained. Whether it's students or teachers, everyone avoids mentioning that forbidden name. Under the fear of death, it's almost impossible to directly get information from their mouths. And more importantly, since we are playing the role of students in this school, theoretically, we should also be well aware of the forbidden name. If we act like we know nothing about this matter, we might be judged as playing an incompetent role. To be safe, we can only investigate the forbidden name ourselves. People may not speak, but physical evidence won't lie. As long as something existed, there will definitely be traces left. If the ghost in the school, that forbidden name, represents a certain student in the school, we can find it through the student files from each class. Chapter 76, The Suspicious School Plan. What if the forbidden name doesn't represent a student? Yi-sun straightforwardly asked, not understanding. If it's not a student, then it's likely a school staff member. In that case, we look for the school staff's files. Anyway, no matter which situation it is, there must be relevant clues in the school. It's not easy to erase all traces of a person's existence. What we need to do is figure out how to uncover those hidden traces. Liu concluded. Our time is tight. Baiyu picked up a twig and started drawing something on the ground as he spoke. The time we can freely search for clues is basically limited to the lunch break and the 2 to 3 hours at night. From the current clues, the first rule of the killings is likely to be that one cannot break the school's rules. Normally, students who break into the academic affairs office without permission are likely violating the rules. So, we must act during the time when the academic affairs office is empty, and the time is even more compressed. In such a short time, finding the problematic file among thousands of files is not an easy task. And while we are looking through the files, someone must be on lookout outside. To accomplish all of this, we must cooperate fully. Baiyu said this and finished the last stroke of his drawing, then stood up. The four of them crowded around to look at what he had drawn, and after a while, they realized it was an enlarged version of the experimental buildings map. The academic affairs office is located here. Baiyu pointed to a room on the 4th floor of the map. I roughly calculated that the round-trip journey from the experimental building to the cafeteria normally takes about 10 to 15 minutes. If everything goes smoothly, we will have more than half an hour each time. Time is tight, and the task is heavy, that's exactly what it is. Liu shook his head with a helpless smile. Such a heavy workload, it's clear that the more people, the better. No wonder this time the instance has as many as 10 people. It's a pity that 3 of them died on the first day. The ghost even disguised itself as 2 of them to monitor us. Once our plan is discovered, the ghost will definitely try every possible way to interfere. To make everything go smoothly, we still need someone to hold off Chenro and the bald man. Liu suddenly paused as he spoke, suddenly thinking of something. He looked up at Baiyu in shock. So Zheng Qingyi sat with Chenro at dinner? Did you ask her to keep an eye on Chenro? How did you convince her? Knowing that the target was a ghost, to monitor its every move was a very dangerous thing. After finding out that Chenro and the bald man were both ghosts, Liu had considered this possibility while thinking about the next steps. But at this stage, if he brought it up, even Wang Hu and Yi-sun would probably not agree. Baiyu had already foreseen this step and managed to carry it out successfully. I naturally have my methods. How I did it is not something I will share with you. There's no need for you to dig into the details. Baiyu casually tossed the branch in his hand and clapped his hands as he replied. As for the bald man, as expected, you probably had Scarface act as the bait to lead him away, right? That guy seems cautious, so he was indeed a good candidate. But if he realizes the bald man is a ghost, he will definitely not allow him to get close anymore, no matter what you say. You'll have to hide the truth from him for now. It's best if you can make him hold off the bald man a little longer. After hearing Baiyu's words, the other 4 people present felt a chill run down their spines. In the previous instance, Liu had already seen Fang Yuan's performance and thought he had a basic understanding of the veterans of the haunted domain. But the man in front of him, who claimed to be Baiyu, exhibited calmness and experience that even surpassed Fang Yuan. What was most terrifying was his near-manipulative calculation of people's minds. However, at this stage, if he was a teammate, this kind of person was quite reliable. Liu narrowed his eyes and nodded subtly. Then we'll wait until the afternoon after school. After the experimental building is empty, we'll sneak in and search for clues. At that time, we'll still need someone to stand guard. Liu finished speaking, and the 5 of them looked at each other. Yi-sun thought for a moment and said, then I'll do it. I'll stay at the entrance of the experimental building. If any teachers return, I'll notify you to retreat immediately. Alright, then it's settled. They discussed the details carefully and set the time. Everyone's mind was restless. 3 people had already died on the second day of the 10-person instance. Although it was partly due to not knowing the rules at the beginning, the speed of death was still chilling. They had to quickly figure out what had happened at this high school and fully understand the pattern of killings. By the way, how did the bald man die? As the discussion neared its end, Wang Hu stroked his chin and suddenly asked. That guy is also an old hand. I didn't see him doing anything that violated the rules yesterday. When did he trigger the killing pattern? Could it be that he did something in the dorm? Wang Hu asked, his probing gaze turned to Baiyu. Among those present, only he shared a dorm with the bald man. It shouldn't be. Bayu carefully recalled what happened in the dormitory last night, then shook his head. He didn't do anything unusual in the dorm last night. The killing pattern probably wasn't triggered at that time. Moreover, I judged that when the ghost killed him last night, there was no pause, which means he had most likely already triggered the killing pattern. It's just that the ghost didn't want us to know the real reason for his death, so he deliberately delayed killing him. I have a bit of a clue about this. Liu spoke, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. The scene of yesterday's exam appeared in his mind, and he guessed it should be related to the weird realm phone. Yesterday, when we just entered the dungeon and didn't know the situation, the bald man had avoided the proctor's eyes and secretly took out his phone to check the dungeon information. Although he acted quickly, the students sitting near him should have noticed. Liu felt a chill in his heart as he said this. If this guess is true, wouldn't that mean he also brushed past death? If the person sitting behind him wasn't Wanghu but some NPC student, maybe he would have already triggered the killing rule. Just like in school, breaking rules only gets punished when discovered. One of the killing rules in this dungeon, even if it really breaks school rules, must have a condition. That is, the violation must be discovered. Otherwise, if all of us carry weird realm phones, we would all normally be breaking school rules, but in fact, we haven't violated the killing rule. Chapter 77, Weird School Suspicion, Academic Affairs Office. Chapter 77, Weird School Suspicion, Academic Affairs Office. Speaking of which, the woman called Han Ling also used her phone in the cafeteria yesterday. At that time, after she took the photo, I felt the atmosphere around was very wrong. Wang Hu said with arms crossed, his face serious. Now it seems, once carrying a phone is discovered, it really could trigger the killing rule. Yes, from now on everyone should hide their phones to avoid dying for no reason. Bayu nodded, glanced at the time, it was almost the end of lunch break. Go back to class first, remember not to show any flaws, or the ghost might notice our plan. Bayu gave one last reminder, and the group returned the way they came, heading toward the teaching building area. Bayu walked at the front, Liu kept a distance neither too far nor too close, eyes fixed on his back. Just now, he suddenly thought of another thing. If using the phone really caused Han Ling's death, could Bayu have been part of the scheme? Thinking carefully, Han Ling took out the phone to photograph the school map drawn by Bayu. But what if Bayu had predicted this possibility and deliberately chose that time and place for her to take the map? Although at that time, combining the hint from Weird Realm, everyone guessed one killing rule might relate to school rules, it was never verified. A veteran like Bayu making a scheme to use other participants as cannon fodder to test the killing rule is nothing unusual. But after careful thought, Liu had no intention to dig into this matter. One reason was lack of evidence, the other. Han Ling's death was mostly due to her own reckless foolishness, since Bayu, besides showing the map, did nothing to mislead. Even if he really had that intention, no one could blame him. When Liu returned to the classroom, he found several exam papers on his desk. He picked one up. It was yesterday's exam paper. The scores for Chinese, math, and English had nothing to do with him, as he hadn't entered the dungeon during those exams, but even the lowest score was 125, showing his role as a top student. As for the subjects he personally took, physics, chemistry, and biology, the total score was over 280, which didn't surprise Liu. He raised his eyes to look at the others. Yi Sun was scratching his head over his own paper, and when he saw Liu looking, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The three subjects added up to less than 200 points, and this was with Lin San's help. You say I did so poorly, could it be that I will be judged as unqualified directly? The ghost will come to kill me tonight. Don't panic yet, let's see your scores for the three subjects ahead. Liu reminded. Yi Sun was taken aback and hurriedly picked up the other three test papers. The total score for the three main subjects was about 300, and Yi Sun immediately leaned back in the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm not playing a top student role, the scores match up. Actually, it doesn't matter even if they don't match, the exam ended yesterday. If you really were unqualified, the ghost would have already killed you last night, it wouldn't wait until today. Liu glanced at him and said lightly. Then he ignored Yi Sun and stood up, walking towards the empty seat belonging to Han Ling. He casually picked up Han Ling's test paper and saw that besides Chinese, math, and English, the remaining three subjects were all blank. It can't be said to be completely blank, since there were quite a few doodles on the answer sheet. Well, now it's really hard to say how Han Ling triggered the killing rules. Putting the test paper back, Liu turned and returned to his seat. At that moment, a bald man rushed into the classroom, panting, and headed straight for Liu's seat. I made everything clear to Scarface, but he expressed doubt about what I said, so he doesn't want to cooperate with us. I really can't understand what he's thinking. Does he think he can clear this level of instance by himself? The bald man spoke in a low voice, his expression and movements so natural. But because of that, it added to the sense of dread. The ghost's disguise at least appeared seamless on the surface. Moreover, they were already well aware of the reasons participants entered this place. It seemed that after the ghost killed a participant and disguised itself as them, it very likely could read the memories of the disguised identity. Liu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "The more he behaves like this, the more it shows he is still a living person. We currently lack manpower, so you still need to try to win him over. At least, if worst comes to worst, we can act together to prevent him from being targeted by the ghost and dying without knowing why. We will also find ways to seek clues on our side and communicate promptly as soon as we make any discoveries." The bald man thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, that guy may be stubborn, but he seems to have some ability. Let's see if he can find anything." The bald man returned to his seat, and Liu felt a bit relieved in his heart. It seemed that compared to their group action, the ghost prioritized targeting the Scarface who acted alone. Liu was not someone who showed mercy, and especially now, they were in a place like the mysterious domain where no common sense applied. Since he had chosen to cooperate with Bai Yu and Song Qian, he could only sacrifice Scarface. The drawback of being a lone wolf is just that, the information one can collect alone is limited, and it risks being manipulated by others and unknowingly becoming cannon fodder. Before class in the afternoon, the representatives of each subject collected the homework. During this, a student explained that he had not been able to finish one assignment due to feeling unwell. But the teacher did not believe him, harshly humiliating the student in front of everyone, making him stand beside the trash can during class, and requiring him to finish and copy the homework after school to leave. Liu felt once again the harshness of this school. After all, in modern society, such things have almost become extinct. However, the other students in the class seemed to be used to all this, merely watching coldly, and many of them were still buried in their textbooks while the teacher reprimanded their classmate. It was as if they were cold machines. Liu felt an inexplicable sense of disharmony in his heart, but he couldn't say why. When the afternoon classes ended, the two found a reason to avoid the bald man, and waited until most people had left the teaching building before gathering their things and heading to the agreed location. "Time is tight, we need to move faster." After meeting up with Bai Yu, Wang Hu, and Song Qian, the group avoided the teachers and students of the school and arrived at the bottom of the experimental building. Once they confirmed that the last teacher had left the experimental building, Yisun stayed at the staircase by the main entrance to keep watch as agreed, while the others hurried off to the academic affairs office. Chapter 78, Mysterious School Suspicion, The Missing Person. Chapter 78, Mysterious School Suspicion, The Missing Person entered the experimental building, with Bai Yu leading the way, while Li Yu and the others followed closely behind. The group climbed the left staircase, and the first 3 floors contained various types of laboratories, while the academic affairs office was located on the 4th floor. Bai Yu had scouted the place beforehand and was familiar with the layout. In less than 2 minutes, they reached the academic affairs office without any incident. But when they stood in front of the door of the academic affairs office, they discovered another problem. Why is it locked? This is not what we planned. The main door of the academic affairs office was tightly shut and locked. Bai Yu pulled at the doorknob but found it completely unyielding. I was careless. In the afternoon, the door to the academic affairs office was unlocked, but now it's evening, and the teachers would naturally lock the door after class. Do you know where the key is? Li Yu asked. Normally, besides the teachers in the academic affairs office, the dean or the principal might have a key. Bai Yu thought for a moment and replied, looks like we need to go up to the principal's office and try our luck. No need to complicate things. Wang Hu suddenly interrupted, stepping forward and patting Bai Yu's shoulder, signaling him to step aside. Although Bai Yu was puzzled, he still moved to one side. Don't mess around, with the thickness of this door, a normal person can't break through it. Li Yu thought Wang Hu was planning to force his way in and quickly advised, and if you break the door and make too much noise, it won't end well. We may not find clues at once, so don't alarm the snake. What do you think? Do I look like someone who only knows how to use brute force? Wang Hu shot a look at the 3 and shrugged. It's just a broken door, easy peasy. As Wang Hu spoke, he pulled a piece of iron wire from his pocket, crouched down, and inserted the wire into the lock hole, beginning to fiddle with it. If it were an electronic lock, that would be tough, but I can easily pry open this simple lock. You actually have this skill? The 3 looked at Wang Hu in surprise. In less than half a minute, they heard a crisp click, and the door lock opened. Wang Hu pushed the academic affairs office door open and strode inside. Child's play. What the heck do you do for a living? After entering the academic affairs office, Song Qian, who was at the back, slightly closed the door to ensure it didn't reveal any flaws from a distance. She looked at Wang Hu and couldn't help but click her tongue. You're not a thief or a robber, are you? Hey, what do you mean by that? I hate it when people view me with colored glasses. Can't I just be a locksmith? Wang Hu coldly snorted, visibly irritated. So you are? No. Question mark. By the way, where did you get that iron wire? Aren't outside items not allowed in the mysterious domain? Oh, when the ghost scared me last night, I pulled it out from the gap in my bed. Alright, time is precious, you two stop dawdling and quickly look for clues. Li Yu interrupted their conversation and urged them. The academic affairs office wasn't very large. As they entered, there were 2 rows of computer desks pushed together, while various file cabinets were placed against the walls, all labeled with indications of the archived materials inside. Does anyone here have good computer skills? Liu pointed at the 2 largest computers in the room. I'll do it. Song Qian took the initiative to sit in front of one of the computers. Then 1 computer per person. Bai Yu saw this and walked to another computer. You log into the academic system and pull up the class rosters. I'll compare each class's files to see who the missing person really is. Song Qian nodded, but the moment she lit up her computer screen, her brow furrowed. Damn it, there's a password too. Hearing this, Liu also frowned at the computer screen, but he quickly realized something. Don't rush. Usually, for these work computers, passwords have notes to prevent forgetting. Liu said this while checking the desktop and inside the cabinet, but found nothing. At this moment, Baiyu bent down to look under the computer desk and joyfully said, "Found it. The password is stuck on the computer tower. Even the system's account password is here." Song Qian hurriedly bent down to check her computer tower, and indeed, just as Baiyu said. This person's habit is the same as mine, liking to stick notes in places not very obvious, but still easy to find. Baiyu quickly logged into the system and pulled up the student records for the whole school. Xinghe Middle School has been established for over 40 years, admitting hundreds of thousands of students over time. Just the records in this system are tens of thousands. How can we find it? Song Qian quickly found the problem, frowned, and said, "We only need to check the past 3 years, focus on this year." Baiyu replied quickly, moving without pause and speaking briefly. Song Qian was stunned, followed the instructions, but couldn't help asking, why? Since everyone knows about the ghost in the school, the events wouldn't have happened more than 3 years ago. After all, people in school don't even dare mention it. If it's over 3 years, the new students would be completely unaware. Liu spoke, answering Song Qian's question for Baiyu. Baiyu looked up at Liu, nodded, and didn't say more. Seeing both busy with their tasks, Liu also pulled Wang Hu to search the file cabinets. Although with the internet many schools keep student records electronically, paper copies still exist. And the test papers distributed in the afternoon gave Liu an idea to possibly locate the missing person faster. Of course, this only works if the forbidden name belongs to a student. Found it. Soon, Liu used the labels on the file cabinet to find what he wanted. He carried a thick stack of papers from the cabinet, put it on the desk, and called Wang Hu over to help. "Lin-san, what are these you took?" Wang Hu casually picked up the top sheet, looked closely, and realized it was the grade list for each class. If the missing person is a student, we just need to compare the recent grade lists of all classes. If someone suddenly has all zeros or the number of students drops by 1, we can pinpoint him. Liu explained while quickly dividing the grade lists on the desk into 2 piles. Heaven knows how many exams Xinghe Middle School has in one semester. Even counting only 4 basic exams, with 20 to 30 classes per grade, that's over 100 sheets. 3 grades would be over 300 sheets. And that's just for 1 semester, a full year would be even more. This is a big job, but the pattern is clear. We check class by class. In the academic office, the 4 were busy beyond measure. Meanwhile, Yi-sun, tense and crouched at the entrance of the lab building, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Not far ahead, a familiar figure was approaching this place. Chapter 79 Suspicious School Fog Interrogation. Chapter 79 Suspicious School Fog Interrogation finished the last bite of food on the plate. Scar-faced man lifted his eyes and glanced around. Apart from Chen Rou and Zhang Xingyi, he saw no other participants. He held his tray and stood up, walking out of the cafeteria with heavy thoughts, the conversation with the bald man flashing through his mind. According to him, Han Ling and Chen Rou were already dead. The woman called Chen Rou now was a ghost in disguise, likely a live target placed by the ghost to draw their attention. The real ghost had already mixed in among them. If that were true, it could explain why in just one night, the atmosphere among the participants had changed so drastically. However, when the bald man extended an olive branch and invited him to cooperate, he had refused without hesitation. Surviving in ghost domain, avoiding being dragged down by fools clearly ranked higher than teaming up with smart people. That stupid woman Han Ling, wasn't she the one who brought death upon herself and dragged down her roommate too? It's true humans can't fight ghosts, but as long as you don't break the killing rules, even if a ghost stands in front of you, it can't touch you. If that's the case, acting alone might not be less safe than joining a group. Moreover, since the ghost had blended in, he naturally had reason to suspect everyone, even the bald man who told him everything. After observing these past 2 days, he was basically certain that as long as he didn't violate school rules, the ghost would not attack him. This also matched the hints given by ghost domain. But Scar-faced man also knew clearly, just with this, surviving safely in this school for 7 days was still unlikely. If this copy were really that simple, ghost domain wouldn't have given special hints. The longer the time dragged on, the more terrifying the ghost's attacks would become. So he still needed to investigate quickly, mastering the killing rules completely. A forbidden name. Scar-faced man's eyes flickered, showing thoughtfulness. If the bald man hadn't lied, then all the teachers and students in this school knew about the ghost. Judging by tonight's cafeteria situation, others were probably already acting to find clues, so he had to act quickly too. Scar-faced man thought while walking, and soon had a plan, reaching the open space between the two teaching buildings. He had observed that at this time, this path rarely had students passing by. Basically, there were almost no people. Scar-faced man hid in the corner, silently watching the passing students. 3 groups of students passed by, 2 pairs walked together, and one was a tall boy, unsuitable as a target. Scar-faced man was very patient. After a few more minutes, he finally saw a small, thin girl passing by and silently moved his feet to approach her from behind. Using his size advantage, Scar-faced man covered the girl's mouth and easily dragged her into the shadow of the corner. This was a blind spot. Even if students passed nearby, they would not notice. Shut up, if you say one more word, don't expect to leave here intact. Scar-faced man pressed against her ear, threatening in a vicious low voice. Only when the girl stopped struggling did he slowly release his hand, but he was ready to subdue her again at any time. Why you, what do you want to do? The girl trembled, curling in the corner, fear all over her face as she looked at Scar-faced man. Stop talking nonsense, now I ask, you answer. Scar-faced man spoke sharply. Seeing her completely frightened, he felt satisfied. Tell me, has anyone died in the school recently? At Scar-faced man's question, the girl's face instantly turned pale, eyes full of terror, but under his fierce gaze, she finally nodded, trembling. Yes. Very good. Who died, a student or a teacher? Or maybe another staff member in the school, the scarred man continued to ask. But this time, the girl widened her eyes, shaking her head frantically, not daring to answer at all. No, I can't say, absolutely cannot. The scarred man frowned, seeing the deep fear on her face, and thought to change the question. How did that person die? Were they killed, forced to die, or did they commit suicide? I don't know, I know nothing. Hearing this, the girl suddenly screamed and turned to run, but the scarred man's eyes were quick. He grabbed her arm and dragged her back, then slammed her onto the ground. Her back hit the wall heavily, the pain making her unable to stand for a while, curling up in the corner, holding her knees and sobbing. The scarred man had no thought of mercy. In his eyes, these people were just NPCs in a copy, and such small injuries were nothing. Killing 2 for survival was no problem at all. It seems you don't understand my words very well. The scarred man looked down at the girl on the ground, coldly staring, his fists cracking with tension. Answer my questions honestly, or suffer a bit before answering, you choose. The girl's sobs grew weaker, finally turning into low whimpers. Why ask these? She didn't answer his question, instead asking him. The scarred man frowned, not noticing the coldness hidden in her low voice. Did I allow you to ask questions? Seems you won't cooperate unless you suffer a bit. Saying this, he grabbed her hair, one hand ready to strike hard. At this moment, the girl had somehow stopped crying, her hair messy, covering most of her face, leaving only a pair of calm, indifferent eyes staring at the scarred man nearby. There was no trace of the earlier fear, her gaze carried mockery and ridicule. The scarred man's fist did not fall, his pupils trembled, a sense of danger rushing in. In the next moment, the girl's mouth slowly curved up, forming a strange, twisted smile. Aren't you a student of our school? She said word by word, her voice cold enough to make the scarred man's hands and feet chill. He instinctively wanted to release her, but at that moment, a hand silently reached from behind his back, landing on his shoulder. The school has rules, bullying classmates is not allowed. The cold voice pierced the scarred man's heart like countless needles. Something gripped his neck, tightening little by little. In just 3 seconds, he felt suffocated, his face turning red, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the hands controlling his neck. Crack! The scarred man's hands dropped weakly, eyes rolled back, and he made no more movement. His body fell like a rag, discarded in the corner. The girl didn't even glance at him, tidied her messy hair slightly, her expression returning to indifference, and turned to leave. After she left, it was unclear how much time passed. The scarred man, who should have died on the ground, suddenly felt a twitch at his fingertips. Chapter 80 Strange School Suspicion. No more acting. Elsewhere, inside the cafeteria. Zheng Xingyi stared down at her plate, her gaze never glancing to the side from start to finish. Even though the plate was already empty, Zheng Xingyi still held her chopsticks tightly. Only when Shen Rou finished eating expressionlessly, picked up her plate and stood, did Zheng Xingyi rise as well. But the next second, Shen Rou suddenly froze, turned, and sat back down. Zheng Xingyi was stunned, but she remembered Bai Yu's advice. She dared not make any unnecessary movements and quickly sat down as well. But even without looking up, she could still feel the cold gaze falling upon her. Zheng Xingyi's palm began to sweat slightly, and her heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. The pressure of being in close contact with a ghost was overwhelming. Especially since, at this moment, there was no one else in the cafeteria except for her. Gradually, the students at nearby tables finished their meals, picked up their trays, and left. The surrounding area suddenly cleared, leaving only Zhang Qingyi and Chen Rou sitting across from each other. It's fine, it's fine. As long as I don't do anything unnecessary, I won't trigger the killing rules. Even if it's a ghost, it can't kill me. Zhang Qingyi's fingers tightened around her chopsticks, turning pale from the force, as she mentally repeated these words over and over, as though it could bring her some psychological comfort. The temperature around her seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Zhang Qingyi could feel a chill spreading from her fingertips, moving inward. That wasn't just her illusion. Zhang Qingyi's pupils trembled. She didn't know when, but Chen Rou's fingertips had landed on the back of her hand, then gently covered it. All she could feel was an endless coldness, not a trace of human warmth. Instinctively, Zhang Qingyi looked up, meeting a pair of emotionless, calm eyes. The gaze seemed to be looking at a dead person. The suffocating atmosphere continued to spread. Zhang Qingyi felt a strong impulse to turn and run, but the reality was that she didn't dare to move. Not only because her legs were weak, but more importantly, her right hand was firmly held by Chen Rou, unable to break free. Are you afraid? Chen Rou spoke, her voice calm, without any fluctuation. Zhang Qingyi tightly pressed her lips together, her teeth trembling slightly, remaining silent. Chen Rou's mouth curled into a slight smile, forming a playful curve. Right now, there's no one here but you and me. Your partners can't help you at all. If I force you to stay here, you won't be able to attend evening study. I can kill you. Or do you think, with that thing around your neck, you can really protect yourself from me? As Chen Rou's last words fell, Zhang Qingyi's pupils shook violently. She instinctively tightened her grip on the necklace around her neck, her eyes flashing with intense disbelief. Why? Why did Chen Rou know about it, even though she deliberately covered it with her school uniform collar? No, that's not the point. Chen Rou, the ghost in this scenario, actually knew about the cursed object's existence? Could it be that she had accessed the memories of other participants? In an instant, numerous thoughts rushed through Zhang Qingyi's mind, but despite the shock and fear, she did not lose her basic rationality. Impossible, you're bluffing. Zhang Qingyi gritted her teeth, her voice almost squeezed out between them. If she didn't attend evening study, she would indeed die. But the ghost couldn't forcibly trap her here. The rules of the cursed domain wouldn't allow such a thing. Perhaps the ghost could block the cafeteria to restrict her, but it definitely couldn't directly force her to stay. Furthermore, if the ghost chose to block the cafeteria doors, it would be an accident, and she certainly wouldn't be considered to have violated the school rules. These things had already been pointed out to her by Baiyu, and Zhang Qingyi wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for these simple words. He. Chen Rou's gaze stayed fixed on Zhang Qingyi. After a long while, she slowly removed her hand from Zhang Qingyi's, suddenly smiling. You thought you were watching me, but in fact, it's only you who will be watched. And do you really think that watching me will help? Under the experimental building, Yi Sun's eyes widened as he stared at the figure coming toward him. The person coming was the bald man? Yi Sun of course knew that the real bald man had already died. Right now, he is only a ghost in disguise. But the problem is, why would he appear here? Could it be that the scar-faced man has already been killed by him, and now the ghost has locked its target onto them? But how did the ghost know their location? Yi Sun thought at lightning speed, and in just this brief moment, the bald man had already closed in quickly with a gloomy face. Yi Sun did not dare waste time and hurriedly took out his phone and sent a message to Liu. The content had only 3 short words. The ghost has come. When Yi Sun put away the phone, the bald man was already extremely close to the place where he stood. When a normal person sees a ghost walking toward your position, the instinctive reaction is always to run away, and Yi Sun was no exception. Almost by instinct he wanted to find a place to hide, but the moment he turned around, this thought was forcefully stopped by him. He cannot run. After Liu and the others see the message and retreat, they will still need a little time. If he just leaves like this, the bald man will go up to the 4th floor without any obstacle. If at that time Liu and the others have not had time to leave, they will be blocked directly. According to the previous guess, once a behavior that violates the school rules is discovered, the ghost can kill you. If he runs now, the worst situation may be that all 4 of Liu will die. If it really reaches that step, will he still have any chance to leave this dungeon alive? In the flash of lightning and spark of stone, Yi Sun had already made his decision. He gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and directly walked out from behind the stone pillar, forcing himself to walk toward the direction of the bald man. Why did you come? How is the situation on the side of the scar-faced man? Yi Sun steadied his mind, pretending to know nothing about the identity of the bald man, and spoke with doubt. But facing his question, the bald man had no intention to answer at all. He only glanced coldly at Yi Sun from the side, and then lifted his eyes to look into the experimental building. The next moment, the bald man seemed to lock onto a certain direction and stepped toward the stair entrance in a wild run. Yi-sun's face changed greatly, and in an instant his scalp felt numb. The ghost is not acting anymore. This was the only thought left in his mind at this moment. Maybe it already knew its identity had been exposed, maybe it did not want to miss this chance to kill many participants. In short, the ghost now no longer plans to disguise itself, and is nakedly rushing to kill people. At this moment, the reaction of Yi-sun's body was even faster than thinking. He grabbed the bald man's arm with one hand and tried to stop him. But his full strength was like a joke in front of the ghost. Yi-sun could not even make the bald man's steps pause for a moment, and instead he himself was pulled into a stumble. When Yi-sun stood steady again, the bald man had already rushed into the stair entrance and charged straight toward the upper floor. A wave of cold air instantly rushed up Yi-sun's spine, making him almost suffocate. Chapter 81 Strange School Doubt Cloud Escape. Chapter 81 Strange School Doubt Cloud Escape. The urgent sound of footsteps echoed inside the corridor of the experimental building. First floor, second floor, third floor. The speed of the ghost was truly too fast, and in a few seconds it was already one floor. From breaking into the experimental building to it arriving at the fourth floor where the academic affairs office was located, the whole process was only half a minute. When he heard the footsteps coming from the fourth floor, Yi-sun's heart had already turned ice cold. In such a short time, even if Liu saw the message, he probably had no time to retreat. From the ghost's reaction that had no disguise at all, once they were blocked inside the academic affairs office, the ending could absolutely be imagined. When the figure of the bald man rushed out of the stairwell and appeared on the fourth floor of the experimental building, his eyes immediately locked onto the position of the academic affairs office, and a cold smile flashed across his face. He stepped like an arrow to the door of the academic affairs office, looked at the tightly closed door in front of him, and without hesitation placed his hand on the door handle. Click. The door handle pressed down, but it only turned slightly and then stopped. The resistance from his hand showed that the door of the academic affairs office was locked. But the bald man did not care. Keep pulling on the door handle with more force. Creak. Creak. A sharp metallic screech filled the air, the door lock began to twist and distort, until it broke through some critical point. Click. The lock on the office door completely shattered, and the bald man held the removed door handle in his hand, casually tossing it aside. Then, he kicked open the office door. A malicious grin spread across his face, and in that moment, he became extremely excited. But the next second. Upon seeing the situation inside the office, the bald man's grin slowly faded, until his face became expressionless. He coldly stared at the empty office, his brows slightly furrowing, as if deep in thought. The bald man took large strides into the room, checking every possible hiding spot, including beneath the desks, but still found no one. His expression twisted further, his face darkening as he walked out of the office. He then opened and checked every room on the fourth floor, yet he still found no one. Standing in the corridor on the fourth floor, he placed both hands on the metal railing, making it squeak under his grip. The next moment, it seemed like he had figured something out. He suddenly lifted his head, his malicious gaze fixed on the upper floors. The experimental building had a return-shaped design, and from his perspective, he could only see a few rooms on the fifth and sixth floors, unable to make out the exact situation. Without hesitation, the bald man headed towards the stairwell again, but just then. Ding! A quiet electronic notification sounded in the corridor. The bald man halted, as if realizing something, and immediately turned and ran toward the end of the corridor. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. When he reached the elevator doors on the fourth floor, the floor indicator above the elevator clearly displayed 3. Ha, ha. A low, dry chuckle escaped from the bald man's throat. He quickly ran to the railing by the corridor, took a big leap onto the guardrail, and then jumped off. Standing at the entrance of the experimental building, Yi-sun heard a terrifying crashing sound, his eyes widened in shock as he watched the scene unfold. The bald man, like a ghost, had jumped directly from the fourth floor. Even after such a massive impact, the bald man's movements didn't falter at all. He didn't even need to absorb the shock, and as soon as his feet hit the ground on the first floor, he was already heading straight towards the elevator. By the time the bald man stood in front of the elevator doors, the floor indicator on the elevator had barely reached 2. A savage grin reappeared on the pale, bloodless face of the bald man. In his cold eyes, there was even a glint of excitement, as if the hunter was about to catch his prey. He stared fiercely at the elevator's floor indicator, waiting for the number to turn to 1 in the next second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time slowly passed, and the smile on the bald man's face disappeared again. It seemed as though the elevator had stopped, it was stuck on the second floor. The next moment, an upward arrow appeared on the display screen of the elevator doors. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief, and it seemed like he had finally realized something. He began frantically pressing the elevator button in front of him, but it was too late. The elevator had already started moving upward, and no matter how hard he pressed the button, it would be useless. The bald man's expression darkened in an instant. Without hesitation, he turned around again and ran towards the stairs closest to the elevator, heading upwards at full speed. In front of the experimental building, Yi-sun stood frozen, staring at the scene. At that moment, his mind had completely shut down, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening inside. Why had the bald man run up to the fourth floor only to jump down, and then why did he continue running upwards after coming down? It couldn't possibly be that he was coming here for a workout, right? What exactly did Li Yu and the others do? Yi-sun couldn't figure it out, but one thing had already dawned on him. It seemed that Li Yu and the others had a chance to escape danger. Just as Yi-sun was still frozen in place, not knowing what to do, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the stairwell beside him. At the same time, the bald man was rushing upstairs from another stairwell. Why are you still standing there? Run! Li Yu ran at the front, with Bai Yu, Wang Hu, and Song Qian closely following. As they passed by Yi-sun, Wang Hu grabbed the still-dazed Yi-sun, and the group didn't pause for a moment, quickly heading towards the teaching building. Meanwhile, 6th floor of the laboratory building. The bald man stood in front of the elevator door. At this moment, the floor indicator on the elevator showed 5. The elevator did not stop and continued to ascend. The bald man stared expressionlessly at the lit-down button beside the elevator door, standing completely still like a corpse. Ding! The elevator reached the 6th floor. With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, and inside no one. The bald man smiled. The smile was twisted and insane. By now, how could he not understand? It turned out that those people probably never really got on the elevator from the start. After all, entering such a closed space, movement is limited, and life or death would no longer be in their control, facing enormous risk. So they played a simple little trick. They pressed the button for the 2nd floor on the 5th floor, and when the elevator went down, they pressed the down button again on the 6th floor, nothing more. Yet this simple little trick allowed them to escape alive. After realizing everything, the bald man expressionlessly entered the elevator and then pressed the button for the 4th floor. When he reached the 4th floor, he stepped out of the elevator. In the silent laboratory building, only his footsteps could be heard. Finally, the footsteps disappeared inside the administration office. Chapter 82, Haunted School Suspicion, Suspicion. Chapter 82, Haunted School Suspicion, Suspicion, Evening Self-Study, Teaching Building. Li Yu sat in his seat, slightly breathing heavily, calming his mind. Danger, too dangerous. During the escape from the laboratory building, if there had been any mistake at any step, they could have died there. Although the exact rules for killing were still unclear, judging by the ghost's undisguised actions, if it blocked them, there would be no way to survive. Li Yu recalled the whole escape and felt it had been too rushed. With a little more time, they might have had a safer plan. But from receiving Yi-sun's warning to the ghost coming upstairs, the time for reaction was too short. That was the best method they could think of in that environment. Why did the ghost suddenly turn back to find us? And why does it seem to know all our actions? A deep confusion surged in Li Yu's mind. His first thought was to suspect a traitor among the participants. Besides Qin Ro and the bald man, someone might already have been replaced by the ghost. But thinking carefully, he quickly rejected that possibility. If that were true, the ghost could have killed everyone present as soon as it discovered their violation. Even if they escaped the laboratory building, it would be useless. Could it be that the ghost knew their location because of some special ability? Li Yu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. But at least one thing was certain, this ghost in the mission was far more cunning and terrifying than they expected. Perhaps the ghost had already discovered that its disguise was seen through, so it chose to use a trick. While they thought the ghost targeted Scarface, it suddenly turned back to catch them off guard. The effect was remarkable, it almost killed half of the participants. Never underestimate any ghost. Humans are far too fragile in front of ghosts. Li Yu took a deep breath and sighed inwardly, remembering that mysterious black letter. He genuinely thought that this sentence should be added as the 4th point. Soon, Li Yu adjusted his mood. Although this action was dangerous, it also brought rewards. 2 names appeared in his mind. Zhao Tianyu, Sun Lianzhou. These were the clues found during the visit to the experimental building. The first one was a student in class 12 of the 3rd year, a name Li Yu discovered while comparing the results of the first semester's monthly exam. In the first monthly exam, there were still 41 names on the class list, but by the second exam, only 40 remained. The one who was gone was this student named Zhao Tianyu. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Tianyu's grades were outstanding, ranking first in the class in his final exam, 20 points ahead of the second-place student. If the ghost in the school was Zhao Tianyu, then it should not have been more than 2 months since his appearance. As for the name Sun Lianzhou, it was discovered by Baiyu while looking through the school's teacher files. The record showed that Sun Lianzhou also taught in class 12 of the 3rd year, as the physics teacher and class head. But over a month ago, the physics teacher in class 12 was suddenly replaced by someone else, yet the records didn't show where Sun Lianzhou went. Baiyu searched through all the teaching records in the school and didn't find Sun Lianzhou's name again. If he had resigned, there should have been a note in the records, and his personnel files shouldn't still be in the school. Therefore, it could almost be concluded that he was either missing or dead. Of course, in Liyu's view, there was little difference between these two outcomes. Before the evening self-study began, their group briefly discussed the possibilities about these two people. Baiyu's opinion was, this time, the ghost domain gave a clear hint: there are two murder patterns, and it's very possible that there are two ghosts in the instance, each with its own murder pattern. We know that murder pattern 1 is very likely to violate the school's rules, which happens to match Sun Lianzhou's identity as a teacher. If a ghost had a strong obsession with something before their death, it's possible that after death, it could lead to a corresponding murder pattern. As for how these two died, and why they became ghosts, there are many possibilities. Liyu unconsciously twirled his pen, frowning slightly. From the clues currently available, Baiyu's reasoning seemed reasonable. But, could things really be that simple? He agreed with the idea that there were two ghosts. This would also explain how the ghosts could simultaneously disguise themselves as Chen Rou and the bald man. But problems followed. From the information obtained from Zhao Qi, it was known that there was a taboo name in the school. Once this name was called out, it would provoke an attack from the ghost. If the ghost that was Sun Lianzhou corresponds to the murder pattern of violating school rules, it would mean that Zhao Tianyu's murder pattern is calling out a name. Sun Lianzhou's murder pattern could be understood, as it allowed for many possibilities, but Zhao Tianyu's, wasn't it too harsh? It could be said that as long as the participants didn't do something reckless, the chances of triggering this murder pattern were practically non-existent. If these two murder patterns were really interpreted this way, then the hint from Ghost Domain had directly revealed the only murder pattern that could threaten the participants. This was a 10-person instance, and according to Baiyu and the others, the difficulty was extremely high. The Ghost Domain wouldn't suddenly become this kind-hearted, would it? With the severity of this school's rules, if 1 or 2 months or half a year passed without breaking any school rules, perhaps it would be difficult. But if it was just 1 week, especially when it involved life or death, then... The participants gritted their teeth and managed to hold on. In the remaining 5 days, as long as they stuck to their duties and did nothing out of line, the ghost would hardly be able to kill any of them. Thinking of this, Liu suddenly paused his pen spinning, unable to help but pinch the crease between his brows, which was a bit sore from thinking. Working backwards from the result, Liu judged that their guesses must have some crucial errors. Whether it was the killing rule for shouting forbidden names, or the killing rule for breaking school rules, none of it had been fully confirmed yet. The latter could at least be supported by hints from the weird domain, as well as the deaths of Han Ling, Bald Guy, and others, which provided some traceable evidence. But the former no one could possibly risk being killed by the ghost just to try it themselves, right? If anyone wanted to try, it would have to be someone holding a cursed tool, but they wouldn't necessarily want to waste precious chances to stay alive verifying a killing rule. Thinking of this, Liyu's mind couldn't help but picture Fang Yuan's face. If Fang Yuan were here, she might not even need me to bring it up, she would boldly test it herself. While he was pondering, Liu suddenly felt a cold, chilling gaze land on him. He looked up and met Bald Guy in the front row's sinister eyes. Cold, venomous, full of unhidden malice. Liyu's lips twitched, and he offered a polite smile, hoping the other could feel his friendliness. Chapter 83, Weird School Suspicion, Testing. After the evening self-study ended, Liu and Yi-sun returned to the dormitory. Yi-sun had a lot he wanted to ask Liu, but stopped when he noticed Zhao Qi inside the dorm. He was about to pull Liu outside to talk when he noticed Liu staring at Zhao Qi, who was buried in his homework, his gaze flickering. Zhao Qi? Liu walked behind him, resting a hand on his chair. What? Zhao Qi didn't lift his head, his tone icy. Liu chuckled and asked, "What did you want to talk to me about last night?" "I was too sleepy, I only vaguely heard you say something." Zhao Qi paused mid-pen, slightly turned, and his eyes at Liu were full of strangeness. A face that completely didn't understand what you were talking about. "Isn't that right? You climbed onto my bed last night, didn't you?" Liu asked calmly. "The dorm has rules forbidding random bed swapping, and why would I get on your bed for no reason?" Zhao Qi spoke coldly, his tone full of distance. "I think you dreamed it. My time is precious, don't bother me without reason." After saying this, Zhao Qi picked up his pen again, burying himself in his work. Liyu's eyes flickered, he hadn't given up. Thinking for a moment, he decided to take a small risk. "Still about last night's topic, Zhao Qi, aren't you even a little curious, or could it be you have some inside news?" At these words, Zhao Qi suddenly turned, his eyes wide with fear, staring at him. Seeing this, Liu didn't stop, instead adding more fuel. "After all, we are classmates, and you even share the same surname, could it be some kind of relative? What exactly are you talking about?" Zhao Qi's hand tightened on his pen, speaking sharply. That guy's death wasn't my business, everyone saw it, what does it have to do with me? Same surname, there are plenty of people with the same surname, are they all relatives? So much time has passed, why do you keep bringing him up? Zhao Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes at Liu carrying some resentment. But surprisingly, his reaction was clearly not as intense as last night. Liu's mind had a vague guess. After a brief hesitation he continued. After all, it's a human life. I'm just wondering if there's any hidden truth in this. Zhao Tian, after all, he was at least a classmate of ours, right? Liu did not fully say Zhao Tianyu's name. He deliberately stretched out the name Zhao Tian while keeping his eyes locked tightly on Zhao Qi's reaction. Clearly, as the name was about to be spoken, a flash of fear passed through Zhao Qi's eyes, and his body trembled slightly. But he did not stop him from saying that name. So, the name that cannot be spoken is not Zhao Tianyu, but most likely the homeroom teacher's son Lianzhou? Liu felt a plan forming in his mind. I'll say it again, I don't want to talk to you about this matter at all. Zhao Qi slammed the table hard, stood up, and glared at Liu with anger. This matter has nothing to do with me, don't drag me into your silly curiosity. The college entrance exam is coming soon, this is my most important chance to change my fate. Zhao Qi poked Liu's shoulder with his finger, staring at him and speaking each word sharply. Do not disturb me. After the last word fell, the dormitory fell into a brief silence. When Wang Hu returned to the dorm, he saw Zhao Qi pointing at Liu and threatening him. His brows furrowed instantly, he tossed his backpack onto the table and strode over. What are you doing? What are you doing? Trying to bully someone in the dorm? His tall body stood between the two of them, instantly separating them, completely blocking Zhao Qi's view. Facing Wang Hu's stern gaze, Zhao Qi was silent for a moment, then snorted coldly, who was really bullying who? After saying this, he turned back to continue his own business, ignoring the two of them. Wang Hu raised his brow, about to reach out and clarify, but Liu stopped him. Wang Hu looked puzzled, then saw Liu shake his head at him, and finally stopped. Then, Liu signaled Jisun, and the three of them silently headed toward the corridor. Zhao Qi coldly glanced at the three leaving the dorm, letting out a snort from his nose, his face full of resentment. It had been some time since evening study ended, and the dormitory corridor was mostly empty, similar to the scene in the teaching building. After returning to the dorm, students mostly stayed in, and no one lingered in small groups chatting in the corridor. Why are you back so late? Where did you go? Looking around and seeing no one, Liu asked Wang Hu. I asked Bai Yu a few things. Weren't you also curious about how he convinced Zheng Qingyi to watch Gue Chenro? Wang Hu shrugged and replied. Oh? Did he tell you? He couldn't resist my nagging, so he just told me directly. Wang Hu chuckled, looking pleased with himself. He looked at Liu and Yi Sun mysteriously, lowering his voice. You might not believe it, but that guy actually gave his own magical device to Zheng Qingyi as a bargaining chip to make her watch the ghost. Magical device? Yi Sun's expression changed in surprise. Although he had never had a magical device, he knew a bit about them. This was the only thing an ordinary person could rely on to survive in front of a ghost, extremely precious in the ghost domain, even with many limitations. Something that could be called a second life. Bai Yu actually gave it to Zheng Qingyi? Liu was also surprised by Bai Yu's decisiveness, but the result did not shock him entirely. I kind of guessed it. A veteran like Bai Yu having a magical device in hand is normal. To convince Zheng Qingyi to risk herself watching a ghost, he had to give an important bargaining chip. That said, the mission required surviving 7 days. To give away a life-saving magical device the next day, Bai Yu must be very confident. Wow, I wish I could get a magical device too someday. Wang Hu clicked his tongue, full of admiration. But quickly he changed the subject, looking at Liu and asking. What did you just talk about with Zhao Qi? Why is he so excited? Nothing much, I just tested him a bit, roughly figured out which one is the so-called forbidden name. Liu said briefly. Wang Hu was startled for a moment, then immediately gave a thumbs up. Still, Lin San, you have your ways. The action efficiency is really something. What a pity, this school breaks rules in so many ways, otherwise we could just force him to talk, make him spill everything he knows. Isn't that easier than struggling to find clues? Force him. Liu recalled the last copy experience, shaking his head with a smile. The clues you get from forcing a copy NPC, whether they are true or not, are really hard to tell. Chapter 84 Ghost School Suspicion Guess. Chapter 84 Ghost School Suspicion Guess. So Lin San, what exactly happened in the experiment building at that time? Yi Sun finally couldn't help but ask. At that time was tight. After Liu and the group escaped the experiment building, there was no time to explain in detail, they had to go back to the classroom to prepare for evening study. Even dinner was just a quick, casual bite. Bai Yu and I found the names of 2 missing people in the academic office, one a student, one a teacher. Liu answered Yi Sun's question briefly. To be safe, he still didn't say the 2 names. Recalling the scene in the experiment building, Liu slowly explained. When we got your message warning, we were actually ready to retreat, but the ghost came upstairs so fast, going straight down would most likely have him catch us. From the bald man's actions, even if he hadn't blocked us in the academic office, being caught by him would still trigger the killing rule. In the panic, we only had time to hide on the 5th floor, at the critical moment by you and I thought to use the elevator to attract the ghost's attention. We pressed the button for the 2nd floor on the 5th floor. When the elevator started going down, quickly pressed the 6th floor button, so the elevator would go back up when reaching the 2nd floor. Luckily this trick worked. The ghost was furious but didn't notice the elevator was empty. We then used the chance when he went upstairs to leave the experiment building via another stairway. Liu spoke casually, but in Yi-sun's ears it caused a shiver of fear. He couldn't help swallowing. As someone who saw the bald man rush into the experiment building, he could sense the danger behind it. If there was the slightest mistake, Liu and the others would likely have been killed on the spot by the ghost. Fortunately, both wisdom and luck were on their side. Now I'm thinking about another problem. Liu lightly moved past this topic, frowning as he spoke. We know the first killing rule is probably breaking school rules. If, as Zhao Qi said, the second killing rule is shouting that forbidden name, then we already know all the killing rules. Impossible, this copy's difficulty can't be that simple. As soon as Liu finished, Wang Hu shook his head in denial. If it were really like that, this copy would even be easier than the last one. How does it deserve the big scene with 10-person copy plus ghost domain giving clear hints? I think the same. Liu nodded. Thinking carefully, Zhao Qi only meant shouting the forbidden name is dangerous, but whether this is really the ghost's killing rule is not certain. Too bad we don't have ghost tools, otherwise we could take the risk to try. If we could confirm all the killing rules, the next few days would be much safer. If shouting that name causes death, could it be the same as the breaking school rules rule we know? Yi-sun suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of Liu and Wang Hu. Shouting the name and school rules, the gap between them is too big. How could they be connected? Wang Hu tilted his head in confusion. No matter what, there can't be a school rule saying you cannot call the name of the dead, right? No, I actually think this is a good new idea. Liu thought for a moment, looking at Yi-sun encouragingly. Go on. What I mean is, we can't be 100% sure that breaking the school rules will cause death, right? Yi-sun placed his right hand on the hallway railing, feeling the coldness in his palm, and started thinking. It's possible that Han Ling, Shenrou, and the bald guy died for some other reason, and the ghost just deliberately led us to think it was about school rules. In that case, the ghost can not only hide the real killing rule, but we walk the wrong path, making it harder to figure out how many killing rules there are. So it could happen like now, where one killing rule is understood as two. If we go by your logic, then how do we interpret the hints in Ghost Domain? Wang Hu asked. This I can't really say, most of the clues we have are just our guesses. Yi-sun paused, shook his head, and sighed. In Ghost Domain, to clearly know a killing rule, you often have to pay with human lives, and that is still lucky. Many times, even if you sacrifice lives, you still might not find the correct killing rule. Wang Hu clicked his tongue, looking at Yi-sun strangely up and down. Weren't you just saying you only passed one dungeon? How can you speak with such philosophy? My last dungeon was very dangerous. I was lucky to meet a skilled veteran who helped me pass. Yi-sun explained. Many died in that dungeon, except for me and that veteran. All others were gone. I'm not good at expressing, but I am good at observing. Many things suddenly make sense after watching carefully. Yi-sun spoke, eyes turning to Liu, who was deep in thought. Lin-san, do you think my guess is possible? Liu thought for a long time, only slightly nodding, neither agreeing nor denying. There are too many doubts in this dungeon. I can't say anything for sure. We just have to consider all possibilities. After all, we never saw the death scenes of Han Ling, Shenrou, or the bald guy. Maybe the ghost chose night on purpose, waiting for us to be in the dormitory to kill. Next, we have to survive here for 5 days, so we can only be careful in every step. The three of them continued discussing the topic, but unfortunately made little progress. Regarding the two missing people and the ghost, Wang Hu suggested the possibility of a teacher-student romance. Unable to bear public pressure, they chose to die together, and because of deep hatred, became vengeful ghosts wandering the school to kill and take revenge. It is said his idea came from the few novels he boredly flipped through at work. Yi-sun, after learning that the forbidden name was a teacher and not a student, guessed that the original ghost might be that teacher, who for some reason became a vengeful ghost after death, and that the student accidentally triggered the ghost's killing rule and was killed. This also fits Zhao Qi's statement. Zhao Tianyu's death was all his own fault, unrelated to others. As for Liu, recalling the two strange class rules in the grade 12-3 classroom, he also had his guesses. Maybe their deaths are related to bullying. Liu said. But usually in bullying, it's common for students to get hurt. How does a teacher get hurt? Or maybe this bullying is special, happening between student and teacher. For some reason, the teacher bullied a student, or the student actively bullied the teacher? Liu pondered. The clues were too few to let him figure out the truth. While thinking, his eye suddenly noticed a figure flickering downstairs. Immediately, the next moment. Thud. the lights in the dormitory building went out again. Chapter 85, Strange School Mystery, Conspiracy. Chapter 85, Strange School Mystery, Conspiracy. This time, without any need for Liyu's reminder, after the lights went out, the three of them did not hesitate and quickly returned to their dorm rooms. At this moment, Zhao Qi had already returned to his bed. Liu cast a deep glance at Zhao Qi's bed, and then the three of them got onto their respective beds. After last night's experience, no matter what happened tonight, Liu would not be surprised. The reason the ghost was able to kill 3 people in one night, aside from the participants' own recklessness and lack of ability, was primarily because everyone had just entered the instance, and they didn't fully understand the rules and the situation of the instance. After the first round of elimination, the probability of having foolish people among those who survived was already almost negligible. Without them triggering the killing rules on their own, it would not be so easy for the ghost to design a trap to harm them. Lying under the blanket, Liu dared to take out his phone. He didn't intend to contact anyone else but reopened the task prompt for Strange Domain. Hint 1, play your roles well. Liu stared at this line of text on the screen, his gaze becoming more focused. Upon seeing this hint, everyone initially thought it was referring to playing their student roles well, which led them to associate the killing rules with school regulations. At the moment, there was indeed no evidence to overturn this guess, but Liu had other thoughts in his mind. Is the prompt for Strange Domain really so simple and direct? Could it be that there is another meaning behind this hint? Play your role well. Yes, in this instance, their role is indeed a student, but they also have another role, they are participants in this instance. Students need to follow school rules, but participants, they must figure out the ghost's killing rules in order to leave the instance alive. If there is another layer of interpretation to this hint, could it be suggesting that they must actively explore what has been happening in this school and uncover the ghost's killing rules? Could Strange Domain mean that if they cannot figure out all the killing rules, their chances of leaving the instance alive are almost zero? Yi Sun's idea is not without merit, but right now, all signs point to one of the killing rules being related to school regulations. No matter how skilled the ghost is, it shouldn't be able to cover up everything so thoroughly without leaving any loopholes. The hints from Strange Domain, Han Ling, and the death of the bald man, everything fits together. Therefore, in Liyu's mind, he is more inclined to believe that the so-called forbidden name theory, where calling a name brings danger, is incorrect. But if everything goes as he guesses, it also means that the ghost has not yet revealed the second killing rule, which must be extremely terrifying. Terrifying enough that without them knowing anything, it could even kill all of them at once. Liu put away the phone with Strange Domain, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his emotions. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, replaying all the experiences since entering the instance, yet more and more doubts flooded his mind. It's been 2 days since they entered the instance. While they seem to have made a lot of progress, they have made no headway in speculating the killing rules, which is a very bad sign. 2 names, 2 missing persons. Zhao Tianyu, Sun Lianzhou, are these 2 really the ghosts in the school? Or is there something else going on? As Liu was deep in thought, the sound of the bed creaking once again echoed through the silent dormitory. He didn't even lift his eyelids, naturally turned to his side, and planned to pretend to sleep like last night. But when he clearly heard the source of the sound, Liu suddenly froze. The creaking sound wasn't coming from Zhao Qi's bed. It seemed to be Wang Hu. How could that be? Wang Hu had no reason to get out of bed at this time, but could it possibly be the ghost coming down from his bed? Could it be that in such a short time after the lights went out, the ghost had already killed Wang Hu and then climbed down from his bed? Liu suddenly thought, this time none of them had seen the whole process of Zhao Qi getting onto the bed. The moment they returned to the dormitory, the lights were already out. That is to say, if Zhao Qi was that disguised ghost, he could completely climb onto Wang Hu's bed in advance, and when he returned then give him a strike when he was unprepared. And even if Zhao Qi was not the ghost, the real ghost could also operate like this. The more Liu thought, the more frightened he became, and in an instant he associated it with this worst possibility. But after calming down, he again felt that this possibility was not very high. If the ghost could really act like this, after the lights went out yesterday it could completely kill any one of them through this operation, what reason was there to drag it until today to do this? Then what exactly was this sound, coming down from Wang Hu's bed? Was it a person or a ghost? Thoughts surged and rolled in Liu's heart, not allowing him to think more. That sound of footsteps had already stopped beside his bed. Then, a voice sounded. Lin-san, I suddenly thought of an important clue, I want to chat with you. This voice Liu was extremely familiar with, it was exactly Wang Hu's voice. Could it really be Wang Hu? This thought only flashed through Liu's mind for a moment, and was fiercely strangled out by him. Absolutely impossible. He would rather believe it was the ghost that killed Wang Hu and disguised into his voice wanting to deceive himself. But was this kind of method not a bit too low and crude? Even if the person under the bed really was Wang Hu, suddenly making such a strange action, anyone who came would have to suspect. Not to mention Liu, even Yi Sun, even Han Ling here, none of them would possibly make a response. If not responding, then nothing happens. If responding, it means risk. This is a choice question even a fool would make. The ghost, it could not possibly really expect to deceive him in this way, right? In the blink of an eye, many thoughts surged inside Liu's mind. At this moment, the hand he placed inside the quilt was tightly gripping that ghost domain phone. The cold metal feeling coming from his palm made Liu suddenly realize a terrifying possibility. Could it be that the ghost's target was actually not him, but Wang Hu? The moment this thought appeared, the hand Liu used to hold the ghost domain phone suddenly tightened. The ghost actually still climbed down from Zhao Qi's bed, only this time it deliberately restrained the sound, then shook the wooden board under Wang Hu's bed position, creating movement, to make other people produce an illusion that it climbed down from Wang Hu's bed. This kind of method, although clumsy, but the purpose was not to deceive other people, the real target was exactly Wang Hu himself. Just imagine, when Wang Hu felt that his bed suddenly shook, and then the ghost disguised into his own voice stood at another person's bedside and said such a piece of words. What reaction would he make? As long as Wang Hu produced even the slightest bit of worry, as long as he produced the thought of reminding other people, then he stepped right into the ghost's conspiracy. After all, at this kind of time, making a sound would only transfer the danger onto himself, so the best method Wang Hu could think of naturally was using the phone to send a message. And perhaps, what the ghost wanted was exactly the moment Wang Hu used the ghost domain phone. Liu could be certain, as long as Wang Hu took out the phone, waiting for his ending. Only death. Chapter 86, Strange School Suspicious Clouds, Persuasion. Chapter 86, Strange School Suspicious Clouds, Persuasion. Before lights out, inside another dormitory. You are saying, that bald man already died long ago? The Scarman's face was extremely ugly, he had some difficulty believing this news. After the evening self-study ended, seeing that the bald man had not returned to the dormitory for a long time, he then asked Baiyu about it, and the result was learning this kind of news. Yes. Baiyu slightly nodded, pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Today, when we searched for clues inside the school, he behaved extremely abnormal, combined with the point that he has not returned to the dormitory for a long time. Most likely, he really is dead. The time of death was probably last night. Maybe because he realized he had already been exposed, he simply stopped acting and didn't plan to return to the dorm. Baiyu's statement was clever, making the scarred man believe it was the ghost disguised as the bald man who had exposed his flaw and been noticed by Baiyu. He wouldn't suspect that he had been used as bait to draw the ghost's attention. Since there was no way to continue using the scarred man, Baiyu simply told him the truth. Recalling how the bald man had actively approached him and engaged in conversation during the day, the scarred man felt a chill in his heart. At that time, the bald man had already been replaced by the ghost, and he had been completely unaware. If the ghost had planned to set him up back then, he might have actually fallen into the trap. Thinking of this, the scarred man's face turned even darker. He lifted his gaze to look at Baiyu, whose expression remained calm. His eyes flickered for a moment, and after a brief internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke. I was attacked by a ghost today as well. Oh? Upon hearing this, Baiyu immediately became interested and asked, tell me more. To be precise, I was killed by a ghost once. The scarred man took a deep breath before slowly exhaling. I was about to force a student at the school to confess, and that triggered the killing rule, and the ghost appeared and killed me. So you're saying the person talking to me now is a dead man? Baiyu's lips curled up slightly as he teased the scarred man. The scarred man's face instantly darkened. Stop making such a pointless joke. Alright, Baiyu shrugged, his expression serious again. So you also entered the dungeon with a trick, relying on that to save your life? Pretty much. The scarred man nodded, though he didn't mention that he had played dead until the ghost left before he dared to get up. But my trick can only be used once, and it's already been used up. No wonder you're brave enough to act alone. You must have brought a life-saving item. Baiyu chuckled. But even then, going straight to the dungeon NPC to interrogate seems a bit reckless, don't you think? Stop the sarcastic remarks, I naturally have my own considerations. The scarred man pouted, replying. At least after this attempt, it's pretty much confirmed that one of the killing rules is related to the school rules, and not some smokescreen released by the ghost deliberately. Oh. Baiyu's mouth formed an O shape, then he gave the scarred man a thumbs up. It seems you have a good vision, sacrificing yourself to test the killing rule. Impressive, impressive. The scarred man's face stiffened, his mouth twitching. If he hadn't lost his life-saving item and needed to cooperate with someone, he really would have slapped the person in front of him. Is mocking me so fun? Can't you speak properly? Hearing this, Baiyu finally stopped smiling and became serious. Unlike Zheng Xingyi, using the scarred man as bait to attract the ghost's attention was already a form of exploitation. Naturally, Baiyu had no reason to blame him for not completing the task properly. Teasing him was just a way to vent the pressure of surviving, but Baiyu wouldn't explain this to the scarred man. Tell me again about the scene back then. The scarred man thought for a moment and then began to narrate the entire process of forcing the female student to confess. I suspect the ghost might have seen through my intentions, or maybe it came specifically because I was alone, so it deliberately disguised itself as a student and passed by me. Even if I hadn't forced her to confess, the ghost might have found another way to trigger the killing rule. As the scarred man spoke, Bayou rubbed his chin and fell into thought. After a while, he suddenly threw out another question. When did you force the female student to confess? Well, after dinner. What's wrong? Bayou narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flashing for a moment. He nodded without saying much more. What about you guys? Have you found anything useful today? Seeing Bayou's silence, the scarred man frowned and pressed on. He had come to cooperate with Bayou, to exchange information, but so far, he was the only one talking. What's going on? A little, but not much. Bayou spoke slowly, telling the scarred man about the forbidden names that existed at the school and the clues he found about the 2 missing persons today. Teachers and students? The scarred man said thoughtfully. So, the ghosts at the school might very well be these 2 people, or at least one of them? Yeah, I think the same. Bayou nodded in agreement. Then it seems like to figure out the second murder pattern, we should start from this angle. The scarred man looked at Bayou and said directly, let's cooperate, we'll investigate together. Right now, it's just the 2 of us in this dormitory, we're natural allies. As he spoke, the scarred man subtly glanced at his roommate, Li Kai, who was buried in his books not far away. Bayou heard this and gave the scarred man a deep look, the corners of his mouth curving up as he slowly uttered 2 words. All right. Girls' dormitory. After the lights were turned off, the darkness became the best breeding ground for fear. Zheng Qingyi curled up in her blanket, thinking back to what she had experienced during the day. Her right hand still seemed to feel the piercing cold from earlier. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the necklace around her neck, and the conversation with Bayou when he had come to find her echoed in her ears once again. Chen Rou is now a ghost. I need you to help me keep an eye on her. What? Are you joking? You want me to watch a ghost? In exchange, I can lend you my cursed object. As Bayou spoke, he handed Zheng Qingyi a necklace. This cursed object can help you survive when you trigger the murder pattern and are in the ghost's grasp. Though it's a one-time use cursed object, it can be used 3 times in one instance. I don't need to tell you how valuable this is, right? With this, even if you accidentally trigger the murder pattern, you'll have 3 chances to survive. This is my sincerity. But... Zheng Qingyi looked at the necklace, her face full of longing, but there was still some hesitation in her heart. Anyone would feel fearful after being in close contact with a ghost for a long time. This is a 10-person instance. If we can't figure out all the murder patterns, we'll probably all die here. Even cursed objects won't help. Someone has to keep an eye on Ghost Chen Rou, so others can search for clues. If possible, I don't mind playing the role of the watcher. But let me be blunt. Among the participants this time, I don't see many strong veterans. If I were to watch the ghost, do you have confidence that you can figure out the murder pattern? And the process of searching for clues isn't any safer than watching Ghost Chen Rou. If you take this task, at least you'll have a card to play to save yourself. As long as you're careful, the chances of surviving are still quite high. I've said all I can. If you still don't want to, I can find someone else. After Bayou finished speaking, he waited quietly for Zheng Qingyi's response. After a brief inner struggle, Zheng Qingyi gritted her teeth and took the necklace. I understand. Chapter 87 Suspicion in the Haunted School Suffering. Chapter 87 Suspicion in the Haunted School Suffering. Thoughts returned to the present. Zheng Qingyi tightly gripped the necklace around her neck, feeling the coldness in her palm, and only then did she feel a bit of safety. Do you think that with that thing on your neck, I can't kill you? The cold, emotionless words of Ghost Chen Rou still echoed in her ears. That was a ghost, issuing a warning face to face. How could it not make anyone fear? Zheng Qingyi closed her eyes, forcing herself not to think about those things. As long as she didn't do anything extra, the ghost wouldn't be able to kill her. Even if she accidentally triggered the murder pattern, at least she would have 3 chances to survive. Zheng Qingyi comforted herself, the mental strain of the whole day causing drowsiness to surge uncontrollably. Even though she heard the distinct sound of the bedboard shaking, she still had no intention of opening her eyes. This scene had already happened once yesterday. Doing nothing, she could safely live until tomorrow. But this time, no call came from under the bed. The ghost seemed to have no plan to get onto her bed at all. Those 2 footsteps, in the end, only lingered by the bed for a while, then crawled back onto their own beds. This unexpected turn of events instead made Zheng Qingyi feel puzzled. What is happening? Has the ghost given up on targeting her? Is it because she carries a strange weapon, making her hard to kill, so it turned its attention to others? But if that were the case, it should have tried to find a way to kill Song Chen in the next bed. The ghost's straightforward abandonment instead made Zheng Qingyi uneasy. She turned over, simply facing her back to the outside, to focus on falling asleep. But gradually, Zheng Qingyi began to feel cold. Even though she wrapped the quilt tightly, the summer quilt was just a thin blanket, unable to block that chill. The temperature in the dorm seemed to keep dropping, from 20-something degrees to teens, finally down to single digits. Such temperatures, in the middle of summer night, were almost impossible. Zheng Qingyi's body began to tremble from the cold. She felt cold air constantly creeping up through the gaps in the wooden bed. In the darkness, a picture surfaced in her mind. Something was tightly pressed under her bed, blowing cold air through the gap. Even though she tried hard to stop thinking, forcing herself not to imagine, the thought spread uncontrollably. The image in her mind grew clearer. She even imagined a long-haired female ghost, body pressed under the bed, only one eye visible under the hair, staring at her through the gap. Between her and the ghost, there was only a thin, fragile bedboard. The cold from the female ghost spread through the gap, strand by strand wrapping around her, silently telling a cruel truth. In Zheng Qingyi's mind, the ghost's pale lips moved, overlapping with Chen Ro's face from the cafeteria dinner. She was saying, "You think you can hide away? Who?" Zheng Qingyi suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for breath. A cold that came from inside and outside covered her whole body, making her shiver uncontrollably. The dorm temperature had returned to normal unknowingly, still a bit cold, but bearable. Zheng Qingyi froze for a moment. She looked down. In the darkness, the bed under her showed nothing unusual. There were no eyes staring at her through the gap. In fact, between her and the bedboard, there was still a mattress. Even if I tried to look through the gap, the mattress would block them. Zheng Qingyi felt her mind in chaos, thoughts swirling. Could everything just be her illusion? Or was it a nightmare born from fear? Zheng Qingyi rubbed her temples, easing the throbbing in her head. Long-time pressure, tense spirit, plus the recent nightmare, made her brain sting sharply. It was as if a tendon in her head was constantly jumping. Gradually, the jumping frequency seemed to overlap with the friction sound from the dorm fan. Creak. 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 Zheng Qingyi's hands froze, subconsciously glancing at the bed edge with her eyes. Just now, in that sound of rusted metal rubbing, a muffled knock seemed to come. From the sound, it seemed something was hitting the bed railing. Creak. Zheng Qingyi's mind tensed suddenly. The tendon in her head jumped even more, making her brain sting sharply. But she still focused her attention and listened carefully. Finally, in the next moment, she clearly heard that strange sound. Thump. Low, heavy, but clear, not a hallucination. It was the iron railing being hit by something. Zheng Qingyi held her breath, and a few seconds later. Thump. The impact sound rang again. Zheng Qingyi's lips trembled, her face turned pale. She clearly remembered the first two footsteps going back to their beds. So where did this sound come from now? Thump. Maybe because she was highly focused, the sound overpowered the sharp metal scraping noise, becoming even clearer. Zheng Qingyi tightly closed her eyes, forcing herself to ignore it. No matter what it was, no matter where it came from, she would not care. It must be a ghost trap, absolutely must not pay attention. Thump. 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 The impact sounds kept repeating, each interval exactly the same, forming a stable rhythm. Gradually, Zheng Qingyi could even predict when the next sound would occur. The more she tried not to pay attention, the more her focus sharpened, almost like an instinct, impossible to resist. Even when she forced herself to relax, she could not do it at all. The stabbing pain from her brain grew stronger. In this highly tense state, she felt it was no longer a nerve twitching but like someone was drilling into her head with an electric drill. Under the fierce pain, she could not fall asleep. The repetition felt like torture. She did not know how much time had passed, maybe half an hour, maybe several hours, or perhaps only a few minutes. Zheng Qingyi opened her eyes again, staring with bloodshot eyes at her bed frame, her eyes full of fear and anger. Fear and pain made it impossible to stay calm. Zheng Qingyi was certain there was no one under her bed, yet the impact sounds kept repeating. She had to find out where the sound came from, otherwise surviving the whole night would be worse than death. Zheng Qingyi clenched her teeth, her right hand holding the necklace, her left hand trembling as it reached for the bed curtain. Gently, slowly, she opened a small gap. Chapter 88, Mysterious School Shadows, The Hanged Person. Even if there really was danger, with the strange device in her hand, she could at least keep one life. Zheng Qingyi had not completely lost her mind. The strange device provided by Baiyu became her confidence now. As the bed curtain was pulled aside a little, the dormitory scene appeared before her eyes. The whole dormitory was pitch black. Luckily her eyes had adapted to the darkness and could barely see. As she expected, no figure stood under her bed. At least the worst case of a ghost suddenly appearing did not happen when she opened the curtain. Zheng Qingyi's gaze swept along the bed edge, but found nothing unusual. Naturally she could not find the source of the strange sound. Could it all have been her illusion just now? A ridiculous thought flashed in her mind, but the next moment, her eyes widened, her pupils suddenly shivering. Thump! Something lightly hit the edge of her bed. Who? The night wind blew through the curtain into the silent dormitory. The wind was a little cool, a little cold, but far less chilling than the fear in Zhang Qingyi's heart at that moment. She saw a foot. A bare foot, without a shoe, lightly kicking the edge of her bed railing. Zhang Qingyi's mind seemed to freeze for a moment. The ringing in her ears, usually ignored, became extremely loud and piercing. Her face drained of color, lips trembling, she raised her head, stiffly and slowly, bit by bit. The line of sight followed that foot hanging in the air and kept moving upward, calf thigh torso all the way to the neck. A rope hanging from the ceiling lifted that bloodless pale neck and suspended that body in midair. Creak. Creak. With the night wind, the rope swayed back and forth in a very regular rhythm. One to the left, one to the right. That foot, when it swung to the edge, would kick exactly onto the edge of Zhang Qingyi's bed without the slightest miss. Inside her pair of eyes filled with blood veins, at this moment there was only endless fear left. Through the small gap at the corner of the bed curtain, Zhang Qingyi's gaze met the sight of that female corpse hanging from the dormitory ceiling. The next moment. On the hideous and terrifying face of the female corpse, the corner of the mouth slowly pulled open into an extremely faint, extremely cold arc. Inside that twisted smile, there was excitement, there was madness, and there was endless malice that burst out through the body. The mouth corner of the female corpse opened and closed, silently forming mouth shapes toward Zhang Qingyi. Found you. Another night passed. This was the third day after arriving at Xinghe Middle School. When the sky had just begun to turn faintly bright, Liu got off the bed with a heavy mood. He looked at Wang Hu's bed at the first moment, his expression solemn. Last night, he did not make any response to that Wang Hu under the bed, and likewise, it was impossible for him to send a message to remind Wang Hu. Although the ghost set this trap to lure Wang Hu into breaking the rule, if Liu also broke the rule, the ghost would of course kill him without mercy as well. This kind of thing of failing to save someone and instead sending himself out, Liu would not do. The problem now was that last night he did not receive any message reminder from Wang Hu, but this also did not mean Wang Hu was safe. It was completely possible that he tried to send a message, but before the message was sent he had already been discovered by the ghost and killed. At this moment, from Liu's angle looking upward, he could see Wang Hu's bed position bulging as if a person was lying there. But he had no way now to confirm whether the one lying there was Wang Hu, or Wang Hu's corpse, or even a ghost disguised as Wang Hu. Liu suddenly realized the most terrifying point of this instance. Once someone left your sight, or after a whole night passed, you had no way to confirm whether your teammate was still a living person. The ghost's disguise was almost everywhere without any hole. Even when it first disguised as the bald man and was noticed by them, the ghost still successfully used that point in return and almost killed half of them at once. And after learning from the last lesson, the ghost's disguise next would surely be even more perfect, making it harder for them to notice. Not only did they need to investigate the school within limited time to find clues, they also had to guard against the teammates around them at all times, truly. While Liu was thinking, Wang Hu had already gotten up and walked down from the bed, his expression calm, every move natural and smooth, showing no abnormal sign at all. Facing Liu's gaze, Wang Hu raised his eyebrow. Why are you looking at me with that kind of eyes? You heard the movement last night, right? Liu asked back. You mean the ghost disguised my voice to deceive you? Liu did not speak, he only quietly stared at him. Wang Hu touched his beard and suddenly smiled. Such an obvious scam. With your intelligence, Lin San, it's impossible for you not to judge it out, right? I wasn't worried at all. I closed my eyes and directly slept until the sky turned bright. Anyway, no matter what the ghost wants to do, as long as you ignore it and honestly sleep, there is almost no chance of stepping into a trap, right? Facing Wang Hu's question back, Liu instead froze. The Wang Hu in front of him was not lying. If his ability was also effective on ghosts, then the one standing in front of him must be the real Wang Hu and had not been replaced by the ghost. Liu stayed silent for a long time, sighed, then shook his head and smiled. Your way really is the simplest and most direct method to deal with it. What kind of logic was this? Because you believed you would not be fooled, so there was no need to remind? Don't mention it. Hearing the voices of the two, Yisun finally mustered the courage to peek his head out, his gaze warily sweeping back and forth over them. I tell you, brother Hu, you really scared me to death last night. Do you know how terrifying it was to hear your voice in the middle of the night asking me if you could climb into my bed and sleep together? Ha, you little brat, not happy about it? Wang Hu shot him a sideways glance, snorting coldly. When you sleep in the same bed as a ghost, you'll know to behave yourself. Yi Sun's eyes widened at his words, and he quickly waved his hands in surrender. No, that's not necessary. I have a small heart. If a ghost dares to get on my bed, I would dare to die right in front of it. Yi Sun hurriedly climbed down from the bed, confirming that they were both safe and had not been replaced by ghosts before Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he began to ponder that it seemed necessary to establish a code to prevent such things from happening in the future. While the three were chatting, they suddenly heard a sound coming from Zhao Qi's bed, and they all fell silent. Zhao Qi got out of bed, glanced at the three standing there, and took his washing items to the bathroom on the balcony. Liu followed his figure with his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly as doubts sprouted in his heart like wild grass. After a night of deep thought, he felt that many things in this instance were inexplicably off. A lot of things, perhaps, needed an opportunity to clear them up. Author's note: this book is in its early stages. I hope the readers who like it can encourage me with updates, add it to their bookshelf, and leave comments. This is very important for the book. If the data is good, I will make an effort to update more. Thank you from Sue. *operator Omega *operator. Chapter 89, Eerie School Doubts, The Disappearing Homework. After washing up, exercising, and having breakfast, the crowd surged again towards the teaching building. For someone who has long distanced themselves from student life, it is incredibly difficult to adapt to the school's intense schedule. Not to mention that having to deal with ghosts at night kept them on edge. After just 2 nights, they were already mentally exhausted. The entire morning, Yisun felt dizzy and yawned continuously, especially when the teacher's voice during class sounded more like a lullaby. Several times, he almost fell asleep. But thinking about the potential death threat from sleeping in class forced him to struggle to stay awake. It's even more torturous than when I worked night shifts as a security guard. At least during my night shifts, I could sleep a bit when no one was around. When it was break time, Yisun finally couldn't resist collapsing onto his desk. If he didn't take a nap during break, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. In contrast, Liu felt he was doing alright. Although it had been a while since he experienced such an intense schedule, he had often worked in high-pressure environments before, which honed his adaptability. At least making it through these few days while awake was not a problem. This time, the instance is also a test of the participants' physical and mental states. Looking at Yisun dozing off on the desk, Liu thought to himself. At that moment, a boy approached them and stopped in front of Liu's seat. The physics homework from yesterday needs to be submitted now, the teacher wants to check. The boy held a stack of exercise books in his hands, his tone neither warm nor cold, extending his hand toward Liu. Liu pulled out an exercise book from the drawer and handed it over. He had completed all the assignments during evening self-study, including Wang Hu's part as well. The boy took the exercise book and turned to walk toward Yisun's seat. Yisun didn't lift his head, sleepily fumbling to find his homework and handing it over. The boy then moved on to the next person. Liu watched his retreating figure, his gaze lingering on the stack of homework he held. If only there were a cursed item that could save my life. This thought flashed through Liu's mind. If he had an opportunity to make mistakes, he could bravely try many things. On the contrary, he could only treat the other participants as cannon fodder to probe and test. "Where's your homework?" A cold voice rang in his ear. Scar-faced man furrowed his brows tightly, his pupils full of shock. He flipped through his backpack again, his movements frantic and urgent, yet still could not find that exercise book. But, how could this be possible? Last night during self-study, he clearly put his homework neatly into the backpack. Gradually, a cold sweat began to rise in Scar-faced man's palms. The girl responsible for collecting homework seemed a bit impatient, silently urging him with her eyes. "I maybe left it in the dormitory." Scar-faced man spoke softly, trying hard to suppress the trembling in his voice, making himself appear calm. "I'll give it to you after I find it when I return to the dorm at noon." The girl gave him a cold glance and left only one sentence: "Hand it to me before afternoon class, or explain to the teacher yourself." After the girl left, Scar-faced man lowered his head, the panic in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Because of his recklessness yesterday, the only life-saving trick he had was already lost. If he broke the school rules again, violating the killing law, the result was predictable. What exactly happened? Scar-faced man desperately tried to recall yesterday's events. From finishing homework and self-study to returning to the dorm, the exercise book should have been safely in his backpack. After leaving the dorm this morning, he never took the homework out. If the item was really gone, it could only have disappeared between last night and this morning. Could it be the ghost's doing? The ghost has its eyes on me, so it stole my homework, wanting me to break the school rules and violate the killing law? Scar-faced man tried to calm himself, but fear still made his thoughts inevitably chaotic. Without the trick, once the killing law was triggered, death was unavoidable. Calm down, I still have time. As long as I hand in the homework before afternoon class, it's fine. Scar-faced man comforted himself, thinking it over repeatedly. He felt it would be hard to get out of this predicament alone. At the next break, he decisively got up and left the classroom, heading to another classroom upstairs to find Baiyu. "You say your homework is missing?" After hearing Scar-faced man's purpose, Baiyu's brows slightly furrowed imperceptibly. "Could it be left in the dormitory?" Scar-faced man shook his head, saying, "Although I used that excuse to delay until afternoon, I know it's impossible to be in the dorm. After I returned yesterday, I never took it out at all. I suspect the ghost stole my homework. Although I survived yesterday, it has its eyes on me. So it wants to steal my homework to make me break the school rules." Bai pondered for a moment, nodded and comforted him. Don't worry first, check carefully in the dorm at noon, maybe it really is there? Also, even if you don't hand in homework, it doesn't mean you will die. Yesterday I noticed, 1 or 2 students didn't hand in homework, they were only punished to stand or copy work. If you're really worried, during lunch I can tell others, let everyone help you look for it. With Bayu's promise, Scar-faced man's expression improved slightly, but he still returned to class with a heavy heart. The whole morning, Scar-faced man spent in torment. He could not help but harbor a slight hope, if the item was really in the dorm, it would be perfect. But if it was not found in the dorm, what should he do? Scar-faced man imagined all possibilities, confess to the teacher? Take someone else's exercise book and replace it with his own? Or perhaps, try to sneak into the teacher's office during lunch break and see if there was a blank exercise book to start over. But what if, as Bayu said, losing homework really would not kill him, the ghost's real goal was to make him make mistakes and panic? Whether stealing or taking, it was definitely breaking school rules. Maybe the ghost actually wants him to do this? Suddenly, Scarface Man was caught in a dilemma. Whether trying to make up the homework is very risky, or doing nothing is also very risky. When the morning classes ended, Li Yu and Yi Sun came to the cafeteria and found Wang Hu, Bayu, and a few others already sitting at the agreed spot. Perhaps feeling it was useless, today the ghost disguised as Chun Ro and the bald man did not appear at all, and the participants could naturally gather together again. But compared to just entering the dungeon the day before yesterday, 3 people were missing at the table, leaving only Li Yu, Yi Sun, Wang Hu, Bayu, Scarface Man, and Zhang Qingyi and Song Qian. As soon as he sat down, Li Yu noticed Scarface Man's expression showed obvious nervousness, and his whole person seemed absent-minded. Chapter 90, Ghost School Suspicion, Death Guess. Before he could ask, Bayu had already spoken for Scarface Man. The homework was taken by the ghost? Li Yu's expression moved, and the others at the table looked over upon hearing this. Scarface Man frowned tightly, subconsciously playing with the spoon in his hand, his expression complicated. After listening to Bayu's explanation, everyone roughly understood what happened. Homework must be submitted before the afternoon, and it is still unclear whether not submitting homework will trigger the killing rule. Everyone, see if we can help find it together. Bayu said, looking at everyone. The people present looked at each other at once. If the homework was really stolen by the ghost, the school is so big, finding a place to hide it is not easy at all. Li Yu thought for a moment, then replied directly. He did not want to pour cold water, but the fact was so, saying comforting words would not help. But I also suggest everyone help look, and we should be on guard next, no matter what the ghost plans, it is not good for us. 3 people are already dead, we still need to survive 5 days here, the more people die, the easier it is for survivors to become the ghost's target. Within our abilities, we should help each other as much as possible. As Li Yu spoke, his gaze looked meaningfully at Bayu, and the others had no objection to his words. Bayu looked at Li Yu calmly, then turned to look at Scarface Man. In short, you go back to the dorm to look first, if really not, we will think of a way to help you. Scarface Man nodded, quickly finished his meal, picked up the tray, and left. Before he comes back, let's discuss the 2 names we found yesterday. Bayu pushed his glasses, turning the topic in another direction. Li Yu naturally took over the topic. I tested yesterday, the taboo names in the school mostly refer to teachers, not students. Teachers? Can you say how you got this conclusion? Li Yu did not hide, roughly explaining the test on Zhao Qi yesterday. Everyone listened thoughtfully. So, if the ghosts in the school are those 2 missing people, then the first ghost should be that teacher. As for the student called Zhao Tian, maybe he triggered the killing rule unknowingly and was killed. And after he died, he probably became a ghost like that teacher. Song Qian first expressed her view. But the student's death may not be an accident. Wang Hu followed Song Qian's thought and continued. Maybe, the teacher's death is closely related to the student, so after the teacher became a ghost, the first target was him. Otherwise, why among so many students, only he was killed? Li Yu wanted to say his thoughts, but hearing Wang Hu's last sentence, he suddenly froze. The corner of his eye twitched uncontrollably, and a terrible thought suddenly appeared in his mind at this moment. If that's the case, then everything can be explained. Li Yu exhaled a dull breath without moving, calming the thump in his heart, then cast a subtle glance at Bayu. He suddenly began to understand Bayu's intention behind this action. Could it be that he had already thought of this? No, he was testing. I thought about it all night. Do you think it could be that the female teacher had a relationship with a student, and then this matter was exposed? Wang Hu rested his chin on his hands, eyes bright with sharp light, and began to voice his guess. Because of pressure from the student's parents, the school, and public opinion, in the end the female teacher could not bear it and chose to end herself. After she died, she became a ghost to seek revenge, killing the faithless student. If that's the case, wouldn't the killing pattern also make sense? The female teacher regretted not following the school rules properly, which led her to this fate, so it gave rise to the killing pattern that breaking school rules leads to death. Wang Hu finished speaking and looked at the others as if seeking approval. You have quite an imagination, Yi-sun said, twitching the corner of his mouth, not knowing what to comment. Song Qian, however, looked thoughtful, as if really considering the possibility Wang Hu described. But you have to admit, at least this really could explain the killing pattern. It's just what kind of killing pattern would the student-turned-ghost develop? A forbidden name? Because of hatred, now just hearing the teacher's name will trigger killing? Song Qian murmured, and Wang Hu, hearing this, looked excited and snapped his fingers. Exactly. That's it, 2 killing patterns, the school ghosts, everything matches. He said this excitedly, nudging Li Yu with his elbow. Lin-san, what do you think? Is my analysis reasonable? Pretty good. Li Yu nodded perfunctorily. After thinking, he decided to pour cold water on Wang Hu's excitement. But if we follow your analysis, then we already know all the killing patterns. For the next 4 days, as long as we don't break school rules, we can survive until the end of the level easily. Considering the difficulty of this level, isn't that a bit too easy? Wang Hu froze at this, the excitement fading instantly, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Or maybe, the second killing pattern has nothing to do with the forbidden name, and the student's killing pattern is something else? Speaking of which, Lin-san, didn't you say yesterday it felt related to bullying? What do you think the situation is like? Li Yu was silent for 3 seconds, turning thoughts over in his mind, then answered calmly. For example, the teacher had a cruel personality, stirring resentment in the class, so the student stood up and led the class to isolate the teacher, bullying her. In the end, the teacher was forced to death, became a ghost, and killed the student for revenge. Or maybe, the student was the source of evil, he was the bully, using his good grades to harass classmates. Later the teacher couldn't bear it and punished him, but the student died by accident, became a ghost, and full of hatred, formed the killing pattern triggered by hearing the teacher's name. After the teacher was killed, she also became a ghost, and due to her lingering obsession, formed the killing pattern that breaking school rules leads to death. Li Yu spoke all the possibilities he had thought of first yesterday in one breath, though in the end he had already ruled out these guesses. Wang Hu was a little dumbfounded, then after a long while said, I think Lin-san, your imagination is much richer than mine. But according to your theory, doesn't it still have the same problem as my guess? Yes. Li Yu nodded, his thoughts already drifting elsewhere. How people die is not important, finding the killing patterns is the key. No matter how you think about it, the killing pattern where calling a name causes death probably can't appear in this level. After all, I cannot imagine what kind of scene could force a participant to the point where they must shout out that name. No matter how much we discuss it, we still cannot discuss out a result. Wang Hu scratched his head and could not help clicking his tongue and saying. Bai Yu had been quietly listening to the analysis of the others the whole time, and had never expressed any comment. Until this moment, he finally moved his gaze toward Zhang Qingyi, who had been lowering her head in silence the whole time, clearly having something on her mind. Why have you been not speaking the whole time? Looking at your reaction, could it be that something happened last night? Chapter 91 Strange School Suspicion Cloud Ownership of the Strange Artifact. Chapter 91 Strange School Suspicion Cloud Ownership of the Strange Artifact. As soon as Bai Yu said these words, the others immediately followed the sound and looked over, their gazes neatly all falling onto Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi seemed to only come back to her senses at this moment, and her body could not help trembling, while the scene of last night once again appeared inside her mind. Her face turned several shades paler again, and that terrifying scene kept refusing to leave her mind, tormenting her for a whole entire night. Zhang Qingyi raised her eyes and met the gazes of the crowd, her lips moving slightly several times before she slowly opened her mouth. I yesterday was attacked by a ghost. Bai Yu gently nodded, his voice as calm as always, speak about it in detail. His calmness instead made Zhang Qingyi feel a little bit of peace, and only then did she continue speaking. The ghost last night did not know what method it used, it kept torturing me, and in the end I really could not endure it anymore, so I fell into its trap. If it were not. When Zhang Qingyi spoke to this point she paused, her gaze looking toward Bai Yu, as if asking for his opinion. It is fine. Bai Yu gave her a confirming look, and after seeing Zhang Qingyi's reaction he already had the answer in his heart. The strange artifact that I gave you, last night consumed 1 use count, right? Since he had already revealed this matter to Wang Hu, Bai Yu did not plan to keep hiding it anymore. Besides, this matter itself also had no need to continue hiding. Yes. Zhang Qingyi pressed her lips tightly, and her right hand seemed to casually rest against her chest, holding that necklace. Only like this could it bring her a little bit of sense of safety. The ghost attacked me, but because there was protection from the strange artifact, I escaped one disaster. But I always feel that it has already stared at me, and will not just let me go like this, unless I die. Zhang Qingyi slowly told the experience of last night, and after the others finished listening their expressions were all different. In their minds they could not help imagining the situation at that time. Inside the pitch-black girl's dormitory, a female corpse was just hanging beside your bed, swaying back and forth with the wind, lifting the edge of your bed again and again. When you finally cannot endure it anymore, and poke your head out from behind the bed curtain trying to search for the source of the sound. The moment you raise your head, you face the female corpse on the ceiling showing you a strange smile. Just imagining such a scene makes the scalp feel waves of numbness. For a moment the gazes of several people toward Zhang Qingyi could not help carrying a little sympathy. Bai Yu silently listened to Zhang Qingyi's narration, and not much emotion appeared on his face. After Zhang Qingyi finished speaking, only then did he calmly nod his head. The ghost yesterday only attacked you that one time? Zhang Qingyi was stunned for a moment, not expecting Bai Yu to suddenly throw out such a question, but she still nodded and replied, "That is correct." Then the problem is not big. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he stretched out his hand toward Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi immediately raised her head and looked over in confusion. Our transaction was for you to watch Qinrou. Now the ghost has already stopped disguising, the transaction naturally also no longer exists. That strange artifact of mine, you can return it to me now. What? Zhang Qingyi's pupils trembled, as if she had heard something unbelievable, and her palm subconsciously tightened around the necklace on her neck. But, I was targeted by her because I listened to your words and went to monitor the ghost. If there was no protection of the strange artifact, it would definitely find a way to kill me. This is because of you. How can you do this? I do not quite understand what you are saying. Bai Yu tilted his head, confusion appearing on his face. Whether the ghost has stared at you or not. What does this have to do with monitoring Qinrou directly? Even if it had nothing to do with this, do you think ghosts wouldn't want to kill you? The ghost's goal is to kill everyone who enters the dungeon. As for what you call the ghost targeting you, frankly, from your description, the reason you were attacked by the ghost is completely your own fault. If you could restrain your curiosity, or if you didn't have the confidence brought by my cursed artifact, you wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. As long as you don't actively break the rules, the ghost can't touch you, right? Hearing Bai Yu's calm yet cold-blooded words, Zhang Qingyi's face instantly turned pale. She opened her mouth, trying to explain herself, like saying she only did such things because she was trapped by the ghost's scheme. But when she met Bai Yu's expressionless eyes, the words stuck in her throat and could not come out. Li Yu and the others quietly listened to the two of them, though their thoughts were different, none of them interrupted. After all, this was a matter between Bai Yu and Zhang Qingyi, none of the others' business. Finally, Zhang Qingyi bit her lower lip tightly, her hand clutching the necklace without letting go. She was like a drowning person holding onto a life-saving straw, unwilling to give up something that could save her life. What, don't want to return it to me? Bai Yu asked expressionlessly. Zhang Qingyi didn't speak, but her eyes gave the answer. You may not know, cursed artifacts are very special. Normally, unless the owner allows it, even if someone steals it, they can't use it, Bai Yu explained calmly. Zhang Qingyi was stunned, she had never obtained a cursed artifact and naturally didn't understand this. However, you are lucky, Bai Yu shifted his tone and continued. This cursed artifact of mine is special. It's very powerful but does not recognize a master. Maybe because it can only be used in one dungeon, anyone who gets it can use it. I've thought carefully, and you're right. I need to take some responsibility for your situation. Bai Yu paused, pushed up his glasses, and gave another suggestion. Here's the deal, this cursed artifact can still be used twice. If Scarface doesn't find the homework in the end, he might trigger the killing rule and be attacked by the ghost. You can let him use the artifact once, and the last use will still be yours. How about that? This. Zhang Qingyi's eyes flickered, her face showing hesitation. Bai Yu had already stepped back, but when life and death were at stake, how could she give up easily? Letting Scarface use the artifact once meant she had one less chance to save herself. Besides, who could guarantee he would return it afterward? After all, wasn't she exactly doing that herself now? It's fine, I won't force you. Seeing Zhang Qingyi's reaction, Bai Yu suddenly smiled calmly. There was no anger on his face, nor any sign of displeasure toward her. It was as if the cursed artifact, which others saw as life-saving, was nothing to him. He didn't even think of using force to take it back. One last reminder, cursed artifacts are very useful in the He-Ghost realm, but it also depends on how you plan to use it. If you only think of using it as a last resort to save yourself, you won't survive many dungeons. After saying this, Bai Yu really ignored Zhang Qingyi and looked back at the others. Li Yu, however, listened thoughtfully. He recalled how Fang Yuan actively tested the rules in the last dungeon. It seemed veterans used cursed artifacts mainly as a safety net. Chapter 92, Ghost School Suspicion, The Thief. Chapter 92, Ghost School Suspicion, The Thief. Afterwards, the group continued discussing the previous topic for a while, but it was all just wild guesses. Cannot be verified. Not long after, Scarface returned to the cafeteria with a dark expression, and everyone could already guess the result just by looking at him. Not in the dorm, can't find it. Scarface sat down, his brows almost twisted together. It's okay, then during lunch break, let's all help you look for it. Bai patted his shoulder, comforting him. If it really doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Scarface nodded lightly, said thanks, but his face did not relax much. He quickly noticed, however, that the atmosphere at the table had changed a lot compared to when he left. What did you talk about while I was gone? Scarface could not help asking. Bai shrugged, giving no explanation, and the others did not want to speak either. It had nothing to do with them and they did not want to get involved. Only Wang Hu glanced at Zheng Qingyi, coldly smiled, and repeated what had just happened. Zheng Qingyi immediately turned to Wang Hu, eyes full of shock and hate. Wang Hu just snorted coldly, not caring at all. To him, what Zheng Qingyi did was unfair, so he just acted like he was standing up for justice. Li Yu looked at Wang Hu helplessly. From his performance in the last dungeon, he had already seen the signs. Compared with other Ghost Domain veterans who were indifferent to life and death, he also had an inexplicable worldly spirit, guessing this was why he targeted that small-eyed boy in the last dungeon. Sure enough, after Scarface heard Wang Hu's account, his expression changed instantly. He immediately looked at Zheng Qingyi with a hostile gaze. Facing Scarface's eyes, Zheng Qingyi immediately gripped the necklace around her neck and stepped back a little. What do you want to do? I remind you, school rules forbid using violence. If you attack, you will break the killing law. Zheng Qingyi thought quickly. With the difference in strength between her and Scarface, if he really wanted to take it, she definitely could not keep the ghost device. She only hoped to use the killing law to intimidate Scarface. Perhaps triggered by the word violence, Scarface immediately recalled some bad memories, and hesitation appeared on his face. Seeing this, Zheng Qingyi gritted her teeth, took the chance, and ran out of the cafeteria. By the time Scarface reacted, it was too late to stop her. He could only watch Zheng Qingyi run far away. Tisk. Scarface clicked his tongue, unwillingly sitting back in his seat. After that brief pause, he realized that as long as he could get the ghost device, even if he triggered the killing law, he could survive with the device. Moreover, if he could not submit the homework, he might face a ghost attack. So it was better to take the risk, maybe even cancel the killing law triggered before. But since he already let Zheng Qingyi escape, he would have to find another chance. Then let's leave it for now. Everyone, use the lunch break to see if you can find his homework. Bai stood up and spoke to everyone. After speaking, his gaze fell on Scarface, hesitated for a moment, then said. If it still doesn't work, my suggestion is you can tell the teacher the truth. Maybe if you get the teacher's understanding, it won't be considered breaking school rules. Seeing Bai leave, the others also stood up and left. Although Bai said everyone should help look, everyone knew the chance of getting Scarface's homework back was almost zero. You go first, I have something to deal with. Putting the utensils in the return area, Li Yu looked at Wang Hu and Yi Sun and said. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left the cafeteria, leaving the two standing there, staring at each other. Hiss Lin-san, did this guy discover something? Why does it feel like there are so many little secrets? Wang Hu watched Li Yu's back. He muttered, touching his chin. Yi Sun also seemed thoughtful. If he remembered correctly, the direction Li Yu was heading toward seemed to be the direction Bai had left. After leaving the cafeteria, Li Yu looked around, but Bai was already nowhere to be seen. He thought for a moment and then walked straight in a certain direction. Soon, Li Yu arrived at a small grove behind the teaching building. This was the spot where they met Bai yesterday. As expected, Li Yu quickly spotted a figure leaning against a tree not far ahead. As he got closer, Li Yu couldn't help but pause slightly. Bai was holding a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Bai glanced back with a faint smile, seemingly unsurprised. He took out a pack of Hongtation cigarettes from his pocket and skillfully picked one, holding it up towards Li Yu. Want one? Li Yu glanced at the cigarette between Bai's fingers, then at Bai, but didn't reach out to take it. I won't smoke, forget it, this is good stuff. Bai smiled, put the cigarette back into his pocket smoothly, and his movements were natural and fluid. It's rare to be able to smoke this thing in Mysterious Domain, it's refreshing and relieves stress. You came here hiding from everyone just for this? Li Yu's expression was strange. What else? Bai retorted. Aren't external items not allowed into Mysterious Domain? Where did you get it from? I found it in a cabinet while looking for clues at the Academic Affairs office yesterday. Li Yu was silent for a few seconds, then asked, wasn't it said that you were going to help the scarred guy find his missing homework? And yet you came here to smoke? Ha! Bai glanced at him, chuckling, took a deep drag, then casually threw the cigarette away and stepped on it to extinguish the burning end. What about you? Came to this kind of place to look for homework? Bai's words were teasing, and his expression only had one meaning, you're laughing at the person who's equally guilty? Stop going around in circles. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Yu paused, meeting Bai's calm gaze, and asked in a deep voice, what do you really want to do? What do you mean? The scarred guy's homework, it's in your hands, right? He asked the question, but his tone was unusually certain. Bayu seemed to find this interesting and looked at Liu with interest. Do you have any evidence? He neither confirmed nor denied, instead asking back. But that was already an answer. The scarred guy is simply confused. Liu calmly shook his head and said, if failing to submit homework were to trigger the murder rule, mysterious domain wouldn't allow ghosts to directly steal participants' homework. At most, they would use some means to make other living people take it. And if whether or not the homework is submitted has no connection to the murder rule, then the ghost has no reason to steal the homework. No matter which situation it is, the ghost has no reason to take the scarred guy's homework, and the time his homework went missing was from last night to this morning. So, the only person who had the chance to steal his homework from last night is just one person, right? Chapter 93, Mysterious School Suspicion, Schemes. Liu spoke calmly, his tone indifferent. The scarred guy just couldn't figure it out for a while, or maybe he thinks you have no reason to steal his homework. Oh? Bayu raised an eyebrow, looking at Liu with interest. If there's no reason, then why do you suspect it was me who stole it? Compared to me, isn't the NPC in our dorm named Li Kai more suspicious? Liu didn't speak, but calmly stared at Bayu. Their eyes met, and Bayu smiled knowingly, smoothly changing the topic. He suddenly turned the conversation and asked Liu, when you first entered the instance, you said you've cleared 2 instances, so what's the actual situation? About the same. About the same. So, how many instances do you think I've cleared? Liu was somewhat interested in this question. How many? I won't tell you. Seeing Liu's momentary shock on his face, Bayu suddenly burst into laughter, clapped his hands, and sat down on a tree root. I can tell you're smart, but you probably haven't participated in many Mysterious Realm dungeon runs. You're underestimating it, the level is too low. How many ghosts have you encountered? You still don't understand them well enough. Even if stealing the homework doesn't trigger the murder rule, so what? The truly powerful ghosts can plan 3 steps ahead, using these seemingly meaningless actions to trick you into traps step by step. In the end, you'll die without even knowing how. Bayu's smile faded, and when he spoke, a serious look even appeared in his eyes. If you think about it, this was the first time since entering the dungeon that Liu had seen such an expression on his face. He had previously underestimated this guy. The man in front of him, named Bayu, was definitely an old hand at Mysterious Realm. Since you're so sure it was me who stole Scarface's homework, why don't you guess what my goal is? The serious look on Bayu's face flashed away quickly, and he once again looked at Liu with a smile, asking. Liu didn't respond, meeting his gaze with no reaction. Don't know? Or you don't want to say? Bayu narrowed his eyes. Both of them were clever people. Most of the time, words didn't need to be spoken plainly. A subtle hint was enough. Since you didn't stop me, it means we're on the same page. Bayu said, pulling out another cigarette, placing it in his mouth, and flicking the lighter in his fingers. It moved skillfully. Click. The flame flickered, and the smoke rose again. Just wait, the result will be out soon. Bayu said meaningfully, casually pointing the lit cigarette at Liu. By the way, did you think my move just now was cool? Liu's eyelids twitched. It was rare for him to have this feeling of not being able to see through a person. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Bayu said this while they were discussing serious matters, and it was hard to keep up. You're really strange. After a long time, Liu finally squeezed out this sentence. Speaking of which, did you really give that mysterious object so generously to Zheng Qingyi? Not planning to take it back? It's just a consumable, anyway, you can't take it out of this dungeon, so it doesn't matter. Bayu said indifferently. What? Are you interested? Let me give you a piece of advice. There's no such thing as something perfect in this world. Though the mysterious object can save your life, it also comes with a price. Whether in Mysterious Realm or in real life, as long as you expose the fact that you have a mysterious object, in the eyes of ghosts, it's like carrying a mockery with you. Unsurprisingly, you'll become the first target of the ghosts. Bayu's words were light, but cold. A life-saving talisman, but also a death-inducing talisman. No wonder the ghosts targeted Zheng Qingyi deliberately. Liu glanced deeply at Bayu, his expression complex. Bayu's words also made him think back to the scene before entering this dungeon. He, Yisun, and the bald man were attacked by 2 ghosts at the abandoned hospital at the same time, but the bald man clearly received more attention than he and Yisun. It was so much that the mysterious object was consumed before they even entered the dungeon. It turned out there was this factor behind it. Thanks for the reminder. After confirming that Bayu was speaking the truth, Liu nodded and expressed his thanks. Then let me give you some advice, smoke less, it's bad for your health. After confirming his suspicions, Liu no longer stayed, turning to leave the forest. Bai watched him leave, the corner of his mouth curling up. He flicked the ash off his cigarette, and a soft murmur echoed in the forest. An interesting guy. But your approach is right. Before the result comes out, the fewer people who know, the better. Where's your homework? In the afternoon, Scarface sat in the classroom with a troubled expression. The girl responsible for collecting the homework came to him again, her tone still neither cold nor warm. Scarface raised his eyes and glanced at her. He replied, "It's gone." Gone? Then you can explain it to the teacher yourself. The girl's expression remained unchanged. She left with this one sentence and turned to walk away. The scarred man's face changed repeatedly. He glared fiercely at Zheng Qingyi, who sat a few rows ahead. She seemed to sense his gaze and tensed up instantly. Recalling Bayu's words, the scarred man finally got up helplessly and left the classroom. Finding the teacher to explain the situation seemed to be the best way to go at this point. Zheng Qingyi quietly observed the scarred man's actions, her eyes filled with vigilance, while also nurturing a deep hatred for Wang Hu. If it weren't for that damned guy's loose tongue, she wouldn't have to guard against the scarred man like this, as if protecting herself from a thief. Half of the break time passed, and the scarred man returned to the classroom. He cast a cold glance at Zheng Qingyi before returning to his seat. He had just explained the situation to the course teacher, and surprisingly, the teacher merely nodded to indicate understanding and told him to go back to class. This kind of reaction made the scarred man feel increasingly uneasy inside. Though there was a hint of hopeful anticipation in his heart, more of it was anxiety. During dinner, when Liu finished getting food and walked to the familiar table, Baiyu, Wang Hu, and Song Qian were eating. However, Zheng Qingyi was noticeably absent. After a while, the scarred man also came over with his tray. Noticing Zheng Qingyi's absence, he clicked his tongue in displeasure. His gaze swept through the cafeteria, but he still couldn't spot Zheng Qingyi. It seemed like she was hiding from them completely, possibly even gone to another cafeteria. That woman is really on guard, afraid I'll snatch her strange item. She dares to act alone. The scarred man's face was dark, his displeasure evident. The others continued eating silently, not a single person responded to him. When he sat down, Baiyu picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and looked at him, asking, "So how did you finally handle it?" Chapter 94, Mysterious School Clouds Nightfall. Liu and Wang Hu heard Baiyu's question and all paused to look over. The scarred man hung his head, his brow furrowed as he replied quietly, "What else can I do? I honestly went to talk to the subject teacher as you said." He roughly recounted what had happened. The teacher didn't say much at that time. "I only hope nothing will happen." Baiyu nodded slightly at his words but didn't say anything further to comfort the scarred man. The whole day had gone by without any special incidents, and with the scarred man's matter on top of that, the atmosphere at the dinner table felt very dull. After dinner, everyone departed in their own directions, and the scarred man returned to the classroom with a heavy heart. Watching his back, Yi-sun couldn't help but ask Liu, "Lin-san, do you think he will be okay?" "Who knows," Liu replied, glancing at him and speaking lightly. "Maybe by the time we see him tomorrow, he will already be a ghost?" Yi-sun's pupils trembled at this, and seeing Liu turn to leave, he quickly hurried after him. "I'm not brave, Lin-san, don't say such things to scare me." During evening self-study, Liu completed today's double homework as usual. During the break, he deliberately took a detour to observe the classroom on the other side of the hallway. Originally, there were 3 people in class 16, Chenro, Zheng Qingyi, and the scarred man, but now Chenro was dead, and the ghost no longer pretended, leaving only the scarred man and Zheng Qingyi as participants. Because of Baiyu's words, along with Wang Hu's provocations, the atmosphere between the two right now was quite tense. From just passing the classroom, Liu noticed the scarred man secretly glaring at Zheng Qingyi multiple times. If it weren't for some restraint, he probably would have stolen the strange item outright by now. Seeing this scene, Liu turned around and went back to the classroom. As the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, the students rushed out of the classroom, heading towards the dormitory building. The moment the bell rang, Zheng Qingyi did not say a word and quickly grabbed her school bag, dashing out the front door. Her movements were so fast, it was clear she had been prepared. The scarred man clicked his tongue, his seat being closer to the middle, and he was slightly delayed, causing him to be blocked by the crowd of students leaving the classroom. By the time he left the classroom, Zheng Qingyi's figure was already gone from the hallway. But he had no intention of giving up. The school map appeared in his mind, and he quickly pushed through the crowd, heading for the stairs to leave the teaching building. When he arrived outside the teaching building, the open space made his view much wider. He focused his gaze and soon locked onto a figure running in the distance. His eyes filled with malice as he chased after her. In front of the girls' dormitory building, Zheng Qingyi was panting heavily. Hearing the hurried footsteps behind her, she tightly gripped the strange item in her hand and ran desperately, even though her legs were weakening. Finally, just as the scarred man was about to grab the collar of her school uniform, Zheng Qingyi quickly darted into the girls' dormitory building. The scarred man glared, just missing his target. He was furious, but still held onto his sanity. The dormitory rules clearly stated that male and female students were not allowed to enter each other's dormitories. If no one noticed, sneaking in would have been fine, but now, the dormitory manager had been attracted by the noise and poked their head out of the dormitory office. Behind her, many students were also about to return to the dormitory. At this point, forcing his way in was obviously not a wise choice. Damn! The scarred man cursed under his breath and could only leave with regret. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were not in the same area, and he still had to return to his own dormitory before lights out. He was trying to snatch the strange item, wasn't he? On the third floor of the boys' dormitory, Liu, Wang Hu, and Yi Sun leaned on the railing, looking down at the figure that had just entered the dormitory building. But looking at it, it seems he didn't succeed. That woman, Zheng Qingyi, is sharp. Yi Sun observed the scarred man's face from afar and analyzed. TCH, if it were me, I would have just blocked him in the classroom. Wang Hu, with his hands in his pockets, snorted coldly. If it really triggered the killing rule, the ghost would come for him anyway. The real deal is to get the item first. He's careless and hesitant. If the ghost knocks on his door tonight, he deserves it. Wang Hu had already made up his mind to just put his homework in his bag tonight and sleep holding it. After the scarred man disappeared into the dormitory corridor, Yi Sun withdrew his gaze and suddenly frowned, speaking up. By the way, have you guys noticed that the ghosts in this instance seem to mostly act at night? During the day, ghosts seem to rarely show up. The only time we saw one was when it chased us in the experimental building, and it appeared in the form of the bald man after killing him. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true? Wang Hu furrowed his brow upon hearing this, looking thoughtful. Although the ghosts in this instance are disgusting, crawling onto other people's beds in the middle of the night, during the day they really don't seem to do much? They can't be afraid of the light, right? Only daring to move at night? That would make them vampires, not ghosts. Liu glanced at Wang Hu and replied. Maybe they're shy or too ugly to let us see their face? Wang Hu thought for a moment and continued with a serious analysis. Liu smiled and whispered, maybe, like us, they need to attend class during the day. Wang Hu's eyes widened as he sucked in a breath. Hiss, don't say it, but you might actually be onto something? If that's the case, it actually makes sense? Alright, let's talk seriously. The three of them joked for a while, which slightly relieved the mental pressure that had built up over the past few days. Maybe, the ghost in this copy is under some kind of restriction, so it can't move freely during the day. Or maybe, the ghost has been active all along, and we just didn't know. It wants to hit us hard. That's really bad. If possible, I'd rather it just focused on that scar-faced guy, or maybe try to drain all the uses of the ghostly device from Zheng Qingyi's hands first. Liu didn't show much reaction, only nodding quietly. When he noticed the dorm supervisor appeared downstairs, Liu quickly turned his gaze away. It's almost lights out, let's head back to the dorm. Just in case, it'd be best to keep your bag by your side when you sleep tonight. Though he knew the possibility of the ghost tampering with the homework was low, Liu still gave a reminder. After the bald guy's experience, Wang Hu and Yi Sun were naturally already mentally prepared. As the lights went out, the dorm quickly fell into pitch blackness again. The scar-faced guy returned to his dorm, not daring to waste any time, quickly climbing into his bed. But on the bed opposite him, a pair of eyes quietly watched the scene. Chapter 95 Strange School Suspicion. The Ghost Strikes. In the dark dorm, time ticked away slowly. The moonlight was blocked by clouds, leaving only a little light seeping through the window. In the dorm hallway, heavy footsteps grew louder and closer. Baiyu squinted his eyes, not paying attention to the approaching footsteps. From the past few days, it had been basically confirmed that as long as there were no special circumstances, the dorm supervisor wouldn't barge in. When the footsteps gradually faded, Baiyu slightly opened his eyes, his gaze even deeper than the current environment. Creak. Creak. At one point, the only NPC in the dorm, a boy named Li Kai, slowly sat up from his bed. He then grabbed the edge of the bed and began to climb down slowly. Baiyu only revealed a small slit of his eyes, not surprised by this scene. He turned his gaze to the other side and noticed a shadow sitting on the bald guy's bed. Baiyu couldn't make out the shadow's appearance, but from the shape, it looked quite similar to the bald guy. The shadow was about to get out of bed, but at the moment its foot was about to touch the ground, it suddenly turned around as if sensing something. The shadow's gaze directly locked onto Baiyu's bed. On the bed, Baiyu's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing even, and his chest rising and falling in a regular rhythm. He looked just like someone soundly asleep. The shadow paused for a moment, then averted its gaze, slowly climbing down from the bed. The bed creaked under its weight, the sound piercing through the silence of the dorm. At that moment, the clouds dispersed, and the moonlight streamed into the dorm, casting over the shadow. On the uniform of the Xinghe Middle School student, the faint outline of a hairless head could be seen. It really was the bald guy. After the bald guy and Zhao Qi got off the bed, they quietly approached the scar-faced guy's bed. They stood still, expressionless, their movements stiff and numb, staring at the scar-faced guy on the bed. The scar-faced guy kept his eyes closed, but his hand gripping the blanket trembled slightly. If one looked closely, they would see his eyelids uncontrollably twitching. Even though he kept his eyes closed, he could still feel the gaze fixed on him. At the head of the bed, a ghost was there. It was staring at him. The next moment, a hand slowly reached for the ladder on the scar-faced guy's bed. The scar-faced guy felt the bed beneath him gently rock, as if something was about to climb onto it. His throat tightened, and a cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His body stiffened, every muscle tense, and he dared not open his eyes, only praying desperately in his heart. But doing so, yet it could not stop the footsteps of that thing climbing onto the bed. 1 step, 2 steps. The ghost crawled onto the scarred man's bed like that, its emotionless eyes staring at him without blinking. In that moment, the scarred man wished he could jump out of bed and run away, but doing so would surely lead to his doom. He could only hold on to the last bit of hope, praying madly in his heart. I haven't violated the rules of murder, the ghost is only trying to scare me. It just wants me to collapse mentally and run away so it can kill me. The scarred man gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the tremors of his body, completely oblivious to the cold smile on the face so close to his. When that icy sensation climbed up his neck, he could no longer contain the fear deep within him, and he almost instantly broke down. His widened pupils were filled with terror, clearly reflecting those malicious, eerie eyes. All the screams, along with his despair, were stuck in his throat. He could not open his mouth anymore, nor could he make a sound. From an outsider's view, one could only see the wooden bed shaking slightly and rapidly a few times. After a few shakes, everything returned to calm. Having witnessed the entire process, Bayou slowly closed his eyes. Creak. Creak. The sound of the bed creaking echoed once more in the dormitory. Accompanied by this, were the heavy footsteps of someone getting out of bed. However, from one figure to two. Bayou kept his eyes closed, his expression stable, with no ripples of emotion. Even though he could feel several gazes at the bedside watching him intently, his face showed no change. Gradually, he was overcome by drowsiness. With a faint snore, he fell into a deep sleep. It's the 4th day. Liu opened his eyes and sat up from bed, rubbing his tired eyes that felt a bit sore from lack of sleep. With the experiences of the previous 3 days, he had started to adapt to the campus life here. Even at night, he was able to sleep soundly without distractions. After all, if the ghost really wanted to kill him, there would be no difference between being awake and asleep. On the contrary, staying awake was much more dangerous than sleeping through till dawn. After getting out of bed, Liu naturally picked up his toiletries and walked onto the balcony. While he was brushing his teeth, Wang Hu yawned and came out as well. Good morning. Wang Hu raised his hand in greeting, his movements natural and fluid. If it weren't for the knowledge of where this place was, Liu would have even doubted if he truly had returned to campus life. Good morning. Liu responded, quickly blinking his eyes 3 times. Wang Hu froze for a moment upon seeing this, as if realizing something, and hooked his right pinky around his left index finger to make a strange hand sign. Seeing this, Liu nodded, and they had exchanged their secret sign. He turned back to continue washing his face while casually asking, "How did you sleep last night? Were you disturbed?" Haha, I didn't care about it at all. No matter what it wanted to do, once I got into bed, I just fell asleep. After all, as long as I don't seek death, it seems like it can't do anything to me. Wang Hu, rubbing his stomach, walked into the bathroom and casually replied. After drying his face with a towel, Liu finally eliminated the last bit of doubt in his heart. It wasn't a lie, it seemed there really was no problem. Although the secret sign matched up, considering that the ghost might have the ability to read memories, Liu could only feel at ease after double-checking. Before long, Yisun also got out of bed and came to the balcony to wash up. Liu repeated the above process, though he used a slightly different secret sign. After confirming the signal and testing with simple words, he basically verified that Yisun was also alright, and Liu finally felt completely at ease. It's been 4 days, this is still my first time experiencing such a long side story in the eerie domain. Upon waking up from a deep sleep, I almost couldn't tell the difference and nearly thought I had returned to my school days. The past few nights were all spent in terror, and Yisun's mental state had long been terrible. Yesterday he finally couldn't hold on, and fell asleep the moment he got into bed, sleeping until the next day, at last feeling a little better. But the ghost really did nothing yesterday? Could it be that besides school rules, it really has no other ways to deal with us? Don't be careless, the later the dungeon goes, the more terrifying the ghost attacks will be. After wringing out the towel and hanging it up, Liu looked at Yisun and said in a deep voice. I have a feeling, the dangers ahead may keep coming without end. Chapter 96, Ghost School Suspicion, Doubt. After morning exercises ended, Liu and Yisun went to the cafeteria. In the past few days, because the mealtime was short and the crowd too dense, Liu and the others did not insist on gathering during breakfast. After all, at this time there would basically be no new clues. But this time, Liu purposely came to the agreed dining spot. Although that table had already been taken by other students, he still saw Baiyu at another table not far away. Song Qian and Wang, who sat beside him, the three were in the same class, and naturally gathered together after running exercises. But the seats beside the three were already full, so Liu didn't squeeze in, instead finding another empty seat nearby. While eating breakfast, Liu's gaze unconsciously looked toward Baiyu, and Baiyu seemed to sense it and lifted his eyes to look. Their eyes met, and facing Liu's probing gaze, Baiyu slightly nodded, barely noticeable. Liu withdrew his gaze, expression calm, but his heart sank. The scarred man was dead. The worst guess had been confirmed. Just thinking about it made Liu feel the surrounding air full of gloom. Breakfast ended in silence. When it was time for morning self-study, Liu did not return to the classroom. He and Yisun, carrying brooms, went together with two other students to the small island at the center of the school. According to the class duty schedule, it was their turn to clean, and their assigned area was the museum on the island. Crossing a stone bridge, the road ahead stretched to both sides, with the museum entrance directly ahead. You two sweep the left path, he and I will take the right. Liu said to the male student, and without waiting for a reply, led Yisun toward the right path. The two students exchanged glances, raised no objections, and walked the left path. The island was very large. Besides class 12 where Liu was, other classes also had cleaning duties. Liu swept the ground and could see other students' figures in the distance. It had been 4 days since arriving at the school. He had been to most places, except this museum, which was normally closed to the public. Even the stone bridge leading to the island had a sign saying no entry without permission, and security would patrol regularly. Besides daily cleaning duties, students were basically not allowed to step here. Liu remembered that shortly after entering the dungeon, the bald man had mentioned this museum, but he died at the hands of the ghost before exploring it. Before, Liu might have considered sneaking in to look for clues, but now it seemed unnecessary. Seeing no one around, Yisun swept the leaves on the ground and slowly moved closer to Liu. Lin-san, did you notice something? Yisun's hands didn't stop moving, and he suddenly asked. What do you mean? Liu glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. During breakfast just now, I saw you and Baiyu exchanging looks. I was wondering if you have already found some clues. It just wasn't revealed. Yisun paused, then continued, and actually, since yesterday, I've been feeling something strange. Liu's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Yisun to have seen that glance with Baiyu in the cafeteria. But what does it mean, exchanging meaningful looks? Their eye contact lasted less than 2 seconds, and after that, they never looked at each other again, right? You observe quite carefully. Liu lowered his voice in reply, glancing at Yisun with some surprise, neither admitting nor denying. I told you, I'm not very skilled, so I can only work hard on details, observing the surroundings more. So what did you observe? Liu smiled and asked. How to say it? Yisun frowned, looking up as if thinking. I think the biggest problem is, you are all too obedient. Yisun spoke hesitantly, but still continued. Obedient? It means yesterday, all day, neither you nor Baiyu thought of searching for clues, nor did you discuss the next steps. This doesn't match my impression of you. Yisun laid out his thoughts completely, his tone gradually becoming certain. From the first day entering the dungeon, I could see you are all very capable in action. On the first day you started exploring the campus routes, asking NPCs for news, and the next day you made plans, leading us to sneak into the academic affairs office for clues. But clearly, we already found the names of 2 missing people, and yesterday, all day, neither you nor Baiyu planned to dig deeper along this line. It's like suddenly not caring? Isn't this strange? Clearly, you finally found key clues, yet you were indifferent. I thought, and can only assume you discovered something more critical, which explains this abnormal behavior. Liu's sweeping motion paused. He turned and looked deeply at Yisun. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. Your observation is indeed good. He didn't expect such a trivial flaw to be noticed by Yisun. But have you considered, maybe we just didn't know how to investigate for the time being? After all, we only know the names of those 2, no other clues to start from. Even if the school really had some scandal, the school would definitely cover it up tightly. How would it leave key clues for us? Moreover, weren't we busy helping Scarface find his homework yesterday? It's normal we didn't do other things, right? Is that really so? Yisun frowned deeply, trying to find a trace of lying on Liu's face, but Liu remained calm, expression steady. But I always feel, Scarface losing his homework isn't so simple. If the ghost took it just to kill him, why only take his? Wouldn't it be easier to steal all our homework at once? After all, we never expected the ghost to steal homework, it could have done it easily. Meeting Yisun's probing gaze, Liu's eyes flickered. It seems in the weird realm, no one can be underestimated. Even if some survive dungeons by luck, most have some unique ability. Liu was about to speak, but his gaze caught 2 figures not far behind Yisun. His expression remained calm, but the words at his mouth quietly changed. Chapter 97, Weird School Suspicion, Museum. Chapter 97, Weird School Suspicion, Museum. I've also thought about your question. It's actually not hard to explain. If losing homework would trigger the killing rule, constrained by the weird realm, the ghost should not be able to directly steal our homework. Scarface losing his homework has only two possibilities. 1. This matter itself would not trigger the killing rule. The ghost took his homework to create a situation, intending to trigger the real killing rule from this event. Second, the ghost didn't directly take his homework, but used some method, such as manipulating the NPCs in the copy, making them steal it when Scarface wasn't paying attention. Therefore, the most suspicious person is naturally Li Kai, who shares a dorm with Scarface. After hearing Li Yu's explanation, Yi-sun still frowned. Although it seemed plausible, it still felt a bit forced. As for the missing teacher and student, I already have some clues. Li Yu's next words immediately caught Yi-sun's attention. What is it? Have you noticed, this place is quite special? Li Yu said, pointing to the tightly closed museum door ahead, and Yi-sun followed the direction of his finger. This island is not open to students except for the early morning cleaning time. The environment is quiet, and it seems very few people come here. Isn't this an excellent place? Excellent place? Yi-sun was a bit confused as he listened to Li Yu's words. Let's assume that the missing student and teacher were enemies. For some reason they couldn't stand each other. For example, the student has bad behavior, and the teacher is hostile towards him, or the teacher has a poor character, and the student is dissatisfied with that. In either case, the result is that one of them dies first, then becomes a ghost and kills the other, or they both die at the same time due to an accident. There needs to be a conflict that escalates the tension between them. In a place like the teaching building, with students and teachers everywhere, with other people around, no matter what happens, there will always be some restraint. But on this quiet island, when there is no one to stop them, once emotions are out of control, doesn't it fulfill all the conditions for an accident to happen? This. Yi-sun showed confusion, seriously thinking about the possibility Li Yu just mentioned. Seeing his expression, Li Yu continued, the entire school, whether it's the teaching building, dormitory building, cafeteria, or other areas, doesn't have anything particularly special. Every school has those. But this museum, however, is rare in any school, and it looks like the most special place in the whole school. No matter how you think about it, this place is highly likely to hide clues. Even if we take a step back and assume Wang Hu's guess is correct, that the student and teacher had a forbidden romance, this island, as a meeting place, wouldn't it be quite fitting? Yi-sun froze for a moment and was speechless. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like it could actually be true. This island with a museum was indeed the most unique place in the whole school. So, should we try to find a way to get into the museum and search for clues? Yi-sun asked. No rush, the time is too tight right now. Li Yu waved the broom again and replied softly. Wait until later and discuss it with Bai Yu and the others, then we can find a way to sneak in. All right. After early self-study, the cleaning work was also completed. Li Yu and Yi-sun returned to the classroom. The morning classes were still as boring as ever. Li Yu sat up straight, eyes fixed on the blackboard, pretending to listen attentively, while his mind was actually focused on planning the next steps. Yi-sun was almost falling asleep but still tried his best to stay awake, not daring to sleep during class. During the break, Li Yu made time to visit Class 16's classroom. As he passed through the corridor, he naturally glanced at the classroom. The seat that belonged to Scarface was now empty. He really is dead. The ghost didn't even bother to disguise itself as Scarface to deceive others. At this moment, the only person left in the classroom was Zheng Qingyi. She was sitting in the front row by the window. Lowering her head, her expression stiff, she tightly clutched the necklace around her neck. Li Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before quietly retracting his gaze. Whether it was her face, pale and bloodless, or her eyes, bloodshot, both indicated that Zheng Qingyi was in a very bad state at this moment. Li Yu noticed that her lips were still moving unconsciously, as if muttering to herself. This was a sign that her mental state was on the brink of breaking down. Clearly, from the moment they entered the instance, Zheng Qingyi probably hadn't had a single good night's sleep over the past few days. Especially when Bai Yu asked her to monitor the ghost Shenrou, which led to her exposure of holding a cursed artifact, causing the ghost to focus on her. Putting himself in her shoes, Li Yu could understand the intense pressure her mind was under. Last night, the ghost probably targeted her as well. What he didn't know was whether she triggered the killing rule again after learning from the previous night's lesson, causing the cursed artifact's usage count to be consumed. Li Yu returned to the classroom, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. This was the 4th day since entering the instance, and half of the time had already passed. 4 participants had already died. Most of the remaining people were physically and mentally exhausted, and their condition was far from good. At this rate, no one could guarantee how many would still be alive by the 7th day. At least Zheng Qingyi didn't seem like someone who could hold on much longer. Bai Yu. Li Yu mumbled. He was a ruthless person. Looking back at the whole process now, Li Yu felt a chill in his heart. After 3 people died on the first day, Bai Yu persuaded Zheng Qingyi to monitor the ghost Shenrou, which led to her being targeted by the ghost. Could it be that from the beginning, his goal was never to focus on the ghost disguised as Shenrou, but to use Zheng Qingyi as a target, making her attract the ghost's firepower? In order to make her last a little longer, he even lent her a cursed artifact that could save her 3 times. Now it seemed that this wasn't a life-saving charm at all, but rather a death sentence. After all, the ghost probably knew about the cursed artifact in Zhang Qingyi's hands before it was triggered. It truly was a chilling thought. But perhaps only someone like this could survive long in the cursed domain. At lunch, Li Yu and Yi Sun arrived at the agreed-upon table. At this point, there were only 6 people left at the table, and several seats were empty. As soon as they sat down, Yi Sun couldn't wait to talk about the discovery he made while on duty at the museum in the morning. The others turned to look as soon as they heard. Hearing you say this, that museum really does seem strange. Wang Hu scratched his chin, his eyes gleaming. What kind of school has such a place? It's possible that the key clue for this instance is hidden there. It's indeed very possible. Song Qian nodded in agreement. When it comes to schools, the places most likely to have clues are only a few, like classrooms, the principal's office, the academic affairs office, the archive room, the library, and so on. That museum you mentioned, among all of these, is probably the most eye-catching. Bai Yu first gave Li Yu a meaningful look before declaring, it is necessary to investigate it. Right now, the clues about what's happening at the school have reached a deadlock. The only killing rule the ghost has shown so far is violating school rules, and the second killing rule still has no leads. The more it's like this, the more it shows how terrifying the second killing rule the ghost is hiding, which might be the reason why this instance is so difficult. I have a bad feeling that if we don't figure it out soon, we might suffer a great loss. Then let's act after school this afternoon? Yi Sun looked at Bai Yu and asked. No rush. Bai Yu shook his head. Don't forget what happened at the experimental building last time. We still don't know how the ghost noticed our movements back then. Learn from the last lesson, we must be more cautious this time. Since the island is not open to the public, entering without permission could be considered illegal. We have to do this secretly, without being discovered. At the very least, we need to figure out the security patrol schedule first, so we can act accordingly. That's right. Li Yu nodded in agreement, speaking softly. We must be more careful this time. If the ghost finds us again, we might not be as lucky as last time. After all, there is only one way in and out of the island. If the ghost blocks our escape, we will truly have no way out. The others, after hearing this, agreed that this was the right approach. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Give me some time. Once I have everything figured out, we will act together. Seeing no one object, Bai Yu decisively finalized the plan. Most people agreed, but Zheng Qingyi kept her head down, silently eating without saying a word. Based on yesterday's situation, if it weren't for the scarred man being dead today, Zheng Qingyi probably wouldn't even sit with them. What do you think? Seeing Zheng Qingyi not expressing an opinion, Bai Yu looked at her and asked. Zheng Qingyi's hand holding the chopsticks froze for a moment, then she casually continued eating. You all do as you wish. Don't mind me. Her voice was distant, as if the things others were discussing had nothing to do with her. What do you mean? Wang Hu became unhappy when he heard this and squinted his eyes, glaring at Zheng Qingyi. We go on an adventure to find clues, and then you just sit back and enjoy the benefits? Zheng Qingyi looked up, her bloodshot eyes staring at Wang Hu, and after a few seconds, she lowered her head again to continue eating without saying anything. Wang Hu was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something and couldn't help but sneer. Got it. You must think, since you have a cursed object to keep you alive, you can just do nothing and still survive these next few days, so you're just giving up, right? Facing Wang Hu's words full of mockery, Zheng Qingyi still didn't respond, as if silently acknowledging it. Heh, interesting. If that's the case, what if I take your cursed object now? Will you cry for a long time? As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, Zheng Qingyi slammed her chopsticks heavily on the table. She suddenly looked up, her eyes wide open, bloodshot like a beast, staring fiercely at Wang Hu, as if she would leap at him in the next second. A person driven to the limit of their mental state could do anything. Even Wang Hu was momentarily shocked by the wild look in her eyes, instinctively tilting his head back slightly. After regaining his composure, Wang Hu glared back at her with a fierce look, the atmosphere between them filled with tension. Seeing that they might fight at any moment, the others were about to intervene when Zheng Qingyi suddenly stood up, grabbed her plate, and walked away without saying a word. She walked decisively, her steps hurried, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The others looked at each other in confusion. Based on Zheng Qingyi's reaction, it seemed that Wang Hu's words really made her feel threatened. With the ghost already targeting her, if she lost the protection of the cursed object, the consequences were easy to imagine. Looks like she'll be avoiding us from now on. TCH, what a thing. Wang Hu sneered dismissively. With her like this, how long can she survive in the cursed domain? If she really gets lucky and survives this instance, she'll die next time. He looked at Baiyu and said, seems like your cursed object is like a dog meat bun to a dog, it can't be taken back. It's fine. Baiyu smiled calmly, glancing in the direction Zheng Qingyi had left. I don't mind. You really have a big stomach. Wang Hu curled his lip. After Zhang Qingyi left, the group discussed some more about the current instance, and soon, everyone went their separate ways. When Li Yu left, Wang Hu naturally followed him. The present situation is that the one called Zhang Qingyi has one class by herself, while Baiyu has one dorm room by himself. Feels like these two who are alone are both quite dangerous targets. If I were a ghost, I would also aim at them in the first moment. After walking out of the dining hall, Wang Hu moved close to Li Yu's side and analyzed. Although that woman has a ghost tool, but from the way she looks I think she has also been tortured very badly. With this kind of mindset, I fear she will hardly endure it. You really hold grudges, huh? Li Yu looked at Wang Hu with a strange glance. Wang Hu shrugged his shoulders, his face calm and open. What about it? I simply cannot stand slackers. Li Yu nodded and said nothing. The three people walked on the road going toward the teaching building area, discussing the next action. While walking, Li Yu suddenly felt the phone in his pocket vibrate once. His expression moved slightly. He looked at the surroundings, then turned and walked into another small path with almost no people. In the present situation, the one who could send him a message seemed to be only one person. After confirming that besides Wang Hu and Yi Sun there was no one around, Li Yu then took out the phone to check. Sure enough, it was exactly a message sent by Baiyu. There was only a very simple single line of words. A ghost cannot disguise as a living person out of nothing. One ghost can only disguise as one living person. Li Yu's brows tightly frowned, and he quickly typed to ask. How did you confirm it? After waiting more than 10 seconds, Baiyu's message returned. I checked the roll call lists of each class when the ghost disguised as Chen Rou and the bald man. Li Yu's fingertips suddenly stopped, and he stood there stunned for several seconds. This short sentence contained an amount of information far too huge. In an instant many thoughts flashed through Li Yu's mind. After quite a long while he finally took a deep breath and typed to ask. Why tell me these? To this, Baiyu only replied with 2 words, hee hee. Chapter 99 Ghost School Suspicion No Living People. Chapter 99 Ghost School Suspicion No Living People. Looking at the 2 words hee hee on the screen, Li Yu was stunned for a moment. After waiting for more than half a minute again, he then confirmed that Baiyu would not have any more reply. The corner of his mouth twitched, and with a serious face he put the phone away again. What situation? Who were you sending messages with just now? Only at this time did Wang Hu, who watched Li Yu fiddle with the phone for a long time, open his mouth to ask. Li Yu glanced at him and thought for a moment before saying, nothing. Baiyu said he expects to act tomorrow, and told us to prepare well. That is all? That is all. Li Yu nodded calmly. Wang Hu and Yi Sun looked at each other. Their faces were a little strange, but seeing this they did not ask more. It was not that Li Yu purposely wanted to hide it from them. It was only that for this matter, the fewer people who know it now, the better. As long as they do not know, they will not show a flaw. After all, Li Yu can now already confirm that inside the Xingha Middle School there are simply no living people. Except for them participants who entered the instance, everyone else, from students to teachers, all of them are ghosts. About this Li Yu actually had suspicion long ago, he just never dared to think in this direction. After all, a whole school full of ghosts is truly too terrifying to hear. Anyone who realizes this would likely feel despair. But up to now, all kinds of signs point to this terrible guess. Only like this can many things be explained clearly. That guy Baiyu also thought of this possibility long ago. He just could not confirm it yet, so he used the death of the scar-faced man to verify this point. Luckily, the ghost domain prompt clearly pointed out that in this instance the rules for ghosts killing people have only 2 rules and only these 2. Otherwise, with a whole school of ghosts, even if each ghost had only 1 killing rule, they could easily kill all participants. Maybe from the moment they entered the instance, 1 breath, 1 opening of the mouth, 1 yawn could trigger the killing rule. A ghost cannot disguise as a living person out of nothing. 1 ghost can only disguise as 1 living person? Li Yu thought about the meaning behind this information from Baiyu. No wonder after the ghost was exposed, it no longer continued to disguise itself as the bald man and Chen Rou, perhaps also to reduce the chance of being exposed, but unfortunately it was still discovered by that guy Baiyu. But at the same time, this also shows one point: the ghost should not be able to forge the school's records, and at the same time, they follow a set of established rules, maintaining the normal operation of the school. Classes, breaks, morning and evening self-study, meals, running drills. Maybe it is the weird domain limiting the ghosts inside the copy, or maybe the ghosts in this copy are naturally like this. In short, the ghosts in this copy do not seem to move freely, only after the dorm lights go out, during sleep, can the ghosts act without restraint. This is also why ghosts rarely appear in the daytime, not because they don't want to, but because they cannot. Even the only time they attacked in the day was after disguising as the bald man. Only by killing a participant and disguising his identity can the ghost move freely in the daytime? On the podium, the teacher still diligently taught, while Liu unconsciously twirled his pen, staring unblinking at the blackboard, his mind organizing all the information. Zhao Qi is also a ghost, so the so-called forbidden name he deliberately revealed is probably false, just a wrong lead the ghost gave to mislead us. But the ghost cannot fabricate or alter records at will, which means a teacher and a student truly went missing at the school. But their disappearance may not be related to the school's ghost, most likely it is just a smokescreen released by the ghost. This is also why, after discovering the names of the missing teacher and student the day before yesterday, Liu and Baiyu both showed little interest. Only, the small oversight was noticed by Yisun, which Liu had not expected. Why are you all staring at me? Look at the blackboard, take notes. On the podium, the middle-aged teacher with some baldness snorted coldly, briefly pulling Liu's thoughts back. Liu wrote down the points from the blackboard in his textbook, while his mind continued to brainstorm. Thinking about the school's high-pressure environment, Liu could understand why one of the killing rules required following the school rules. But the second killing rule still had little clue. He vaguely guessed that the second killing rule, which the ghost had not revealed, was likely the reason the whole school had no living people. If the school had only been simply haunted at first, Liu did not believe one or two ghosts could kill so many people in the whole school. These people, though just NPCs in the copy, were still living humans. And no one was stupid, with people around dying miserably one by one, how could they not run? The only possibility was, they did not have time to escape. Something terrible must have happened in the school, causing this high school to become like this in a very short time. Even if the whole school was full of ghosts, the weird domain would not let them destroy all the clues, otherwise, participants entering this copy would have almost no chance to survive. So the key clues must still be hidden somewhere in the school. As for how to investigate, Liu already had an idea, he believed Baiyu also thought the same. Only, as Baiyu said in the cafeteria, this time the operation must be even more cautious. After all, the lesson of nearly being blocked by ghosts in the lab building was still fresh in mind. This time, it is best not to leak a single bit before the action starts. Otherwise, in a school full of ghosts, they might be noticed by the ghosts for some reason. Since ghosts can release smoke screens to mislead participants' investigation, Liu and the others could naturally also create illusions to deceive the ghosts. The museum, the most unique in the entire school, isn't it the perfect cover? It all comes down to who can stay calm the longest. At dinner, only 5 people remained at the table. As expected, after what happened at noon, Zhang Qingyi indeed chose to avoid them. Everyone could see that, just as Wang Hu had said, Zhang Qingyi no longer intended to look for clues or investigate the ghost's murder patterns. The strange device Baiyu gave her had become her only hope. With 2 more chances to make mistakes, as long as she is cautious enough, there is still a good chance that she can survive and leave this instance. Everyone knew this, so it didn't seem all that surprising. If they put themselves in Zhang Qingyi's position, they might have made the same choice. TCH, it's fine if she doesn't come. It'll be easier for us to get things done without that troublemaker. Wang Hu snorted, his face full of disdain. Baiyu pushed up his glasses and spoke. During the lunch break in the afternoon, I roughly observed. The only way to enter and leave the small island is through the stone bridge. Although there are no guards stationed there, security patrols roughly every hour. Sometimes they enter the island, and sometimes they just walk around the perimeter before leaving. Considering there are too many uncertainties during the day, the best time to act should actually be at night. But... Baiyu paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the other 4 at the table. It seems the ghost in this instance is more active at night. If it finds out we aren't in the dorms at night, it might actually be even more dangerous. So we still have to act during the day. There are 3 days left until the instance ends, but the last day is for leaving the instance. We only have 2 days left. For safety's sake, we should observe the situation further, and then act after school tomorrow, either at noon or in the afternoon. What do you all think? Okay, let's do it your way. Liu nodded and spoke first. Even though they didn't know exactly what Baiyu had been doing behind the scenes, from the previous action, everyone could tell that he was no ordinary person, so they naturally had no objections to his proposal. After Liu spoke, Wang Hu and Yi Xin also agreed. Good, then I'll notify you of the specific time of action once I've confirmed it. Before that, everyone just needs to avoid breaking school rules and not triggering the murder pattern, so we don't lose more people. Baiyu suddenly smiled lightly and looked at the group. I sincerely hope that all of us here can walk out of this instance alive. The others heard this and took it as comforting words to boost morale. Liu paused in his eating and gave Baiyu a strange glance. For some reason, he suddenly felt that there was something more profound behind Bai Yu's words. After dinner, everyone scattered. To act a little more convincingly, and to fool the eyes that might be secretly watching them, Li Yu took Wang Hu and Yi Sun to the stone bridge leading to the museum. Li Yu secretly observed the frequency of the security patrols and found that, just as Bai Yu had said, the guy had clearly paid attention to the details. So, he had to show the same attitude on his side. At least, it would make the ghosts think that they were very interested in the museum's situation. During the evening study session, Li Yu, as usual, completed double the homework, and as soon as the bell rang, he picked up his bag and prepared to head back to the dorm. But as soon as he stepped out of the classroom, he and Yi Sun both froze in their tracks. What's going on? Looking at the students pouring out of the classroom, Li Yu furrowed his brows, sensing something was wrong. In the past few days, once the evening study session ended, the students would all return to the dorms, but now, although they were also walking out of the classroom, there was a clear abnormality. They weren't carrying any bags. Lin-san, what is going on? Yi Sun naturally noticed this strange phenomenon too, and quickly leaned close to Li Yu to whisper. Li Yu glanced at him, said nothing, but his mind was racing. Could this be some kind of trick by ghosts? Are they really planning to tamper with our homework, and using this way to trick us into leaving our backpacks behind? Any participant seeing the surrounding NPC copies all doing the same action would naturally think the safest move is to copy them. But Li Yu knew clearly, all these students who looked abnormal and actually were abnormal were all ghosts. In this situation, of course, he would think one step further. But even if we leave our backpacks in the classroom, what can the ghosts do? Scarface's death is basically confirmed. Losing homework indeed breaks school rules, violates the killing rule, so ghosts can't directly touch our homework. Otherwise, in the past few days when participants were unguarded, ghosts could have already done this. But if it's not ghosts trying tricks, then something is happening that we don't know about. At this point, what else can the school do? Li Yu's face remained calm, his mind quickly weighing pros and cons. Should we also leave our backpacks in the classroom? Yi Sun saw him silent and suggested. Li Yu thought for a moment, nodded, follow them. According to previous guesses, the ghosts in this copy were under some restriction, also needing to act according to a certain procedure, keeping the school running normally. Now that all students had made the same move, Li Yu leaned toward thinking this was some school activity. The two quickly returned to the classroom to put down their backpacks, then followed the crowd down to the first floor, leaving the teaching building area. Sure enough, after leaving the building, Li Yu found the students were not heading toward the dorms, but toward another direction. After following the crowd for a while, Li Yu quickly realized they were heading to the playground. Li Yu frowned slightly, more confused. It was already past 10 after night self-study, why go to the playground now? He had only heard of morning exercises or break exercises, could there be night exercises too? Lin-san, don't you feel the atmosphere is off? At this moment, Yi Sun suddenly came closer, his face tense as he carefully scanned around and spoke cautiously. You mean what? I mean, these students around us. Yi Sun raised his voice slightly, then quickly lowered it, realizing it drew too much attention. I suddenly feel they are very strange. Look at their faces, each one is pale without a trace of blood, even walking a whole week wouldn't make me this pale. And why are their walking movements so stiff? Just now a student passed by me, I accidentally touched his hand. Cold. Cold like ice. No warmth at all, could a living person's hand be like this? Li Yu glanced at him and replied, the students here have such strong daily routines, lack of blood and pale is normal, and it's night now, street light on the face makes it look even paler. As for stiff walking, after 3 hours of night self-study, anyone who has sat so long would be like that when they stand. Tonight the wind is cold too, the student you touched may have poor physical quality, cold hands and feet or nothing. Yi Sun froze, staring at Li Yu in shock, not understanding why he suddenly became so careless. But realizing, he quickly waved his hands, tone firm. No, even if your explanation sounds reasonable, it's definitely not that simple. I'm standing among this group of students, and the temperature feels absurdly low, each one of them seems to be blowing out cold air. Yi Sun shrank his neck, walking cautiously while looking around at the surrounding students. Such a blatant oddity, if he couldn't feel it, that would be suspicious. Li Yu noticed this and didn't say anything more, quickly following the crowd to the playground. Once they reached the playground, the students naturally spread out, clearly heading in different directions with a purpose. Li Yu observed for a moment and realized that they were standing according to their class divisions, instantly understanding the situation. He walked with Yi Sun to his own classes group, while subtly observing the surroundings. At this moment, the streetlights on the playground were particularly dim, and the distant lights from the teaching building flickered, casting uncertain shadows around. At the front of each classes group, there was a teacher standing, presumably their homeroom teacher. In front of the flag-raising platform in the middle, several people who seemed to be school leaders were standing. The students' expressions were stiff, their movements numb, their faces blank, as cold as machines. Due to the distance, and the groups of students blocking the view, Liu couldn't spot Wang Hu, Bai Yu, or anyone else in the crowd. The night breeze brushed against Liu's face, making his skin crawl, as if, as Yi-sun had said, the temperature around was unnaturally low. Logically, with the current season, it should only be slightly chilly at night, not cold to this extent. Looking at the faces of the students around him, Liu couldn't help but feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Could it be that this school really has a tradition of doing exercises at night? But why didn't they do it the last few days? Is it fixed for Wednesdays today? Liu frowned and thought deeply, while Yi-sun, standing behind him, hugged his shoulders, nervously scanning the surroundings. Even though he noticed that there was about a meter of distance between other people, he still instinctively moved closer to Liu. Before Yi-sun could say anything more, a cheerful and lively melody suddenly spread across the playground through the loudspeakers high above. Are they really going to do the exercises? Liu frowned. The music was something every middle school student was familiar with. It was the nationwide standard pre-class exercise melody. If this were in a real school, the moment this music started, someone would be feeling stomach pain, untied shoelaces, or some discomfort. But now they were in the ghost domain, especially at night, in such an eerie atmosphere. The strong contrast didn't make anyone feel at ease, instead, it heightened the strange feeling in their hearts. After the long prelude ended, there was a brief silence from the loudspeakers. At this moment, even though the playground was filled with people, it was shrouded in a deathly silence. The only sounds that could be heard were their own breathing growing heavier and the howling night wind. Then, a cold, emotionless mechanical female voice echoed through the entire campus. The third set of National Middle School Radio Calisthenics. 7-colored sunlight. Now, start. It sounded like an old device or a damaged audio system. The voice in the broadcast suddenly skipped, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, making people feel irritated. But the next moment, the voice returned to normal. Prepare. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the voice sounded, the already dim streetlights above flickered once. 5, 6, 7, 8. All the students on the playground began to move in sync with the rhythm. Liu didn't dare to delay and started stretching his limbs, mimicking the movements of the students around him. In the broadcast, the mechanical female voice continued. 2, 2, 3, 4. Z. The streetlights went out for a second, and the moment the vision plunged into darkness, Liu's movements instinctively paused. He could only rely on continuity. Doing the full gymnastic move, while her brain was rapidly thinking at this moment. What is this, a nighttime broadcast gymnastics? Which school has such a strange rule? Could it be that if I make a wrong move, or can't keep up with the beat, I'll be judged as violating the rule and breaking the killing law? Liu instinctively thought of the worst possible scenario, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. But this is too harsh. How could a person who's doing this gymnastic routine for the first time not make a mistake? Not to mention, the streetlights, which were already old, started flickering, making it even harder than it already was. 5, 6, 7, 8. Ji-la. The light returned. In the midst of rapidly thinking, Liu's brain suddenly crashed for a moment, his pupils instinctively enlarging, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. The student in front of him had somehow turned around, facing him, arms raised high, still maintaining the broadcast gymnastics pose. But the expressionless pale face had a pair of eyes staring at him intensely. No, not just the one in front. The students on the left and right, who surrounded him, were all facing him at this moment. Cold, icy gazes fell on Liu, making his heart skip a beat. These are not humans. They're all ghosts. 3, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. The vision flickered from black to bright. Everything instantly returned to normal. All the students were facing forward, as if the previous scene was just Liu's illusion. He forcibly suppressed the unease in his heart and continued to mimic the gymnastic moves of the people around him. Though awkward and stiff, he never stopped for a moment. What on earth is going on? Aren't these ghosts pretending anymore? Is this blatantly telling everyone that they have a problem, they are all ghosts? Why, did we expose some flaw? Calm down. The ghosts haven't made their move yet, which means the killing rule hasn't been triggered. The ghosts are deliberately trying to scare us, to make us panic and violate the school rules. This damn gymnastics. I absolutely can't stop. First session, stretching exercises. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha! Song Qian was breathing heavily, her limbs trembling, her hands and feet cold. Broadcast gymnastics, for her, was the most familiar thing. She didn't even need to look at the others' movements to perfectly follow the rhythm and finish the entire routine. But she felt that even lifting her hands was incredibly difficult. In the dimming and brightening light, the figures of everyone around her twisted strangely. They were doing gymnastics normally just a second ago, but the next moment, they all stopped at the same time. The pale, cold faces wore eerie, sinister smiles. All of them were staring at her. In this situation, even the most foolish person would realize something was wrong. A terrifying thought surged into Song Qian's mind at this moment, almost suffocating her with despair. Here, on this playground, in this school, there were no living people at all. All those surrounding her with malicious stares were all ghosts. She was now in a ghost school, standing in the middle of a circle of vengeful spirits. There was no place to escape. 2, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Song Qian wanted to run. Fear overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, making her instinctively want to run away, to flee the circle of vengeful spirits. But reality was that her legs were weak, and even taking a step was difficult. At the same time, reason reminded her that she absolutely couldn't run. If she ran, that would be the real dead end. Play the role. She needed to play her part well. Otherwise, these ghosts surrounding her would tear her apart in the next moment. Song Qian struggled to suppress the fear in her heart, forcing her numb and stiff limbs to move again. The cold, mechanical electronic female voice on the broadcast sounded like a death sentence in her ears. The lights went out each time, and each time they came back on. No one could guarantee whether the next moment would show something normal, or a scene that made the skin crawl. Third session, stretching exercises. 3 2 3 5 6 7. 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 5 6 7 8. Song Qian folded her arms in front of her chest, ready to stretch them according to the movements she remembered. But then a harsh electric crackle sounded, and in an instant, the mechanical female voice became unbearable. The lights went out. They came back on. But this time, it was not the dim, somewhat soft white light. It was a red light so bright it hurt the eyes. The figures around her in school uniforms all froze at once, standing like wooden puppets, completely still. The red light fell on their pale faces, making the scene extremely eerie, as if all of them were demons crawling out of hell. Or maybe they always had been. Song Qian froze in place, not even having time to react. The red light went out. The white light came back on. All the students returned to normal, continuing the mechanical repetition of the gymnastics routine. Song Qian reacted a second late, but hurried to follow the movements. But at the very moment she stretched out her arms, the white light went out, and the blinding red light filled her entire vision. Song Qian's breath stopped. Her pupils shrank to needles, fear and shock almost spilling out of her eyes. Those pale and eerie faces were now right in front of her. All around her, people pressed close together, surrounding her in the center, staring at her in unison. A chill ran up her spine in that instant, scaring Song Qian pale. She could no longer control the fear inside her, letting out a piercing scream. The lights went out, and in the darkness, Song Qian's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. How she wished that when the lights came back on, it would be that soft white light, and everything around her would return to normal. Then she could convince herself, summon courage, stand up again, and continue blending into this carnival of ghosts. But sadly, when the red light covered the playground again, Song Qian's heart was thrown into a bottomless abyss. A face. A pale, bloodless face, wearing a cruel smile, filled her entire vision. The eyes showed unmasked malice, reflecting Song Qian's endless fear. Then, in her sight, it grew larger and larger. You broke the rules. Soft music flowed across the playground. Wang Hu stopped his limbs from tangling together, his back covered in cold sweat. He gasped, fear still lingering in his eyes. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Even with his strong mindset, the strange scenes had shaken him badly. Luckily, he thought fast, found the flashing rhythm of the lights, and simply closed his eyes when the red light came, seeing nothing. When the white light returned, he watched Baiyu ahead and copied his half-formed gymnastics moves. That's how he survived without harm. Although he still did not know what had just happened, Wang Hu was sure he had narrowly escaped death. Those 10 minutes felt like centuries to him. TSK, Lin San shouldn't be dead, right? I'll ask him properly when we go back, Wang Hu murmured. Meanwhile, Baiyu in front of him quietly observed the surroundings. After the gymnastics ended, all students returned to normal and began leaving the playground in order. Baiyu's brow barely furrowed, a certain suspicion in his mind at this moment growing infinitely strong. The ghosts just now simply did not even bother to act anymore, clearly telling all of them that the entire school was full of ghosts, not a single living person. This was obviously not the same as the ghosts' earlier behavior when they wanted to trick them. Baiyu lifted his eyes and looked far away, his gaze piercing through the crowd, trying to find a certain figure. But there were too many people around, and they were all wearing the same school uniform. In this situation, wanting to find one specific person was simply extremely hard. He pulled back his gaze, looking thoughtful, and followed the crowd again toward the teaching building. At the same time, in the flow of people not far from the two of them, Zheng Qingyi was standing blankly in place. People around kept passing by her one after another, but she had no movement at all, her whole person like she had become foolish and dull. A long time, a long time. Zheng Qingyi suddenly raised her head and looked at the street lamp above her head that was giving off dim light, 2 lines of tears sliding down from the corners of her eyes. The next moment, the corner of her mouth lifted, and she actually showed a smile. The smile slowly grew bigger, becoming twisted and mad. Ignoring the crowd around her, Zheng Qingyi covered her face with her hand, crying and laughing at the same time, her expression crazy. I survived, I survived. Ha ha ha, you wanted to kill me, wanted to make me die, none of you were willing to let me go. Useless, useless, useless. No one can kill me. I will leave this ghost place alive, and keep living forever. Zheng Qingyi laughed loudly, constantly wiping the tears at the corners of her eyes, even though the tears were still overflowing out of control. She mixed into the pile of expressionless students and strode forward in big steps. Because of the trouble that happened tonight, when Liu returned to the dormitory, it was a full half-hour later than usual. But the dormitory lights had not been turned off yet, maybe because of the radio calisthenics. Today the lights-out time was also delayed a little. Thinking back to the scenes that just happened on the playground, even though Liu had very strong mental quality, he still felt lingering fear in his heart. Now that he had calmed down, he carefully thought through the whole process again, his brows tightly twisted together. Strange, too strange. Something is wrong, 120% wrong. Wang Hu hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. Before his head even appeared, his voice had already come in. The moment he saw Liu, he quickly ran over in big steps, his face full of anxiety. Lin San, there is a problem, this damn thing is 100% a problem.